Go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side. Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah,
Hey, do you the meat stick?
yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what. You finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's probably worth it. What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean you won't let go? He's dead.
Help me.
Get in there.
No, No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side. Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah,
Hey, do you the meat stick?
yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh! Yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. From the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh! Yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work them. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
I'm so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. Put it. I can't put it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. I think it's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Welcome, everyone. One more day for us here at the Scholastic Esports Championship here at the Boeing Center at Techport, all the way in San Antonio. One more time as myself possible, alongside Vincent. And this morning we're starting off hot and ready. We got some Valorant action, not the grand finals just yet, though it'll be up on that big stage in a few hours. But first, we have to figure out who's going to be meeting Northwood between the two teams that want to get revenge on them. It's Fisher Tea Party and Tammy Maroon.
Yeah, it's perfect because both teams are individuals that have lost to Northwood in this tournament and bested. Very close for Fisher Tea Party that we got to call. That was yesterday. Not nearly as close for Texas A&M. That a little bit more of a surprise, I think, but it's also a busy day for Texas A&M. They have matches all over the place, not just here. But it's a set of rosters that you're going to be very familiar with. Obviously, Texas A&M came into this event as one that we had very high expectations for. I think those expectations have sort of been leveled out a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, they've tempered at the very least. Not quite the highest performances that we've seen from this roster, even in recent days and weeks. I mean, this is a team that isn't currently, as of right now, top 3 in CVAL.
Right.
They're going to be playing in the lower bracket there actually later today as well.
That's the busy day.
TAMU does this to themselves every year. They have a million competitions all in one weekend. Maybe they're tiring themselves out a little bit. You can get fatigued. We got our map pick ban. This is the first time we're seeing this. A Pearl and a Sunset ban. I think those are very smart targeted bans from each of our teams. That leaves Lotus up for Fisher, Split up for TAMU, and if we can get there, Icebox at the end of it.
That's going to be interesting. I love that Split is where we're going. This feels like a map as well that honestly has been a little bit punished for TAMU, but
Yeah.
to be fair, it's also one that they haven't necessarily played that much recently. So there's not like I don't know that the expectations were going to be that high for Fisher with regard to that. Lotus is no surprise though whatsoever. No. I think that we saw Fisher look pretty darn decent over on Lotus just yesterday, so I'm not too worried about it. The Icebox decider though, I didn't really have that one in the cards. I kind of thought we were going to be going to Haven, and Fisher elected to ban that out, which tells me that they're just not quite as confident as I think they could be on that map. But
yeah.
On the other side, TAMU, yeah, they didn't necessarily beat Northwood here, but like they have beat Northwood and other very good Haven teams more recently.
And you know, I'm just shocked by the Ascent ban. If I remember correctly, is a map that TAMU have been doing pretty decently on, at least recently. I don't think they've played it against Fisher as of this semester, but I'm surprised we get an Ascent ban for 2 reasons. One, TAMU have been okay on it, but also, Vincent, this might be the first collegiate tournament I've ever seen for Valorant that had no Ascent even played.
Why did you say that?
To curse you later on the main stage. Yeah.
That's just not very nice.
Either way, though, Split, like you said, I think is going to be a very interesting map, too, because it has been normally a very strong pick for TAMU, a map they like a lot. And the fact that they're still picking into it, despite the fact that the 2 times they've played it just yesterday, they lost it. One, admittedly, extremely close versus CSP, but then they got blown out of the water by Maryville on that map. It was a 13-4.
I'm a little bit split, ironically enough.
Boo.
Genuinely, not even on purpose, but it works because I truly am. I think that Maryville is playing very hot right now. I don't think it's worthwhile to take that result into account too much, just because it's not a result. Like, it's not the same team. It's not even really comparable, if we're being honest, because Maryville's playing very well right now. We were talking in the green room about that. I think TAMU needs to double down on their own game plan, and I think that's what they've done here, and I have a lot of respect for that. I think that's, in general, the right way to approach the mindset of a veto, the mindset of, playing in all of these events and everything. If you let the day-to-day result define what you are, who you are as a team, usually you're going to lose. But a team that lets their own definition stand, I think, is a lot stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first things first, we got to see how Lotus plays out. Split will be an interesting one for the cards a little bit later on. Lotus, oh man, both these teams have lost Lotus to Northwood in 2, admittedly, somewhat similar metrics. It was technically closer for Fisher. It was 6-6 instead of 5-7. But both these teams had one good half against Northwood, and then it didn't go well at all.
No, and if I recall correctly as well, I think the fact that we saw them lose a eco round as well at like a very important juncture of that map. Both TAMU and Fisher ended up doing that on Lotus. It's going to be interesting. I'm also pumped to see a little bit more what TAMU has to offer, because I think that TAMU had more to offer. I think Fisher played very well. I think Fisher were where I expected them to be. But let's talk maybe expectations about Fisher. This is a point that I wanted to bring up, because whilst we had these heights kind of in our mind for Texas A&M, based on their season, based on where they're at in CVAL, but for Fisher, this is a team amongst many Fisher teams, but that hasn't necessarily had the same amount of reps, right? TAMU might have been spreading themselves a little bit thin, but they've been at everything. They've been everywhere. Whereas this Fisher iteration specifically hasn't really been doing that. So, they've been sitting on the sidelines to a certain degree, and you could maybe make an argument whether that's good or bad. But for me, I think it's important to, have that game time more recently.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, individual players on the Fisher roster will have had LAN experience,
Of
at least to
course.
some degree. You know, guys like Cam Lord, I believe even Muta.
And
But, you
Menace.
know, a lot of them will have LAN experience as pieces of a whole. But getting on LAN, getting that vibe. Admittedly, when Fisher was winning, especially we saw them on Friday winning against CSP, vibe was up, energy was up,
It
right?
was.
Yesterday versus Northwood, a little bit more tame, perhaps,
It
at certain
was.
points.
It was, but I didn't ever feel like they were in a position where they were getting like dunked down on, where they were
No.
struggling. I thought the mentality was actually really good across the
Yeah.
board for funny enough, Northwood and for Fisher. They
Mhm.
looked unaffected. I guess that's what I mean, those are the individual players who are the most experienced at the highest level in this event. So
Yeah.
that's sort of to be expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see which of these teams will end up. I mean, you know, it's funny that we're having a match in the lower finals here, where these teams are fighting to get their revenge against Northwood. Northwood usually the one on revenge tours, but they get
True.
the reverse revenge tour now. All right, we are just straight into game here too. Lotus on deck, taking a look at these compositions. It's not anything surprising. These are the comps that both these teams have run. Although, we do have to double back to this Fisher composition because it's an aggressive one, Vincent.
It is, but man, it worked really well. I mean, I was particularly impressed with how effective Javi could be on this Asian,
Yeah.
and even beyond all that, we kind of saw what Menace can do, and I think that whilst that was a lot more of a struggle on the attack side, defensively there was so many options.
Well, Fisher will be starting off on the attack here. One more chance for Fisher Tea Party and Texas A&M Maroon to make it all the way to the main stage later today. Let's get this lower final started.
I'm gonna test at least a little bit towards Mountain here in a moment, but realistically, it's a slower start for the Fisher side. Camlord just trying to buy some time, create some understanding that there might be presence there. Joba gets tagged up on the fallback, so can't really play as aggressively if they wanted to.
He's even got to be careful of spam. Spam not that
Like
deadly
that.
on pistols, but we've seen what Fisher do on C. They know that wall is weak, and they are more than willing to push straight through it. Bad and Javi both going forward deep into Waterfall here. Austin Frosty isolated from the rest of his team. 3 players all going into Waterfall. Tamu, yeah, they try to take advantage and get onto the site, but Noble and KHS not having much luck.
Yeah, I think as well that Bad looked as good as I think good as we really saw them yesterday on
True.
Lotus in particular. I think, and to be fair, it's a really important role that he's playing in this composition. Really enables Javi to play as aggressively as they would like to do overall. Menace. Normally the Raze is going to fulfill that role to a certain degree, but he's a little bit more self-sufficient than most Razes are going to be. Not a ton of setup in comparison. So watch out for that. That's a constant factor to talk about. But Fisher, they're going to be loving that they get off on
Speaking
a
of
strike
constant
foot.
factors, that Bucky rearing its head already, Vincent. Menace loves that Bucky. We saw it a ton yesterday versus Northwood, and I doubt we'll be seeing any less of it today.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to change.
Nice work from Muta. Not a bad opener, and is pretty confident that the Vice is hanging around too. A very standard setup from Tamu in these first couple of rounds defensively. Obviously, it's just the pistol and the anti-eco, so they have more opportunity. But that was one of the issues with Tamu's defense here when we saw them on Friday versus Northwood. There really just wasn't any adaptation. They ran
No.
the same thing time after time and never changed it.
Well, and on the other side of that, it just kind of felt like once they got figured out, they didn't have any way to adjust themselves with regard to their defense either. So I am a little bit concerned about that, but they've had some time. I mean, also a bunch of officials.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of time, not much time to prep.
Yeah, yes,
It's
but
all been just working.
a team that's been around this long, though, it's really not. You don't need to get deep into the doldrums of and cook up like different changes. It's really more about being able to take that next step and just like quick communication.
There we
But
go.
regardless, Fisher going to be into a very bonus round right now, depending on what Camwood purchases. Yeah, it's going to be just Martian. So Texas A&M, they've got a big advantage here.
Yeah, and that slight adjustment already coming through. They've put Osti all the way by door. But Fisher, after that fault line to walk Aussie over here, recognized that too much utility was used for there not to be resistance waiting for them. Instead, they'll rely on Muta, who's already contacting through some space here, just dry clearing it. Man,
Thorns are
Jova
alive.
gets pushed off that
Blinding.
really easily and very quickly too. It's just one smoke. That's all the util that Fisher have had to use to get pretty much the entirety of A, but they still don't like what they see. The Vice Wall getting triggered and everything by the jumping Cypher. I'm trying to pull rotates and are hoping that these Mound players have just left, but Aussie Frosty just still lying in wait. There it is, Aussie Frosty already annihilating 3 before he's pulled into the kill contract. He even gets rid of Bad. That's the explosive tendency we've been waiting to see from Aussie Frosty all weekend.
Yeah, I think that we honestly haven't gotten the opportunity to see it, and I think that's something that we actually touched on a couple of times, you and I in the green room, that maybe if that were to change, then, you know, Tamu would have, you know, a little bit more success. And the thing is, it's not like Aussie's been playing bad. Like, as a whole, I think it's been average.
It wasn't bad, it was just quiet compared to what we're used to.
You know, I think maybe to iterate on that a little bit more, right? We were missing some of those big moments, right? The explosiveness that you kind of anticipate from a duelist that you really need in a lot of these cases. It's kind of why it's such a defining role. So good to see that off the rip early. That's the first gun round, quote unquote, bonus round there for Fisher. They'll get the real guns out in response, but
it is worth noting though, Aussie Frosty has every single kill for Tamu right now. That's wild. He gets the round 3 anti-bonus ace, and it's just absolutely nuts. Oh my, okay, Fisher. Real gun round for you now. And much more fluid. Tamu already adapting. I'm already not worried about what I said. What I was worried about, what we saw against Northwood, clearly this is a Tamu more prepared.
Just more ready to make those changes. Being chilling. Well, suppressed and vulnerable. That's a little bit scary, but able to try to step away, so all so well that ends well.
I'm surprised that Menace went for the spray there out of the one-way when he gets on top of the box. I thought he was going to wait for that smoke. KHS not waiting for squat. Him and Bing chilling. Set up nicely. I mean, this is just a giant 50-50 essentially that they're walking into. KHS gives the info, and Bing chilling through his own smoke can just spam them. That recon dart gets some info, but it's nothing actionable for Fisher.
No, and Be Chilling's already redirected. They're not, okay. I was going to say, they know KHS is still there at door, so it's not like those 2 kills even are going to give them an advantage. Fortunately, Tamu going to right the ship, correct the record. But yeah, I think the crossfire there, the setup that they're running, that's also very different than really anything we saw against Northwood. So I think Tamu, I'm with you, looking a lot better. I mean, early days, I know, but this is a team that thrives on little protocols and setups and is able to coordinate very efficiently.
I will say Fisher actually get effectively another gun round here. Menace will have a Bucky sure, but he's comfortable with that because they had such a potent bonus coming through and they didn't spend much to get that. Armageddon and Showstopper available though. Aussie Frosty really far forward too. He will have been spotted by that drone. He's ripping the rocket. Here it comes. He needs a target, sees the feet, but can't quite get there. It barely did even any damage to KM Lord. Now Bad walking up. He knows he's got a couple. KHS doing what he can, though, to keep this round contestable.
Yeah, well, they're going to be able to get themselves onto the site. Fisher, there's a free and clear avenue as both these players from C start to rotate, but it's a very split approach here for Tamu. You've got one coming in from spawn, the other, it's a big flank. It's going to take a little bit of time to actually get into position because you got to play it slower. You can't really like sprint up like that, and that's why Job is waiting a little bit. Wants to be coordinated with his teammate.
Coordination doesn't matter if you can't hit the shots. Javi and Menace not slipping up for even a second.
Yeah, I mean, when both your individuals on extremities from each other are both going to win your duel in the 2-on-2, that's a beautiful way to do it. Fisher regaining the lead that had just been tied up there for Tamu. And now money's okay for Tamu. That's part of the reason that we were kind of touching on it. But this is not going to be a constant thing. They keep losing, it's going to be gone fast.
And that was the round where the Showstopper was used too.
I can't believe.
Yeah, I can't believe that didn't. I thought KM Lord was done for sure.
I thought it might have been 2. It was so good.
Still an Armageddon, at least that didn't get used. Big Chilling can just do nothing about this mound play either. He gets rocked by a paint shell and the spam too. Nicely done, an early Armageddon, but that just forces Fisher forward. Aftershock will make Javi isolated. He still trades himself out. So he'll take that for sure, especially with Muda picking up another. Noble doing what he can to keep the Fisher players at bay, flash and everything to make sure he doesn't get swarmed, but he has no clue Bad is around here, and Bad doesn't even need to do anything. Muda's got it.
Yeah, now Job is alone. I feel like this is already lost, or really should be. Fisher have the final nail as well in the showstopper if anything were to go awfully wrong. And Joba, yeah, just gonna step away. I think this is the right call. We talked about the difficulty of the economy that's going to be upcoming this round with this loss. So keeping that a little bit more healthy, keeping the rifle. It's a strong look.
Not wrong to go for a save here. But another round, it's tough to get such potent ultimates so early into a half and not be able to use that to swing the momentum in your favor. Now we look at Fisher. I mean, not only will TAMU be struggling on economy after this round, Fisher's going to have 2 impact ultimates, both the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury round-winning ults in themselves, especially with what we've seen KM Lord capable of doing with it. I
mean, he was crazy with it yesterday, especially on Pearl. Multiple times gets 2 kills out of the Hunter's Fury. I mean, there's Sovas that would love to get 1, and he's picking up 2. But yeah, I think unfortunately that Armageddon as well, you were alluding to it a moment ago, but I think it's just thrown out in a moment of chaos rather than measured in the way that we might have wanted to see. Regardless.
With the last round bonus, TAMU are at least going to be able to put together a pretty good rifle round. 1 Guardian, but that's not the end of the world. But man, I'm worried about those light armors versus Showstopper. No Rebel Control. Mound instead is what TAMU opt for. Fisher's just going to wait out the guided salvos. They realize those come pretty early. And this Owl Drone has been a constant sign of Fisher. They're using it in rounds they do go A and don't go A. I love that sort of consistency. It means that TAMU can't pry apart and use that as actionable intel. Instead, they just have to be like, hey, well, they're probably A. The anchor hears noise. Now, once you've heard so much, it's very likely. Wow, he snipes KHS all the way from Defender's spawn with the kill contract. And he gets his number, too. Bad easily getting rid of that very important initiator. Joba and KHS working together. Or not KHS, Noble, rather. But there goes Joba. There's that showstopper, and it makes room for the plant. Noble going out pretty early here, too. Bing! Good on cover from the smoke. Hold on, TAMU in the works now. Frosty over at ramp. Down at drop. The not dead yet. Brings Javi back. He has a chance. But Noble will turn that chance around.
And all those chances created, TAMU, it's their spacing. That's actually what wins them that round. It's very difficult to approach the way that TAMU did. They're walking through multiple smokes, but they walk through together, good coordination, and that's what allows them to actually win that. 3 times over there, they're making sure that they're double swinging, ensuring that they have 2 guns lined up on the same angle so that they can take those fights together. It's those details that I think TAMU are maybe the very best in this game. Like, very best in collegiate, that is.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, I think Winthrop's just kind of on a different level, but like in general, I really rate TAMU and the way they can do that.
An excellent way to keep this game close for TAMU Maroon. Back and forth we've been. Seems like that's just how Lotus starts.
A little bit.
Every time we've seen Lotus this weekend, it's been very contested.
It's smack dab in the middle of so many of these teams' pools.
Ooh, wait. Muta got spotted crossing here. They're trying to use the boombot to flush him out of the corner. Paint shell 2. It's tough. KHS spots 1. Wow, he even tries to cross back. Here comes the aftershock. I mean, there's just nothing Muta could do. But he bought a lot of time and pulled out a lot of util. So now at least the B site can be a safe spot to plan.
Yeah, I think at the very least they invested heavily to do that. Oh my goodness, a little early on that Rolling Thunder. No, it's perfect timing. Noble steps forward, able to dispatch with 2, and KHS swings from Avon. It's so fast. TAMU never let them have a chance to settle.
Noble completely ready to go. The information was there in Rubble. They knew that just Muta was there, because when you throw all that util and nobody comes to swing alongside Muta and make sure, hey, I'm going to try and bail my Cypher out. I'm going to try and fight. I'm going to try and trade him at the very least. You know that they're not going to be C. So if they're not A, they're not C. Hey, guess where they're going? B. It's a quick and easy rotate for Noble to get back to Waterfall, and perfect timing on the Rolling Thunder. Menace was, I mean, it was interesting. Fisher were even trying to go up. They were trying to go forward. They realized the Rolling Thunder was going to be a thing, and they wanted to go into Waterfall to try and beat it out, but Noble just too fast.
Fisher still hanging on to that Hunter's Fury, but this is less than stellar on the purchase. Be into Tamu's opportunity to kind of break back in and find this lead again. Fight.
Whoa! Oh, that shock dart nearly finished Joba off. The Bucky doing quite a bit of damage. Even a stinger would get him at that range.
It's crucial, though, that he stays alive. Now has the Steel Garden available here if there's serious problems here on the post plan. Honestly,
Well,
might
but-
just want to send it anyway. I know.
It's an eco round too, right? Like, how much does the Steel Garden even get you?
Do they know that? They saw the Bucky.
Well, they see the Bucky, they see a stinger now, and Sheriffs as well. Muta will go down. Bucky claims one. It's not Menace this time, it's KM Lord. And he even just sidesteps the Aftershock. It's not perfect placement. All on Noble's shoulders. Fisher just waltzed up and won an eco round like it was nothing.
Well, I think they've really been far more passive over towards the A side of this map than anywhere else. Yeah, they've been showing presence there, but it's never been aggressive like that, and I think that's part of the reason it's such a surprise to Joba in particular, who is barely surviving off the back of that. They get tons of space, and Joba just has to give it at 10 HP.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's nothing Joba could do about that, but at least that Steel Garden did get held onto, so you have it for this ever so important gun round. We're nearing the end of the half here. Both teams with pretty good money. I mean, because Fisher actually won that eco, picked up 3 rifles, they should be buying the rest of the half here, most likely. It's a very important round for their economy. And I love this Owl Drone, a little bit of an adaptation from Fisher, just seeing if someone had actually gone out. We've seen Austie, Frosty, and Noble play there a handful of times. But once they realize they're not here, they realize this is the weak side of the map, and they don't want to waste any time. Already on C, Menace. Once again, Joba just has to give the space up. Even if he clears out one, the Steel Garden too important. He's trying to sneak in here. Nearly gets rid of Javi, but once he realizes Menace is up, he has to back away.
A good decision. As we've been highlighting, a great way to actually have a chance back into this, and there it goes. Shoba gonna get in there, not dead yet, brings Javi back to life, but it's only gonna be temporary. He's being chilling, continues to push forward. Still 3 survive here for Fisher, but Javi gotta get in the mix, and there we go. Finally does. Dealt with as well from Doris KHS, and it's up to just the 2 remaining. Joba still surviving, and he's got Aussie Frosty, but Joba's done enough. You would think, no, not enough to save the round, as Wayna will confirm.
Dude, Fisher just know the angles on the C site, man. When KM Lord falls at the very end there, I'm thinking, oh no, they don't have util, you don't have the post plant there, right? You don't have your rays or even your Sofer now for shock darts. I'm so surprised that Muta was able to win that, but he gets up on top of Mountain, knows there's just the right angle for him to see the diffuser there. Nicely done. And honestly, that round became really difficult for Fisher. I mean, that was the Steel Garden that flushed Fisher back, even caught a couple players like Bad and forced them down to just pistols. But because they were able to deal with Bing Chilling and KHS, who were trying to assail them from the flank through door, that made everything so much easier. That fighting on a war on 2 fronts that Fisher had to do momentarily would have been a nightmare had they not all in on fighting the door and then all in on the side.
My turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's shout out Javi, who's able to actually connect on that, makes life a little bit easier. And I think that the not dead yet, I mean, it's what we're seeing in the replay at the moment, dealt with in fast succession, and good work out of them.
And now we get a timeout here from Fisher, something that they've been doing after they win rounds that were a little bit scary for them, just to collect themselves, right?
It's actually a almost constant factor that we've seen over the course of this weekend, funny enough, out of both Fisher and Northwood teams that don't always even take timeouts, but taking everything one step at a time here. I'm going to see the same default setup at the rip, but very quick to leave it. Our Fisher, I mean, it's just the couple of smokes, and then Aussie's Boombot comes back down, and they are ready to roll here at A.
Fisher have been so quick in the last few rounds at identifying the weak side of the map. I mean, the From the Shadows helps. It gets good information, but they are in the other side of the planet right now. KHS here to try and reinforce Joba. They're going to go for a hold this time instead of playing for a full retake. Joba's forced out into the swing, and he's not able to get around the corner. Doesn't know where to fight. KHS at least trades himself out, but the A site is definitely going over. Here comes a showstopper for Aussie Frosty, but he's struggling to find an angle to get in. Eventually gets it, but again, it just tags one. No kill confirmed out of that, and it's all on Bing's shoulders with just a bulldog. And 9 bullets in his clip. Menace is low. He gets him. Menace swings a bit early.
What?
He even spots another, but the reload here is tough. Classic around the corner. You need to play tag here, and it's just not enough to get the job done.
I can't believe he's right into the flank there, up into heaven. That's actually incredible from being chilling. It's too bad it's not enough. And Camlord ensuring that nothing goes entirely wrong there for Fisher. 7 rounds already, and it's looking likely that they're going to be able to convert that into something a little bit further.
Especially with Tamu having to piecemeal abide together here. Only one real rifle in Joba's hands. Everybody else is working with Guardians at best.
Hey, put respect on the Bulldog.
Hey, hey, in Bing's hands, you know, now I'm feeling good about it.
Bulldog is better than the Guardian. Changed my mind.
Oh, woof. That's a hot take. I don't know, man. I can't win a fight in 1 bullet.
That's true.
Either
A little
way.
bit of a different look here. Stack up towards the A door.
Fisher
And
been going so fast in these last couple rounds.
Oh,
no! The Armageddon sent to no man's land. And KHS, yeah, he trades himself, but he's clobbered right afterwards. Menace with the showstopper, too. Just buying time, if nothing else. He sends it way wide, but it was about to run out anyways.
They got the kills there in Link, though. I mean, this is actually okay. This is just fine. Joba about to get double swung. The fact that Joba gets 1 there is incredible and opens the door for the rest of his team.
Getting out of this choke is hard, though. Smoke to try and buy some time. What a shot from Bing. He's been on it. Even if he didn't win the last round, he is going to try damn hard to win this one. Noble a little low, though. Recon bolt has to be destroyed. Time is ticking low. If Bing loses this fight, it's done. Noble gets back in just enough time, helping his buddy fight and keeping us at a close half. 7-5. Not bad for either team.
No. Could have been worse. And listen, in defense, even though I'm not really in agreement with it, in defense of that Armageddon, by the way, it's all about flooding through the breakable door in order to get back into the B site and answer the call. And it's in case there's anyone there to swing rubble, anyone there who's going to take the fight. I think it's a lot, but it actually worked brilliantly, even though there wasn't anyone there.
Now, Tamu, the onus is on them to attack. And it is worth noting, this is the side of the map for Fisher that we saw be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
Right? This is not where they succeeded yesterday versus Northwood. And of course, their composition doesn't lean toward this side of the map either. 7 is not bad, don't get me wrong. I think they might have even wanted a couple more rounds out of that, especially considering that they won the pistol.
I think so.
Now they're going to have to really prove this concept, prove this composition can work on the defense, when yesterday they really didn't find much on Northwood.
Northwood, definitely a significant beast, though, when it comes to that. Tamu just taking a little bit of contact, and not really much. Just
That's a
trade
slow
of
round.
utility more than anything out at Rubble. And then they'll reroute, just walk it back. Fisher, I mean, here's one of the difficulties of this composition is active gathering of info is a bit tough.
Just trying to contact here. They're hoping they've run into a Fisher player that has moved too far forward and tucked themselves into a cheeky corner. No such luck for Tamu, though. They're going to have to just bite the bullet and go for a C exec. But a nice read from Nuda. Gonna put the trap wire up. That's gonna catch at least one, make it so Muda can stop this in its tracks. Here comes the reinforcements as well. Bad, shield up, ready to help fight. Already 2 more fall, but Bad not able to trade out for more than that despite the shield. Muda still alone, and KHS dealing with him makes this a winnable round for Tamu, but they're running low on time, and both Fisher players are here.
They have the ability to play this slower. That is a massive scan, though, able to confirm both players, at least towards elbow side.
13 seconds left.
I mean,
they have to go for the plant.
Just,
Smoke here
yeah.
does... No, not even stall the time. 8 seconds, and now all you have to do is flood and kill the planter. KM Lord is hoping to get that done, but there's no time to plant. Menace just waltzes away. And doesn't even have to lift his arms, but he'll put in the pumps anyways.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta show for flair, for style, that you can do it, and I mean, he does it right there. Yeah, I think that they're waiting on the smoke, the cooldown to come up there for the dark cover. That is what I think it is. Unfortunately, they don't really anticipate how much utility minutes is able to have left. It has the paint shell, obviously, and has a couple of blast packs too. So the ability to pull minutes off of the spike, or pull the planter off of the spike plant is just far more than they anticipate.
Yeah. Still so much util that Menace was able to hold on to in that round because it was
It's a
on the other side of
pistol.
the map. It's a pistol.
Just-
But hey, he can spend it all on util because he knows, hey, the next couple rounds I'm just buying a Bucky. I got money to spend. I
And
don't
if-
need this. I
and
gotta save.
Okay, nice shot from Pat.
Hey, wait, good trades back though. KHS with one clip mows down a couple. You're gonna get the planter, but it cost him his life. 1v1 suddenly, and the upgrade has been found. KHS's position is known though. But he hits the shot! That's what we've been waiting to see from KHS.
I mean, not really waiting. We've actually been seeing that. I feel like KHS has been the most consistent member finding those star
this weekend,
moments
certainly.
over the whole weekend, to be honest with you. And it's been more or less the rest of the team not letting him down. That's far too strong, but still, I'm glad to see that's continuing to be the case as KHS has been playing incredibly.
I more so meant waiting to see today. But now
Fair.
we see it. So I'm happy. Always happy to see. Honestly, anyone frag.
I'm here for a good time. It's on to Fisher.
Yeah, flipping
gonna-
the anti-eco on their head. I mean, Fisher, a stack here on A. But Tamu, thus far, not really too interested in Rebel control. Menace is going to walk up with his Bucky. Of course he is. And there will be one player left there. It's Bad. Who's just going to hold on to that. Muta getting spotted. That's not going to be good for him. Yeah, and he gets blown away by the Aftershock. Bad does get Joba, who was leaving A, though. So now you really have to be concerned about this flank. And Javi even set up. I thought they were going to commit to the flank and go for it. But KM Lord already on the site, already starting the defuse. Didn't know Bing was behind him. So he's not going to be able to sneak that away. But things getting dicey. Are we just going to trade back-to-back low eco rounds, guys?
Seems like it. Austin Frosty's the only one who can have the impact.
It's not even
there.
planted for him.
Oh, but the blast pack able to get up. That's the half, but Javi off the spike and into the victory. That's a massive turn again. Thrifty, then into another Thrifty. These pistol rounds, they mean nothing this weekend.
And Tamu seemed a bit discombobulated in that round. It felt like once Joba died, it happened right about when the spike was getting planted. So a couple of players on Tamu are like, oh, well, they're coming from the flank. Let's pivot. Let's play from halls. You can see Bing up there. But other players like Austin Frosty and I believe KHS pivot back, and they're like, no, we're going to hold mount. And suddenly, Tamu is spread so thinly across the map. It's all on them finding timings, but because they're spread so thinly, they have to worry about so many angles. And Fisher find the one angle Tamu weren't looking from. I mean, unbelievable that KM Lord is able to sneak in there, and then the rest of the team pounces.
Yeah, I also, by the way, just the protocol to get them onto the site was good, and for it to then break down like that's a bit of a frustration. Menace and Bad, it's both on separate areas, and then Cam Lord gets into the mix. Being Chilling has helped to get into position here on B, but these Sheriff kills not seeming to lead into anything to add up to victory when Being Chilling still has the spike and has to play so aggressively.
KHS knows that there's going to be one coming from A too. Muta on his way. And Bing and KHS still committing to different fights here. Eventually they make the decision. Are they going to bait the plant? They still have a lot of time here. I thought for a moment they were going to bait the plant and try and head toward A.
No, they might just do that. I think they were just trying to force them off enough that they could buy space for that plant, but now a group back up, play together. At a disadvantage just isn't bad, but yeah, they're going to stick to it, stick with it. Being Chilling, running out of ammunition at this point. It's KHS, though,
That's
on the other
huge.
side. That is massive. You're right. They're still separated. The defenders right now, Fisher, are so split.
Finally, the comm comes in to leave it alone, or maybe not. Javi getting rid of KHS, and once again, it's all on Bing's shoulders. He's been left to his own devices.
I don't think
Already a
there's
couple
any way
times
he's
this series.
anticipating Menace.
No, Menace is here quick. He takes a tag. Only 16 health. He's so low. He has to play this so conservatively, and
I
Javi
like
is
this.
so healthy.
This is a cool reroute, though. You're going to never be anticipating the back of the site necessarily. It's going to be maybe the second, third position that you would look towards.
But surely Javi's got to at least clear this corner. He's at least got to look this direction, and he does. No headshot means no win for Bing. And that's another round on the board for Fisher.
And at that point, I think you got to give it up if you're Tamu. You've tried to fight the Force by Wars as best you can, but
To be fair, we've yet to see even a rifle round, honestly, for either team at this point, much less
Right.
both. Even here, money is a little bit tricky, but
I was just
we
about
will
to
manage
say,
rifles.
yeah, they did make concessions last round. They didn't full invest, so realizing that at the very least, this is going to be that round, that rare full buy that we've been looking for. Menace onto the judge.
Tamiya Maroon, now that they have actual rifles, they're going to pivot to a more standard setup, a 4-1. Joba lurking, not unfamiliar at all, and Menace even spotted. Nice timing from Joba, recognizing that Menace likes to play that position forward because he loves his judges and Buckies. Stealth Drone not spotting anything. That means Tamu decided to go. Hunter's Fury at the ready. Armageddon forcing players forward. Big Chilling just barely ready for that, but Bad swings in so quick, and him and Javi tear everyone asunder.
I mean, that's the entire thought process behind that composition. You want to be able to have that. It's a dynamic duo between Bad and Javi, able to take contact. Bad can survive, has the survivability, and Javi in sort of the same boat, but able to kind of be the second in off the back of that. And I also appreciate Fisher never kind of like giving them space to work with. Tamu break through, but they don't break through in such a dominant fashion that Fisher can't ready a retake immediately. Leads us into a victory. And Fisher, I feel like they're firming their grasps around Lotus at this point.
Finally, Tammy, we're going to go for a Rebel take. I say finally, like we're deep into the half, but it feels that way because Fisher are already on 11. This is Fisher's map pick. It wouldn't be the end of the world if Tammy were to lose here. But it would just be another time where I'm starting to think they might want to just start banning Lotus at the beginning of their series. It has not been going well for them this weekend across any time they've played it. Menace getting spotted by the Stealth Drone too. But look at the activity from Fisher on the map. Two players going out B, looking to encircle and enclose. And Joba, meanwhile, is over on C. He could give the con that C is free and clear.
From the shadows, maybe? The spike just been handed over to Big Chilling.
It's a bait. They're going back, but they don't know. Two players right here. KHS gets clobbered. Javi, good for two, and even has the not dead yet to fight more and more. Showstopper will shut that down, but that's an expensive investment just to clear the flank. From the shadows, took the spike to C, but Aussie Frosty just has to do as much damage as he can. He takes a bite out of Bad, but it's left to 2v4 to try and keep Tamu in this game, being in an important spot, but he doesn't know where these players are coming from. He spots one, gets a second. Bing, not quite the savior, at least at this moment, still a 2v1.
Yeah, but still very viable here for
Planted
Joba.
for Joba. He dodges the vulnerable. He gets spotted, but he clears the shield.
That's the hard one.
Muta's low too. And there goes the trap. Just keeping the planter off. Muta gets tagged, and he's just got no time. Even though he swings, he doesn't get back. And Tamu, it's expensive, but at least they win the round.
Man, things got so complicated in that round. It's very difficult to be able to find a way back out of that once you are essentially encircled, where you're closed in. There's no way to get back out of that situation. They only are bailed out by the fact that Big Chilling has from the shadows. They can get out of there. Quick thinking with regard to that. They toss the spike over to Big Chilling ahead of that rotation, understanding that that was a possibility, that they might run into resistance and they might need to take the coward's way out in some way, but the absolute perfect decision for the round win.
But it's still piecemeal for Tamu. They've just got to keep forcing at this point. They can't afford to play an eco round. They just don't have the time. But Tamu, I think, have started to realize that if they don't show anything toward Rubble, a lot of the time, Menace will overplay his hand on this side. Stealth Drone, though, I believe actually got stuck in the ruse there, the Clove Smoke. So didn't quite get the information. Joba not having much luck on that lurk through B either. So that pretty much forces Tamu's hand. They got to commit here, but they can't. Showstopper flying in. Menace doesn't spot anything, though. Tamu trying to cut noise, but one rifle is enough to at least Make sure that KHS deals some
Ooh.
damage. Well done, though. Tamu picking the perfect time to punish Menace for that push.
And the bad news is here, listen, Fisher, they had all that space, but they didn't actually take it, so they too are lacking information in the same way that Tamu is. That being said, they force forward, they try and take these fights, and unfortunately Noble's stuck.
Yeah, Noble not able to clear that effectively, but uses the fault line, and his team swings. That's the cohesion, the coordination we want from Tamu. And Fisher, now the question is, this isn't like the last round where they had dominant map control and could force Tamu somewhere else. Instead, Fisher are just wondering what Tamu's plan is. They're splitting back across the map now. Bad will hear this. Does he try and go for a timing? No. He's just going to play solid. Javi on the site. Won't be able to do anything because of a flash, but at least the kill contract means he's only fighting 2 instead of 3. Nice shot there, too, from Bad, and suddenly KHS is alone and had no idea where Javi was standing. Fisher on map point.
I'm a huge fan of Bad in that moment. I mean,
Absolutely.
Genuinely, it's so easy to try and take that fight because what you think in your head is that you're helping your teammate, you're playing delay, you're allowing for rotations, but in reality, by staying alive, you can just pop the kill contract, and as you highlight, man, that means that it's a 2-on-1 as opposed to a 3-on-1. That's infinitely more winnable there for the anchor that's actually on the site.
And this is a sad economy for the last round of the half if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Not even a Spectre in sight, man. That's tough stuff.
It's going to be a stinger business or nothing here for Tamu.
And Fisher realized it. I saw an outlaw there trying to punish these light armors from Tamu too. At this point, I mean, Tamu, when you have this many stingers, you should just form a hive. I'm looking for a swarm here. Stealth drone will be the first bug sent forward. And it should spot Menace as well. Yeah, it does. So now they know the Raze is hanging around. They'll spot that it's an outlaw too, so you got to be careful turning your corners now. If you're going to push in here, you need a flash. You need something to pull Menace off whatever angle he is watching.
Don't technically have to make the commitment here. To be fair, Joba had at least had some space over at A, is now returning to the rest of the team. Now the group up happening. It's all in here on C.
And 3 players. I mean, the cam covers so much info on Rubble. The trap wire's covering
Oh,
B.
that's the guard
Menace
gone.
finds one too. Oh, and then it's just Lambs to the slaughter. A flawless finish for Fisher as they take map number 1.
I mean, it kind of feels like the same thing as we kept seeing on Lotus. It's close, and then it's
And
not.
then it's not.
Yeah, a wildly different second half as opposed to that first. And Tamu really just never got into the mix. I think that ultimately, I don't think they ever got to play their own game. In position, they were broke all the time. They never really had money for guns, and unfortunately, I think that means that they felt as if they couldn't play their slowest style. They felt like they had to always be together, trying to take a fight, play the numbers game a little bit more.
Yeah, and Fisher, I mean, we're just so on it. I mean, we highlighted Bad here yesterday on Lotus. He still had a phenomenal performance. Javi annihilating, too. I mean, that's 4 First Bloods. Clove being the controller that can just fight is so good. I think for Javi specifically, I'd almost like to see him pick up Clove on more maps with how confident he plays on this one. And they're not dead yet. Look, I know it's a very skirmish-heavy style, but this is a team that wants to skirmish and wants to scrap. I mean, they're playing that double duelist. I don't know any other team that plays Raze and ISO on Lotus.
Yeah, I also think it's perfect because of Lotus. Like, the way the map works, you have to skirmish. You have to fight.
Yeah.
That's both defensively and offensively. That's really not the case on a lot of other maps. So
Yeah.
the fact that it's so big, that there's so many areas to brawl for, I think really lends itself to the way that Fisher are playing this with the Clove in particular. And yeah, I think Javi done a better job of literally anyone else doing that I have seen.
And one of the things I liked from Fisher that they did today that they weren't able to do yesterday against Northwood on their defense was their control of the map looked a little bit better on their defense. Their information looked a little bit better than it did on their defense previously. I think Muta did a phenomenal job, like we saw in that very last round, of being a bit more omnipresent with that Cypher utility and always being right where he needed to be.
Yeah, I think that can be one of the weaknesses. I kind of was highlighting it into the halftime. Can be one of the weaknesses of the composition that Fisher are running, but I think they know that more than anyone else does. They're aware of that, and we can see those adjustments that you're talking about as we've continued forward over the course of the series over this weekend. Ultimately, though, this isn't the end of the world for Texas A&M. I think we saw some positive signs, right? Big moments from being chilling. We had KHS continuing to play well. I think Aussie Frosty starting to come alive. Needs a little bit more, I think, but in general, Tamu did not look bad here, despite what the box score might
And
suggest.
you know, I would say I don't think they looked bad at all, but I will say as a team, I think it looked less confident in their decision making. Individually, I think they all looked absolutely
Yeah.
phenomenal. I mean, Bing had a great day. He had a really great day yesterday too against Maryville, if I remember correctly, on the second map they played. Actually, on Lotus, I think it was.
Sort of the only guy, unfortunately.
Yeah, true. But either way, I think individually they're doing just fine. But they just seem less confident in their decision making that I'm used to from TAMU, right? There were a lot of rounds where, oh, well, we've got some map control, but
Yeah.
what do we do now? Do we commit? Hey, Joba's on the lurk. Do we go over there? Where they didn't clear out mid a lot of the time, right? It didn't feel like TAMU were decisive.
No, and that's a little bit odd for them. I think it might have to do with the fact that they felt like they had to play a little bit more together. That's what we were kind of talking about. And again, I'm going back to it, but being broke all the time, it exacerbates any other issue that exists previously because you don't have that confidence
Yeah,
sometimes.
exactly.
So
Yeah.
it's a tough loss, but I think not the end of the world here for Texas A&M. What I will say though, man, Fisher are at a level that I had no expectation for coming into this event. I thought they might be the third best team here, and I think they've got an argument for number one.
Oh, well, they're going to have to solidify that argument on map 2 if they want to book their ticket to the main stage and have a chance to win our championship trophy presented by Aces. But first things first, we got Split. TAMU's map pick coming at all of you fine folks when we come back from a quick break.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. I think it's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
We are back nice and quick. We've got Split on docket. No time to waste as TAMU are going to try and bring this series back to a tied game and send us to Icebox.
They're going to need to, but Split has not been kind for them. We talked about it. We kind of discussed this up in our pregame, but this is a map that they've taken losses on recently. And unfortunately, I feel like they might be at a little bit lower confidence at. I praise them for continuing to go for this, and I don't disagree with what I said then. It doesn't change the fact that when you're down a map in a series, that's when your mental is tested the most.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in a series that if you lose it, you're done. At least for NECC, they got a lot of other games to play today, so maybe they would, just wipe it off and move on to the next one. But either way, you want to be able to get to the main stage. I mean, that's the most fun part. So, if TAMU want to be able to do that, they've got to win their map of Split. And despite, look, we were talking about we need to see confidence from TAMU. Good. They're picking Split still. Great. That shows confidence.
It does.
Split, though, has not been that great of a map for them, at least this weekend. Historically, it's a very good map. It's a map that TAMU love to play. They have a lot of creative ideas here, too, at least throughout their history as a team. But this weekend has been tricky. They lost a very close overtime versus CSP yesterday, and then got blown out of the water by Maryville in CVAL.
Yes, they did. And listen, I think the CVAL loss is not that big a deal. I think
Yeah.
Maryville have been playing incredibly well right now. That I'm not worried about. The CSP situation, that's what's a little bit more worrying, especially because I think that game, that was first map of that series, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that was the one that went close, only because CSP had a big lead and then kind of took the foot off the gas a little bit. So even the fact that that was a close game was a little bit incorrect. You just look at the score, but not really.
Yeah. Uh, at least it shows that they're willing to fight back and fight tooth and nail.
That's
right?
something that Tamu's never had an issue with.
Exactly.
They're a team that there's a lot of teams that have struggled with the mental, but I know we've been talking about it a lot. Tamu's a team that I will never count them out. I think they can make any comeback happen. I've seen them make comebacks in even like best of fives before. It's possible. I believe in that. The issue is that, this map in particular, after the weekend they've had, that's the hard part.
It's been a busy weekend for TAMU, too. They might be a little bit tired. Fisher, on the other hand, has kept their schedule free and clear. I mean, actually, Fisher Tea Party largely has just kept their schedule free and clear. This is the tournament that they have been playing. This is the tournament that they've been working on, right?
Yeah.
Because there can only be one Fisher team in, the highest division of CVAL, and other tournaments do that as well. This is the tournament where Fisher Tea Party have decided this is going to be their best chance, right?
Yeah.
So this is the tournament they're committed to, and thus, they're fresh. They're feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good, looking good too. That's the other thing. I mean, I mentioned maybe a hot take about having an argument for looking like one of the best teams in this tournament. I think that is true. They have an argument for that. The way that Fisher has been able to come out and look incredibly competitive every single map that they've played, or incredibly dominant even in some cases. They pulled out a Sunset that we really didn't anticipate, that we didn't really know a lot of, and they played very well on that and didn't even really have to show much of their strategy. They dominated so hard. I think that this is a lot that this Fisher team has kind of maybe cooked up. That's what I'm peeking behind the curtain a little bit, but that's the way I'm feeling about it.
Yeah, and to me also, the fact that Pearl was let through as the decider yesterday, but Fisher decided to ban Pearl today, shows to me that they have done at least a little bit of the homework. They know that TAMU is more than comfortable on Pearl as well. So the fact that TAMU is going to keep going with Split is something that Fisher would have been prepared for.
Alrighty, getting into the selection and getting an eye on what the vibes are. This is a little bit flipped, but if assuming the top is actually Tamu, since it's Tamu players, pretty much what we would anticipate.
Nothing too surprising from either composition. Javi still rocking the Clove, which is what I want to see, honestly. Aussie Frosty on the Yoru, too. This is that more modern look at a map like Split. Actually, wait, no. Now that I'm looking at Fisher's composition a little bit more closely, what is going on here? We've not seen Sky pop up in a long time on this map. I mean, they've got the Clove, which I guess is of the oddities is most normal. Brimstone? Brimstone?
Yeah.
Where'd he come from?
I kind of like glazed over that, to be honest, because in my head I'm like, insert controller player here. You know what I mean?
Wait, it's even double controller comp.
That's
but not
why
double controller with the Viper, which is normally what happens.
Precisely, yeah. This is a little bit surprising. Tamu not as much or really at all. But okay, old mega aggressive over at A.
Oh man, this comp is just so that they can fight every single round, isn't it? I mean, unfortunately, they gambled wrong this time around. They flipped the coin, it came up A, and Tamu wanted B and went B. So here comes the spike plant that Fisher in the post plant will be playing a player down.
On the upside, they're going to have a lot of controller utility potentially to get this back in here as they just flood in from heaven. Okay, never mind. Everybody getting a piece of this one for Tamu. It seems as it's flawless on the pistol.
They didn't even have to sweat for that, man.
Nope.
That was one of the easiest pistols Tamu's ever won in their career. I mean, valiant effort from Fisher, of course, but look, it's pistol round. I want to see this comp with utility from Fisher before I make any judgments that are too harsh.
Agreed on that point for sure. I think in the business they call that freelo though for that pistol round. I think that's what they call it. I've been told by reliable sources. Good news though, Tamu. I mean, getting a pistol round off the rip, that's always going to feel good, and especially when it's so easy. Hey, look what Menace has.
I'm shocked.
Look, this is my shocked face.
I was about to say that exact same thing. Get out of my head. Dude, again, Fisher are all the way up in mid. But again, they lose somebody and immediately curl away.
I mean, you have two choices when that happens. You can either ultra commit and maybe lose the round, or you can fall back. I think this is understandable considering the weapons they have.
Oh, Menace, you can't be losing that fight to a ghost, man. Not with the Bucky, not with your signature Bucky. Ooh, Aussie decides he doesn't want to be that far up anymore. Instead, he's going to regroup with Joba and just hold this space. Re-swings pretty quick. You don't expect him to have TP'd that close, honestly. And you definitely don't expect Joba to be already there.
Javi gonna give this one a go, but being chilling tucked in, I mean, the best hope for this is get an extra kill.
He might catch KHS off guard here. Nope.
Might have, but didn't. Yeah, only thing they lose in that whole round there, Tamu, is a ghost. A little bit of utility on the Euro, obviously, but as a whole, Texas A&M loving life right now on split. And now we get into the real meat and potatoes of this thing. Joba.
This is a very nice bonus, though.
Are you taking a page out of Menace's book?
No, he didn't take a page out of Menace's book. He stole Menace's book. That's the Bucky he took from Menace. He's just not upgrading because it's the bonus round.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Straight up theft. All right.
I call that spoils of war.
Ooh, I like this setup from Tammy. The stealth drone clearing for Aussie Frosty to go. If they spot anything, it would have been a fault line from Noble down in sewer, but instead Aussie Frosty gets all the way up ramp for free. Does get stopped by a trap wire. I like that placement from Muda. Oh, timing here is going to be so important. Oh, just barely gets the gun out in time, but Muda still swings him right, and Joba couldn't even get the cover.
Yeah,
Bad doing a phenomenal job.
Double swing there, gonna do a lot of work. Javi stunned in the back of the site and gonna get paranoid as well. Being chilling surely gonna be clearing. That still goes down with Camelot's support. It's all over from that point on. Noble gonna try and bring this back, but I think he might be cooked. Nice shot though, at least a start. Name of the game here, more damage, more good.
Hey. Second one down. Noble ain't gonna be mad about that. Good fundamentals from Fisher in those first couple of engagements though. Bad and Muda, then KM Lord and Javi, all working together very well. And then maybe they got a little silly once they tried to take down Noble, but it's okay.
Yeah.
The angle's perfect! And now Noble just needs to find one more. Muda's even on this side. Didn't even know where he came from. The spam too softens him up, but the time is just so low. Muda barely holding his nerve there and getting the timing on him.
If he had a Vandal, honestly think he wins that one.
That's still 4 guns down and armor broken on Muda too, dude. Like, look, they won the round, but they can't buy.
Doesn't feel like it.
That's tough stuff for Fisher.
Yeah, they really can't buy it. What are we doing here?
No, they're full broke. It is just the one rifle that Muda is gonna do. They're gonna save otherwise, and Menace is gonna do Menace things.
I know teams do this. I'm just not a fan. I think you win the round, you keep up the pressure. You just got to. That's my brain.
Well, it's tough too because the lost round bonus, you don't have that luxury off a normal eco, right? So you have to save even more. You can't look. Javi doesn't even have light armor here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the all-in maneuver, especially with how effective with lesser weapons we've seen Fisher be. Regardless, Armageddon online here for Tamu. If they were to want to invest it, it'd be ideal not to, considering what we know. But I don't know that Tamu are going to anticipate that.
Pretty passive from Tamu to start off. They got confident B control.
Well,
But it's just holding to see if Fisher have been playing forward a lot.
Yeah.
So Tamu really just waiting to make sure that they do their due diligence. Let's wait to see. Let's try and catch Fisher if they push us.
I
But
mean,
after that doesn't happen in the first 40 seconds, they're getting ready to go.
Tamu know the same things we do. This comp's built to fight. So see if they're going to give that to you. Hand it over for free. Not
also-
so much.
It also has an annoying amount of information stalling, though. Not as much. No, actually, it has a pretty good amount of hard stall, too, with the paint shell and the molly from Brimstone. But a lot of information. I mean, you can just constantly throw a smoke, throw a smoke, throw a smoke, throw a
Yeah.
smoke. There's no soft clearing things and contacting against this Fisher composition.
Oh,
You're
that's
in
lovely.
so much trouble. I love that stun into the Armageddon. Nothing Muta can do about that.
I think Salvo underneath that, and so the fault it's like everything ready. Fault line comes in, and the Armageddon's covering everything behind. This should be the free way to close things out. Nice shot from Bad. Never
Bad,
mind.
hello?
Hold on. We're changing the game. Bad. Still.
That's a
working.
shotgun. Oh, no, Noble. He had no idea. And now it's all on KHS. He knows there's one up top that he has to deal with, but he has to stop the spike from being diffused. And he can't even do the first part of the plan.
Oh my goodness! There's such long ranges on that retake. How in the world are we seeing Sheris and a Bucky retake on A in that fashion? I'm blown away.
I think you owe the post-win eco an apology.
I don't know that I do. I don't know that I do.
No, you're good. This is just an eco kind of series, I guess.
I
Speaking
think
of,
I owed
Tamu.
I owe Fisher an apology. if
We'll
anything,
take that. We'll take that.
for doubting them.
A light buy here from Texas A&M.
See, in contrast, I love that. Have a lot, but make sure you can buy next round.
Rolling Thunder's still available too. Outlaw will do its job. KHS didn't have enough to stand up to that.
One word into this, and Fisher already have themselves that little bit of an advantage. Great positioning, though, from Austin Frosty. Going to team up with Joba. Make this a little bit more difficult. They don't know that this is a possibility. Oh, no, but the fact is that they see the gun around the corner. So first and foremost, great work out of Bad as they get more done. This is Bad just able to sit and wait. It's interesting seeing Bad on an agent like the Brimstone, to be honest.
Oh, Bing chilling, trying to get a bit more done here. At least upgrades to a rifle. The heal coming in on Amuda too. Pretty much undoes all of his work. The spike plant's not bad. Texas A&M needed that money anyways. But really, I mean, Noble has to be the it factor here. They'll know that Bing went to site. And now they'll really know that Bing went to site. Bing, good for a couple, but unfortunately it's just too much to ask to 1v4 in that situation. And Fisher take the lead.
This Fisher team never one to sit back to take it. They're always going to get into the mix, and I think we saw that throughout that round. Also, I'm appreciative. I like how, despite losing so much space over in mid, like there's full zips control. Aussie Frosty is as deep as it really gets. Tamu, they had all that, and yet Fisher, they knew all the gaps. They were aware of exactly what was going down the whole time. And then you can put Bad in a position where, normally this guy's taking more aggressive fights, is comfortable in those scenarios, and you put an aimer like that in more passive positions. It's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, as much as I didn't like this composition when we first spotted it, Fisher are making it work.
I only have a problem with compositions that aren't logically consistent.
That's fair. And this is at least a logically consistent composition, albeit
Exactly.
I think an inflexible one.
That is true. Everything has its weaknesses.
Wow. Seeker's going out pretty early here to make sure that Tamu didn't scale all the way into vents. Unfortunately, I mean, if Tamu had done that, Fisher would look like geniuses. Unfortunately, they didn't, so the Seekers really just buy some peace of mind for Fisher Tea Party, and not even that much of it, as the re-clear can come quickly. But no, Aussie Frosty had no idea that Javi was hanging out here, and Javi looking to trade himself out. I think he maybe wanted to go a little bit further back to res with the not dead yet, though. In the smoke is pretty bold when you know Bing Chilling is right there.
Yeah, being chilling pretty comfortable inside smokes, as we know. Menace is still technically here, and Wade's going to slip into the ruse. This is actually deadly. This is spicy from Wade, grabbing one, and at the same time, the Brimstone comes in to finish the job. Wade with 3, and inside this ruse is deadly.
A ruse indeed is what Mueda and Javi just pulled off. Another benefit of the Clove, Javi can go up and fight and still play for his team. Look at these guys. They're living for it, dude. They're so excited that that round worked out. So sneaky, that play.
It is. Especially when you get kills in mid like they did. To anticipate another player coming up, like you're coming up through mail and you're thinking, okay, well, we have heaven control. That's ours already.
Yeah.
We might need to deal with Midas, who was on the site but had pushed forward. The fact that there's someone inside the ruse is going to be mind-boggling.
And it's an I and a T that got neither dotted nor crossed by Tamu. I mean, you have to have someone watching just to see if somebody is swinging for heaven. They leave KHS in mail because they're like, oh, we don't want to play from heaven, so we don't need to look there. But, guys, you still need the information. You still need to know if there's somebody coming toward you. And that ruse, if somebody had been watching for back heaven, wouldn't have done anything for Muta.
Nothing whatsoever. See what Tamu can offer up coming to this next one. Fisher, already really a big fan, though, right now of how things are working out for them. Aussie Frosty, big opener to deliver. That's a minutes down. Still had the operator from last round. Joba just fully caught off guard by Mueda, who's pushed all the way through. That's such a surprise.
Muta's positioning is unpredictable, and it's throwing Tamu for a loop. They were getting ready to pivot back toward A because of all that ramp control that he had gotten. How do we not clear this position? You have to clear hell. Unreal that Tamu didn't. Oh, no. Vincent.
This is bad.
This is not what Tamu want.
Listen, it's one thing not to catch the clear. It's another thing to not turn around and it to be traded. At the very least, that's a breakdown in communication. Almost certainly, you would have to think for Tamu. Yeah, that's a very worrying sign. Ooh.
Fisher are doing a phenomenal job. And it doesn't even feel like they're having to lift that much of a finger. They're just playing so naturally in these positions that, I mean, don't get me wrong, Muta's positions are unorthodox. I can't fault Joba for getting caught off guard there, right?
I just want to point out as well, Aussie Frosty got the opening pick last round too, and it went that way. Great dimensional drift. This is going to clear tons of space. That's another unexpected moment from Wada. It doesn't work out for what seems like the first time.
And Aussie doesn't get out of there. He commits to the dimensional drift, and Javi's still on the site. He gets 1, 2, 3 for his troubles, and doesn't struggle even so much as slightly.
I mean, this is what you can have as well. Javi can play this confident when you have another controller into the mix on this composition. I think this allows Javi to get activated. Will finally go down, but Joba's on 8 health. Got the shield now, but...
Hey, dodges the paint shells. That's the first step. And, oof, nearly died to the spam. Bad going forward. It's calmed, too, that he's so low. Look, the shorties are out for Menace and Bad. The second that spot comes through, it's the tiniest little jiggle that they're going to need. Honestly, if I'm Joba, I'm heading for the hills.
I mean, yes, but where? Where do you
Is
go?
he going for the wrap here? He's going to try and make this play still. Wow, okay. I mean, hey, fair enough, Joba. If you believe in you, far be it from me to doubt. But unfortunately, missing those first couple of shots. Yeah, Menace good on the movement, good on the reaction to throw Joba off.
Yeah, if there's more of a first bullet accuracy on that, maybe there's a chance, but no. It's going to be ended up the same situation. Tamu, honestly, I'd love to see a timeout here.
We have not seen a Tamu timeout this week. There we go. Perfect timing. All right, you get that one. Nicely done. Especially going into such an important round. I mean, not Toxic Strain. Viper's Pit is up. Armageddon's up. And again, plays like this have been good from Tamu. Right, like Bing is on it. This is a great trade. Him and Joba punishing the not dead yet. Like mechanically,
they lose this round.
Still there. Like, their fundamentals of how they play off each other still doing largely okay. But it's the just the way they clear.
Well, and so much is unexpected as well from this composition. I think that's also part of it. You know, we can't undersell that fact. So. Big moments of surprise can put you off kilter, and that's what we're seeing Tamu.
I bring this quote up a lot. One time when I interviewed the ex-C9 player Jake, before he was on C9, still playing on UST in
Right.
Collegiate, one of the things he said is he prefers to scrim Tier 1 teams and lose and get clobbered, because at least he can predict the things the Tier 1 teams are doing. The things they do are standard, are sensible. When you play against Collegiate teams, a lot of the time, they're throwing you off and beating you just because they're doing things you'd never see coming, and it feels like that's what's happening to TAMU right now.
Yes, it is, but Fisher are doing it in a measured way, in a way that is absolutely working to the best of their ability. Menace tosses the shot down, misses the mark. In on that one is Austin Frosty. It's not with the best of weapons, but upgrade on from the Stinger up to the Vandal. And they should get the spike down. They will. And the Viper's Pit starts in the right direction. KHS one-tapped him out of the sky with that judge. But now the Viper got to play in her pit with being chilling right behind. Not dead yet. Comes flying in. And that's going to give them a ton of information. Unfortunately, pulls back and doesn't see the second. Joba going to get there. And it's a 1v1. Cam Lord ready to roll. But Joba stepped outside of their smoke. Ready to get that Thrifty rolling.
Fisher tried their hardest there. I thought individually they did phenomenal. Using the Not Dead Yet to scout was fantastic from Javi. But Joba, this time, you were talking about taking things out of Fisher's book. Joba took the Bucky earlier. This time he's taking those unorthodox, slippery positions away from Muta. Unbelievable how he weaves his way through that Viper's pit.
So,
masterful even.
Off the back of that timeout, it's a decisive play. Even though they weren't on the best of buys, that was a thrifty round, that was ecoing, but they were willing to use their ultimates in order to win that round. I think that that's something that this Fisher team isn't going to be prepared for.
And being decisive is something we said we needed to see from TAMU. If they play the last 3 rounds of this half with the same level of decision, I have more confidence. And look at this. Confident take. Even though they lose Noble, they've gotten the site, and they've gotten rid of Menace too, who tried to fly in. Comms, clearing players out. TAMU are refreshing and getting themselves back into this series.
Yeah, 1 round at a time, 1 kill at a time. That's what's happening. And the good news now as well is that they should be in position to confirm this. 2-on-4, I just don't see the world, especially with how split these guys are, Xavi.
Now, it is critical to note, though. I think Javi is in a great place to play for exits, and maybe not even play for exits now. 2v3, he isolates Bing on that angle, but couldn't quite find the shot. A decent effort, and the comms were there. Muta knew where he wanted to look, but Joba catches him off guard. Another good round from TAMU.
All these looks as well in the cameras, TAMU still measured.
Yeah.
I think as much as we saw some worry moments, and we're still not out of those woods yet. That's also a good sign.
Fisher's economy has been broken as well. Yes, they won a lot of rounds in a row, but keep in mind, many of those rounds were at least somewhat close.
And, I mean, they like to play aggressive, so losing some
So
on
they
exits too.
Look, they win a lot of rounds, but it's never without shedding their fair share of blood.
Right. Not any of those big ticket ultimates, though, for TAMU to work with in this round. Showstopper opposing them. Mailroom could be interesting, but Salvo going to make that a little bit more tough. Pushes Minutes back.
The mid push is one of the more difficult, though, because of just the rotating smokes, the ruse, the sky smoke, ruse, sky smoke, ruse, sky smoke. You never really have an angle. Joba has fallen now, too. Javi pushing out for more, trying to fight KHS. Here comes the concuss, though, and that does fall people back. Muta, just stuck here. There's no way he gets out of that. The decay will delay TAMU, though, long enough for at least one more rotate. Ooh, Menace caught with his knife out. That's a tough look.
Javi's still alive, though. This is going to be difficult. The ruse buys even more time, more space.
Javi's dangerous. He's tucked into this corner. He's already found yet another. He sees the toe. He's hunting for Bing. But Bing takes shelter in his own ruse. Unfortunate for Javi. And now Bad was just a sheriff. It would have been impressive if he got one. TAMU fighting back. I mean, I was all but thinking this series was over just a few short rounds ago. And now TAMU are really back in this.
Yeah, and they're 1 round away from making that next step forward. I also want to point out, though, before we get there, I think Fisher's comp on the attack side is
will get much stronger.
Going to be very good.
Yes.
All that to say, though, this recovery is a requirement. And crucially as well, we're talking about TAMU saving a little bit for this last round. They've got the Dimensional Drift. I'm a big fan of being able to get that. It's not been the most effective yet, but if Aussie Frosty uses it in a more dominant way as opposed to more explorative, then here we go.
Same dimensional drift we saw last time, up through Mail. Have to imagine he's not going to play the same exact commitment. Still kind of goes for it, though. And it goes just about the same way as last time.
Yeah, but they had so much utility to actually set that up. That should have been better. Somehow, KM Lord able to adjust the spray and just get the one bullet required. That had no business being a flawless round for Fisher.
Yeah, I just think the timing there is a little bit funky. Even with all of the util, the problem is you're just one gun. Right?
It's true.
And you're so fast as the Yoru, there's no world in which Aussie Frosty isn't fighting a 1v2 there, right? There's no 2v2 possible, there's no 3v2, there's no way, even if Aussie Frosty gets one and gets traded, you lose all of that space that he garners, right? I understand the concept from TAMU. I think that individual plan is maybe something that they're going to want to workshop through a little bit more, but no time for that now. They've got to get on to the defense here. 7-5, perfectly acceptable for an attacking half, considering their composition and this map.
Yeah.
But now's when they really need to shine and put a stop to Fisher. They've got a good anticipation here. Guided salvos and the fault line. Teeing up KHS and Aussie Frosty good for one, but they swing out into Muda, who just takes their heads easy peasy.
Yeah, and even though they unfortunately they did a lot of damage there to Fisher, the overgrowth makes that irrelevant. They're able to heal that back up for the most part, so all good as the reroute comes through. Javi is so deep. This cutoff is massive. The only question mark is being chilling.
And you can't imagine Bing is good for more than one here. He's good for it. But Muda shutting him down. Muda's been huge on these pistol rounds, too. He's great with that ghost. And Javi, I mean, assassinating Aussie Frosty all the way in the back.
Yeah, how about a Noble 1v3?
Or Joba, rather.
That's the requirement. Has all the utility. Aftershock here, flashpoints, but doesn't even get started. Can't even begin. Javi inside their own ruse. And good for another one. That's a triple kill from Wade that you just highlighted. But beyond that, Fisher, willing to fight at every single turn. The fact that TAMU were in the right spot and it still doesn't work out, that's good news for Fisher's comp.
And great news for Fisher's momentum. Pistol round when you were already winning puts TAMU's backs against the wall. Bucky's even being grabbed by KHS and Joba here.
And I'm getting flashbacks. This could be the start of another economic nightmare that we saw in Lotus. That, I think, biggest problem for them.
We need some sort of star power, it feels like. There needs to be a spark to light for TAMU so that they can heat back up into this match. Now's maybe not this exact moment because it's pistol round, but we're getting to the point where,
well,
maybe even looking for hero plays would not be wrong. Unfortunately, the Bucky lands on Noble's head, so there's not much he's going to be able to do to be a hero right now. At least a spike plant for Fisher without too much trouble. And Aussie Frosty pretty low as well. Ooh, Bucky fight! Bucky fight! Let's go! Come on! Don't spot him. Oh, man!
Trailblazer got him.
And the flash, too.
They really don't want the Bucky fight to happen, Menace. Okay, now he knows.
Everybody else leave. Let it be a Bucky fight. No, Bing gets in on the action. Can't get away with the Bucky, though. And now Joba, yeah, he's snuck in, but there's not much you can do with a Bucky from here.
Yeah, not even the right click going to be good enough. One step forward, though. And a lot of damage. I mean, considering the investment, I think TAMU should be happy with a couple of kills there. They don't let Fisher get too far out of the range of or the realm of reason. With a lead in. Texas A&M. This is a great opportunity. I just realized that Menace is 2-10. It hasn't even been required.
No, like I said, it feels almost casual for Fisher right now. How they've been able to get ahead in this game. Another strong attempt at A, and another round where Aussie just goes silently. At least KHS will trade him back.
Too many times Aussie's getting killed either in the opening pick, even if it's traded. Ooh, great adjustment. That's still an even trade.
Joba trading himself out. KHS on a great angle. Manages to catch Bad unaware. He's committing for the second fight. KM Lord has the advantage. He knows what's going on here. And he's got his buddy to reinforce him through mid, too. Neural Theft's going to reveal where
Noble's
these
still here.
few players are hiding. Both of them toward A. I almost wonder if Fisher are going to try and pivot here. Paranoia, but the cam doesn't get blinded by that one. And I see a world where Fisher try and go through vent.
They're going.
And they're going through vent. Bing has read into this. He's on his way to the B site, and Noble is playing containment, making sure that no one can chase him.
On his way. Bro, he's already there. He's been here, been chilling. Oh, just gets spotted. That's devastating. Shrouded Step going to be heard. Escape made at the very least. Still needs to stay alive. Survival, the name of the game for the moment. Wait for the rotation to come back in.
And now Noble is the X factor. They don't know where he is. They have to clear through, but they're choosing to go all the way through until that trap wire gets destroyed. But now they're stuck a little bit out in no man's land. That's not where you really want to be standing. The ruse used by Javi gives the opportunity to isolate, and it's beautifully done by Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, a moment where the Clove can now help out there as well, especially from the grave. That's part of the power that Clove provides. You know, the ability to play aggressive, yes, but then not to be punished for it in addition to that. Also, great tripwire to have in a post plant. You're just never going to be anticipating that. That allows them the freedom to go searching. I know it put them in a bit of a tougher position that you were talking about. That's true, but it also allows them freedom to actually take a fight and maintain some space on this site. Great work out of Fisher and a big win as well. Tamu, it's almost as if we were talking about it before. The money troubles continue.
Won't continue for long at this rate unless Tamu can find some sort of miracle. That's not what they were hoping for. Joe was just getting spammed. An Odin on the attack on Brimstone. Bad, put it away. Put it away. This is too silly.
There is nothing too silly for this
Somebody
Fisher team.
come get your man. What is this dude doing?
He's having a good time.
Well, that's what I hope all the players are
Yeah,
having.
we're here to play some video games, some goofing off. When you're 10-5, I might not do it, but I'm not Fisher.
Alrighty. After that one pick, I mean, Tamu are just spread a little bit more thin across the map.
A little bit? They are so thin over here today. It's devastating.
Fisher, I mean, it's just like clockwork that they absolutely dominate KHS. Fisher making this look easy. Noble at least aware that a player is on their way through vent. Being caught by the decay, they're going to have to wait even longer. Javi overplaying his hand a little bit, but I say that he's got a great hand of cards. He can just play the next one because he's not dead yet. He's going for more here. Sets up his buddy. K-Amlord does trade that pretty well. All right, bad. Yeah, no, you're not getting away with that, buddy. The jumping Odin? Come on.
I was trying to be a bad defender. I'm no longer a bad defender. I've had to concede that point. Grave Crossfire, this should be nigh impossible, though, to break through. For being chilling. Time becoming a factor now as well.
Oh, they're messing with them! Fisher toying with their food, dude. Didn't anyone teach these guys you gotta use a fork and knife?
I guess not, but also, I'm going to keep it a buck. This scoreline is not close, but this game has been close. There's been a ton of rounds that have been down to the wire, down to the clutches, pretty much the whole way through, so I'm a little blown away that Fisher are getting so silly so fast. Regardless, it's still 11, and it's still this massive lead.
They picked up the Odin for bad, man. I can't. I can't.
No, he's just got a
Oh, no, he
shorty.
was trying to buy another. Okay, actual rifle round for Fisher Tea Party. They realize this is an important one. They have to put their boot on the throat now. Snuff out Tamu's chances of winning.
Don't give him any hope. The bad news is for Tamu, they don't have any of these big ticket ultimates. They don't really have those available to themselves, so I think going to be a little bit more difficult, and it's not so easy with Tamu's composition to rotate smoke after smoke after smoke into this position.
Joba getting away from the multiple swings that were heading his direction. Snakebite buys some time as well. Not great for Bang, though, getting caught over in B main. This B split is all but a certainty. Joba dropping into hell, hoping for a favorable angle. He can't pick Manus out of the air, but at least he'll get rid of Javi. Javi can still do his job post-mortem, though. Those smokes are still coming in, and Noble caught up by the sky smoke here. Dude, he thought about it. He thought about trying to stop that spike plant, going for a hero play.
I mean,
But he'll wait for his team.
They really need a hero play, and well, 3-on-4 might be just that. There is still the orbital strike available. That's the tough part, and yeah.
There's one tucked all the way in mail as well. Noble can fight as hard as he'd like, but there's no way that KM Lord is up here. Perfect timing, he spots Noble. The fault line goes out as a death knell, but KHS falls. And it is map and match point for Fisher Tea Party.
I don't even think they needed the orbital strike, to be honest. Just had that just in case they needed anything. And I think overall, Fisher, they are catching everyone off guard with the way that they want to play right now. It is not something that they're going to be seeing in scrims, not something that they're going to be seeing in officials, nothing whatsoever. It's oppressive.
Muta has slipped the net every single time. The net isn't even made for a fish of his size at this point. He just always gets through.
When there's so much space being created by duelists essentially across the map, it's easier.
Armageddon quick here. Oh, I wish Austin would swing, but he's going into a judge. He swung a little late. Would have liked to see it earlier when that Armageddon first came down. Showstopper out now. Hail Mary up top. Noble with a classic somehow gets two.
What?
I mean, if there was ever going to be a hero play, it would be that, but it doesn't seem like enough. TAMU, 2v3, not unwinnable, but Joba and Bing have to find the perfect time, and Bing doesn't have enough confidence. He can't get out this smoke. Even the Trailblazer stopping him in his tracks.
Oh,
Joba being
Joba.
watched for the timing here is huge. Bad cut on the iPad. Makes it a 2v2.
Spike going down uncontested, though, at the very least. That's going to lead them a little bit of time to regroup. Back up towards heaven, it looks like, as well for Joba. So they're going to try and play it more together. Being Chilling still has to wait all those smokes out. That's so frustrating.
Nightmarish to try and make this happen right now. Just having to clear through every single smoke, at least a one-way.
Fisher are so
on
stuck.
sign. Nice shot from Joba. It's all on Muta. He's been a hero thus far. He's good for one, and he swings over to Bing. Fisher get it done in 13-5 fashion. They're on their way to the mage stage to get their chance at revenge against Northwood.
Oh, and revenge. It would be so nice after the way things went down just yesterday for that Fisher College team, considering how close that was. But dominant, man. Dominant on split. I mean, the worries about TAMU, I think, validated, but I don't even think any of those reasons are why it was so one-sided. That composition, for me, is so difficult to play against, because it's not just about the aggression. It's just not just about how often you're going to be taking fights. It's also Moeda, who we've been talking about pretty much the whole way through that map. They were able to find the gaps in the armor.
Absolutely. So well done there by Moeda. I mean, what an impressive map number 2 from him. Just dominance from Fisher Tea Party. And TAMU, I can't help but feel that it's a bit of fatigue for them. Right? They got a lot going on here. Again, they're in 4 different competitions that they are all playing from here at the Boeing Center at Techport.
Well, and just to be clear, last weekend they were at CECC.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's a situation where, weekend after weekend, you got to find a way to stay strong. I feel like that definitely had to do with it. And, as much as I feel like it's maybe a little bit unfair, I think Austin Frosty in particular, the it factor that we typically anticipate to see from Texas A&M, got shut down in the series that you and I got to see more often than not. Whether, in this case, it was just in those opening fights, those aggressive duels, he was ineffective in comparison to what we were seeing from Fisher.
Fisher are just on it today, man. That's the kind of form you want to be in if you want to try and get your revenge on Northwood. Keep in mind, Fisher caught Northwood off guard yesterday, but it was tricky for them on the other 2 maps. Northwood were a bit more dominant there, but maybe if this Fisher shows up, that won't quite be the play. Let's take a look back on our Extron game-winning moment from this match. Just insane at the end here. I thought for sure we were going to another round. That flick is nasty from Muta.
90-degree plus type of flick vibe, and I gotta say, basically everything going right for Muta as a whole over the course of that map.
Over the whole game, honestly. Even on the first map, Muta was able to set up so effectively. We saw those Cypher setups change from the way that Muta was playing yesterday on Lotus, much more omnipresent when he needed to be, and then very decisive on the site TAMU was always ending up hitting, the site that Fisher were always funneling TAMU toward. I mean, just phenomenal Cypher play.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about able to have the biggest impact, I think it's super helpful. This is kind of the comparison that I was trying to draw there at the end of the map. When you have so many individuals taking contact elsewhere and everywhere, it's a little bit easier to try and suss out where those openings are, because unfortunately the opposition is also just rotating quickly. They're often going to give more information away because of how aggressive that comp is. So I think that Moeda is incredibly easily activated in comparison to a more traditional composition. It's not all up to that. Was finding the perfect timings, and as we just saw with our extra moment, it was hitting the shots.
An explosive map, not just from Moeda, but an explosive series from that entire team of Fisher. But the series is, well, the gameplay is done. The series continues technically, because we're going to come back in just a moment with our Wenzel's player of the match. So stay tuned. We'll be back with an interview after this quick break.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah,
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got our Wenzel's player of the match joining me, Muta. I mean,
Hey there.
Look, even outside of that very final play, it seems like you, and honestly, all the guys at Fisher Tea Party were on fire today. You guys are feeling good, aren't you?
Yeah, we're feeling great today.
Nice. Well, I mean, you've officially booked your ticket down to the main stage. You'll be up there in a few
Yeah, I'm
short
excited to play.
hours.
Excited to play on the stage.
Yeah, good. That's what I like to hear. So let's walk back. Let's talk to me about this whole series. So coming into this one, I saw you guys banned Pearl. Was that more so because you didn't want TAMU to play it, or more so because after how it went with Northwood
Yeah,
yesterday?
I want to say Pearl was a map we were feeling strong coming into this tournament with, but it felt uncomfortable yesterday, and so we decided to opt for just maps that we know we can just kind of play loose on. And so Pearl's one of those maps require a lot of cohesion and planning behind it. So yeah, we felt like a split and other maps like that would be better, like Lotus.
Nice. Staying flexible. I mean, that's important to do, especially in a LAN environment. So let's talk Lotus then, because that was another map that you lost to Northwood
Right.
yesterday, but you were still willing, out of the two, you were more willing to keep Lotus in the pool and not even keep it in the pool, go straight into it. So confidence there obviously still high despite the loss yesterday.
So I would say our Lotus win rate, aside from that previous match, is actually relatively high. We felt like we lost that match because we weren't playing our own game, and so we decided to come into this next Lotus game playing our own game, and the results show.
There you go. Yeah, no, you guys were playing your own game phenomenally. I mean, I was really impressed specifically, I mentioned it on cast, with the different ways that you set up on Cypher. Yesterday, I have to admit, felt a little bit more stagnant on the defense side from honestly, the team as a whole. But today, you guys were fluid. You were anticipating TMU, it seemed, at every point.
Yeah, I definitely noticed yesterday my statics were a little, or my trips were a little bit static, and so I noticed their comp wasn't really great for breaking trips other than the tail rocket. So playing those site trips were definitely the move for their entry. So that was my adjustment from the previous match.
And while we're talking about comps, let's talk your guys' comps. What is going on here, man? I mean, we got the double duelist ISO a lot a lot of the times.
Yeah,
we got the Clove hanging out most of the time.
So I'll give you the
was on Brim for split.
Yeah, that was a last second decision as well. So I'll give you the Tea Party game plan. Really is all about the vibes. We don't really come in with a lot of strategy. If we're feeling good that day, we're gonna win. If we're losing rounds, getting emo, we're gonna lose. So today was one of those mornings we woke up feeling good, messing around. We're in pre-round. He says, "I want to lock Brim." We go, "Okay, lock Brim." He locks Brim.
Damn, no, not even a question in your mind.
Not whatsoever. My team can do what they want. We're gonna win.
That is a lot of trust, and I love that kind of trust. That's the kind of trust you need if you're gonna have a chance to win this beautiful championship trophy presented by Aces. So let me ask you, going up against Northwood in a couple short hours. You're looking for your revenge, not just for yesterday, but the last couple of times you guys have played.
Yeah,
right?
we're back and forth. We win a couple series, we lose a couple series, and in general, I believe PlayFi at Arlington, we took 5 of the games, and Northwood took 3 of them. Like we got quite the rivalry. So looking to take this one.
There you go. That's what I like to hear. A spicy matchup. Is there anyone on Northwood? Because obviously, I was talking to them a little bit yesterday. They're excited to play you guys whenever they get the chance to. So who talk to me? Who on Northwood most do you want to beat?
I don't personally have anything against any of the particular players, although they do have some ex-Fisher players, so my teammates are the ones that kind of have the connection between them. Yep. So.
Okay.
But if my teammates are trying to beat them, I'm trying to beat them. So.
Okay, fair enough. Well, got to beat anyone you can. But thank you so much for joining me here, Muda. You guys played. Oh, okay, sure, handshake. I was just doing this, but yeah, I love it.
Yep.
Thank you so much for joining me here, Muda. Love having you here. Before I let you go back, celebrate with your team, prep for your grand finals match. Is there anyone you want to thank while you're here?
My team, like just for waking up today really early. I know yesterday we found out that like our match was super early. No one was excited for that, but everyone sucked it up. We woke up, no one was complaining. We got to the venue, we played well, and that was great. So shout out to them for waking up early and just not complain about it. So
there you go. Nose hitting the grindstone, ready to go. Well, I'll let you go get ready even more for our grand finals. It'll be coming up later today, folks. We have so many games, so much actions right here on NECC and over at Rally Cry Official. So make sure you stay tuned. Watch all the action here for the Scholastic Esports competition. But for now, we're going to head to a break. And when we come back, plenty more for all of you.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Hey, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's probably worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. I think it's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Does a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. Your daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
I think it's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is...
Bit sketch there. As you can see, it looks as though the Panthers are able to recover and get possession back in their favor. Big 50 going to clear this one back towards the midfield. Silas has to recover on defense. Now Abzop putting this one down, looking for the goal, but they can't get it to go.
Nicely done. Silas down low, picks up the big boost on the way in. Now just playing some bumper ball with that offender. Zog tries to take this ball out a little bit farther. Coop off the corner. X-Sync all the way up for this one. Burns a lot of boost to get there with nothing to show for it. Silas almost gets this inside, but not reads it like a book.
And you know what, speaking of bumper ball, we talked a lot about this yesterday when we're doing our round robins about, you know, the bumping, the demoing, the physical play, and how there's kind of a stink on it in the Rocket League community. You know, a lot of players said it was their pet peeve, but it's like my favorite part about Rocket League. I think there's an unsung skill to bumping and demoing. And you can see X-Sync able to find the opening in the net, and I think there was some physical play going on there.
There definitely was. You can see that right there. Almost an unintentional pause, like for a frame or a second, so we actually did get to see that physical play. Knob down low, hits this player they cannot take off at the time that they need to block this one away. 2-2 in a tied game with 94 seconds left to go.
And that's exactly why I love that physical play. They didn't even land the bump too much, and they didn't get the demo. But it was the presence, it was the threat of the physical play that caused the defender to move, because at the end of the day, you can't wait for an opportunity to score. You have to create them.
You have to. Now, It would seem fitting for these teams to go to overtime. 1 and 2 seed coming into this. Coop with a very easy block right there. NECC tries to put this over, and that's a great angle actually found with only a little bit of boost and a solid hit. Coop trying to find this one and feed it off the backboard, not gonna happen. Now a feed, NECC, that's a tough angle.
Yeah, honestly, the passing was phenomenal. The passing
really
was on point. I can imagine the communication was good because in order to pull off pass plays like that, you have to have crisp, clear communication. But like you said, it was just a tough angle. You know, you can't really be mad at that.
Another tough angle, especially for Coop. Absob puts this down on the corner, still forcing the hand of the defender, so never a bad thing, Captain Etsoka.
Yeah, right now for Gyre Obsidian, though, it feels like the Panthers are maintaining majority of possession here. I feel like for the past couple of seconds or so, maybe even closer to a minute, we've been in Gyre territory. Now you can see Gyre starting to get control back a little bit, but you know, easy come, easy go. Panthers once again with possession in front of the net, and Coop will find the go-ahead goal with 14 seconds to go.
3-2 lead for your Panthers. If you're a fan of the stands, they're gonna need your energy now, up by 14 seconds.
I mean, my goodness, the late game goal for the Panthers. Again, that was the pressure that I was talking about. That's why the shot count is so important. When you have the majority of that possession, that just creates more and more opportunities. And it doesn't matter what the time is on the clock, because the more time that you spend in your opponent's half of the field, the more likely you are gonna score, no matter what time it is.
Last few seconds, and that's gonna be enough. The Ben Franklin Panthers take down game number 1 by a slim margin. Slim margin, Captain Etsoka, only by 1.
I mean, but that's what I like to see, though, to be completely honest. I mean, and when you're looking at the shot count, Gyre Obsidian actually managed to get a higher shot count than Ben Franklin.
Yeah.
That is absolutely insane. Gyre Obsidian with 7, you got Ben Franklin with 6, and that right there is just, you know, it kind of gives you a little bit more of the detail of what was going on in that match. It was a little bit more quality than the quantity, but not much. And like you said, it was a slim margin difference.
It really, really was. The big difference right here, of course, Captain, was saves. I think we saw 4 or even 5 coming out of that Panther squad, only 2 coming out from Gyre. What that tells me, right, is the quality of shots going right back to what you were talking about earlier. Defending saves necessary. Let's get on in to this replay here. Replay here, a low, slow roller. Absob was the first to score, of course. Little Texas animation there at the end with the hat.
Yep. And not only that, but you know what's interesting is that we were even talking about in the beginning of the match about how more often than not, when you score the first goal, you are more than likely are going to win the matchup. This time, that didn't happen.
No, it didn't.
Because the Panthers didn't score the first goal, but they definitely scored the last.
That's all that matters. That's going to be all that matters right here is the last goal scored and the 1 score differential here in game number 1. Putting a solid foot forward. It is a series, Captain. It is a series, but putting a solid foot forward is this Panther squad. This really kind of felt like the difference in a lot of ways was NECC consistently getting these passing plays in for the Panthers.
Well, here we go. Game number 2. Who's going to set the tone going into this one? The Panthers are already sitting pretty. Again, they have that little bit of extra momentum with 1 win on the board for the series. But like you said, it is in fact a series as we continue to move on. And already Gyre Obsidian on the defense yet again.
NECC trying to set something up right there. Wasn't really a shot, wasn't really a pass though. Kind of confusing as to what exactly the intention for that was. Down low, NECC should get this inside. Bang! It's on the second touch, right off the backboard, and the Panthers strike first again.
Well, here you go. That's what I'm talking about, being able to get this one started early, piling on that momentum that they were able to build in game number 1, carrying it over into game number 2, and the Panthers are right now building up that momentum, and let's see if they can hold on to it.
Let's see indeed. If you're a fan for them after a game 1, now an early score, this is going to be a tougher situation for your Gyre Obsidian squad. The Wildcats going to have to fight for their tournament lives. Coop just tries to pick up an easy one. Not going to happen.
Nope, not today. NECC going for the touch. Able to get it, but not much doing there. As again, unfortunately, the rest of the Panthers were not there in the midfield to receive that pass. Big Demo is going to be able to open things up now for Coop as that pitch will go out from the corner. And there's the shot, but Silas is there to bat it away.
Silas with the style and love it right there. Came flying in from the right side after picking a boost on the way. And this is an offense that has transitioned perfectly from that defensive effort. Zog Nah, it's going to be a fantastic clear here from the Panthers.
And you see, that's also something that we were talking about there in game number 1, right? Was the defensive difference, being able to get those saves. To me, that just speaks proper rotation, being able to go from offense to defense and vice versa. So that way, not only are you on offense, but you're able to get the job done on defense as well. The Panthers now up 2-0.
Love it, love it. This is exactly how they wanted to start this one out. PCO puts it across the backboard. And after this Gyre Obsidian squad double commits, it was pretty much everything was over at that point. The point was basically already scored.
Yep, here we are, just a minute in change gone now. And we are continuing on moving forward. As you can see, Gyre Obsidian looking to score their first here, but that Panthers defense just continues to hold strong, not only in front of their own net, but at the midfield line as well.
Yeah, and that was actually an uncharacteristic miss out of a Gyre Obsidian squad member. Stylus from the backboard tries to nose it down and inside. That's a tough angle that proves to be too difficult to really get it to sing true early. That was, I mean, it was a fast one coming in as well, too.
Yeah, that's a hard angle for anybody. I don't care who you are. You could be in the RLCS, and I'd still be impressed if you put that one in. Regardless, now the counterattack is underway from the Panthers out towards the corner. Coop going to be going up high on the side of the wall, and it's going to get cleared out, and it's going to go the other way.
X-Sync just kind of letting this ball lay stagnant across the middle of the pitch. Gyre Obsidian just feasting upon this one. It's a solid clear right here. That's going to be a little bit too high. Looking for the second. Oh, my God, Coop. My goodness!
Coop can shoot. Look at this. From the midfield line, able to follow it up, and with the touch to dunk it on in. What a follow-through coming from Coop. Panthers now on a roll right at halftime.
An absolute tear as Absob gets nothing more than a front row seat to the third score in the first half of this game number 2. Absob over to it. Again, an uncharacteristic miss. That's going to be inside, though. Silas and Gyre Obsidian will not go so quietly out of game number 2.
There we go. This was a great read here. I mean, they were able to find the opening, and then it was really just about the shot placement, because it's so satisfying whenever you see a bar down go into the net, because that is really just so difficult to do. And the bar, whenever I play, does not do that. It goes bar and out. Mine never go bar in, okay? So again, we can see Silas has a good relationship with that crossbar.
Absolutely, yeah. It always seems like my crossbars and my top bars, it's always silent. There's never a sound, even though I keep hitting it. It doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely. Coop now being able to get another one to go off the pass from S-Sync. Look at this pass.
Interrupts this in the middle field, even though it's basically on the ceiling, and then sets it up for the teammate down bottom. Gyre, this kind of seemed like it was a split decision on who was really going to play this defensively, and once they take it, more than a second or so to make that decision, well, the decision is made for them. Nobody in the backside. That should be an easy goal. Okay, Absob, it's another one. Third shot, first one to make it in on this one.
And there we go. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We like a little jump shot there from midfield range. Take a look at this. Good read, too, off of the offender. Yeah. Again, just trying to get that 50-50, trying to shut down the defense, or rather the offense, and they're able to turn that into a shot. That's good transitional play. Now they're back within 2. They are in striking distance.
This has gotten so much easier for this Gyre Obsidian squad. Silas getting awarded with a shot right there. Save coming on the other side, but nobody on Gyre Obsidian is on the other side, right? So not really respecting rotations as much. That could be indicative of why they're having a little bit of problems in the scoring department.
And just a little bit, but they still got plenty of time to work with here. Over a minute 30 to go. The musty flick was on, but it will not go in.
They looked beautiful. Would have been the best score we've seen in this series so far, but we only give so many style points, right? Got to put one on the board for it to get remembered really on our replays and more. Zog off the ceiling. Absob tries to take this one, and Gyre Obsidian is going to lose that 50, actually. PCO trying to come out for this one. They're going to lose that one. So this is a little bit of dangerous territories for a couple of seconds as Silas picks up the 100 boost.
And still time to get the job done, though. 60 seconds on the board to try and convert 2. However, like we said, the Panthers defense has been near flawless since game number 1, as now this one is going to find its way on target. Big bump coming off the crossbar, and it gets cleared out. Oh my goodness!
Barring out, just like Captain was talking about, folks. The defender did a fantastic job, but the most valuable player of that play, Silas, though, can't talk about that. Wow, 8 shots. We have 8 shots attempted from Silas, flirting with double digits. That's insane, Captain Atsoka.
That's why the shot count matters. Again, if you at first you don't succeed, you got to try again. They were so close with that last crossbar down, nearly went in, and they were able to take that and take the disruption on the defense. That's why shots on target matter, because they force the defense to move out of position, and then you could follow up on a return and on a counterattack and find the goal. Well done by Obsidian. They still got time. They have 20 seconds to equalize.
20 seconds and a dream. Second game of this best-of-7 series is they know there's only going to be so much wiggle room coming out of this one. If they're not able to take this one down and even it up, of course, we will have our 0-0 situation, Captain.
Well, here we go. The last final seconds, a last-ditch effort here in game number 2 for Gaia Obsidian. The clock is at 0. The ball is still live. Rule 0 in play until it is no longer.
Wow.
Ben Franklin, the Panthers, able to come away with their second game win of the series.
Lightning strikes for Ben Franklin twice. My goodness, Silas has more shot attempts than the entirety of Ben Franklin, the entirety of this Panther pack. That is an insane stat line. Now, it does beg the quality-quantity question, but once you get to 9, I think that is really quality by quantity, right? That is accuracy by volume, right?
I mean, and it's not just that, it's just the Panthers' rotation, their positioning as well.
Yes.
Their positioning is phenomenal. I feel like anytime we talk about Rocket League, positioning is something that really isn't talked about a lot, and it's kind of like a detriment, because again, we see a lot of times in Rocket League, especially in my games, that my teammates like to shadow. You know, they'll just ride the tailpipe, right, and they'll just stay behind them. But when you do that, it minimizes your positioning on the field. It minimizes your field capacity, because you're not. It minimizes field coverage.
It does.
And you're not able to get more quality shots on target. But with the Panthers, they're able to spread out. They trust one another. They have great communications, and they're able to cover more of the field, take less shots, and still make more goals.
Yeah, and that's really like the main difference right here. Like when I look at 9 shot attempts, the other really big thing there, Captain, that I'm looking at is what that is, it says to me is a high TOP, a high time of possession, right?
Exactly.
In general, especially these higher levels of Rocket League, the longer you possess this ball, the less likely it is for you to get scored on. Defense wins championships. Well, keep that for American football.
Well, here we are, game number 3 underway. Panthers sitting pretty here, and like we said, in esports, but more importantly in Rocket League, momentum is huge. A very momentum-based game, in my not-so-humble opinion. As we continue on, the Panthers, like I said, now riding a wave of momentum into game 3.
It really is. 2 games in the pocket. They build an early lead, and that's slowly chipped away by Geyer, but it just ends up being not enough. Twice now, 1 score difference twice now, after they've been behind by 2 or even 3 goals.
Again, a big demo to open things up. Now Zog on the defense has to step up big, and they are able to get the touch and clear that one out.
It's a big clear, like you were saying, over to the corner. PCO for Nop gets that one on and over. Now taken away. Coop trying their hand, but this is just a errant ball. The double commit from Geyer does not punish them this time.
Yeah, and one thing that I really like about the Panthers right now is that there's no hesitation. Even when they miss the ball, they don't hesitate.
Yep.
And that's so important, because once you commit to a play, you have to fully commit. You have got to go. And it results in great saves like that one coming from the Panthers.
Repsod looking like they got that one started early. Somebody else credited with the shot attempt, though. 90 seconds in, no scores on boards. If you're a Geyer Obsidian squad, you got to feel like that's a W in and of itself. This is a situation in a series in which Geyer Obsidian was scored once or even twice at this point in the previous 2 games. We look for market improvement here, Captain Atsoka. Well, I think that's exactly how you can describe it. An errant ball back the other way. Zog's going to be able to pick this one up, and actually gets away from NECC too, so we only have 2 defenders on the side right now. Easy slowdown there from Coop, and this isn't like a huge clear, nothing like that. That's not what they need, right? They just need to buy a little bit of time.
Well, you see, and again, you know, I would hate to nitpick on Geyer Obsidian at the moment, but that's exactly what I was talking about, you know, having field coverage. All 3 of them were in the corner of the Panthers.
Yep.
So when you put the shot on target, there's no one there to get a rebound.
Yep. That's always what it's about, right? It's really not that different from basketball, kind of theoretically, or especially hockey, right? You got to be on that other side. You know where that angle is going to send it after it does get blocked out by a player from crossbar, top bar, or backboard.
Now you can see the Panthers once again spreading the field. You have one there on the side on the corner, and you have another player from the Panthers in the middle waiting for the pass or even the rebound off of a missed shot.
Back pass.
And you know what they say often in Rocket League is that sometimes the best passes come from missed shots.
It's true. It's true. Like, yeah, just trying to put net toward ball. Oh my goodness, you heard the sidebar on that one ringing loud as members of Geyer Obsidian again double committing over here on the corner and tripping up over each other. The teamwork here, gotta say, for Geyer Obsidian could be improved.
Yeah, just a little bit, but also I got to give them a little credit as well. They are keeping it within 0. Okay, we're still tied 0-0. Hold
Coop.
the phone, Coop!
Yeah,
as
just
soon
say
as
it.
I had to say it. And then, of course, Coop is the one to shut me and, of course, Obsidian down as they find the first goal of Game 3.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Panthers going to strike first, swipe first here against the Wildcats. So the result is the same for first score, but the time is significantly different. Only 2 minutes left in this one, whereas the Panthers seems like they were finding it 30, maybe 45 seconds in before captain.
Oh, absolutely. Still plenty of time here for Geyer Obsidian as they continue to battle on. 1 minute and 45 remaining. Shot on, nearly in, as that one's going to go up and over, off the crossbar, and somehow, some way, Panthers still manage to bat it away.
Even after the slowed down tempo and pace of this game, again, a Geyer member running into their teammate, man. You want to make contact. You want to make contact, aim at the other balls. Or aim at the other cars, excuse me.
Either way, I mean, the touch is a touch as we continue on. Shot on it, and Coop can shoot! Oh
Wow.
my goodness, they find yet another. I need to know what their shot count is at this point. I feel like they have just been on a scoring frenzy.
Yeah, and so one of these players, I believe that Silas, has a little bit of a better look at this defensive attempt. Zog kind of comes in there as well, whereas maybe they should have sat like a little bit farther back, right? Is what it is. 2-0 lead as of right now. 75 seconds to go. Geyer City knows exactly what they have to do.
Coop is having a day. And not to mention, I mean, the passes that are coming from the Panthers have been so good. I mean, Knob there. Big demo. Oh, my goodness, that could have definitely opened some things up there. But, again, is it too little too late? I mean, this is what we were talking about. You need to create opportunities. You need to get demos, bumps, etc. to clear the net. But now you only have a minute remaining.
If they go forth with this physical play again, then I do think that it will be enough time, but it's physical play back the other way, and Absop just fighting, just trying to get this one out. Every member of Geyer Obsidian has had an honest defensive opportunity at this one. Down bottom, it's a clear to the other side, and this time it's the Panthers that did not spread the field.
Honestly, if I was Geyer Obsidian, I'd be getting nervous anytime Coop is on the ball. I mean, I'm anticipating a goal whenever I see Coop going up high on side the wall, getting ready to take a shot. Now, under 30 seconds to go, still doable. Rocket League time theory. I mean, it is still winnable here. 20 seconds to go, 10 seconds per shot. It's not technically over for Geyer yet.
If they get one in here and then get a kickoff, you can keep ball aloft during that 0-0 situations off of kickoff. It's just kind of hard to get it going, but the undercarriage shot not going to happen. Reset or not, doesn't matter. Now we're only looking at 5 seconds. That shot had to go the other way for this one to have an honest opportunity. Cannot score 2 in 0. Does that make sense? You can't score 2 goals in 0 seconds, right?
No,
that's going to be a 2-score lead for the first time in this series for the side of Franklin. 3-0 in the series very, very quickly. Very quickly.
And again, I mean, we were talking about quality versus quantity. You know, this time it was definitely the quantity. You're looking at 11 shots compared to 6. I mean, 11 for the Panthers, 6 for Geyer.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a night and day difference. And then when you, again, accompany that defense that is able to rotate back so quickly and have that quick reaction time in order to recover off of 11 shots, you're just shutting down anything else that is coming your way. I mean, Panthers, they were just literally all over the pitch.
They really were. They really were. Like, we mentioned it there, not going to be too negative, but there was one thing. There's one thing I'd need to fix here for the Geyer Obsidian is just designate these roles a little bit more, and once you're done, once you come forth, get an honest shot attempt on this ball, you got to rotate all the way back right here, and just play your role. What is it? Know your position, play your role. That's what they told us in football back in the day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's another thing that's, like, really important as well. Is like we were talking about rotation, and there was just so many times where we saw, you know, maybe a double commit, sometimes maybe even a triple commit.
Sometimes.
But we just did not see that from the Panthers. I mean, you could clearly tell the communication was just on point. Honestly, I wish we could hear it, because just a simple, I got it. You know, just 3 words, a simple 3 words, and you can avoid a double commit entirely.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of these esports teams literally have monosyllabic nicknames for each other, right? Me is obviously me, you, if they're talking to directly another person, but pretty much all esports players will have some sort of monosyllabic name for each other, right? So they can call it quickly, and the comms are cleaned up from that point. Zog tries to go up to this one, but it's going to be X-Sync Now accepting this across the middle and gets hit by their teammate.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was one of the first times that I think we saw a Panther double commit, and now they get punished for it. Silas able to score first here for Geyer Obsidian.
Kind of surprising here for the Panthers squad, and Geyer Obsidian is going to feast all upon this. What this tells me is that the offensive side of Geyer Obsidian, no problems whatsoever. It's just a little bit of that cleaning up of the rotations and responsibilities on the other side of this ball. Coop winning kickoff right here, now to the corner. Xsync puts it there again, looks for a tapper, and again, a teammate hits a teammate. Coop's gonna realize it and feast upon this one. Tied ball game after Geyer Obsidian took the lead in this game for the first of these 4.
Yeah, you really hate to see that.
Yes,
I mean,
you do.
I'll
Yes, you
be
do.
honest, my heart hurt for Geyer on that last play, but at the same time, when you're at this level of competition, I mean, we're at the Nationals. I mean, if you're the Panthers, you take no prisoners. You see an opportunity like that, you gotta take it. You gotta put that one on in, and of course the Panthers do just that, and they're able to equalize very quickly. Looking to take the lead now, but Silas coming up clutch in the net.
Weird pinch right there. Xsync, now they're just gonna get out of this one while the getting is good. PCO just taps this one and sends it over the corner. That gives the Panthers time. Now it's a run the other way. Xsync puts it in. Oh, crossbar and out, sidebar and out, whatever you want to call it. It's out on that shot.
Yep, it most certainly is. Again, that was great reaction time, too. I mean, my old fingers, I couldn't have done that. But my goodness, what a reaction time in order to knock down that shot. Now going the other way.
Coop getting it done on the offensive side of this pitch and the defensive side. Well, there's a little bit of defensive interference right there, hitting that player and demolishing them to have no opportunity on the defensive side of this ball.
And now you can see the pressure mounting now for Geyer, looking for an opening here, and now it looks as though Geyer is getting ready to take control. Now they have a little momentum on their side, and all they need now is just a little bit of extra boost, and they might be able to come up with a goal.
Just a little bit. It's 1-1 right now. Panthers have been trying their best on this offensive side, and Geyer just really is not giving up very much.
No, I'm liking Geyer a lot more in this game here. You can tell they have definitely made some adjustments, the appropriate adjustments, as that was a great read off the ground pitch, nearly able to get it to go, but the Panthers say no.
Panthers say no go. It's a fantastic, stout defensive stand yet again right here. Now it's Zog's opportunity for that one. Huge clear the other way as we're 7 seconds now, Captain, outside of halftime.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, Geyer has clearly made some improvements here. They are getting a lot better contests on the ball. The 50-50s are falling their way. They're getting more opportunities on the net. It doesn't matter if it gets saved or cleared away. The point is that you're putting shots on target. You're getting a higher percentage to make goals. And to me, that's real-time improvement that we have seen for Geyer in this series.
Silas wins that one, now wins possession, now wins an opportunity to fly through the air, hit it again, one more little tapper, and inside, no! I can make it sound so easy, right? But it's so much harder to actually do.
Oh, what? Absolutely. Like I said, my fingers do not have the ability to do
Does
what
not compute.
that these student athletes are doing. Absolutely not. No way. I mean, sometimes when it rains, my fingers start to hurt. You know what I mean? Like, I'm at that age.
You got a bum knee. It's like, oh, it's raining soon. That's gonna be hail out here. It's actually kind of funny to think about, right? We were talking about, oh, I wish esports existed when I was, like this when I was in high school. Well, maybe FBI tugboat, you wouldn't have been able to play anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
You have to have the skills to pay the bills here, right? Not going to just be handing out scholarships. Neither of these teams are in the grand finals here by mistake.
Oh, 100%. You got to put in a lot of hours, and I'm not just talking about playing the games.
Oh my!
As Xsync clearly putting in some extra hours to get that one to go and fall into the back of the net.
Couple thousand hours of Rocket League right there, probably. Yeah, like the manipulation. Yeah, 3 defenders on the other side. Like, all of them have an honest shot, and all of them are going the exact same way, Captain. I'm not trying to ring the same bell over and over again, but the results remain the same.
It's just, to me, it's just absolutely insane. It's one thing just to put a shot on and clearly put it into the back of the net, but to do it in between 3 defenders, that is literally threading the needle.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. A 3-tiered needle as well. Almost gets that one inside, and it's Coop feasting on the rebound. 3 saves, 5 shot attempts, and a pair of goals for Coop here in game number 4, and possibly Geyer Obsidian does not bring this back, the last game of this best of 7.
I got to tell you, if you blink and you miss it, but that was 100% a team play. All 3 players from the Panthers were involved. You had Knopp getting in there, busting up the defense with the bumps and the demos with the physical play. Then you had X-Sync on the pass and Coop to finish the shot. That was a well-rounded team play. And sorry, but I really think that Knopp did not get the credit that they deserved, and they're not going to get the credit at the end because we don't track bumps and demos for some reason.
We'll get that information in a future Rocket League patch, hopefully, man. I'm telling you that.
I see you, Knopp.
That
That's
and
all I'm
TOP.
saying.
That
I
and TOP,
see
the
you.
time of possession, yes. But Knopp definitely getting the nod here from the desk. Well, they'll get a double nod if they're able to bring this one back from the brink. 30 seconds to go here, down by 2. What do you do? Down 3-0 in the series. If they lose this one, their tournament lives are done.
Yeah, it feels bad, but at the end of the day, someone's got to win and someone's got to lose as we continue on. What are you going to do? 20 seconds to go. You're down 2 goals. And again, according to Rocket League time theory, it is possible, just not probable.
No. There's definitely an opportunity, but a Herculean task lay ahead. Silas over! Coop gets the defensive block, and I do believe that might be about the end. 2-1. That ball would have to go in right now, and then off a kickoff, and it ain't going to happen. Lead of 2 as of right now. They're going to try and get this one in still. Might be a 4-1, might be a 3-2, but the result will be the same. The Ben Franklin Panthers come out in a 4-0 sweep here at the EGFH Nationals.
Yep, here at the EGFH Nationals, it's all about the Benjamins, baby. It's all about them Ben Franklins as they are able to come in and take the dub in an outstanding fashion. Truly a spectacular performance from start to finish, not just on the offensive side of the ball, but on the defensive side. There were so many games where Ben Franklin didn't have the most shots, but they had the most goals.
Yes, it was, again, just all about that quality. They might even have like 6, like a half dozen, something like this, but it didn't matter because the way they were putting this in, and sometimes they're even solo plays, right? We saw the line right across backboard through 3 different defenders, and a lot of times it was coming off the backside. Speaking of those replays, let's take a look at these replays from our previous game. This one was the low, slow roller to begin this one out, and for the first time, Geyer was going to take the lead. Looked like there was a little bit of hope at that point.
Absolutely, and you can't bring up, like the highlights and the replays without talking about Coop. I mean, Coop was on fire, dropping in dimes time and time again, but with that being said, like I said, there are some unsung heroes in there for sure. The replays don't do it justice. Knopp, again, playing in that 3rd position, was able to play so much cleanup and was able to break up the defense so many times, but you wouldn't know it from the stat sheet.
Yeah, and these defensive breakups, again, not unfortunately going to be tracked. Absob right there took the lead back. Again, it really seemed like there was a lot of light at the end of the tunnel right there, but those defensive saves towards the middle of this 5-minute Rocket League game, they would truly win the day.
Yeah, and Silas stood out to me a good bit as well. We saw them not only participate in the team plays, but they were able to come through with a lot of solo shots as well, and being able to put shots on and in. Silas definitely, really stood out to me on the side of Geyer Obsidian, but unfortunately at the end of the day, the Panthers, they were just bringing the ruckus just a little bit louder.
Bring the ruckus, bring the noise, bring the pain. Everything in a bag of chips is what the Panthers brought, this Franklin squad brought in 4-0 fashion here in the last game of this best of 7. Now, it kind of makes sense because once you're up by like a couple right here, now you're looking at a situation where Geyer Obsidian is going to just throw everything against the wall and just try and see what sticks, right? See if that spaghetti is cooked yet.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, a lot of it to me came down to field positioning. The positioning from the Panthers were all over the place. There was not one part of the field where there was not a Panthers player present. And that's why they were able to stand out on defense so much, because they were able to get back, recover, adapt, and react, and turn their defense into offense, and then plays like that, X-Sync through 3 defenders. My goodness, they were literally everywhere.
They really were. Like, spreading the pitch is exactly how this Panther squad would go forth and employ their control over the pitch and eventually deploy that control over the entirety of this match. It was really, really on display the last couple. And unless I'm wrong, this was Geyer that actually got shut out, right, in Game 3 and Game 4, so like a 10-minute scoring drought right here, even with a couple opportunities and a loss of multiple on the backside. Played a much better game towards the beginning of these 4 games, the first 2 of these 4 games here, Captain Atsoka, and just wasn't able to hold on.
Yep. I mean, again, like we had mentioned, Panthers were just so consistent. But with that being said, let's throw it down to Sam so that way we can get a little bit of a conversation with our players.
Thank you for that, casters. Let's go ahead and give it up for your Rocket League EGFH Grand Champions, Benjamin Franklin High School Panthers. Now, I'm going to come come over here. I'm going to ask a couple of questions real quick before we present to you this beautiful trophy. You okay with talking? You okay? Okay. So, clean 4-0 victory. Dominant showing here on stage. How does that feel?
Feels really good, and I feel like it all paid off for like the practice and like the scrims and everything. Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to the practice, when it comes to the LAN jitters, right? First of all, this is the first time you've been on a stage this big?
Yeah. This is a huge stage. Like, yeah. It's like, he's more of the talkative one.
All right. Let's go ahead and grab you over here. Yeah, you want to come over? You guys can. Okay. Yeah. All right. Who am I talking to?
Ivan or Xtinct, as you saw in the game.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you. What did it take for this team to get over that LAN jitters? Because I mean, a dominant 4-0 performance, that doesn't come easy.
I mean, just playing like throughout the tournament, we got like kind of used to the feeling of the LAN jitters. Like we played like 4 games at the beginning of the tournament to like start the playoffs, so I feel like that helped us.
Now, what does it feel as a squad to be able to take home this victory, to be able to call yourself the grand champions?
I mean, it feels really good with all the work that we did. Like, it feels like it paid off very well. I mean, the other team did really good, but it's just I guess, like, we're kind of better, but, like, they're also really good. I don't want to be rude, but, yeah, they did really good, though.
Well, there you have it. I'm keeping you separated from your trophy for long enough, so why don't you come, the entire team, come close, right? We got to lift the trophy. All right, let's go ahead. Round of applause, everyone, for Benjamin Franklin High Panthers, your EGFH Rocket League Grand Champions. All right. Now, with that being said, with Rocket League now concluded, we are waiting for the Valorant matchup to finish right now to figure out who our winner is going to be. And that winner is going to be playing on stage. So while we get that wrapped up, we are going to go over to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your nope. Get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You got to give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work them. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. This is a spicy workout. Make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Get future ready with Extron Esports AV technologies. Experience better looking images and higher quality sound with AV systems that are easy to control. When it comes to esports, Extron provides the winning edge. To learn more, visit extron.com/esports.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days ago.
Dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh,
Thank you.
It was worth it.
You'll still have common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
welcome back, Overwatch fans. We are here. We're live, ready to get it going with some P1 Overwatch. We're here at the Scholastic Esports Championship presented by Rally Cry here at the wonderful Boeing Center at Techport. I'm FBI Tugboat to try hard. Ray with me. Ray, this is the first time we've gotten to work in person together, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. Love to be here in my hometown. It is great. I'm so excited that this event has come here, and we're excited for some Project 1 action. And the best part is, this is a rematch from yesterday.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. A lot on the line right now. See, Ray, it was round robin yesterday, right? So each of these teams play everybody that's going to be present here at the Scholastic Esports Championship, right? So 4 total teams within that P1, and Mount St. Mary's and Missouri State, the Bears there have played each other before.
Yeah, we played them yesterday on the NECC stream. Mount St. Mary's got the victory 3-1, and it was a clash of 2 styles. MSM was playing the Zarya compositions to counteract the ball compositions that MSU were playing. And they always had a constant torp too, so that's always fun.
They always fun. Maybe some hammer kills, Maybe it's hammer time coming on into this first 2-3. So first of 3, not best of 3, of course, Ray, because, or not best of 5, because of course they can't tie within the great game of Overwatch, right?
Well, you can draw on hybrid always, but yes, of course. Most likely we're going to get 5 maps, which is going to be awesome. It was a 3-1 victory yesterday for MSM, so revenge factor in play for MSU. And some players to watch out for is going to be Zuriel the tank for MSM, as well as Sammy, who is playing mostly exclusively Venture.
Now let's take a look at some of our players here on the stage as they get prepared here. They're locked in, messing with settings, making sure that everything is primo before they get this one started. Yeah, so, I mean, Overwatch 2, especially after the 5v5 change, Ray, it always seems like the tank has to be the main focus. Hey, a couple of smiles right there. Let's get it. Now, I got to interview a guy right 2 away from the camera, PC science, computer science major, was talking about how excited they're going to be. A DPS player, so hopefully some multi-kills coming out of that one.
Yeah, very excited to see how this is going to go. What did MSU learn from their loss yesterday to be able to come into this grand final and get the victory?
Yes, exactly, because as we always say, Ray, like a lot of times these collegiate teams learn more from losses than they do from wins. A lot of times just the logic is there, right? If you do everything right, it's like, well, we just got to do that one again. Well, that's the story there for that Mount St. Mary's squad. And given that these 2 collegiate names are a little bit similar, Ray, I think we found yesterday it was a little bit easier to say Mount for the squad out of Maryland, right? The Mount St. Mary's squad, or Mary, and then the Bears for Missouri State. I think that might be easier for our viewers in the state.
Yeah, because the school MSM, they go by their mascot, they're the Mounts.
Yes.
And then we got the Bears. So Mounts versus Bears,
yes.
is going to be a great one. And we have to keep in mind, for Zuriel, the tank for MSM, senior year graduating. So this is going to be a big-time grand final for them to really go out in style.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what the future holds for this player, for any of our collegiate players here, Scholastic players here, high school or college, right? What we know right now, Ray, is that they have a match coming up, and the writing is on the wall. Already taking a W was this Mount St. Mary's Bears squad, as they're getting chippy in the crowd already.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be all-time high pressure situation. You know, here it's the end. One's coming out winner, one's coming out loser. I mean, it's all just going to be a big pressure cooker. Like, we just put a stew in there, and it's just mounting.
Yes, exactly. Mounting. Maybe taking predictions early right here, because pressure, as we know, creates diamonds, Ray. We'll see if these 2 teams, if the same result comes out, and if the Mount St. Mary Bears are able to play whatever it was, everything that they did yesterday, into another W right here. Now, it would kind of feel bad, right, if Missouri State takes the L and then goes home off the back of losing to the same squad twice in 2 days.
Yeah, it would definitely feel bittersweet, but regardless of how this goes, these teams have to be proud. They made it all the way to this stage for the grand finals we can see behind us.
Yep.
And again, those LAN nerves, but there's also the LAN buff. So we're going to have to see how these teams come together on stage.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right. The lights, the sounds, your friends, your classmates, your coworkers for some of these collegiate students or high school students watching you on main stage. The pressure is on here. It really doesn't get much bigger than this, right? And and like you said, for a lot of these collegiate players, this could be the last step before they take, a step into another industry for their adult lives, right? Not everybody's got to work within esports. It is fantastic. It is fantastic, folks. But obviously, a lot of these collegiate students will be going on to other industries.
Yeah, so again, having these moments as a team just for the rest of your life, it's going to be unforgettable. So I hope everyone puts on a great show and just will remember this for the rest of their life.
I really hope so. At this point, right? Older casters want to talk about how this didn't exist when we were kids, right? How awesome it would have been to have more than just like Halo 2 LAN set up in churches or community centers and stuff like this, but instead to have this right here, right behind us and everything there involved. I want to give a huge shout out to the NECC, of course. I want to give a huge shout out to EGF, to Rally Cry, to all these scholastic organizations really that helped to put this on, Ray.
Couldn't agree with you more. It's giving so many kids, high school, college, the chance to be able to compete for scholarships, to come in and just further their education. Because obviously esports is not going to be forever. So being able to have an opportunity to get a higher degree and get a job afterwards, it's awesome.
Really is, really is. Missouri State looking ready right here. It looks like they have a little bit of tech issues on the other side, and at this point I want to give a shout out to all the fine folks who work here at Techport. Between our observing crew, production kind of on the backside, the stuff that you guys don't necessarily see, right? The strings pulled behind the scenes to bring this broadcast to all of you, as well as our technical crew down there on the stage, right? Making sure that this PC is good to go and making sure the competitive integrity is at its maximum.
Yeah, and then of course all the people in here in the production room, cameras, lights.
Yeah.
It is fantastic. The show we've been putting on all weekend long has been amazing. So huge shout outs to all the people who have this concentrated knowledge and all this. I don't know what all these cameras and stuff do. I just talk.
Exactly, Ray. As I always say, what we do is just this, Ray. What y'all do behind the scenes, that is wizardry, and I simply do not know magic, right? I can pull a rabbit out of a hat here and there, but those zeros and ones behind the scenes, Ray, really, truly a little bit beyond me. You talked to me a little bit about some of these players earlier. Is there another player that you might be looking on either of these teams that really needs to go forth and succeed for their squad to go forth and take a W, or on the other side who they need to shut down?
I think for the side of MSU, it's going to be about breaking up the synergy between Zuriel and Sammy. When they were playing the Zarya and the Venture together, Zuriel would step up first, put down a lot of damage, get that bubble charge up. When they got low, they'd back up, and that's when the burrow comes in and Sammy comes forward and jumps up. So I think breaking that synergy is going to be huge.
Yeah, and like, just the simple fact of Venture being able to get in backlines, interrupt this stuff, and just put pressure and damage onto healers as it is. We're going to see how that goes. A short break for tech issues as we get this one figured out. Back with you in just a minute. Welcome back. A short break it was indeed. We keep our promises down here in San Antonio. FBI Tugboat with my man to try hard Ray. We got this P1 Overwatch here, the Scholastic Esports Championship presented by the Army National Guard. Ready to start in just a minute. They just had audio issue. Had to make sure that all the players can hear each other in the cans.
Yeah, so keep in mind we will start on control. We don't know what map that is going to be yet, but if yesterday it was Busan.
Yep.
So
logic would follow. Right?
Yeah, I mean we'll see if that's. I'm assuming MSM being the team who got the automatic bid will probably get the map pick, and if that's so, that's where they went yesterday. That'd be my first guess.
And that would make sense, Ray, because like obviously getting the automatic bid, round robin play, top team getting that automatic bid to today, to the grand finals, no matter what, not having to play in that semifinals match, right? So it would kind of make sense because like you have to give this squad like a little bit of advantage, right? Like they've already gotten that advantage from punching their ticket, beating every other team within the group stages, right? I feel like there's a little bit extra that is really necessary for them to have gotten what they need from their W. And we are hearing it. I'm not just hearing voices, friends. I'm not just hearing voices, Ray.
We do know what our first map is going to be, and surprise, surprise, it is El Clasico, Li Zhang Tower for map number 1.
Bang, love it. It could be Helios, but I'm a Lucio main. I love booping people. What can I say? Multi-kills, or multi-elimination, excuse me, from the boops. That just makes my soul sing, Ray. It makes my soul sing.
Yeah, and to me, if they're going to play the Zarya like we heard Zuriel, that's a pocket pick for him. Li Zhang Tower is going to be the perfect place. It is a ground and pound, brawl it out style map, so perfect place for them to start. Yeah,
and especially like all three, it doesn't really matter which like sub map they get to, right? Could go down to 2-1. All three of these just kind of geographically do really work for the Zarya in a lot of ways, and especially like we were talking about before the break, the Venture Zarya combination is always something we're going to have to pay attention to. These projected barriers can get that Zarya so charged.
Yeah, and given it's Li Zhang Tower, always on the table is going to be Ramatra and Orisa, just because of how much staying power those compositions have. So that's going to be the question, because I don't think they want to go head-to-head in the Zarya. Which of those other tanks are you going to go up against the Zarya?
I mean, Hazard would be amazing, and just to confirm, we are not seeing Freya in the hero pool here. It kind of makes sense. Freya just came out. That crossbow wielding lady will be seen in another future competition.
Yeah, so then we know everything available up to Hazard is available. So we have to keep in mind, Hazard, as you mentioned, can be good on this map, especially Gardens, where it's still divey, but you can still ground and pound in. Hazard just likes to be this big assassination comp. Like, I'm going forward a little bit, and I'm just trying to get on your back line and then getting out.
That's a very, very good point. And really just like, I feel like some of the play styles with Zarya can be kind of similar to Hazard as well. Obviously, they have, the spike wall right there, kind of like a Mei wall, kind of like a little bit of both worlds, but it's like 5 different aspects that Hazard has, right? Has like darn near everything, and the ultimate's fantastic, has a block similar to Doomfist right there. Obviously, Hazard's been changing the game a whole lot and beating me in my ranked games. I think it's coming out right now, Ray.
Yes, that's just going to be the big question for these teams. Where do we like to go starting on Li Zhang Tower? Still sorting out that tech issue, guys, so just bear with us.
All good.
But lots of Overwatch to be played. Rematch, revenge on the mind. One team going to walk out, the champions of Project One. Overwatch.
Yeah, so with it ending at a 3-1 scoreline last time, and like I said, with these teams having a little bit of time to kind of figure each other out, obviously watch other teams play, right? I feel like we're not going to see another 3 Overwatch, right? We're not going to see a sweep here by any means. Yes, the Mount St. Mary's squad is fantastic. They already dropped a map to this squad. Maybe 3-2, go the distance. Maybe on a tied map, Ray? What am I talking about here early?
I will say it was very close to going to 5. Last map, yesterday, was New Junk City. It went to the 5th point on New Junk City, and a horrific C9 came in from the side of MSU.
Charlie Niner.
Literally, I heard the people down there, they said, dead silence fell upon MSU when that happened.
That sounds poetic. Dead silence fills the room around MSU. The Charlie Niner, hate to see it, and especially in a situation like that, of course, right? They're going for the 2-2 tie, and then unfortunately ending in 3-1 fashion. So, hey, a revenge story here on the day from this Missouri State University Bears squad. Would very, very much like to see it, and again, gonna have to come off the back of the healing squad as well. Talk to me a little bit about the healing cores for the Missouri State Bears.
So we did see as almost like we're dealing with this wrecking ball. We saw a lot of Baptiste coming in to try and allow the wrecking ball to go do his thing, but the Baptiste can still have the immortality field and the burst heals to locked down the front line, and that's how they got their one map win on Rudasapi.
Hey, maybe that's a recreated success, perhaps, right? Isn't that something that teams have done many, many times before? Maybe they try if they get to that again geographically similar kind of map and status right there. We'll have to see about this and more as this one's getting figured out. Yes, we see a couple techie people. Yep, I see a couple techie people for that stage right side, making sure that these PCs and everything gonna be good. As far as map picks and bans, right? So the loser of this first map will go forth and pick the map. The winner will pick the side. Is that correct, Ray?
I believe it's NECC rules. If that's the case, then the winner will get to ban a map, and then the loser will get to pick a map after the ban.
Gotcha. So we'll be going to an escort after the control, right?
They get a pick. So for
they're
second
picking
map,
game mode as well. Excuse me.
The loser gets to pick hybrid or escort.
Gotcha.
Then the winner gets to ban, and then they get to pick a map.
Gotcha. So it's pick bans for game modes and maps. I knew all that, guys. I was just trying to make sure that you knew it. And brought to you by Ray, of course. I appreciate the information right there. We can start strategizing about that as we're waiting for this one to get started, I suppose, right? So talk to me a little bit about what you kind of feel like Missouri State would benefit if they do drop the first map and then they get game mode pick and map pick, right? Or after a series of bans, of course.
Because they show they love to play the wrecking ball.
Yep.
Being able to pick escort for map number 2, where the wrecking ball is going to be at its strongest, is going to be amazing. That's if you drop it. Obviously, that's not ideal, but being able to pick escort would be to your advantage.
Yeah, because really what that is it's, I mean, obviously you have the point goal all the way through. Everybody else can get a little bit of healing from that, but the wrecking ball doesn't really need that as much. But as it is, unfortunately, folks, short tech break. We'll be back with you in just a minute. FBI Tugboat into Try Hard Ray.
Oh!
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days ago.
Dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh! Yeah! There's something in there! Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
What an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. Put it. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
No, just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
From the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh! Ah, yeah. There's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You got to give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
I'm so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh! Ah, yeah. There's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
What an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Stay, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing. On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in here.
It is time once again. Excited to be here. We're a little bit out of focus because we are way too hype up here. We got Northwood going up against GVU, and you know it's going to be an absolute banger. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, the minion that has escaped the ripped, the screen, and made their way in real life. It is Random Minion Caster, and we will be here to crown the NECC D1 Nationals champion here in San Antonio at the Boeing Center at Techport. I'm very excited, RMC. How you feeling?
Well, I'm so hyped. I had to bring some family and friends.
Yeah!
We brought minions along with this as well, surrounding the beautiful NECC trophy for the League of Legends Nationals Division 1. Orbital, let's talk game, because as you mentioned, it's GVU versus Northwood, and how the teams got here is a little bit interesting. GVU wins the spring split to qualify here, but they also placed second in the fall split, so a really strong traditional team didn't have to qualify through the last chance qualifier. Northwood, on the other hand, had to come in through the last chance qualifier where they won it all. They didn't play in spring,
but they did play in fall. And the fall one was particularly interesting because of the history between GVU and Northwood there.
It's been a crazy time, and we've also seen them here in the gauntlet throughout, playing through the lower bracket and saying, hey, we're going to fight all the way through. Now, here's the deal. One of the big things for me is it is going to be just a BO3, meaning there is a lot on the line for games 1 and 2. And when it comes to Fearless Draft, as we do, it's going to be interesting. We got Northwood, we got Cozy, Will, Reppy, Instinct, and Clyde rounding out the Northwood University side of things.
And on the GVU side, it's Arisu or Ariana Castle. Jinko, who I believe has a different name, but don't be fooled. It is still Jinko on the mid lane. Nightstar and Summer, formerly known as Inflame, to round out their bot.
And it's going to be really, really good. Once again, we were talking about this one for GVU. They are quite literally just sitting at the top. They're like, hey, we're chilling. No worries. We're kicking back. I mean, we got a bar behind us. They got the chairs and everything like that. And I'm thrilled. I mean, you and I have quite literally cast Castle for ages upon ages. And same with, you know, a few of the Northwood guys. We've seen them here and there. But, I mean, these are big names that we've seen throughout. And I'm very, very excited to see what they can throw down in Game 1. We heard that Northwood, I believe, is on blue side. And this specifically leans into what we've seen. Cozy specifically, I think, for Northwood, has had some great ups, unfortunate downs, but all around very fun.
Yeah, and the thing is, Northwood has such a strong roster across the board. We saw the names that were on there earlier, and there isn't really a weak lane you can kind of target. So it feels like teams have defaulted to trying to counter-pick in the top lane and pick on Cozy. But that doesn't work. Cozy's the weak side king, and we saw it against Utectics. Didn't even flinch, was winning the blind matchups. Now, we are seeing GV on the red side. I'm curious if they try and get that counter matchup for Ariana, because Ariana's been playing fantastically up there. And while there are strong top lane power picks, things like the Gwen, like the Jace that you absolutely want to blind, there are potentially counters you can still run into them and win out.
And it's very, very dangerous because overall we've seen teams actually take over. I think Instinct and Clyde were another two that I wanted to watch for. They're in the bottom lane across a lot of their matchups. We saw them really take over in the early stages. Translation to mid to late was sometimes a little bit sticky just in the situation the rest of the team was in. But those two individually have consistently honed in on aggressiveness, staying alive, making sure that they're constantly in rotation. These are two that I would consider a very rock-steady bottom lane no matter what matchup you put them in as well.
Yeah, and you contrast that to GVU's bot lane where you have Nightstar and Inflame. And I think Inflame has done wonders along with Nightstar, one of the newer players there. He's been pairing really well and helping with the lane states because Nightstar used to be fantastic in the late game. I still remember his Cogmore, his Juggernaut composition. Teams used to build around that. But his laning sometimes could be a little bit rough. I think with Inflame, though, they have become a bit more lane dominant, and that bot lane could be spicy. However, let's talk jungles. Because you talked about Castle.
Yes! Well, I saved the best for last, man. I saved the best for last.
Yes, you did. And Castle really started making his mark back in about 2021, where he started showing up on the radar for Tier 3. But it was the end of 2021. We were casting him in things like Unified Advanced League prior to that, you know, at the beginning of the year. Will is more well known because he's been playing Tier 2 for a long time and has a bit of reputation there. But he actually started out around 2021 as well. He showed up in 2019 as a sort of splitting time with Chad Jungle at the time, but then he really started making his mark in 2021 as well. So they're around the same time. But Will has been in Tier 2 longer, and therefore his name is bigger. And Will, we saw him up against Utectics, you know, and he was saying that, okay, we made some mistakes. We've been improving. We've been getting better. And his early game, especially the tempo he's been playing at, is borderline manic. Up against Castle. Castle used to have a great early game as well, especially on the Lee Spin, things like Lee Sin, Kindred, and what was the other one? Was it Belvet? No, Viego was the other one. Great skill champions, but he played really fast early games. So that jungle is my lane to watch right now.
And all of a sudden, their fallback as well that we don't always talk about. The Sejuani! We gotta see. No, I don't know. But honestly, the Sejuani is a fallback. It feels like, as you mentioned, very aggressive, very willing to get in your face. We saw the Pantheon. I mean, I spoke to Will one of the first times. Will, great guy, by the way. Very, very funny. At the same time, might want to actually research your opponents before you go into the match. That was a little bit rough. At the same time, though, as we were mentioning, the idea that as a squad, you're both playing very aggressive means it's very bloody as well. And to me, Utectics took that title, essentially. They were the ones that we sat there saying, look, even if they're winning or losing, it is going to be fight upon fight upon fight. But now in this grand finals, it's a different story. Well, same story, slightly different reasons. When you run early game, as you said, building around certain styles and situations, if both Will and Castle are identified as the players to watch, we're going to see blood in the rivers as well here.
Yeah, and I do really feel like Will needs to take charge of that early game because we talk about the bloodiness of the game from Utectics. Well, Northwood's another team which can rack up really high kills, right? They've got great hands and they love to use it, and when it works, it looks great. But GVU is very strategically sound even if they fall behind in the early game, they know how to come back. Their team fights are really, really clean, and you can tell that this team has really been working together to improve not just as individuals, but as a group as well. And I think that's why their record stands as it does. They've met twice this Scholastic year. We'll start with their fall matchup because, again, Northwood didn't play in NECC Spring, but they played in fall. And in fall, they were in the same group. Regular season, GVU lost one match. That was it. It was to Northwood.
Yeah.
Northwood taking it 2-1. And they were supposed to meet again in the playoffs because Northwood also did incredibly well in their division. They met, or they were supposed to meet in the winners finals, but Northwood didn't show up. Yep. It was an FF win for GVU. So GVU technically 1-1 right now at the time, but not really because Northwood didn't show up. Now they did get to meet again though here on day one, round one. Like we said, GVU knocked out Northwood clean 2-0. And so coming back now, both teams have a reason for revenge. Both teams have a reason to look good, but I do feel like Northwood probably a little bit more hungry for that one.
I mean, we've seen them. You were mentioning this before, the growth that we've seen, not from just both squads, but from Northwood specifically. I don't think I've ever seen a team, and again, we've also talked about their sometimes wishy-washy moments whenever some matches go sideways. The fact that we have seen them get more aggressive through a tournament just speaks to the testament of, my opinion, a LAN environment. You always sit there and have a little bit of fun. We are diving into game number 1, though, and you know it's going to be a banger. Northwood on the blue, Vikings on that red. And to me, this is going to be the test. Another one that we got to watch out for, Jinkal and Reppy in the mid lane. Reppy specifically, we mentioned, having very stalwart, kind of rock-solid compositional status, either on a Talia or Iana, whatever the team needs, even the Galio at 1 or 2 moments, I believe. So very stalwart there. But the Mbessa immediately out of the hands.
Yeah, they want to give that to Ariana. Kind of similar situation to what we saw at Apex as well, where he's just really, really good at, pardon me, Johnny Rockets, who's just really, really good at the champion. I don't think Mbessa is that strong necessarily, but she has some good matchups. And if you can get past the early inning phase against something like a Chase, for example, then you can absolutely punish. On the other hand, GVU with the Nafiri takeaway, something that we've seen Will absolutely crush on. And I do feel like it should be a Castle champ, but I don't think Castle's had that much opportunity to actually play it.
So you say that, but I believe Will was 1-5 at one point with the champion. So I don't know how.
At 1 point.
At 1 point. No. It wasn't 1 point. It was about for 20 minutes. So that's a whole different story. Taking a look at the next set of bans here, it's the Chase and the Vi. Both champions that we've seen utilized by teams either to get early lane advantages or have a mid-game turn. Vi specifically, I know, has had some polarizing moments recently, just with other champions stepping into the spotlight in the jungle. But it makes sense. Now with the Ziggs as the final ban for Northwood, targeting that bot side, Nightstar, Jinkal, possibly with a flex in there, not going to be utilized to look at a tower pressure game into that mid to late, trying to break down those towers as far. And finally, the last ban, the Varus. Instinct and Nightstar not getting that champion.
Yeah, so very interesting spreads, and you can really see the priority of the two teams in terms of what they want to do. Northwood is trying to get Cozy a bit more of a better matchup, considering that a lot of teams have been focusing that top side.
Might be why.
Yep, there you go. Gwen first pick. Like we talked about, Jace, Gwen feels like the power picks up there. There are still counters that you can run into the Gwen, especially if you're playing into lane. We saw an attempted Aatrox counter on Friday, and that didn't quite work out. GVU, though, with the Xinjiao for Castle, it's not the least, but we're talking about early pressure. Xinjiao was kind of king of that, and Will especially demonstrated that on Friday.
I would say the Xin Zhao has actually eclipsed a lot of what people assume were the old early game champions. I mean, we talk about the Lee Sin, yeah, but Xin Zhao feels like a little bit better stance on that. Maybe you don't get the Lee Sin kick, but you still get really good presence there. Now matching to help out, you got great mid to late game firepower with that scaling Corki, depending on where you wish to place it, either in Jinkal or Nightstar's hand. But here comes that Pantheon. Hopefully he has about 7 games under his belt now on this champion, and maybe that'll help out, because, listen, watching Will run down so many players with, 11 or 12 kills at that point, so fed. I want to see that happen again. And Reppy getting the Talia. This is Northwood building peak composition.
That's a scary one. Will went 11-1-6 with the Pantheon in the jungle. And Reppy's Talia, it was the game they ended up losing, if I recall correctly? Game 1?
They won, I believe.
They won
no, which series are you talking about?
Good question. You know what? Reppy always wins with the Talia.
Yeah, okay.
Even if he doesn't win the game, he was having so much impact with it, and it's not just his ability to get map pressure at the Weaver's wall, it's also how he keeps finding picks with the seismic shield. Yep. Speaking of picks, though, Jinkal is not giving him the opportunity. He wants to play it from afar with Wei.
The problem is again, to me, whenever I see a Talia, it's always about the follow potential. Are you able to follow the Weaver's walls and all of that? Jinkal, though, maybe looking to just get farming, look at the mid to late utility value. Now getting into the next set of bans, though, we are looking at the Nautilus against Clyde, taking away that engage tool that Clyde loves. But the focus fire on the back end, as you called, rightly saying, we want to give Cozy a really good matchup. Ban out of the Jax, another top lane that might be coming through. There's a Jhin on the bot side. Instinct not given that utility ADC, but there's still things like the Ashe. There's still things that can work very, very well in terms of that bank. A little bit of an adjustment down to the bottom side. Braum, banned as last.
And I'm curious for the top lane in terms of what we're trying to answer with the Gwen too. I mean, you can pick something like Renekton that has a lot of early laning pressure if you kind of try and just want to win that one out right from the get-go. Instead, they're hovering the Gragas. Now, Gragas could go support. It's not a terrible support by any means, but it's also wonderful in the top lane against Gwen in a way because Gragas is kind of the great equalizer, the great neutralizer. There's no lane in which he really can't play.
Taking a look here. If you want to get away from the great equalizer, the neutralizer of the lanes, and you want to dance even further, it is the Ezreal. Surprisingly enough, you kind of understand that, hey, it's a Corki on the bot side. You need to have that range. You need to have that ability. And Clyde goes ahead and drops down over to that Leona, another great engaged champion. That's going to put Jinkall and Nightstar into really dangerous positions if I don't see that cleanse coming out here. So I'll be very interested to see if we do see a cleanse from either one of them. Obviously, probably not in the mid, but very nice call there. I like seeing that rel as a response.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing a lot of equal trades come through. Corki Ezreal is a matchup that we've seen tons of times. In fact, Corki's actually been falling out of meta a little bit in the bot lane. His lack of range does kind of struggle, and that's one thing Ezreal used to take advantage of. And the Leona Rel is another matchup that we see a ton of as well, where often Rel is the favor side of that matchup. Leona goes in, she doesn't get back out, and Rel is really good at counter-engaging onto these sort of champions.
Oh, well, we're already on in. We are set for game number 1 of the NECC D1 Nationals. Northwood going up against Grandview University. The Vikings showing us what they got in the best of 3 to go ahead and take the crown. We're excited to see what goes down.
And right from the get-go, both teams kind of being very defensive right now.
Defensive my butt, RMC. What are you saying and telling me? Clyde realizing that there's nothing defensive about an invade.
Well, I don't think Summer was looking to get aggressive there. Summer just wanted to go home.
RMC, you're lying to me, man. I'm right here. You cannot lie to my face. Ariana running for the hills right now and Cozy having a blast.
No. GVU wants to be a pacifist. They just want to go home, or just caught on the wrong side of town, you know? But yeah, Northwood already applying the early pressure as best they can. They are out for blood, and we talked about how they want to play. They're obviously very practiced at it.
I'm so done with you, RMC. Nightstar running for the hills and down for first blood. Less than 2 minutes in. First one over. We got blood already.
Okay, I was not familiar enough with Northwood's game. That's insane. It's Clyde and Instinct just straight up in the 2v2 finding the kill there, really pressuring in. And it's Nightstar who goes down. It's not even Summer, who's usually the one who gets in there for the lane, but it does leave Summer in a very bad position right now. Summer taking a bunch of damage to the back, and unfortunately no flash available to disengage.
So scary stuff, but honestly, this is turning into a treat, RMC. I am fully excited for what else is going to go down here, and hoping to see some more. But again, that bot side kill will be a taste. Granted, junglers going ahead, getting the full clear, so we're falling back into that even state. And honestly, with some first bloods, we can look past it and just be like, okay, mix up, no worries. Let's roll further on. Castle going ahead, taking away his Raptors here.
Yeah, and I think for Northwood, that's going to be really good for them. Will getting a full clear all the way down to the bot lane means he can potentially revisit the gank into the bot lane as well, and try and find more kills, try and set Nightstar further and further behind. Whereas for Castle, if anything, you're going down there to try and relieve pressure a little bit. And I don't know how good a gank path you can find. As long as Clyde stays safe, Instincts and Ezreal.
Ariana, though, actually opted to stay in the mix, and it might be a little dangerous factor. But getting a little bit of healing, getting a little bit of shielding in there is an okay status. So, willing to try and trade their HP a little bit more is a twist. You're saying, hey, I don't want to force anything, and I didn't have to recall back. So, not taking that chance with the HP value and just being okay, trying to trade low, and Cozy up for the challenge.
Yeah, and Ariana right now is taking an absolute beating. Sure, there's a lot of sustain, but it's not about the sustain, Orbital. It's all about the all-in, and Cozy's able to find that. GVU kind of feels like they're in shambles. That's 2 sets of individual kills right now. No jungle pressure. Will hasn't even hit the rift.
And remember, that was Ariana's choice to stay after that topside fight. That is why we were so interested about that. You chose to stay, and now you go down, and now that's 2 lanes that have had a little bit of a struggle. Is it the end? Probably not. Summer, though, saying we're going to turn it around, and once again,
Okay.
Summer throwing it down here in play, and Clyde going a little bit low. But
Castle.
guess who's in the vicinity? Now it is pinged out. Eyes are out. Instinct, though, getting chunked out. Good bomb on top. But Clyde knows. Clyde knows it's going to get messy. Good clear of the wave, though. This is Instinct and Clyde quite literally. How quickly can we clear the wave? And are we going to get a mix? Nice tag on it. Instinct. It's continuing, RMC. I'm actually really scared, but it looks like it's going to be the close out. Quick tag number 1. In they go, but they tag out, and it is going to be a even trade of HP. No! Instinct says no, thank you, and it will be a 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, and there was no backup from Northwood available. Cozy and Reppy had both just used teleport. No Weaver as well from Reppy. So Instinct and Clyde, their backs were up against the wall. But fantastically played from Clyde to be able to answer back even. And most importantly, Instinct's alive to continue picking up CS. And it's not afraid of Nightstar and Summer.
Better be. Instinct better be. This is such a chance and a half. They're ready to jump on in.
No, he's fine.
Arcane shifts out. It's an Ezreal. He's going to look good. Pinch, nails one. Instinct doesn't have
He
barrier.
turns.
Actually, just use it there. Auto attack out, and you're trying to get my ball, and it works. What'd you say? Not scared? Get out of here.
He wasn't, though. Instinct knew it. He thought he could get it. And here, Clyde is back up. Unfortunately, no Ignite means probably no kill potential. At this point, I'm not even sure anymore. They just keep going.
Clyde is like, yeah, we're not done yet. You step up, you die. I will fight you to the bitter end. Nightstar playing on a nice edge. By the way, a Xenoblade could come out and destroy your HP bar. Meanwhile, Summer just dancing in there, running around as much as possible. Xenoblade now back up. I love how quickly they are trying to change this. Meanwhile, Will's like, la-di-da-di-da, I like Dragon.
Yeah, Will is doing a complete 180 from what we've seen of him this weekend so far. He's not the one causing the action. His lanes are doing that, and because of that, Will's going to get this free dragon completely uncontested. Castle technically in the area, but with Nightstar and Summer being forced to back at such an awkward timing because of Clyde, there's no backup. You aren't even really hoping for a steal here.
I love the very slight help from Machine Ezreal. WQ, I helped, give me my assist. But Will, at the same time, still waiting for that level 6 we always talk about whenever it comes to like a Pantheon or even a Xin Zhao or some of the other heavy hitters. You want to wait for that level 6. You want to wait till those ultimates comes up and then you influence the map. Either way though, both junglers keeping pace, 15 camps each.
Yeah, and talk about those ultimates, they should be coming up soon. The solo laner's already at level 6 junglers there shortly. I'm kind of watching for the bot laners, specifically the supports. That's when I think we're going to see, I'm going to say real action kick off, but we've already seen so much action. Clyde and Summer will just start roaming around, and they'll bring that action from the bot lane to some of the other lanes as well. I do quickly want to touch on the mid laners, though, because we haven't touched on them whatsoever. Reppy and Jinko have just been farming up a storm, and so far Jinko a little bit ahead. Cozy?
It's a bulb. It's not the full just yet. Ariana deciding, hey, let's hold back. It did. I also don't think it did enough damage. Cozy was like, hey, I'm good. So very, very nice job by Ariana, though. Getting the pacing. Remember, it was Cozy that took that solo in the top side. So Ariana trying to gain pace because you are so far behind in the CS numbers like you called in the mid lane. Ariana's doing a good job trying to maintain an even spacing.
I'm just a little bit worried about using the explosive cast for trades like that, because now you don't have it to disengage. And I'm watching Will in that top jungle right now. He's farming some. He just hit 6. He could look for the Grand Star Ball, and thankfully Castle knows and is shading Ariana.
3-shot barrage. Out to check just a little bit, try and get some damage. But it feels a lot of that heat has cooled down after the early trades and all, and especially since Northwood already got the feat of warfare. I know it's not always the big eyes on the sky prize, but it's nice to know for sure that you don't have to worry about it. And I mean, I've seen some teams when it's 2-2, we've seen them try and actually chase against each other, so it's like, it's good, it's out of the way. What I'm looking at now are the grubs. Grub spawning is just a few, but Nightstar said, look down here, we're already looking. Clyde trying to run interference, but it is a double flash. So bot lane explosive, Nightstar and Summer getting the better of it.
And just really quick, as the game pace has slowed down, it's gone in favor of GVU a little bit, right?
Well, mid lane we're seeing a dive, and that's the shove. This is easy as it comes on the Pantheon and Talia, what we'd like to see.
Yeah, that CC chain, Jinko could do nothing at all, tried to flash away, was undeterred. Yeah. That's the best you can hope for. It does not matter.
Oh, RMC, no! RMC! That was your brother, right? Because that was a melee.
Honestly, probably a cousin. Don't know over the wall. I brought most of my family off the rift in the bot lane. We're still seeing trades come through as Nightstar is punishing them. And we were just talking about how the pace of the game was slowing down, favoring GVU, and Northwood are trying to ratchet it back up. This fight's kind of dicey. It's a 3v2, but Northwood are lower.
I just talked to you about this. Hey, this is going to be interesting, and that's going to be a shutback yet again. Castle realizing you don't want to do this. Needlework
Can he
is going
dodge?
to be utilized, but there's a spear right through. Cozy says, great, it's only Ariana. We can try and force this a little bit further, but Ariana very healthy, everyone else not. And now in comes Jinko once again. Snipe number 1 with that severing bolt. Strikes home to get revenge.
Jungler for jungler trades, and Grubs win out as most of them get to survive. Only one of them, I believe, getting picked up there by the side of Northwood. Yeah, and again, the pace of the game, Northwood is trying to accelerate, but GVU, they're slowing down. Even in the 2v3 situation, yes, they engaged, but the goal wasn't necessarily to immediately pop people. You saw how Orianna just played it slow.
Oh, well, now in the mid lane, this is Jinko not enjoying this one, and Reppy slams home another Clyde, helping out their mid lane, and Reppy starting to get stronger and stronger.
Support Romano, bro. That's what we're talking about. That's when the action really starts to kick off. Castle now with Summer just bodyguarding him, trying to stop shenanigans from happening in the jungle.
I get to breathe. I like breathing here and making sure that I can take stock of the entirety of the map. We are going back to those grubs. We'll be able to finish off all 3 total and be able to gather, again, the grubs, all 3. You only get 1 chance at it, so it's nice to see all 3 handed over. To decide Northwood, like you said, wanted to accelerate the pace of the game. Well, this now allows you, if we do see some of those lane ganks for that first tower, they'll have a bit more pushing power in there.
Yeah, and so far, we've seen Northwood get some push, but not anything significant. Just 1 plate top, 1 plate mid. And it looks like we might have a bit of a pause here as Will's finished off the grubs and is kind of looking for the scuttle. Orbital, the game pace has sped up a little bit, but I don't know if it's quite enough for now to kind of do what they achieve. GVU, despite kind of falling down, they're kind of happy to sit back and skill. We saw the trade between Reppy and Jinko happen. Reppy won with support pressure, but Reppy almost turned it. 1 item more, 2 items more, and it might be enough for him to actually start surviving or trading back these 1v2 situations.
Yeah, went ahead for that Saracen as well. Once we see the Saracen, it's like, hey, extra shielding on top. At that point, though, it's not just looking at the side of Jinko. It's also looking at the fact that you're going to have to deal with Nightstar on that bot side, which I want to give credit. Nightstar, everyone on the side of GVU, like you mentioned, falling behind a little bit, and they slow down the pace because they know, I think they can come around in the mid game with a little bit more damage. They just can't out of control.
Yes.
Like, that's the main thing. And so the fact that we saw them do, again, 6 goals to 3, not great. And I'm recounting a lot here, I do apologize. But the fact that they lost too early and didn't immediately go into desperation mode made me extremely happy. We've seen teams where they flounder in the early stages when they lose, first blood or something like that, to something like a level 1.
Yep.
And then immediately just kind of roll over and let it fall to the wayside. So to me, I'm very happy that we are getting to that point back, like you called it.
Yeah, and if you consider how the game started, pretty much, it was Northwood kind of just dominating the early part of it. But now GVU has kind of been able to start trading back 1 for 1. The gold difference is only 2,000 gold. This is where it gets a little bit testy for the side of North.
Wait. We had another kill go through. We actually had another trade in there. I see Jinko gone, and now Nightstar's about to do the same. You try to flash away, but you head under the tower, and now Summer might get some. RMC, we got hot jumped into this, and I love it because I'm looking on the other side. Northwood have 8. They had 6 when we went into pause. And now Reppy might be in trouble, throwing a slow down Castle, getting rooted. I love this.
Yeah, but still, it's only a 2k gold difference. It's not growing.
Nope.
GVU are still kind of stymieing Northwood's abilities to snowball this, which is impressive in and of itself. And for Northwood, that's why I'm saying this is a test for them. We've seen this before. They got up to great leads, and then the mid game gets a little bit dicey. Conversely, for GVU, this is where they start to pop off, is when they hit the mid game, when they start grouping up for fights and they can start playing front to back a little bit. So this is going to be the critical moment. I do feel like Dragon might be it. If not Dragon, then Herald. Because those 2 objectives, I want to see them contest. I want to see 4v4s, 5v5s.
Oh, Will stepping into this bottom side, and as we mentioned, still trying to find elevation of value in there. I mean, Will, by the way, very much leaning on this bot side a little bit more than Will. Outside of the Grand Starfall, we've actually seen them chase and allow Instinct and Clyde to try and get some revenge, considering how much hammering was going on down there. But, as you call, Dragon is currently available. A little bit of warning on there, and you can see GVU actively looking to push members down there as well, which has led to this support versus support and ADC versus ADC.
Castle's on his way.
Storm being used, though, and Clyde getting away with that flash. Castle just like, hey, no worries.
Yeah, and that was a close one. If Clyde went the wrong way, if he got tagged by Wind Becomes Lightning, that becomes a GVU Dragon. It might yet be a GVU Dragon. We'll have to see how it goes. Oh, that Dragon Pool, actually huge. It gave away information that Clyde was in the area on the other side.
And Will now saying, yeah, I'm in the area. You're not going to get this one for free. You better be willing to fight. And Northwood again trying to push their power as Cozy. Listen, the bullying will continue until morale improves, and right now the morale is pretty low. Ariana, dead under tower, which looks like it was a needlework combination.
Yeah, and you talk about how Will's hovering the bot side. It's because he doesn't need to be top side. Cozy is indeed Cozy with the blind pick, and it's been working for him. Weak side King, not weak side at all. He's dominating. Instinct into the pit.
Right now, this is a 4v3, now 4v4 as in comes Jinkle as well. Clyde a little bit too far for comfort. Crescent Guard doing so well in body blocking. Now Summer brings on in with the crash down, but it doesn't really land. And remember, no real Magnet Storm, meaning this to turn around. Castle is going to burn, but in comes Ariana. Revenge from the top side. Cast to bring him out. Bomba, bring the clot if you can. It's not going to happen. Bot side, we see Instinct go down. Reppy gets away. Will barely slowed Ariana with a belly slam. And that will be GVU overall getting the better of the trades.
But look up top. Cozy has been pushing the entire time. He got out of chart. I hesitate to see how much damage. Can he get in it?
Oh my god. Oh, yes, he can. Remember, this is what we talked about. The Grubs! The Grub win! Cozy takes first two towers of the game.
Baby Grubageddon. Now, the fight itself, honestly, was a fast collapse from Northwood. It's exactly what you'd expect. They get the numbers in there. It's a 4v3 to start things off. But Castle is kind of able to create that space. And between Summer and Castle, they actually frontline the fight. The entire time, Jinko as well is largely untouched, and he's getting all his spell rotations off in the AoE. Ariana coming in is just icing on the cake at this point. The important part was the initial win. And the fact that Instinct got taken out, that means no real fight left for the side of Northwood. Will going down means no smite at all.
Second piece of that, by the way, Nightstar was allowed to live. That was where a lot of the focus fire went down. Nightstar living still puts them at a good spot. They also went Bloodthirster first. Immediate Bloodthirster, so that's just frustrating. Ariana, though, is getting the direst treatment and a half here in the top lane. This is Cozy and Will, making it not so cozy and not so fun. Ariana goes down for the third time this game.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Ariana. This pick is not doing the 1v1 anymore. This is all about the sort of team fight utility that Greg is going to bring, the resets, the displacements that we just got to see in the last fight. And maybe overall, I know it sounds weird, but losing the inner turret on that top side, maybe it's not the worst thing that could happen to GVU, because at least it unlocks Ariana out to roam.
Right now, it's an answer, though, on the other side, as Nightstar is like, yo, I got 4 kills, I want a little bit more, let's clear this wave, let it bounce back towards our end, or at least try and clear it out. It's a 4-minion sack wave, so it's not great. Well, actually, it is pretty good. But the Dragon is what we're looking at here. Man, I can't count, really. I forgot how to balance waves. I got yelled at once for trying to prep a wave, and someone was like, bro, you're doing it all wrong. It was funny. Dragon goes down. It is going to be GVU's end to grab it, so it's a 1-1 Dragon take. No one leading into that 3-Dragon soul point.
Oh, bro, you're a mid laner. Why are you prepping noise? Just take the CS, buddy.
True,
you're not a juggler.
I forgot. I gotta be greedy, man. Dude, did you know I actually was like one of the first 1,000 to actually get the lethal efficiency? I'm sorry. I mean, you guys gave so much gold to me. 80 CS in 10 minutes. I was pretty good about that.
Get me away from this mass murderer here. Talking about CS though, Reppy has been farming up a storm. 168 CS after all the chaos, and Cozy has a massive CS lead. We've been talking so much about Cozy exerting kill pressure, but it's more than just that. He's got an experience lead right now, and I'm looking at Jinko trying to match up against this, and honestly, I'm a little bit scared. An extra level and some items on a Gwen, Rod of Aegis, by the way, means that the dives the game goes on becomes harder and harder for Hui to deal with.
And that's why we're seeing this kind of flex down here. You called it, Summer collapsing in. That's going to be the crash down plus the Magnet Storm. Cozy trying to get away, no flash, but Clyde a little bit late to the party. Meanwhile, Reppy gets a kill on the top side.
Did he get out?
Cozy slowing down. Good flash forward though in the knockback. Cozy will fall. Last out of the win, so it's a 1-for-1 across the map, but in the vacuum, it's a 1-0.
That's from the river all the way in. The Orwell took forever, and meanwhile, Will and Instinct punishing the mid lane. Shelly getting a full charge off, and Nightstar has to be careful. If he overstays, he might go down.
But the thing is, no, Will used his leap, and that's why Nightstar felt willing to go up. But the damage from Instinct is what you actually have to be worried about. You just
the flash
in with the phosphorus, but it does not work. You went big and lost big, but dang, did it look pretty.
I know I cautioned Nightstar might die. That was not how I expected it would go down. Nightstar just deciding to go in. He could have walked away, but he saw the angle. Reppy and Instinct living on slivers of health, but it's feeding into the Northwood Snowball Orbital. GVU are not stabilizing matters, and this is Northwood's bread and butter. Increase the chaos, increase the kills, increase their chance of winning. We get a replay of what happened to Cozy, and it's insane. Cozy's not running Exhaust, by the way. It's Flash Teleport, so he's got no defensive summoners, but he buys so much time. Like, Will actually was thinking about coming down bot, and somebody made the call that, hey, no, I'm good. Go back mid. If Will should have bought, maybe they could find some kills, but showing up mid, I think, yielded them a lot more. That mid inner turret is living on a hope and prayer.
I really hope we get to see the entirety of this. I want to also know, I think Reppy actually had a moment where I wonder if the Archangel's turned to Seraph right away, but this jump in, I mean, you were like, hey, maybe I could get more damage. This sidestep into Flash on top, and then the Phosphorus, you thought it was going to do a lot more, but it just didn't. Feels bad. But Reppy, by the way, still alive. 5-0-2. As Ariana, just trying to clear that wave as much as possible, with the rest of Northwood chasing the enemy jungle turret.
Yeah, Nightstar now with the Essence Reaver as well does have a bit more pop damage, so maybe next time that happens, it results in a kill. We'll see as he's hunting Cozy again.
I almost wanted to yell Flash Nightstar, go after, but we're looking in the wrong place. Castle, the walls have been broken as Will flashes a little Pengu hat. And says thanks again, Northwood doing what they need to, finding the picks, walking away with gold experience and so much pressure.
That's between turrets, Orbital. Or Ariana's under turret. Now the turret's full health, but his health will not be full very shortly.
No, this is gonna be difficult, and that's shove in half. Will destroys them, bakes them a pizza or some bread. Easy work as the tower will fall in RMC in 19.5 minutes. That is 5 towers. Some of the fastest macro rotations and takes of towers that we've seen pretty much all tournament long.
Yeah, and while they're taking turrets, they're still getting pressure elsewhere too, right? They're still getting Cozy ahead. They're still looking for kills left and right as well. So fantastically played. They're looking to try and pinch off Jinko here.
But this is the thing. This is another show of how Northwood are consistently looking for these pieces. That is a straight TP to the backside in Alco. Who puts a ward in Alco, bro? Who does that? That is just a threat at the end of the day. They shut down the way yet again, and Jinko just really is not enjoying this now.
I think Cozy does when he's worried about Castle Kaki.
True. Okay, that's fair.
Castle does that a lot, but if anything, that actually, to me, feels more like Jinko is overextending a little bit. GVU not playing quite as clean as they're used to. That's a Hui who's fairly immobile, pushing all the way up in the lane with no inner turret, by the way. He is really far up the lane with 0 backup against a Talia and a Pantheon.
Okay, well, what about this? Summer was in the middle of the lane running away. Like, come on, we gotta give... Nah, we can't. All right, that's Will again on a killing spree and doing very well for themselves.
Again, Orbital, up a lane, no inner turret. You're grossly overextended against a Pantheon Talia. Reppy still has Weaver's Wall. So if GQ doesn't learn their lesson from the first 2 times they did it, if they want to go for the 3-peat, Northwood will happily meet them there.
And honestly, this gold lead will only continue as well. If we weren't looking at the kills, if we weren't looking at the states, if we weren't looking at the KDAs, look at the items and look at the itemization. Take a look at this. This is just summer, as you called. You don't have that far to run. If you step out at all, Will find you, and straight into the Otacon as well. Northwood gonna turn this into a kill to 2 globals, which is one of the most authoritative runs that we've seen here on the Rift. At least there's an answer on the other side. Ariana and Castle able to pick up some scraps of gold with the bounty on top of that tower.
Yeah, still looking down, a 6,000 gold differential though. You know, at 2K Orbital, I was kind of like, they're holding, they're fine. At 6K, not so great. Northwood has the lead they need to be able to start closing out games with the Infernal as well. Remember, globals are available for Northwood.
But Clyde, I don't think wants to chance it any further, and it's appropriate. Now, here's the deal. I know we said 6K is pretty far gone, you know, decently well. I'm pretty sure we saw Northwood throw a 4K before, so I like literally in the lower semifinals, I'm pretty sure that happened.
6K is 50% more.
I know the math works out, but still, man, like.
Folks, this is why Costa shouldn't do math on stream. Orbital's math.
No, we got the math right.
Kinda sus. We got it right, but your conclusion was kind of wonky.
Oh, fine.
That's all I'm saying.
All right, 100% correct. As we go ahead and take a look at the states, all globals are off, so this is actually the point in time where Northwood are like, how much can we actually take of the base? Bot side inner tower is still standing. You got inhibitor towers able to fight if Cozy finds a kill on Ariana, so it's really just how much of the map can we take?
And I'm looking at another piece of math here. Level 16 to level 13. That's a 3-level difference.
Are you sure massive. Ariana isn't the support? That's like a support level at that point, right?
Honestly, Okay, to be fair to Ariana, he's actually been XPing quite well. He's been able to pick up some XP. It's just that Cozy's been soaking so much in the side lane.
Yep.
Supports are still barely in the double digits at this point.
And this is just brutality. Magnustorm being used here, and look at that. They just stomp on him. Castle, though, trying to bring a little retribution, but Will gets out over the wall. TP a little bit late. Ariana able to join the fight, but guess who's not? Cozy. Straight up runs them down, and now underneath the tower. 2 tower shots. Does not care. Northwood stepping up to fight from the lower brackets. Let's get over here. That's a snipe, but a double kill more for Reppy. And another seismic shove. Bring the spear. Game over from Will, as that's an ace for Northwood University.
And both Instinct and Will are still alive. The physical damage champions on this side who can keep on pushing, keep on taking these turrets. Summer has respawned. You were talking about level 13 being support levels. Summer's only level 9. The recall time, the death timers are very, very short. The fight starts out as well with Clyde. No hesitation, willing to go in because he knows he's stronger right now. And even though the teleport does complete a little bit quicker for the side of GVU, it doesn't matter. They're zoned out so much, and more importantly, the moment Cozy shows up, fight's over.
Yep.
Cozy's willing to go in. That's the second turret shot that he takes. We count kills. There are 5 kills. I want to count how many turret shots Cozy takes. That's 3. That's 4. He takes 4 turret shots and still survives.
It's out of this world. And honestly, you know, I made jokes about Northwood earlier. I love them with all my heart because they are obviously proving that they have showed up every mistake. One of the things that Reppy said in his lower semifinals interview, we are working hard to always correct our mistakes. Never ever in doubt of what we can do, and it is showing. They have shored up any mistake about their flip-floppiness whenever they're a little bit down, whenever things go well for them, and something might go wrong in the game. They are showing a penchant of holding on to the game without ever letting off the leash, and it is impressive.
Yeah, and I think back to Repio saying that, hey, we are going to beat GVU.
Yeah.
Even when he found out that the next match would be UTEX, he said, doesn't matter, we will beat GVU. And so far, he's delivering on his promise. It's GVU who have had the time to watch Northwood play through Mizzou, through UTEX, who now have a lot of hard questions to ask themselves. What have they achieved with that time? And how do they recover after this game? Can they recover within this game?
Well, that might come up to a Baron toss and a half. Honestly, with Baron up at 25 minutes and Dragon up in about a minute, it's looking like, hey, when do we send in Castle and pray that he gets a smite steal? Summer walking away, though, and just eating damage after damage. Your jungle is not your own, and this is where we see that ward coverage make it so scary for GVU. Castle trying to clear out a little bit more. The rest of the team walking. But you look around that Baron pit, dark for GVU.
And the jungle walls feel like they're closing in. Jinko, a lesser mobile carry, can't really dodge out. Castle as well. With the Xinqiao, you're great at going in, not so great at just getting over walls. And you contrast that to Cozy, specifically, because he's the one with the Rod of Ages. He's the one constantly threatening flanks. And you saw, the moment he showed up, Nightstar started struggling, like, hey, where do I go? I don't have a front line, because Cozy's showing up in the back right now, and all of y'all are looking for opportunities. So, GVU, they can't find opportunities to go in. They can't deal with the front to back. I'm not quite sure where they go right now.
Quite honestly, they couldn't even deal in a straight up 1v1, not even with the front line, because something that I haven't talked about, and I love talking about it because I get to now, Northwood ran 4 Merc Treads, and with the feats actually completed, and with the adjusted balance, they can rock with upgraded Merc Treads and be perfectly fine against double AP. They are like, we'll take any fight. Ariana now getting jumped on here and just recognizing that, yeah, I can't do anything. Even against Cozy right now, that is a 3 diving onto 1, and your inhibitors are now in danger. GVU wondering where they can go.
And that sets up the majority of Northwood to be pushing into an inhibitor turret. Summer and Nightstar were winning the trade against Instinct and Clyde, but that's bait, that's distraction. They just wanted to make sure that nobody's going back.
It was only Jinko and Castle. Pings out for Dragon here. And I like this call. Again, this is an Infernal. We didn't get to talk about this one. Clyde, though, running interference. Instinct stepping away. Good stun down onto Clyde. Everything expended, though, on Clyde's life. And it still doesn't work. Clyde survives when the support is supported by his team. You know it's good. You dive back in. Clyde steps away from the strike. And that is foregone Northwood. Playing like maniacs, but coming out on top like champions.
Clyde has no fear. We've seen it time and time again. Give him an engaged support and he will engage 100%. I love how measured he is with it too. Like, yeah, he went back in, but he knew that they had enough CC that they could burst out and not lose anybody. Ping's coming down for Baron. Northwood though, look at what they're doing. They're doing Baron, but where's Cozy? He's picking up Dragon too. It's a 2-for-1 special.
whenever a team can take 2 global objectives, not once in a game, but twice, you know things are not looking good for the opposite side. We give credit to Northwood. They have played an amazing game. Knight, Pinnacle, 10 kills doesn't matter. You have punched in what should be a game 1, and we still have to see them close it out. That's that last like 1% of the game that we have to see. But gold lead in their favor. What? They're over. They're 12K in the lead. 3 dragons. Infernal Soul would be the icing on the cake. At that point, you're at 102%. And then if you want to get Elder afterwards for some odd reason that we make that point, that's like 120% that you're good.
Yeah, and it'd be an odd reason because you wouldn't need it.
Yeah.
You're gonna close out. That's just icing on the cake, as you kind of put it. So, yeah, they're just really strong performance so far. Oh, Nightstar.
Nightstar said night, and was put to bed right there. Northwood making sure these are statements. A straight up
Will's
grand
going in
starfall to chase Castle. Reppy flashes forward, and now they bring the pain. Reppy, though, might have overstepped a little bit too far. Castle wanted to make one last stand, but guess where Cozy is yet again. The fight on the top side. Cozy takes the towers and gets some extra damage down. 3 gone from GVU's side as
Here we
Northwood
go.
take some more, and this will be a game 1 victory for Northwood University. 1 step more to the trophy here in the NECC Grand Finals.
And it was one small leap for Will and one giant step for Northwood towards the championship trophy, going up 1-0. And again, it's a best of 3. One more win, and Northwood clinch it. But that one-man drop from Will right at the end with the Pantheon, we call it the man drop, but it was 5 men who dropped on the side of GVU. No fear. They're so far ahead, they know it. Again, they didn't have to wait for Elder. Northwood knows how to accelerate and close out fast.
And it just feels like this was their game plan. They didn't have the vibe. They didn't have some of these true pick styles, but they grabbed the Pantheon and then brought everyone else in. We talked about it, right? Hey, GVU, they're playing good. They're making sure things are slowed down. We didn't realize that was also just waiting for steam to pick up for Northwood. All of a sudden, we watch 7 kills roll by. 8, 9. When do we realize it's not a slow pace? It's a snowball rolling down the mountain.
Well, and the thing was, it felt like GVU was aware of that, right? Like the early pressure that Northwood put down in the lanes, they lost out, they got solo killed, 2v2'd, and then GVU kind of bounced back a little bit, but then they fell off once again, and I think that's a bit of a surprising part. The moment the pressure went off from Northwood, GVU kind of let up their gas too, and then when Northwood hit the accelerator a second time, it felt like GVU got caught changing gears and just wasn't in a position to be able to answer back. They can't afford to do that again, and look, I think Castle was still moving, the Xinjiao was still trying to make early movements, but he needs at least one other lane to be playing early with him as well. We can't see a situation where all 3 lanes are losing again.
Yeah, and I mean, that also leads into Will specifically. We mentioned Will at the beginning doing so well in the lower finals. Will was once again very on top of making moves around the map. We didn't give credit because of some of the early kills that went through. That was just solo kills, you know, and everything. But Will was exceptional in making movements whenever that Grand Starfall was in. We won't be able to see it for game number 2 because, of course, in Fearless Draft, it is done. But they made good use. Looking into game number 2, my question to you, RMC, is what do we see next? Because there is going to be action. I know GVU has some sort of answer to this.
Well, Xinjiao's gone. Pantheon's gone. Do you remember what the other pick was?
Uh-oh, no.
Sejuani. I know it's not exciting, I know it's not super fun, but it works so incredibly clean. And honestly, the way they played this game, that felt like a Sejuani game for Will, right? Where he didn't have to make the moves. When he finally made the moves, it wasn't about the damage. It was just about being the first man in, the man tanking up the damage, running people down, and nobody does that better than Sejuani.
You know the worst part is Sejuani is my only jungle main as well. I can't play any other jungler. I tried a Mumu, I tried Rammus. You also see that I'm not that aggressive of a player, so, you know, if you see me in solo queue, please don't invade my jungle. I really like playing the game. So, as we go ahead, we're going to go to a very, very short break. It is going to be Northwood versus GVU here for game number 2, with Northwood 1 step away from completing the monstrous sweep of all 3 other Nationals competitors here. We are excited to see if it goes down. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Awesome day for a pump, dude.
Hey, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
I'm so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days ago.
Dog been digging in here?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
It was worth it.
for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there. Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful.
Oh God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days ago.
Dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
awesome day for a pump, dude.
Hey, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's probably worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
I think it's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the
Welcome back here to the desk. We are excited to see what exactly goes down here in game number 2. Northwood taking quite possibly the only longest route to a grand finals championship here. They have fallen to the lower bracket specifically against GVU and are now one game away from toppling them to claim the NECC D1 trophy for nationals.
Well, Orbital, if it's worth doing right and hard if need be. Because by the end of this, Northwood have, as you mentioned, beat every single team if they win this game. And that means that they were undisputedly best in the NECC Division 1. And it makes sense. They didn't play spring, pardon me. So there were a lot of questions about, are they really the best? Yep. And now we find out.
And it's one of the best because, again, they continue to improve. That game, again, was by far the most concise. In the others, when we watched in the lower finals, it was good.
Yeah.
But there were bumps along around that mid-game, and then they would close it out. Shoring up every single crack that you see in every match is a wild feast. And when that comes about, Cozy comes to mind immediately.
Yep.
Solid play in the top lane. We couldn't even show you some of the moments because it was just like, listen, it's too good. And it was perfect because Cozy is one of those players that we want to see the show up. To get solo kills in the top lane with the Gwen first pick, beautiful.
Yes, and I think that's the big thing. We saw so many target bans against Ariana, and the Gwen blind pick worked absolute wonders. He's up, what, 60, 70 CS by the end of it? Up 3 levels at one point in the game. Cozy was crushing it. And just think back to what, we had the interview with Will, and Will was saying, like, he was fixing his game of getting faster tempo, playing the early game a little bit better. And I love how that sort of mentality is now spread to the entire team. It wasn't Will accelerating the game. It was Cozy crushing his lane. It was Instinct and Clyde going nuts in the bot side. And in that bot lane, Clyde, he was nutty. Engage after engage. The moment they had any sort of lead, Clyde was just like, go, 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 go.
The fact that you call that a lead when he had 50 HP in the mid lane was the funniest part ever.
50 HP and CC for days.
I know.
That's all
Man,
you need.
When a support gets support from the team, you know things are out of control. I 100%. I give you credit, and that comes out the fact that there were so many picks throughout. We talked about Snowball, and I have to give more respect. I did not know Northwood's game here. Pick after pick had so much weight behind it that they were doubling up on global objectives. And for GVU, they had no answer. The early game, they knew it was coming, and there's no way to stop this tidal wave, this tsunami of action, gold, and pressure headed your way.
I mean, I don't know if they knew it was coming. I didn't know it was coming. Like, Cozy, Instinct, and Clyde, when they got those kills early on, I wasn't expecting. I was expecting heavy trading, sure.
Yeah.
But I wasn't expecting first blood, second blood to come down that quickly. And now for GVU, they know it. They've seen it. They've lived through it or died through it in game 1. So coming into game 2, I do wonder how they kind of changed things up a little bit. I don't think the draft was necessarily wrong by any means. I think they just got caught on the back foot. But I'd love to see, I think, a bit more confidence. One winning lane, which was supposed to be the top lane, should have been enough. But it didn't work, so I'd like to see a backup. Because I still trust that both Jinkle as well as Nightstar, they can carry late games. Either of them on late game carry is probably enough insurance that the other one can play an early game bridge.
And I think at the bot side is actually where we do want to see it, because we saw it was the Corki as well as the Bro. These are two that always have kind of that punch power, and we saw them willing to dance in. So even when they're behind, they are willing to step to the pace of the action. So I think calling out bot side, Nightstar being able to really have a good time with Summer would be a great play in conjunction with Castle, who we talked about having unfortunate 3 losing lanes there. You got to find something and have that mix up. If Ariana falters a little bit, you can still focus on the bot, because honestly that bot was spicy. Bot was spicy all day long, and if you can bring your jungler down, especially for someone like Castle, who wants to accelerate as well as like a 3rd or 4th carry for the team, that is absolutely an option.
Yeah, and to give credit to Summer as well, we give a lot of credit to Clyde, but Clyde was ahead, so it's easy to look good when you're ahead. Summer was behind, and I still appreciate that him and Castle were still looking for angles to kind of get in there. It's just, again, when your carries are all behind, there's not a lot you can do. And for Nightstar, I kind of said in draft, I'm not a big fan of Corki in the current meta. I don't feel like he's got quite enough damage to justify necessarily being a high priority pick when things like Ashe, like Jhin, heck, even Kalista, I think still has a little bit more impact right now. The Ezreal that we saw come through. And I know he's very practiced on it. We saw it, right? When he was going in, he was finding the right angles, he was positioning really well. But the lack of damage killed him more than once that game. And so going into game 2, it's off the table, it's fearless. I want to see what they're going for. It is going to be GVU on the blue side. They get first pick. Do they use it to get a prio Jason the top side? Or are they going to use it to try and get a better AD carry for Nightstar?
And that to me is the big question as we go ahead on in. As we said, Northwood now on that red side. GVU Vikings stepping into that mix, hoping to have a chance on that blue side of things. And still saying the Nefiri is a ban to come out here, which is always a little bit surprising. Again, Nefiri I think is usually a red side ban, but it makes sense. GVU don't want to first pick it. They don't want to worry about it either. Just take it off the table and you're good.
Sure, and I guess it's partially down to the way Castle plays for GVU specifically. Like, he's really good in terms of potentially being a carry, but his team does rely on him a lot to be engaged, and Nefiri is most definitely not engaged.
We say that and we see some teams just like, hey, I can throw a body out there. That's our engage, right?
No, that's assassination. That's
okay, right. Nautilus next on the list here, as that is going to be sent straight towards Clyde. A lot of appreciation that the Nautilus draw as a ban is such a respectable moment for any support. Being able to draw that as second. There's a Jace, though, as we mentioned before, Northwood's still putting a lot of primary focus into that top side.
And they kind of have to, right? With Gwen off the table, Jace would be a massive prio pick, and I'm not confident that Cozy can survive the laning phase of a Jace necessarily, because Jace is just that oppressive. Azir being taken away from Repi. Now, we've kind of seen this before. Again, Repi, a really good playmaker, and I do feel like given what he can do on Taliyah, did do on Taliyah, giving him another champion that can make plays in the mid lane is probably better than just giving him necessarily a carry, and Azir would have to fill both those roles.
Yeah. I understand, but I always like to see my Azir. I have a buddy out there that really likes playing Azir. I have 2 buddies, actually, that love playing Azir. So to see them rise back up in the earlier stages of this tournament was really fun. Now it's banned out. That was unfortunate. Ferris still there. There's your misfortune, though. You were mentioning this back, I believe, Friday, stating we haven't really seen a lot of misfortune. It hasn't been on the wheelhouse for a lot of people, so now it's actually first pick blind straight up for Nightstar.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit scared about blinding misfortune, because she needs 2 things. One, she needs proper setup, and 2, she needs proper protection. And there are lots of ways that can dive the back line. Case in point, Vi is probably chief among them.
Yeah, it's one of those instant responses. And you and I were also mentioning that Northwood almost feel like they are actively drafting and banning to chase specific picks on the other side, and this might be that start of that snowball in. with the Callista brings out a very scary moment. GVU Vikings, I'd almost want to see a Renata Glass. I like Renata Glass, but there is Castle bringing out some pain we love. The absolute action that can come with a Kindred specifically from him.
Yeah, and specifically Castle's Kindred. We talked about champions that he can really carry on. Things like Lee Sin, like his Kindred. That's the second one that comes to mind. And he plays it aggressively. I expect to see him invading, trying to steal away objectives. If his lanes have set up, he'll go for the kill. And speaking of setup, Jinkle with the Galio. Now, we talk about Jinkle as a bit of a late game carry a lot of times. Galio is one of the exceptions to that pick, and I like it, the composition we're seeing already. Double marksman. We don't need more damage. What we do need is peel and lockdown to set up Misfortune's damage.
And you already know that the other side will be playing into you to a decent bit, right? You have the Callista who's going to launch someone in there. You got the Vi that's unstoppable in there. But with the Orianna, it's a whole wombo combo and a half. We're starting to see the heads butt against each other. As we look at the next ban phase, and it's the Jax yet again. This is exactly what we saw from Northwood in game number 1. Same chase, same target. The difference being is you're going to have a shadow ban of a 5th because you get counter picks sent towards that top side. Possibly for Cozy. And there's a Renata Glass. I mentioned this earlier. On the flip side, of course, I was looking at GVU trying to pick it up, saying, hey, we can't give that definitive safety factor over.
I've got a bit of mixed feelings with it. I do think Renata Glass with Callista is probably one of the best supports you can pair with her. But if Northwood had done that, they'd need a tank in the top lane for Cozy. Now, you take the Renata Glass off the table, and suddenly, well, you can go with an engaged support, and then you don't need a tank in the top lane, and it gives Cozy the opportunity to kind of go with counter picks, things like Camille. Heck, his Akali, by the way, isn't banned this series. If he finds the right matchup for it, it could be a wonderful pick to deal with the Misfortune, and heck, even the Kindred.
If he gets Akali, if he gets to close out Northwood's run with his signature, this is the best way to take the crown. GVU Vikings. The gauntlet has been thrown down here. You and I have talked about, we've seen it banned in first round against this player, and they're going with the safety. Now, if Reppy takes Akali, then you know what? Fine, we'll allow it. But no, it's going to Cozy either way. And Nightstar and the rest of GVU, like, we need that safety now. You recognize that you left open this power pick. It's a Nico. Now, what is this composition here?
Okay, so for the side of GVU, it's a nice big wombo combo, right? Everybody except for Kindred has AoE, so that's wonderful. And we've seen Nico rise up as a priority pick for support because she's ranged, so she wins a lot of the matchups. But you're playing against Clyde, and Clyde has the pocket pike. I forgot about it, to be honest. Northwood's comp is much more interesting to me. GVU's incredibly straightforward. Give Castle a carry. You know, he's got the Lamb's Respite to kind of bail people out if anything goes wrong, and wonderful AoE wombo combo, damage in spades. But Northwood, if GVU has damage in spades, Northwood bought an entire fleet of trucks when it came to straight damage. Everybody is out to get kills. They have no true tank though, which is going to make things spicy. If Northwood fall behind, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath in the worst possible way for them.
I don't care about the history anymore. I love that we get to see the Akali. My eyes when I saw
That's
that
history.
I know it's history. Oh, yes, I know. I understand. But to see someone get their signature, one that they have been known for, that their name literally is derived from.
Yep.
To be handed that in the grand finals to secure your team, Northwood already a storied program here in League of Legends specifically, but to do it with your Akali, if you pull it off, is such a solid feeling moving in. Taking a look at the lane states, though, it is a comfortable 5 split, no real conundrums, no challenges as well. That may have put Northwood into a little bit of an interesting factor.
I'm sorry, bro. I know you like history, but I feel like I need to bring up another piece of history. Because that Maokai is top lane. That's not jungle, that's not support.
No.
And Northwood used to be famous for, in my heart, the best Maokai top laner in NA. Iso.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if Ariana can pull an Iso right now. But he might have to against Cozy. Because I can see it in concept. You've got the AoE to kind of deal with it. You can like point and click with Battista Advance. But Cozy's Akali is a very, very scary thing. And if you can't lock her down, she will run through your backline.
And what scares me, you talked about the great neutralizer back in game number 1. It feels like Ariana has done the exact same thing. You're just trying to neutralize. And we mentioned that, especially in mid lane, if you're going for Jinko, wanting a little bit more punch, especially with the Hui last time, we want to see more punch out of this team. We know GVU can fight it, and I understand they can play mid to late, but it always does feel bad when you got, I don't want to say rolled, but had a rough time in game number 1. I want to see more of that. The fact that you put it on the Maokai is just like, okay.
Well, if you're talking about punch, Jinko's got it, just as punch.
No.
Can he land it though?
True.
He's being zoned out by Repi right now. He's not even close. And this is scary for me for GVU. Because we already said that they struggled in game 1 because they couldn't find any lane leads anywhere. They just got hammered across the board. And Northwood feel like they're doing that again. Even in spot lane, they are down health. But look, one hook from Clyde and it feels like everything can change.
You say that while Clyde and Instinct are running with about 45% HP.
I believe they could be running the other way, and I would still be scared over them. I learned my lesson from game 1. I do learn. It takes a while, but I do learn. And Instinct and Clyde, yeah, they're going to base, they're going to heal back up, but the kill threat's just always going to be there. And for Summer, it's like you're doing lots of little chip damage. It's like you're just giving jab, 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 jab. But Clyde, one big uppercut and you're out.
How long does it take till you actively respawn on a map? Is it like 300 seconds and then it's the same rotation of minions? Is that the
Oh, you're talking about minions? I thought you were talking about champions. I'm like, this is level dependent, bro.
Oh, we're enjoying this one a little bit too much. Right now here in the bottom side, the river. Currently populated. Castle's trying to get a little bit more, but that's a flash over as they flash into Repi as well. One aggressiveness, one flashes out, but a flash in once more. And everyone's just trying to get in the mix. It's the blood for the blood gods in the early stages as everyone is falling. It's a total of 2 for 2. Welcome to the NECC National Screen Championships Game 2.
Are we done yet? I'm not sure. This is still going on, Will.
TV,
That's our
yes.
report.
Double DD going in here. Instinct realizing that is a 2v1 at the current moment. Will cannot join, so it will be a bounce out with the blast kill. RMC, we just witnessed a reaction versus a reaction versus a reaction right there. Night Star as well as Summer are about to do even more. Clyde with a great snap, but not with the stun. So this means you get the full pop blossom effect, and that is the feat of warfare done. But guess what? For a minute straight, it continues. Instinct able to pick up 1, but that is Jinko. Fought, flash, died, respawn, TP'd, and finished it off with a kill of his own.
And GVU learned, they adapted, they overcame! No, truly, that fight happens in game 1, Northwood wins it. Right, the more the chaos, the better Northwood performs. But this time, GVU fully embraced the chaos. They're the ones to look for it. Castle gets that early kill as well on this Kindred, gets a snowball. Now Cozy going on to Ariana, hoping that Will can help him turn the tides, but I'm not sure about this one. I'm not comfortable. Ariana still has flash, and he's not that far away from Six.
Considering how the last fight went as well, I'd be terrified to test anyone on GVU's end. Go ahead, break this down. I have no idea what happened.
Well, basically, Castle kind of out-teched them in the very beginning, burnt a lot of cooldowns, and then they just had a bit of a numbers advantage they kept rolling through. What really impressed me about GVU, though, is when this happened, they didn't give up. It was a 2 for 2 and they could have said enough, but instead, they patiently waited, and Clyde actually kind of shafted Instinct there, because the hook pulled them towards Instinct. Instinct had to run, and that left Clyde in a 1v2. The barrier there, Instinct waits it out, but still not enough damage to secure the kill. I feel like we're seeing a replay from game 1, but flipped. In game 1, it was Nightstar who couldn't find enough damage. This time, it's Instinct who can't find enough damage, and the rest of GVU just collapse and get the extra 2 kills.
0 kills to 8 in a minute. 0 to 8. That is so fast. I have no other word, and you broke it down so beautifully as well. The fact that we are seeing those shifts. And now it's going to lead into the fact that this bot lane has 3 kills total, but that's why we see this focus. Yet again, Clyde getting snapped up. Really good flash by Nightstar. And Will, once again, attempting to influence the rest of the maps. Already 1-0-1, don't get me wrong, but wants to do more for the team.
Yeah, and this bot lane is kind of the focus as well, because we did see the gold differentials there. The biggest gold difference was between supports. And you can see in terms of items, right? Hextech Alternator completed for Summer means that the poke is unbearable for the melee lanes. And remember, Pyke, he's a melee champion, yeah, but he's not an engaged champion traditionally. He's very, very squishy, so the poke is definitely hurting him, and that's why they're calling Will down. Nico's the opposite, in a way, or similar, I guess, in a way. She's also very squishy, so she's got a lot of gold, she hurts a lot, but you can definitely shut her down very easily if you've got any sort of CC and engage.
I would like to say, though, I saw earlier, and I didn't mention it because, of course, it's a burn cleanse, but Summer being able to force cleanse pretty much on repeat, if you wish, with your tether, is such a huge point in trying to keep Instinct down. If you can burn that cleanse every single time, you're good. And it's a very nice factor. So another piece of the puzzle of the Nico pickup here. Right now, though, Clyde and Instinct currently leading in the front charge. You send out a little bit of the Ghost as well to keep eyes on the Dragon that you don't want to give over, which hasn't been taken, by the way, for 2 minutes, with means that Grubs will be spawning on the other side to go ahead and try and match between the two teams.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if the teams just opt to kind of handshake and trade the objectives. One of the big changes on this patch was to try and promote teams contesting it and not just giving it for free. And top side, Northwood does have strength. I think Cozy's been doing wonderfully on his signature champion, has been getting that pressure. In fact, is getting Will Pryo on this Scuttle even as we speak.
As we sit and chill here, right now in the Boeing Center at Techport in San Antonio, Texas. Both teams wanting to make their mark here. And we've evened things out to an extent. Once again, a little bit quiet as teams kind of reevaluate. Do we want to take that chance again to make it a bloody fight? Or do we want to go for the guaranteed gold, which is what we're seeing here. Another play going into the hands of Nightstar and Summer. Will recognizing that the Grubs are up, but that's exactly where Castle was aiming for. And I love the fact that Will still took 2 seconds to react to that. It's like, hello, I'll see you later. Cozy, though, around the edge, wants to make it work. Well, where did this come from? Jinko having to flash over the wall. Will to follow. Shockwave draws you back in. Castle coming with that Lance Wrestling. It's going to be used. Cozy ulting in, flashing out Castle. I don't think you like it, but Justice Punch ain't going to do anything. The grand entrance is the grand exit. As down goes Jinko, trying to save Castle.
And Orbital, that's what Will was doing. That's why he was waiting 2 seconds. Because we just talked about the fact that Cozy has power in the top lane. He's waiting topside. He knows his top laner can back him up. And in the mid lane at that moment, Reppy was trying to draw Jinko in. They wanted to collapse it. Even if they can't get the Grubs, they wanted to get some kills to boot. And it absolutely worked. They got both. They get the kills, they get the Grubs. And even in this top side, yeah, I know Cozy kind of just lost that trade, but his kill threat is still there right now. And Ariana still has to be careful, not knowing necessarily where Reppy might be.
And that kill threat also bumps very, very quickly with the perfect execution, but I want to talk about a point that you made. It was a kill plus getting those Grubs. Once again, Northwood maintaining the, once we get a kill, we always take that global. We're constantly looking for that macro game movement to get that game under their control. We're seeing about a 1.1k lead for GVU. That feels like nothing at this point. What? That's a half item pretty much. That's about it. It's not even that really. It's only like 200 gold split between the teams. It should feel like GVU need to play very, very well to try and get a lead, a much further lead this summer.
Oh, the journey of a million miles starts with one step. And last game, Northwood at some point also had a 1,000 gold lead, and they were able to snowball. Let's see if GVU can do the same. For now, again, kind of similar to game 1. We're seeing a bit of a stall out, right? GVU got a lot of that early pressure. Northwood has equalized. In game 1, Northwood found ways to continue snowballing, partially off their jungler, Will getting much more involved. Here in game 2, I'm sure Castle wants to get in there, but I'm just also kind of looking at the lanes to see, hey, who's setting up for them, and most importantly to me, when are we going to teamfight? Yeah. We've got a teamfight comp for GVU. That's what they got. Big AoE wombo combo. We haven't seen it yet.
I want to say a clean teamfight because technically we did earlier. Technically we had everyone like kind of walk their way in.
True,
so it was
true.
a team fight, but we want to see clean. We want to see, when we talk about team fights, we talk about seeing everything work in harmony. That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, Dragon is still up. We talked about the trade value. It actually has been taken. It's a chem tech, which does mean that teams, I think, put it on a slightly lower. A Dragon up and available, but are we actually going to see it taken? Yes, it should be there right now. So, you go ahead and pick it up. But it's about 2 minutes later than we kind of expected. Yeah, chem tech, what are you talking about?
Yeah, look, Will's now taking the Chemtech Dragon. I mean, it's been ignored, as you said, for quite a while right now. Will kind of going on it. Is GVU not even looking to contest? Because Nightstar and Summer, they've been getting pressure and Pryo in this bot lane. In fact, keeping the Kalista down is absolutely massive. And frankly, I think almost borderline criminal. Because when you've got a Kalista on your team, your jungler should be paddling there. And I understand Will want to play the strong side early to get his own lead. But now that he's gone it, I think he needs to show some love into the bot lane. Or else the next Dragon will not be so free and should be contested by GVU. Heck, even the Herald that's coming up as well later on, that should definitely be contested as well.
Ooh, and what a call from far away. I love this attempt. Will, though, as we said, getting in the mix, making sure that they deny further. But Now we're starting to see GVU start to get proactive using that Maokai, as we've mentioned. Get him out of that top side. Don't allow him, which done very well, by the way. 0-0-0, making sure not to lose the HP, but really making sure to try and rotate and use that punch value with the ultimate. I like that call.
Yeah, and that does unfortunately give Cozy a little bit of time in the top lane, and the gank didn't quite convert in the mid lane. They did blow the flash off Reppy, but I need to see more. Will's looking from behind. He's got his ult ready to roll.
And you might go ahead and dive this, as you know exactly where one is. There it is, the finish for Clyde.
Will?
Summer might get the last auto, and you do turn it around. But at the end of the day, Clyde getting 600 total for your team with that kill, plus the evil money. I don't know, like this cheater money that I love to call Pyke's
blood
Pyke's
money.
Yes, pretty much. I don't like Pykes. Okay, I'm a mid laner. I'm squishy. I'm like prime pickings for any Pyke player.
Pyke's been in mid lane before.
He does whenever my team feeds, and I'm screwed. Okay, like I see Pyke roaming at 4 minutes. I'm like, really, guys? You gonna hold him for like 2 more minutes?
Well, for now, though, the support I'm more scared of is still going to be Summer, because Summer just completed Proto Belt. And you were talking about the ability to kind of burn, cleanse on cooldown. It's going to be easier to find engages now for Summer, and that is sort of the strong point.
Can't cleanse knockup.
Sure, yeah. You can cleanse the route, but even then, right, if you can get on them, just the knockup alone is going to be enough to buy time for your team to be able to follow up. So, again, eyes on the bot lane. It feels like game 1, it was the same, but it was Instinct and Clyde at that time. This time, it's about Summer and Nightstar. And we said before, Summer feels like he's been the engine in this bot lane. He's been the one getting them these early game leads. Nightstar now needs to get into it as well. 1-2-1 to 3-0-3. The 80 carry only has 2 KP. Summer has 100% all 6 KP.
Undefined, can't divide by 0. That's the fun way I like to put it. But I also want to point out, we talked about this before for GVU in game number 1. It started to slow down after those early kills. We're at that exact same point, but I do feel it's a little bit more manageable at this rate, because Northwood aren't finding pick after pick after pick.
Yep.
This does feel like GVU are stalling out, but it's not as definitively dangerous in this game.
Fair. I think because GVU's composition for one is more AoE wombo combo based rather than pick and run, so the snowball potential doesn't feel quite as harsh for them. And I think GVU fundamentally, like we say, play more structured League of Legends, and they don't accelerate quite the same way. That said, I am worried for Northwood's composition a little bit, because their comp is something that kind of picks and runs, that, you know, relies on snowballing themselves. So when they're behind, it's going to feel worse, even worse than just normally being behind. And they can change that, right? We still haven't seen Cozy Unleashed, and Will, he's been getting some good ganks off the ball lane. He can get more.
Actually, it makes me kind of sad. We talked about Cozy having this really good calling, and does have a good calling, don't get me wrong, but the fact that they haven't been allowed to kind of punch out, look for maybe those TPs in the bot side, try and get those perfect executions, you were relegated to beating on a tree, you know, just like training back in the day to be that amazing ninja out there. And it's like, bro, come on, I want to actually fight opponents, man. I don't want to just hit against these against this wood tree, but at the same time, we're seeing GVU take advantage of the fact that Cozy is still on the top side, the fact that they have a really interesting back timer for Northwood, and it's a first tower going down for GVU side. Yeah,
GVU able to continue pressuring now, and we're talking about Cozy being locked on the top lane. The longer he's locked up there, the more damage Nightstar and Summer are going to do down here, because where's your answer? Instinct and Clyde weren't able to punish. The Pyke especially, not being able to find many kills in the early game, really hurts them. Instinct?
There's that Proto Belt though, great cleanse in, flash out, but losing that right before Dragon is probably not your most enjoyable moment. Clyde going ahead and hooking in one.
What?
Orianna? That is out of this world. We see the tower being pressured now because no Cozy coming in here, but that is a kill and a half. That's going to be another pull as the clone is utilized. Shockwave, I believe, is nowhere really. Actually, Reppy used that one to try and punch. What happened?
I don't know. I mean, we saw that Ariana was winning the trades, but Cozy must have all in and just not been able to kill this tree. It's too damn thick right now, and it's only going to get thicker. Mid lane, Jinko pushing up as well, just trying to get so much help. Will, Cozy didn't win this. Can you?
That's gonna be a little bit of healing. Knockback yet again. Flash weighted tower, flash under.
Oh
no! Will misses! No! You don't fall here. Will's gonna be able to live. Don't flash the hat. You're sweating all along your back. Ariana being able to stay alive.
Oh man, that was so scary. I was more worried about Will going down, but he missed, and he couldn't find anything, unfortunately, on the charge in, and that was really risky. That said, Shelly will definitely find something right now. Cozy not piling this one in, but won't need to. Can Shelly get a second charge off? That extra charge shot might spell trouble.
It would, but let's take stock of what just happened. Number one, GVU just showed that they have somewhat shut down Cozy. This massive pick that we have hyped up so far, once. went down once, has also opened up space on the far side for Castle to start looking at, moving into enemy jungle territory. I'm happy for GVU. I want to see if they can do it again this time.
I think GVU also managed to stop the worst case scenario topside with Shelly. Clyde's hunting, he lands the hook, but it's into the back line, and Instinct is dying looking to the front.
Castle pops it up, and there's the flash pop. Blossom GVU round the corner. Will did not like that one. Cozy inside the shroud, trying to flash away, but another chase. Triple kill for Castle's Kindred. Another Hallmark champion there, and GVU say we bring the fight to you. Underneath the tower as Clyde tried to get from below, but it ain't gonna work. In goes the grand entrance, and Reppy is out and gone. Taunt yet again as Clyde is able to survive for the moment. But man, the damage hasn't done. The GVU go ahead and happily take the kills.
Clyde finding the exit kill is a very, very thin silver lining as GVU push in, get 2 touches. And remember, folks, Northwood was the one with the Herald. Northwood dropped Shelly topside, got the outer, didn't get a charge on the inner. It actually got cancelled. And this fight, again, was kicked off by Clyde, but Instinct's just taking way too much damage up front. Reppy can't get into the fight proper either. Like, Summer's doing a fantastic job, but look at Clyde and Reppy. They're coming from such a long distance that the fight is over before they can even contribute anything, realistically. And the dive for GVU, they are so far ahead. Ariana is full health and knows that he can just go diving, set everybody else up. And this is the structure we talk about with GVU. This is the teamwork. They know who's strong. They know how to go. They know how to find the right triggers.
I would like to point out one of the more interesting tech moments as well, and that was the fact that Jinko was about to die. Lamb's respite was popped. He should have gone down with the tower shot. They use that as a springboard to make sure he gets his ult off, even though he should not have been able. It's such a wild little piece, and it's so fun watching all these pieces come together. GVU, from the winner's side of the bracket, saying, look, we want revenge for a fall. We want revenge. We do not want to give this to you. We don't want to give you this almost Cinderella-esque story from the lower bracket. We are still here in the winner's final, but honestly, it might be more than enough. Bot side, we're also seeing a twist, as that's a punch of 2 for the side of Northwood, as that's an assassination by Clyde, and then another pickup.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Jinko, this time not able to survive after the dive goes through. Lamb's respite wasn't available. So a good attempt from GVU, but it backfires, and Reppy is still Reppy at the end of the day, right? This guy, he's the rock-solid core of Northwood. He's, I believe we're told, the second youngest member of the team. But when it comes to maturity, when it comes to leadership, he is the leader of the team. And when you're ganking him, that shockwave was spot on to buy Northwood a little bit more reprieve, give them a chance to come back in, and getting that turret, that helps a lot. Goal lead shrunk down to 2.5k.
I mean, this is the bite back. We talk about it all the time. Both these teams do play very, very well and consistently have played other great teams. Even here at the NECC D1 Nationals, they will scrap to the absolute bitter end all day long. It does not matter. And so for Northwood, we take a look and take a stock of where things are right now. 5 minutes till Baron, 1.5 to Dragon, which is yet again another Infernal, by the way.
Yeah.
We're just getting blood, blood, and more blood. Otacon now spawning, which remember, Northwood took in the twist into.
Well, we're in Texas. It's hot down here.
True.
Checks out. And Infernal encourages a lot of the teams to continue team fighting as well, which I think both teams kind of want. Granted, GVU has a better comp for a front-to-back team fight, but Northwood want blood in the water, specifically in the water, because they want Clyde to be picking up to share that gold as well. And that's kind of where my eyes are drawn to. Clyde, 3-2-3. He's been active. He's been making things happen, but a lot of his picks have not been safe. They're risky, and we've seen GVU be able to capitalize on those sort of mistakes.
Oh, well, you know who else is getting picked off here? Instinct, Flash, and Cleanse, but maybe not in that order, as your death is surely the answer at the end, with yet another pick by GVU. Their semi-wombo combo now going to break open the inhibitor tower here in the mid lane.
Justice Punch onto Reppy.
It's just Jinko this time. It's not the other 3 members that usually follows the Galio around.
It was about sending a message over. You asked for him to have a bit more punch. Jinko's just give you that bit more punch.
True. Punch without his hands. Actually just taunted and told someone else to punch in. You know, that's the way it works. Dragon is going to be up in about 20 seconds. That's why they are backing off. GVU saying, we have a wombo. We need to use the combo. If we find the damn... I love that, by the way. Will is just like running away. But Clyde goes, yo, that was a clone. I got the real thing here in the bush. Can you guys help?
No. The team actually can't help. Only Cozy can kind of go in with Clyde a little bit. The rest of the team isn't quite as mobile, and Will has to be especially careful. As you mentioned, Dragon spawning. A jungler going down now would spell not quite total disaster, but it would mean losing the Dragon and losing even more control as this game rolls on. Clyde now looking for a flank position, but the rest of the team is not in any shape to follow up right now. Clyde's on his own.
And for Castle, that means freedom. 5, 1, and 2, by the way, definitely stacking up on their marks, but that's a flash hit. Yet again, Instinct. The targeting could not be more on point. Will trying to do the exact same, but Nightstar is able to get underneath the tower. But guess what? Guess who comes in? Supports rule this entire game as Jingle cosplays a support. Hero's entrance keeps them safe, and Reppy runs for the hills.
Jingle holding up the weight of the world for his team and then dropping it right on Will's head on that dive. And Nightstar gets out clean. Nightstar's getting protected by his team so incredibly much. We talked about Misfortune like she was the core of this composition. But it turns out, overall, we were wrong. She's bait, and Northwood's fighting.
All day long, and Castle yet again marks out yet another. And it's never ending, as now it's another attempt at a tower dive and tower take. This time a little bit too far. Ariana taking about 3 tower shots. That's Jinko taking another. This allows Reppy to get a little bit close. Cozy going in with the perfect execution. That's a lot of Summer! Summer grabs another. Cozy is almost out, but there's the death from below. Maybe the twist, that's 2 total. Out goes the bullet time, though, to reap the benefits and rewards. GVU rally back a little bit and bring it to a 2-2 instead of a 2-0.
Well, Northwood will not let go without a fight. They are fighting back, and Clyde's actually able to kind of answer back equal. And keep in mind, with the bounties, with the advantages that GVU has, when Northwood fights even, that's a win for them. They are buying time. And granted, the skilling is not necessarily amazing with the Kalista on the team, but yeah, skilling is still a thing, and especially for Cozy. We're getting a replay of the fight, and the dive is what I'm really focused on, right? Clyde and Will go diving in, but the sheer amount of defensiveness that can come through just keeps Nightstar nice and healthy. There's no real risk of Nightstar going down whatsoever. Heck, I don't think Castle even had to use his ultimate, so that left Lamb's Respite available should he need it somewhere else.
And this moment here, by the way, was one of the best kind of reactionary fights I think we've seen out of the side of Northwood. To be able to turn this around to a 2-2 stance instead of just a straight up loss, I think helps. But still, at the end of the day, it's GVU that are just reaping all the benefits, turning a really bad situation into a comfortable. There's just so many little pieces that we're seeing everyone fight together, but 16 and 10 right now, 24 minutes in.
I feel a little bad saying this, but remember how we said Castle had Lamb's Respite available for the next fight? He also still has it available for the next fight. Could have saved some people, but that's fine. They want to use it for Octagon instead, and hey, Northwood, maybe they're scared by the Lamb's Respite. Maybe.
That's a fair one. Honestly, though, Castle, we touched on it a little bit, but one of the things about Kindred is always that stacking potential, watching their KDA go up higher and higher, watching them take all those camps. At this point, I'm wondering what the amount of stacks they currently have would be. Meanwhile, we're looking at the actual KDAs as Summer is able to find one. Nightstar finds another. And that's Clyde to try and get some retribution. Shockwave flash in as the shockwave do that, and you get the shielding, so you don't get the execution, which now means Clyde doesn't get the full bounty.
Summer's on the way.
You still get the kill. Now Jinko in a little bit of an awkward
Summer's
spot,
here.
but Summer trying to help out, but Will signals out that Jinko is gone, and Nightstar now.
Summer's dead.
In a weird spot. No, you're fine. You're gonna walk away. Now
no, he's not.
You're about to go down. They're trying to give it over to Clyde. Shut down for Will. Meanwhile, a tower did fall as Northwood taking kills for towers.
Summer's gone. Fall is here, and winter is coming for GVU. That was really rough, actually, for them to kind of lose that. That's all the bounties wiped out. So Northwood really able to cash in. We got to repeat on this, and this shocked me, actually. The fact that Knights are just dumped Instinct in the 1v1. It wasn't even close. And then here, there was backup for Clyde. Reppy and Will both running in. And for a second, it looked like Nightstar was actually going to be able to win that situation and get another kill. But unfortunately, it wasn't able to. And we've seen this song and dance before. Health plus CC equals kills. And unfortunately, Jinko lacked the CC component. Northwood had it in spades. Now this part, I don't know why we became a misfortune again. Like, we were just trying to strut away. It wasn't going to happen. Unfortunately, Summer no flash. Used it offensively earlier. It was just a rundown.
Another consolation prize on the other side, though, is we did see Castle actually take that bottom side as well. So that now means there's 2 lanes open for an inhibitor take with 1 in the mid already down. So the base of Northwood is slowly crumbling around them as well for GVU. And with that gold, it's still dead even at the end of the day.
Yeah.
What, I think it's only about 800. So we're seeing this shake, and I wonder if a lot of that is coming from Clyde, who has been trying to farm these kills as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm sure. He's got the most kills on his team, right? And a lot of that is coming from the ultimate. He is sharing gold. And look, I don't know if the GVU players are able to calculate necessarily how much gold is on each side or how even the game state is. But surely it's got to be on the back of their mind that the last couple of fights have not been as dominant as they were 10 minutes ago. And for Northwood, one thing I've always really appreciated about this roster is they have no fear. They have no hesitation. They can be down 10,000 gold and they're still looking for plays like they are on Ariana right now.
100%. They bounce ball and over. Ariana is just like, oh gosh, I don't like this. Shockwave straight on your face. It is a 4v1 pretty much, but the rest of the team is here to help out. What a flush Ariana getting ulted, but again, that is a pop blossom for Retribution. Double TT coming in on the top side. What a catch again though, as Castle has Sprinkle and just only to save themselves. In comes the hero's entrance. That is why trying to draw them out. They do get the kill. What a turnaround. Northwood say we have Chase for Chase's sake, and we are getting value here. Now, how much value is the question? Quick execution brings a death to Jinkle, but in goes Nightstar, and Nightstar, what are you doing? Where were you? You are gone.
Nightstar couldn't do anything. He was trying to find a position for bow time, but he had no setup. And put some respect on that name. Cozy Shroud. You gave him a Kali. What were you thinking?
Baron now twisted over to Northwood's hand. This game just became an absolute slugfest. We talked about the gold being even. Guess what else is even killed? Only 2 Dragon, 2-1 Towers, 6-4. And someone just had to change that. This Baron is actually very, very careful.
On his way.
Shockwave lands. The smite goes down, so Will is able to secure. Now everyone running for the hills, and they have it on 4.
Although we talk about Northwood's comeback stories. Last year in CELO, this year in NECC. Here at the NECC Nationals, they are going the longest, hardest route. But right now, in this series, in this game, they had to give us another underdog story. Look at this, they're down kills, they're down gold, but they find the pick. And not only just the one pick onto Ariana, but they kind of baited Castle and Summer in. 2 of the strongest points of the map for the side of GVU, and the moment they're down, this fight's kind of over. For a second, it looked like maybe GVU could try and find something, but alas not. It looks like in the picture-in-picture, we did see Dragon going over the way of GVU, so Northwood are turning the tides, but they haven't fully turned the tides just yet.
It's they're making small ways back is what we're looking at, and they need a big one to really collect and overturn. This one right here though, that freebie is going to help quite a bit. I have to say, finding a free ADC like that feels amazing. You didn't burn any summoner spells though, so for Nightstar you're saying, okay, it's not the worst yet. Dragon up in 4.5, no worries about that one. Baron already taken off the table, so this means GVU gonna try and prep themselves either for a 5-man push, maybe a 4-1, but just look to break the base or hold against the Baron currently around, and Northwood for their own saying, how much more gold can we stick into our pockets, as now we have the gold lead with 1.1 in hand.
Yeah, and this is Northwood's gold lead. I think that's the biggest thing, the gold swing that's starting to come over. It's been GVU all game long until now. And for GVU though, they aren't out of the picture by any means, right? The fact that they got Soul Point, if they can get Soul, that goes a long way towards helping them continue cementing their lead. But they are on the back foot. And I don't think they actually had the vision set up to play defensively, unfortunately, because they were playing aggressively. And against a Baroned up team, you don't really get that opportunity to go in and set up visions to set up potentially a flank or a pick.
I'm also really liking the fact that we are seeing Northwood actively look for the chip. Great chip down on that bottom side tower, making sure it's about a quarter of the HP. Castle also aiming for enemy territory on those marks, and I mean, if we could click on Castle, I want to see how many stacks they currently own, and I'd be very, very interested to see exactly where they're at, because I believe their damage is actually very, very high right now. They are doing exceptional work. 3 items in bank, and that's where we're currently at. If we're looking at that identification of where is the goal for a lot of teams, it is that goal mark. And we're reaching those item power breakpoints as well. From both sides, you're already at that main moment, so it'll be interesting to see how much more they can build up.
It almost feels like it was a Giga 5-brain move from GVU. Because remember when they picked the MF early, I told you I was a little concerned, because you got to get set up for her, which they did in spades. But you also got to get the peel, and the peel was always the problem. But it turns out all along that Misfortune was bait, even in draft. It was all about Castle, it's all about this Kindred. You get more sustained damage, you get more range, and you get more ability to be able to play through a lot of these fights. And the Lamb Spit from Castle have been instrumental when he's gotten up. And that's, I think, the key problem, is when he's gotten off. We need to see him get it in a massive team fight. Try and keep Ariana alive. Try and keep Nightstar alive. Because Nightstar, if you can keep him alive, then he's more than bait. If you can get the bullet time off, he could be a core component, even this late into the game.
On the flip, Cozy sitting with 3 items plus boots. 1, 4, and 5, still trying to make their mark, and given an opportunity, they will. In return, Will, Reppy, Instinct, Clyde, all of them battling forward. reached the point where it's also been teams saying, okay, we're not going to get that much in the base race. We're not going to take that chance either. We know we have timers on Dragon, so take those 2 minutes, stock up, get wards, get vision, and look for the team fights later.
The big team fight feels like it's going to be around that Inferno. As we mentioned before, it is Soul for GVU if they can pick it up. Northwood still unfortunately a bit of a ways away. They haven't picked up a single Inferno to their name, so getting to be able to stack that is huge, which creates the interesting power dynamic where GVU don't need to go for Dragon.
Yep.
They could go for Baron. It's 20 seconds later, they just have to stall it a little bit, get some vision on Baron, try and turn and burn that. With the double marksman, heck, even with Summer having damage as well, they might be able to get it before Northwood can actually finish Dragon, turn and respawn.
The thing is even if we can give it up, even if we can give up an Infernal Dragon and be like, it's okay, it's not sold. I don't want to give an Infernal over at any point to my opponents. I'm just like, I want it for myself. So it's like, yeah, we're most likely gonna fight. Cozy though, for their own, still trying to stack up 254 CS. And again, matching in the itemization. This is about the point where we twist and see. Like, obviously Ariana got the solo kill. This is the point where Cozy's like, I'm not even looking at you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking elsewhere. So that's where we're like, okay, Cozy, let's see if you can find Nightstar, Summer, anyone like that.
Yeah, Cozy doesn't want to play PV. He's not here to cut trees. This ain't Minecraft. It's League of Legends, and you go legendary by finding the kills.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's definitely going to be looking for that squishy backline. And props to Cozy as well. I mean, we said pay respect to the Akali pick because he's been able to navigate it well. I know it looks bad at 1, 4, and 5, but his threat has been massive, and he's burning Lamp's Respite from Castle. He's the one who's pushing Nightstar into some awkward situations. Now, back to the Dragon, because it's 20 seconds till it comes up. Vision is being contested. As you called, it does look like GVU want this. And they've got to set up the vision control, which they're trying to do, and they've got to keep Northwood out. Northwood want to be able to find flank positions.
The problem is we're also seeing a little bit of a push, an actual split push from Cozy.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, it's not just the setup and timing, it's the actual timer. GVU are losing ground in their base right now as we are watching Northwood actively try and punish. And there's a TP really well played from the side of Northwood. And now you're pulling a fight out. Clyde ready with the ball, but Cozy might have TP'd in a little bit early.
He's in the
shroud.
shroud.
Instinct ready to go. Everyone bouncing around, real ready to try and chase as well. But they're waiting for Jinko. Shockwave leaning on one, but that might be enough on Blossom. Not leaning on
Summer
anyone.
finds done.
Northwood have been able to step away, and now might be the re-engagement. GVU recognizing that they are not on the winning side of this ultimate battle.
Down.
And down goes Cozy. Now just the raw damage from GVU is about to expand. Instinct trying to hop, but Instinct can only hop so far before they hop to their doom. Clyde with assassination number 1, but that's all you're going to get. Summer Liz with a great amount of HP, and GVU stand tall in the face of danger.
And the reigning kings of NECC Spring Division 1 Finals stand strong. They will not easily relinquish that throne. They managed to find a team fight. And like was it Nightstar? These finally critical core beasts, they get the bullet time across critical members. But all of this starts, I think, when Cozy TP's right into Ariana's ultimate. And unfortunately for Cozy, he can't quite find the angle. This is the right situation for Northwood, right? They want to be splitting you apart. They want to be burning the ultimates left and right. The problem is the collapse from GVU is just so much faster. When they collapse it becomes a 5v2 very, very, very quickly. And then they turn the other side, it's a 5v3. And Northwood's just being moved back and forth.
Right now in the picture, we see another team fight break out here. That is Dragon taken away by GVU. That is Soul, but a kill back to Northwood. They were able to say, hey, we'll take 2, but GVU get the big fish. Soul on Infernal means even more damage being pumped out here. Nightstar is now a one-man army. And Castle, you find anyone solo, Castle will destroy you.
Triple stack Infernal Soul, but Northwood not content with just the 1 kill. With Ariana down, no mega tank for GVU. Yes, Jinko is tanky, but he wants to be secondary tank to follow up. And now Northwood Instinct getting to stack those spears. I don't think GVU is even going to try and contest this. I think they're happy with the Infernal, and they'll take the fight instead. If you want to push into them, they'll meet you on the rift.
In your own words, Baron is temporary.
Sure.
Soul is forever. We go ahead and take a look at where GVU is currently standing, as they have gone ahead and said, hey, screw that gold lead now that we know is probably not exactly in our hands. We got Soul. That trumps just about everything. It's about a 3k value if you look at the damage, and it only spikes from there once we see those 5 items, if we get to that point. But it is that distracting factor.
Yeah.
And you know we mentioned at the beginning, like, yo, the number of points that needs to win the game in game number 1, you know, that 100 and 120%, we might actually get that. If we see Elder come out here for GVU, they might put the stamp of like 120%. We want to win this game. Because the fact is they're currently at 75. Even when they have all this, we're seeing Northwood be able to make it look close in a lot of these team fights.
But before we get to Elder Orbital, I agree. It is probably the game-ending objective. There's still Baron to be played through for Northwood.
Yep.
Right? They picked up the Baron. What can they do with it? And unfortunately for them, team fighting is not very good. Clyde doesn't make it over the wall. He tried.
That sucks.
You can say that again.
That sucks. That was... I don't say it because like they lose a lot, but it just, that sucks. You were trying to run interference, you were trying to grab a little extra, but it is a kills for kills sake. Now you're down for about 30 seconds, and your base is probably gonna get pressed in. That's what I'm seeing here.
I don't know. I think it does suck. They were setting up for Baron push across the board, and then Clyde getting picked means that they lost the Baron. They can't effectively push with it, and like you said, now GVU is actually counter pressing on this top off the map.
I forgot they got Baron, I'm not gonna lie.
Because they weren't able to use it. And part of that's the composition, right? We've seen GVU in the front to back, it's stronger. So you can't push it even with Baron above 5v5. So you're trying to set up a 1-3-1 where Cozy gets to kind of try and set up picks where Clyde maybe roams back and forth with Reppy the other one, and then collapsing and trying to find those picks and tearing GVU apart that way. If they respond to one side, too many members, you overload the other side. But now, because Clyde went down, they don't get to do that. And GVU immediately counter press. So all the minions are shoved out. You can't even set up a push.
Cozy though, trying to take that chance. Knockback in their own shroud. Tower goes down so quickly.
Oh.
But has to try and dash away, but you're caught
still in the
once
shroud.
again. Shockwave lands on 2 in the back line though, and in goes the grand entrance. Cozy barely surviving, executes their way to safety, and they live, but they lose the tower at the end of the day. Great sidestep from the hook. GVU disengaged after taking that objective.
I'm gonna beat this like a dead Baron. North would have Baron, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's a little bit rough. And taking a look in my own eyes, there's nothing else to take. So quite honestly, for GVU, you're like, great, we lost no one. We forced out a Baron. Baron's about to be ticked down in about 20 seconds, which is why we're seeing Will and Instinct try and shove up this mid lane as well. Clyde running interference. And it's just that moment of GVU are just, okay, breathe now. Now let's go back. We don't have to deal with Baron. Dragging up in 2.5, maybe that's what we're looking at. More than I talk though, Ariana is just like, please stay off of me, bro. Like, I know I look just like a tree, but I'm tanky. I'm a heavy log.
He's like one of those, what do they call them, road trees, Yggdrasil, up there in the top lane right now. Undying, unkillable. I mean, he's 1-3-7. I'd actually love to see the damage numbers off this game, because I feel like Ariana probably took a ton of damage and only died 3 times. And that's his job. That's what he's going to do. GVU, though, going back to the pacifist roots, they just want to go home right now. But Summer gets caught in rotation.
Yeah, Summer was trying to break something out here. Cozy and Will, though, recognize that, yeah, maybe that was enough. Bullet time by Nightstar doing a lot of work. Shut down, though. Sent over to Instinct. Can Instinct get away? Yes, they can, but Will trying to hang on
Castle
to
on the
that
hunt.
GA. Castle does not want to allow that GA, but
He's getting collapsed on.
In a rough spot. Castle flash, by the way. Grand entrance stomping their way forward, and the twist by GVU is working wonder. Castle with the Lamb's Respite, but you've done the D. Northwood going home. And it's such a win by GVU as Castle says, I got the GA to play with. Another blast gun, and Scott is like, ah, crap, I gotta run, guys. And this is GVU from base to base, making the push to get the inhibitor at 40 minutes.
And we just saw them here against the Baron up team, taking a turret, pushing in, and now they're going to do more. Northwood, that is critical that they got picked there. Ariana opening it up. If they can find Instinct, tipping out, they can push in. Instinct living, though, and firing back.
Oh, well, this is going to be the next Stars falling. GVU, they say we want revenge for fall. We will not give you this crown easily, and we will continue to fight, and fight again. Ladies and gentlemen, League fans around, the NECC Nationals D1 is going to a Game 3.
Orbital, you complained yesterday. We couldn't get a best of 3, a full best of 3 to save our lives until we finally saw U-Tactics up against Northwood. But here in the grand finals, we are getting more. We get to see GVU defend their crown. And what fantastic way. This is how it ended as well. The fact that it's Summer actually getting caught in a show. GVU wasn't even looking for a fight.
Nope.
They were just looking to get out onto the rift. And you know what? Northwood thought, okay, we will find the pick. And so many times throughout the series, that has worked. But now, when GVU is stronger, when they had the Inferno Soul, when they had the additional damage, they are able to punch back. And sure, it takes a while to run them down. But GVU, if we call what Northwood had killer instinct, GVU has the strategic calculation. They knew at this moment, we win. Push it in, finish Nexus.
As much as I like to say that, they were also actively like chasing Clyde and the rest of the team. I don't know if it was like, I'm gonna chase the cat that ran back home or not, but I see what you're saying right now.
No, we weren't chasing the cat. We were both going home together.
Oh, yeah, that's how it works. Honestly, though, at the end of the day, you are 100% correct. It has been a moment and a half, but for GVU, from base to base, they said, we will finish this and push to a game 3, and now we take a look. Because Ariana stepped up big. Held on against Cozy's Akali.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the team, Jinko, the ults were immaculate. Nightstar, freedom to do whatever. Castle carrying from the jungle. This is the GVU that we know and love.
And to be fair, bro, you pointed out on drop, this feels like I'm stalling on your drop, right?
Yeah.
Not a single tank in sight coming through from Northwood. Just damage, damage, damage. You got the signature champion for Cozy, and he did quite well on it, but it just wasn't enough. And I feel like this was a little bit of, maybe a little bit of arrogance saying that we got this in the back. Game 1 went swimmingly well. But Northwood of all teams should know, if you give a chance to the other team, they can fight back. And what else could we have expected? GVU and Northwood, like we said, this Scholastic year, their record's 1-1. And here in the grand finals, when it all matters, match score is 1-1.
And the best part, they are here. Right now, inside of the San Antonio Boeing Center at Techport, it has been a grand old time. You've been seeing the action behind us, but we got a trophy to pass out, and they know they want their hands on it. So we are going to go to one more break. One more before we crown our NECC D1 LOL champions. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. You really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
I need the rail. I need the rail back here because it is getting overwhelming how close some of these matches are. It is getting down to the wire between GVU and Northwood. Two teams that have exceptional prowess when it comes to the League of Legends side of things, and it's going to be the finale.
Yeah.
Now into the end of the NECC D1 Nationals here in San Antonio, Texas. RMC. Game number 1, much bloodier. Game number 2, a slow but tension-filled match.
Yeah, and even in game number 2, there were still a lot of kills happening, still a lot of action going back and forth between the two teams. And I just think it falls into the pace of the teams, right? If it's faster, it favors Northwood. If it's slower, it favors GVU. And now going to game 3, both teams have had time to learn their lessons from their losses, try and figure out what exactly went wrong. And like I said, I think Northwood going for the all damage draft, like, it's a viable composition. I'm not going to say it can't work. It's just a very unnecessarily tough composition. You have no insurance. It's win or die. And going into game 3, I'm sure going to change that up. That champion, you know who I'm talking about, for both junglers. It's on the table, Orbital.
I swear we're going to get something vastly different, though. Like, just because we say it, it isn't going to work. Because, I mean, listen, we talked about the cozy Akali. Not saying it didn't work here. Obviously, there were some issues. But the fact that it's been left open, we've had talks about teams baiting out specific picks as well. Being able to, and this is one of the great things, is why we love League of Legends so much, in my opinion. There's such a tactic to the draft. Even though it looks very simplistic in nature, there's so many mind games going on that you even talked about the top lane specifically could have a very interesting matchup.
And specifically in game 1, off screen in the green room, I was kind of talking about the way they were target banning Ariana. We talked about how Cozy's been focused by a lot of other teams, but ironically, in a twist of fate, Northwood's focusing on the top lane, and Ariana was getting pushed. And I was wondering if they're trying to pigeonhole him into Cassante a little bit. But game 2, it was all a trap. They got Cozy's Akali out. You can tell the Maokai was very polished, very practiced. It's the way he piloted it. Cozy never really got to play safely. He was in Shroud hiding. It wasn't a threat, because Ariana, every time he was out of Shroud, immediately just punishing him for making anything happen. So incredibly well played, and obviously a trap for GVU. And that makes me a little bit concerned, because I still think Sejuani's fine. You can't really put a trap for Sejuani. She's got too much momentum. She's attacked. She'll survive it. But what I do like to see is in critical games for GVU, for Castle, his old signature champion, Lee Sin. I really want to see it, but is it the right choice? Right now, against Northwood? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, Northwood have already shown a penchant for being willing to kind of push forward in those situations as well, and it leads into exactly what you said. If I see a Lee Sin on the other side, I'm actively looking to fight early. I'm actively looking to try and put him down, considering that he is going to try and get active, try and get those tower ganks, try and get those lane ganks, even or whatever works. We've seen Lee Sin's quite literally gank from off screen. They have that penchant, so the idea that a Lee Sin would actually draw in more battle, I don't know if that's something that you're comfortable with if we're talking about playing slower. But granted, maybe you got to shake it up at the end of the day, because the shakeup that we've heard is the lanes have been swapped once again. The sides are now bringing back to pace what we had in game number 1.
So Northwood will be on blue side this game, GVU back to the red side. And to be fair, I don't think the side selection has necessarily played the biggest difference in terms of what they're able to get. I think the teams have been fairly good in terms of what they're looking, and fairly happy with what they've been able to find. So we'll see how it goes. For now, though, Jace has to stay on the ban list, else it's going to be blinded.
I do enjoy the fact that Mbessa and the Jace have been denied. Northwood, though, drawing up that first Ziggs yet again. Doesn't want to give it over to Jinkal, who I'm pretty sure has a nasty Ziggs in hand as well, being used to kind of flatline the mid lane and then push later on. There's Nefiri, though, once again, standard across all 3 games.
And I almost feel like the Ziggs as well might be a bit of a ban towards Nightstar, because even last game with the Misfortune, Misfortune is known as sort of an early game champion, really strong early on, her mid game especially spikes, but Nightstar played it almost like a late game champion. He really came online towards the end, where he was landing a lot of good single target bullet times. I know it sounds like an oxymoron, but no, legitimately, he was finding critical targets with that bullet time.
Well, it's interesting enough, if we're talking about late game, if we're talking about swinging, you know, in a different direction, the Lilia identified as something Castle can use, which we have seen him also have that penchant, I keep saying penchant, but that ability to find mid to late game moments. And Lilia is one of the greatest. The Lilting Lullaby can be such a disruptor. And yet again, focus on Reppy, having that shifting sands, the soldiers denying presence in front of the Emperor, not allowed. There's a Jace, so this was the expected round out. You cannot give that over to GVU.
Yeah, and with Maokai having been played as in the top lane as well last game, that's the 2 huge AoE junglers, the tank junglers taking out the picture. If you want tankiness, you're looking at things like Skarner at this point. And if you want AoE, you're looking at Wukong. Varus to round things out, as you said, pretty much standard bans to come through for the most part for GVU. Nothing too crazy yet.
You know how we say not too crazy?
Yeah.
Banned twice so far.
Yep.
Both games 1 and 2, and it's open. I love this for Cozy. Once again, get this comfort in there, and it's immediately answered. We saw this coming about a mile away, but still it is nice to see come out.
I mean, that's kind of the problem with the Ambessa right now, right? It's been banned away from Ariana Arisu this entire time. And so if you run out of bans, then you got first pick in. That's what they're using on the blue side. It does, however, mean...
Yeah, we're here. Listen, this is the point in time where RMC becomes psychic and we are reading about 7 steps ahead. Because even though we talk about the mental enjoyment and being able to fight, there is a little bit of a moment where we say, okay, we know what's coming up. Honestly, that's what we're coming. And that's why I also like the Skarner coming in for World, right? I love Skarner in that mix, but there it is. I swear that's Hui. It's not Hui. I know that much. That is Victor coming in to join the mix.
Yeah, and that tanky front that has been taken care of with the Ambessa, with the Sejuani already picked up. So, I mean, yeah, you can afford for both teams to start picking your damage threats. Hello, okay, Yone. This has slipped through our draft completely because of the lack of focus on it. But already this top side for GVU is almost picture perfect. Sejuani loves her melee champions. You've got the Renekton and you've got the Yone. Now the big question for me is what Nightstar rolls with, because hey, the Ziggs could have gone to Nightstar if it was open, but it's banned. You know what's a great AP champion in the bot lane?
What's that?
Kog'Maw. And Nightstar original. I wonder if we see that come back.
What's also scary is they're picking in order of draft, and this always scares me. I'm always like, are we actually seeing it? But it's true. One of the rare times that we're seeing this, which now means I focus on the bot side, just like he called, looking at that Kog'Maw quite possibly and taking a look at those supports. We're waiting to see what the next ban comes out for Northwood's side. If you're willing to focus on another ADC, the Ashe, there's, you know, silly stuff as well. I mean, we talked about the Varus being rid away. The Jhin is still available. Nautilus being thrown out there, and we'll get confirmation in our ear if there is another ban in there. I think we might have been told, but Tristana at the very end of the day, this makes sense again. ADCs and supports, that's where you hard focus everything across the board. But first pick up here for Nightstar, what are you going to run in that ADC position? It is gonna be a Lulu, and it was the Kog'Maw ban.
I'm so sad. I am so sad right now that that happened. The Tristana being taken away as well. So it does feel like GVU is being forced into sort of an all physical composition. You can still go with a hyper carry here. Jinx is still available. And I feel like with Lulu, that's another sort of option you can go with that scaling.
Give me Lucian and Nami. Nami or Milio, I guess. Give me the bot lane. This is the definitive to me. Aggressive bot lane. Like every time we see Lucian and Milio or Nami, you know it's gonna be fire on the bot side, whether one side or the other. I don't think I've ever seen a passive Lucian in a game of League of Legends because it's so aggressive in turn.
Yeah, and if you have seen a passive Lucian orbital, it was invisible, so you didn't see it. Anyways, you're right. It is still going to be the Jinx coming through for Nightstar, though. This is old school GVU. Like this is prior Arisu / Ariana, prior Summer. This is like, yeah, this is MEC GVU, basically, back in the day. We scale for late. Now, it's a very risky tactic, because the skilling is phenomenal for them. They have the Yone, they have the Jinx, and Renekton is great for an early game bridge with the Sejuani. But Instinct and Clyde, I just think back to game 1 where they were just being hyper aggro, and they're gonna do it again. A 5-man stack in the bot lane to kick things off.
Summer's like, I've seen this before. You just talked about game 1. We ain't doing this today. We are going to scale into the late game. We are going to make this a 50-minute banger because you know GVU and Northwood want that crown. They want 5 crowns. They want 1 trophy, and they want all the pride in the world. If you are watching right now, we are live from San Antonio here at the Boeing Center at Techport to see these two teams duke it out in the only way going to the final game. I could not be more excited.
And for both of these teams, bragging rights for the rest of the season. Neither team made it to the end in CLOL. Unfortunately, a top 16 finish for GVU, a top 8 for Northwood as well. So this one actually backs them a trophy, bro. It's not just theoreticals. It's not a top whatever. It's top 1, number 1 champion.
That means the stakes are high. And when the stakes are high, I'm always curious if we start seeing players accidentally misstep. All these players have so much experience under their belt. Some more than others, obviously. But I'm always curious if we see that slight mix-up, see that slight overstep that could occur, maybe getting a little bit extra antsy. That has to be shored up here. Northwood stepping up to fight, and already we're seeing Summer try and answer back.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Lucian level 1. It's actually not that strong. Lucian Milio level 1 is probably better than Lucian Nami level 1, but not by much. And Milio is very, very vulnerable. It's all about the Lucian and what he can do rather than about Milio and trying to soak anything there.
I like how you say that, and then we immediately see Summer lose 50%, but
yeah.
it is true. That's not kill threat. If that were level 3 Lucian and Emilio, we probably would have seen kill threat. Probably see a flash, probably see the heal come out here. So it does make sense right there. Also for GVU, we mentioned before that we are scared of having 3 losing lanes. I love seeing all their lanes pushed up right now. Love seeing them try and take control, allowing Castle to actually make their way across the jungle almost unimpeded.
That's about to change though. As you can see, level 2 tick through for Instinct and Clyde. Lucian Milio now online and starting to pressure the Jinx. Zulu Summer and Knights are instantly blew through their mana bars there and a decent amount of their health bar. Ariana in this top lane. He's pressuring, but he's trading a lot of health right now to get this pressure.
And for Ariana, this is a very nice trade. Once again, we've seen the bounce backs in both directions. Cozy and Ariana have had fantastic moments, but is it going to continue is the question. And in the mid lane, for Reppy and Jingle, farm day, just keep going. Right now, though, it dances. Cozy gets eaten up here, and Ariana still has flash by the way. Cozy cannot stay.
And Castle is now looking to top lane.
Oh my
He's
God,
running up here right now. I don't think he's going to get there in time.
No.
Cozy should get the recall off unless Castle wants to blow flash.
Oh.
That's
they
fine.
respectfully back away because I think Ariana was waiting for an extra dash, but the cooldown wasn't in time. So you say, okay, we can't do it. Now we take a look at this mid lane. Once again, keeping eyes on the farm count for the Yone. It's always about just surviving laning phase, it feels like. Every time we see him in this situation, it's just survive lane and then we'll get you later.
Yeah, and props to Jinko so far that he's actually up CS. So he's doing phenomenally well in terms of farming that up. Yeah, he's traded some of his life, but that's okay. You get the recall. I'm actually really curious to see what build Jinko goes with because I'm still a big fan of the Blade of the Ruined King. But hold up, Cozy.
I mean, this is a great catch, but you do have flash, and you actually say I have enough HP, which I really do respect. You know your limits on the champion, but we've also seen Cozy overstay before and let themselves basically get killed and lose so much momentum.
And I'm frankly not sure if it's worth necessarily holding the flash here compared to trading your health bar. We'll see if it comes back to bite them, because Cozy being low on health does give kill threat to Ariana at the moment 6 ticks over. Will they see him coming now? Ariana has flash too!
And Castle didn't see, which means Ariana is actually on their own. For this moment,
now.
Ariana trying to run, but the flash can only go so far. Castle on their way in. Cozy peels off. Will might be able to get the last auto. You have flash and you slam the rock. Throws it down. Castle gonna try and turn around, but look at the healing come out here. Bot side with the action as well. As Northwood win across the map. Castle trying to run away. Rock to the back side, but an overall 2-for-0 for Northwood at the start.
And it's GVU with the pressure across the board. But it's Northwood with the counterpunch and kills to answer back 2-0. And on that top side, man, Castle was trying to body block as much as he could, and Will just went, hey, I got flash. You can't stop this body block. And for RN as well, the Call the Meek here, he was trying to bait as long as he could, buy as much time. Cozy was so tasty. Everybody wanted. Castle here is thinking, I want Cozy, but I will try and body block the entire way. And then Phil just flashes over him, and yep, you end up getting nothing. Because once again, CC plus health. It just overwhelms everything.
Yeah, so many good catch races, RMC, and I'm picking up more and more of them. You and I have worked together for about 5 years, watching some of these players grow up from just like the grassroots league into these main stage players. But it doesn't change the fact that league has these certain pivotal points. Talking about CC, talking about the fact of macro game, and all of these pieces of the puzzle coming in. As we see the goal differences come out here, bot side only about 90, obviously, but it looked like the kill actually went over to Clyde, which is really funny to see. So Milio's like, hey, I'm on the way to hitting that level 6. I'll have this. I'll have the CC nullification soon.
Look, Summer picking up kills as Nico, good. Clyde picking up kills as Pike, good. Clyde picking up kills as Milio, questionable to say the least. Thankfully, it doesn't really change the dynamic of this lane. For now, Nightstar still sat at 0-0-0, Summer at 0-1-0, so they're still down in terms of gold and pressure. And I need to see Clyde and Instinct really pressure as much as they can now. Because once we get out of laning phase, it's a lot easier for Jinx and safer for Jinx to pick up CS. This is the danger phase for GVU.
What a huge jump in, though, as we see why Summer actually fell earlier. The heavy aggressive trading, even in the 2v2, is immaculate on either side. Instinct really trying to push in with that damage value, but that's where we saw the heal come out. right?
Yeah.
You go ahead and burn that heal, and even a rotation coming in from Jinkall as well. These teams are willing to fight at the drop of a hat, but they need to fight cleanly. They can't fight sloppily.
And we're right back to the laning game for now, as Castle is thinking about ganking bot side. He isn't spotted just yet, but there's just no gank angle. And I feel like if they're trying to use Summer to bait, Summer's going to die before the other two can get it. Now, if you can trade Summer for a kill onto Nightstar, you take that. Sorry, Summer, but you're a support. You know your job. The problem is just that Northwood's not biting right now till they're sure they can get in, get out, and just land a little bit of poke.
Cozy. We look back up every time, and Cozy's just like, look, I'm down 10 CS. Just give me a moment. I'll get bigger. I'll get better. But Ariana doesn't want to allow that to happen. Huge trades coming out here, and until we see that dominance pop, until we see the ults come out here on either end, I don't see either side willing to fully commit. So, taking a look at the current state, we are seeing yet another flank angle from Will, though, and Will has done this before. Ariana does not have flash, so if this snipe comes in here, it is going to be big. But for Ariana, really smart ward, obvious ward as well, as you do need to put that down on the top side, so no gank actually come through.
Well, and to be fair as well, you said there will be a time when Cozy will start being able to trade with Ariana, but now is not that time.
Nope.
And Ariana has dominance, so if Will looks for the gank, there's always the risk that he gets collapsed on. I don't think they have enough damage to be able to take a dominance renekton that early on. So Will just is shading to protect Cozy, make sure there's no dive tag. That's all he wants to do for now. And if he wants kills, he's looking at bot lane, he's looking at mid lane.
Right now it's a pinch though. Will joining in the mid lane as Reppy and Jinkall get their first introductions to the junglers. And Clyde says it's not just the jungler, it's the support as well. Fireworks, pom-poms, and hurrahs as Reppy grabs their kill plus the feat of warfare.
Not gonna lie, part of me was watching Clyde just roll into the net thinking, he has the opportunity, the funniest thing.
Yeah. Hey guys, what happens when Amelia goes AP? It's not ARAM, Clyde, get out of here.
No, Clyde didn't mess around. Clyde's not trolling here. They want the win and they want it clean, Orbital. And it is clean so far, 3-0. GVU have not found a single kill. And granted, GVU are skill and composition. They don't have to get the early lead. But what they have to make sure is that Northwood don't get such a big lead that they can close out a game, like they did on Friday, like they did today in Game 1.
For the moment, we are watching this little slow pace once again as Castle is starting to realize that maybe I should visit this top side a bit more. Start trying to track where Will's going. Will so far has been dragging Castle around a little bit more than I was really expecting. Constantly showing in the top side, showing in the mid lane, rotating around. And it's also showing a little bit, I would say, because they have almost the exact same build pass as well. You see the double giant spells in there. Like, these are two champions that fundamentally do the same thing, just in slightly different ways. So I'm curious to see who decides to put those early pressures. We do see the dragon up and available, plus the grubs already taken in a 1-2 stance. So for Northwood, they've already collected that. It's the dragon that's the next one.
I mean, I feel like Castle has been this top lane though multiple times. It's just never at the right time, unfortunately. Yeah. So either maybe set up a homestay or maybe set up security cameras so you can check to see, you know, when is Cozy home and when can I actually find the gank. The other problem for Castle is where else do you gank?
Yep.
Your bot lane has no kill threat. You're just covering for a jinx if anything happens. Your mid lane doesn't have kill threat either. Vamp Scepter and Recurve Bow build, so it is the Blade of the Ruined King build coming through for Jinkall. You're waiting for that to complete before you start looking for kills.
You're looking at it, stopping this dragon though. On top of a ward right now, Northwood have actually started it up, but maybe it was just to bait out a response from GVU. Not swept either. Yeah, so it is going to be a little quiet piece. Cozy though still losing out a little bit as, again, in the HP trade value in the ult economy, Ariana decided to ult in. That's why we see Cozy backing away. You don't want to get that chance of getting collapsed on. So Cozy relinquishing this top side for the time being.
Yeah, Ariana getting to proxy right now because they did spot Will out in the bot lane earlier. Cozy stepping out of bush because Dominus is down and he doesn't want to miss the wave. He does get to the turret safely and they'll be fine. But overall, I'm actually really impressed about the Dragon deny away from GVU. Northwood gets started up because Instinct and Clyde, they're winning the bot lane, they're stronger. But despite the fact that they have that bot lane priority, they're still not confident even dealing with a not first item Yone just yet. The base damage he has is enough to cause some levels of concern.
Which, I mean, I'm going to be very excited for. Jinkall so far from Game 1 to Game 3 has had a spotlight shine a little bit brighter each time. Game 1 on that way, not exactly that bright. We talked about the fact that you can't do much as well. You need to reach that mid to late. So you did all the right steps, but weren't really able to collect the results. Game 2, Hero's entrances constantly getting the ults off, and now you're not just given that ability to save your team, but to take over team fights with this Yone. So I'm really watching Gene Call and saying, maybe we get to see the shining light in the mid lane as well.
I mean, he's got the champion for it. He can definitely make some highlight reels. For now, though, just training on to Reppy, doing a good amount of damage, and that was without Fate Seal. Ult is available. Next time he does that trade, he can follow in, and it will be an all-in. Reppy would be taken out. Reppy, no teleport, unfortunately, to be able to use to reset, so a bit of a dicey situation. I'd like to see Will kind of shade a little bit more into that mid lane, especially anytime Reppy wants to step out and push that wave a little bit.
At the current moment, though, he's on the Raptors. Cozy's actually in a dangerous spot, and Ariana
There's
baits
the home
it
save.
perfectly. Good snaps, though, and a flash out by Cozy. Castle just there. If they were going to get the catch, they get the catch. But Cozy is out and safe.
Okay, maybe more than a homestay. He needs to like rent the suite for a month at least. No short-term MVP.
Nope. Well, right now, Cozy realizes that, hey, we're going to bring this fight one way or another. Tower dive goes in, and you're going to get some good CC down, but it's an easy collapse with the slash. Spin to win, baby, as Castle grabs the first kill for GBU.
They're on the board, and fighting the bot side as Jinko taking a ton of damage. And Nightstar is already out before the fight even starts.
There are some movements around this game that are surprising us at every twist and turn as Summer. I mean, you have no out. I'm sorry. You had no way out. Northwood, very comfortable, I guess, as you lost one on the top side. Yeah, there was a lot to go back, but you got to play on the bot side, and you accelerate a little bit further. Reppy being able to be gifted a second kill for the game.
I salute Summer, though. He did what a good support had to do. He got Nightstar out.
That's all you have to do. Listen, support lives matter to a certain extent.
True, though.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, man. When you take a look at some of these supports, they are Emilio, they are a Lulu. They specifically throw their kit in the mix. That is like 90% of their job. Whenever we see the supports go above and beyond, though, when they're alive, when they're constantly getting the shields down, that is exemplary. That is an amazing turn.
Yeah, their entire kit, their entire lives revolve around the AD carries.
Yeah, for the baseline, though, all we need to do is see Summer, get the wild growth, get some extra value, and you're good.
Getting a little bit worried, though, looking at Summer run into Will there. Things could be a little bit dicey, but thankfully Instinct was still up in the wave, not quite able to roam out. We're at 14 minutes now, guys. This is first Drake of the game. It is a very, very late Drake to come through early. The Grubs got split 2-1 with Will picking up the majority of it again. And for GVU, this is good for them. The later the objective, the longer the game, the higher chance you scale.
And the higher chance of a steal as well. This Dragon about 30 seconds into taking, but you can see the collapse coming in for GVU.
No
and
way.
I don't think Will wants to take a chance. At
No
this point,
way.
it's actually just a takeaway. Invested TP as well as GVU call that shot and say, yo, you ain't making that. Slapped away, stolen, and will be dunked inside. So GVU score first straight.
And thank you for the leash. I guess this just feels so anathema to everything we've seen from Northwood. They're all about that fast early game. They're all about dominating. And unfortunately, they go for this Dragon and they just don't finish it. Like, where's the speed here? You just kind of gave up part way. And for Will, it's going to feel particularly bad as a jungler. He's invested time to doing this. He's now behind in CS as well and just not able to pan anything out.
Well, what is going to be used is going to be that Glacial Prison as Castle comes from the bush side. But I have to agree. There are some moments where we're watching where it just feels kind of awkward, especially since Will did this on top of a ward.
Okay, Will's still sticking around right now. They have them low. They know Summer and Nightstar want a base, but they don't want to give them the time or the chance. The poke coming down from Instinct is good. And Castle, he can't stop the damage from coming through, so it's still landing on Nightstar and Summer.
It's a difficult stance. For Northwood, though, you're actually okay with this. What you're not okay with is the fact that Dominus was earned Ariana's safe flash, was able to force Cozy out, and first tower goes away of GVU.
And that fantastic bridge we were talking about. Connected. He's doing so much work up here. He's buying time, because in the bot lane, we're seeing repeatedly Nightstar's being shoved in, but Nightstar hasn't lost a turret. And Nightstar's getting the farm. That's huge. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jinko's got Blade of the Ruined King. First item is Power Spike. Reppy is in for a interesting time of it. I won't say bad yet, because Rippy did pick up 2 kills. So he has a bit of a gold lead. He can still play around. He's got the boost of swiftness to try and space. But if he gets caught, I know they fixed Victor's broken leg. Jinko might break it again.
Well, that's why you got the boost of Swifties. You're like, bro, I don't want you to catch me. Please let me go. It's the boost of Swifties for every AP mid laner that's just like, bro, get away from me as fast as possible. So, you know, listen, a little bit of tech might not be the Hex tech, but it will be a little magic.
Maybe that's why they need plated steel caps, so that when your bones get broken, the plate's in there to hold it straight.
I don't know if that's how you fix a broken leg and fixing the foot. That doesn't work for me. If the leg is broken, you need to support the leg.
It works for minions.
Okay, that's fair. Listen, no, we're good. This is going to be a treat, though, because we are ramping up for that first true team fight. We mentioned there was a team fight in game number 2, same kind of polish of accelerated kind of silly, I wouldn't say silliness, but kind of a reactionary. This one, it feels that both teams are very focused on being the only proactive to force a team fight, and that's what's scary. Meeting of the minds here in the mid, Castle waiting off the wings inside of a ward, and now comes the pinch, bringing it back, but the Colin forcing Nightstar away. Dominance used to keep HV bars healthy, and that is going to be the call pulled off by GVU, throwing everything just to keep everyone away.
And the way the fight needs to break out is very specific for GVU right now. We talk about the skilling. Nightstar isn't really a champion right now. He's a glorified cousin of a minion. So he doesn't contribute meaningfully. What you need is Jinko to be able to pull up, to get to that backline. You need Ariana to go diving. Unfortunately, Jinko wasn't there. So Northwood, no matter how they pick it, should be able to win that fight. Jinko, though, absolutely bodying Cozy right now.
We say that, but Cozy's got reinforcements to boot. Redemption on redemption, that is a shutdown for Cozy and friends.
I mean, still true. Jinko was bodying Cozy right up to the Goon Squad showed up.
Uh-oh. Well, this is going to be that chance. Reppy thrown down as the TP is called, so Reppy actually gets to live. Ariana Castle tried to get a little something back and only got a TP out.
Not even close, man. No Dominus makes the dive really complicated, and they weren't able to get the full burst down. Even if they did, I think Reppy's shield was actually enough to already keep him alive for now. So, well played from Northwood to be able to answer that, to be able to pick up the Herald for free as well. And we'll see what they opt to kind of do with it, because when all is said and done, I think GVU's had better early game. They have a small gold lead, and I think their skilling is really, really terrifying.
Yeah.
They've got it kind of on the right members as well, and even now they're still able to get Nightstar 2 minions to pick up more and more gold. So GVU sitting real pretty, but Northwood have all the cards. What can they do with this Herald? What can they do with the strength they have? What can they do with the next objective they fight at?
I would also like to say the other card is Instinct on the solution when empowered by, well, I say that, but Reppy is once again tooling it out with Jingle. One of the things I would like to say is the culling is actually, we've seen it do actually a decent amount of work if it finds one of the squishies, so that's another card that could be played here in the early stages. Now later on, obviously that culling will be tanked up by Castle, by Ariana. Like, that's not going to do us much. At the current moment though, as you said, cards in the hands for Northwood. So where do you want to look at? Dragon is coming up in about 20 seconds. Mid tower could still fall, as we only had one tower fall the entire game so far.
Yeah, and I like that you point out how effective the culling is, because we saw it hit Ariana. And even against Ariana, in Dominus form, who is kind of tanky, he took substantial damage. If he gets chunked like that, he can't go diving. And remember what we said at this point in the game, Jinx only on one item. The win cons for a team fight for GVU are Jinko and Ariana find the back.
Right now it is a 5-man squadron run for GVU, and we said they need to be proactive. This is one way to do it. Literally everybody moving over towards this dragon as you collect the Hextech. Now what this does mean is I'm very sad we don't get Hextech Soul, but we also don't get a Mountain Soul, so I'm also equally happy about that one. We'll see
Infernal,
which soul
Infernal.
Oh, listen, they're telling us to cool off. We had Infernal twice in a row, and they're like, bro, you need to calm down, you need to get some water, because you guys are screaming your heads off, and I would be too. Herald charge with the shortest charge I've seen in a while into the topside tower.
But effective nonetheless. Distance doesn't matter. It's whether or not you get the turret, and Northwood make GVU pay for that dragon. You got Drake, we got 2 turrets in exchange. Ariana trying to equal that out in the bot side, trying to deal with Cozy, but Cozy, I think Cozy's hit the point where he's kind of equalized. I'm pretty sure he's got the Eclipse already. Yep, there you go. So even if he can't necessarily win out the duel, he's going to be able to hold the turret and hold the lane.
Hold as much as you can, because right now we're also in this current state where if you look straight across at the top of the scoreboard, you'd almost think this is a pure mirrored game 1. Again, you know, the small picks that are giving it over, but we have to remember the context behind this. These kills have been nice, but I haven't seen Northwood gain as much ground. Once again, that we really saw them do back in game number 1, and even a little bit in game number 2. Jinko still waiting for their moment to fire, has been 0-0-1, but farming up a storm, almost 50 CS. on top of Reppy. So where do we look next? Because Baron, yeah, is on the table in about 4 minutes, but is that really where they want to go? Because Dragon's up at the same time.
Nah, probably Dragon. And the big thing overall, I feel like the difference between game 1 and game now is the lack of team fighting from either of these teams. Neither team has really gone for that big wombo. And for Northwood, while their composition likes skirmishes, especially around Instinct, Clyde, and Will, Reppy wants team fights. But they are not confident in being able to get it. And if you can't do it now, it gets harder and harder as the game goes on. Like, who's going for that Jinx the backline as she gets longer or more comfortable with her long range and outranges everybody else? How do you do Jinko diving the backline? Once he picks up, I was gonna say his Immortal Shield Bow, it's already done. You're not gonna be able to burst him down that effectively. He'll get his damage down even if he's the one initiating, and he won't be. Castle has shown a willingness to be first in, last out.
And especially on a Sejuani, that's not a, I'll do it if I want to. For Sejuani, that is your true standard and metric of how well you are going to do. Side though, Jinko jumps on in. That's going to be the glitch, which is not exactly used well, but the Wild Growth keeps him up alive. Cozy though on the backside found a flank option, and that might
Ariana's
be
here.
Down, but with a snipe on the other side, Castle, tanky beef, Ariana trying to get into the mix, and for all the battle and glory, no one will fall just yet. The battle lines were drawn, HP bars tested, stats checked, and we all walk away to heal on back up. Overall, though, it's Instinct still snapping damage down, which means Northwood have a much better chance of pushing for this tower. Another rep in for Reppy, though, as the HP dropped way lower than they like.
And it's a sharper spear against the sturdiest
God.
shield.
Ariana with a great punch back in, but you found one of the Thinker members. Will now pinch, no flash, and this will be the one death to start things off. Are we going to see a domino around the edge? Cozy recognizing that you got to get back to towers. For all that it's been worth, it's a single kill after 45 seconds of battle.
And the sharper spear got blunted, repeatedly poking the sturdiest shield. GVU, they've got enough health that Instinct can't cut through, and Reppy hasn't scaled up enough yet either to be able to cut through that front line, even with the Leandries. On the other hand, GVU don't have the damage! Nightstar got excited with a pea shooter, and it just wasn't able to do anything. Ariana here, though, hero play to me with that teleport into the backline onto Will. That's a tanky member, but that's fine. They just needed to grab and drag Northwood to the fight where they could actually get in there. And right now, Jinko is the big threat, and he's getting some real creative angles. You love to see it. It's how they're getting the win. And GVU, that timer's ticking.
Tick, tick, boom. There goes that dynamite. I'm still waiting for the actual dynamite to show up.
Ziggs got banned, buddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Always, man. That and don't call me short as the other one, but I don't see Vigar in this game, so it's pretty tough. Waiting for a chance option though, as with the Ocean map, we're seeing a perfect Captain Jack cleanse, making sure Instinct is fully safe. Ridiculous time to make sure that Instinct does not go down in a period where you need to push and need to get this kind of lane advantage.
And it's funny that we're even talking about Instinct potentially going down. This is 3v5. GV only have 3 members here. Jinko split pushing top, Ariana split pushing bot. Ariana doesn't have a TP. But GV already have a bit of that threat, and unfortunately, Northwood, despite looking to try and make that happen, wasn't able to do anything. Jinko, buddy, that ain't happening.
Otacon's like, yeah, I heard your RMC. I sang it too, as that's another jump on Instinct. No attempt at a cleanse, but they turn it back around. Oh my gosh. They really hit Instinct right now. Instinct down to about 40%, but Clyde also doing a job being there for backup in case things go a little bit sour. Meanwhile, though, for GVU, they say, hey, we already got 2 dragons. We want a third, so we want to keep pressure up in the mid lane to try and pressure down to the lower quadrant to go ahead and hang on and maybe, just maybe, look at some extra tower damage if they can. Nightstar stepping forward. Instinct takes a blunt blow, but Will and Cozy saying we're ready for that pinch. Dominus is around, great snipe to the backside. Nightstar flashing away for safety, but in goes the Impale, stuck in the front lines. Ariana watching, Rocket goes completely sideways, and Reppy wondering, hey,
Jinko?
You're not respecting my damage. Over the side, gets a snapshot. Clyde is gonna go down. How much more damage can you find? Cozy dashing in, realizing they didn't want that, having to dash away. Castle flashing to safety, and this is all hands on deck and all full retreat.
The shield bow!
That is Jinko saying, we do not retreat, we fight. Stepping up to force Will and Instinct away from the jungle. And that is at the end. A 1-for-1 mix-up. Reppy, no way. Reppy TV'd in the follow-up. Cozy joins in as well. Northwood complete the collapse by burning 2 TPs and making me yell for a minute straight.
This is the fight that will not end. Northwood, it's closer to the other side. They've got the teleports that we were talking about, and they get more bodies in there. For that, they get their first Drake of the game. But look how the fight starts, and look how much damage Nightstar is actually able to put out now. Second item only, with Infinity Edge and Intel Wild Arrows, and he's doing what? If that rocket lands, everything changes. But they weren't able to land the rocket, and because of that, they're relying on Jinko once again to be able to turn the tides. Jinko kind of gets in there, and you can see how long he lives. Between Blade of the Ruin King, Immortal Shield Pull, the lifesteal is absolutely disgusting. They probably should have disengaged here. Well, after this part, when he threatens Instinct, because hey, right here, he sees the blood, he sees the angle, he gets the flash out. But ultimately, they just kind of get baited, they stay in it. For GVU, a bit of a rough hand, but you can see, not more of a speed bump. Not really a huge problem for them. And again, I sound like a broken record. Scaling still favors them.
I don't think it'll ever not favor them, quite honestly, and it has to be in the minds of Northwood as well. I want to see them start to be a lot more proactive on the map. They need to start trying to push maybe some of their own leads here. Baron is on the table, they're looking towards the top side, and maybe they find something or someone trying to chase Reppy out. Either way though, there's very little on the map that actually looks enticing to them. Obviously Baron is there, but we still have 4 minutes on Dragon. Towers are still up, you could take that free sin in gold, but there's so many options and you have to calculate so many different things here that I'm sitting there going, I don't even see what the right primary call would be.
Yeah, I think you nailed it right the first time, where you were saying that, hey, you know, Northwood's got to get a bit more proactive, right? And the question, the big problem is that we're seeing Will try and be proactive. We're seeing Cozy try and be proactive. Instinct wants to be proactive, but he can't. We've seen him not be able to burst through the Lulu shield at this point, and then as he's running away, the rockets firing into his back are actually starting to do more damage than he's actually able to trade up. So if that's the case, then where do you go from here? And for Northwood, it feels like maybe you want a team fight then. Get Reppy in there. We saw what Reppy could do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, do you really want to team fight a Sejuani, Yone, Jinx? I don't.
I would if I have full items on a Victor. I will sit there and go, just burn. I don't want to deal with you. Just go ahead, stay away from me, and sit in my Chaos Storm. Honestly, if I'm sitting here watching the entirety of Northwood and GVU, it's even a race of seeing who is going to be that MVP at the end of the day as well, because everyone is just playing on such a nice edge. Jinko, specifically for me, has been stepping up in a massive way from their game one, but everyone on the side of Northwood has done the exact same. Cozy as well. A little bit of shakiness here and there, but always steps up when they need to, and Will, of course, always being that stalwart in the front line.
They found
What we
Clyde.
are seeing, though, is Clyde getting chunked out here. Nightstar picks up yet another, and all of a sudden, Nightstar being gifted a lot of money in their bank, but maybe not a lot of kills.
And that's critical hard to find, because Clyde is bailing everybody else out with the Miller ultimate, but he can't bail himself out. So when he gets locked down by Castle right there, he's dead. And the moment he's dead, that puts everybody else in danger as well, because now nobody can get him out. And that's why you're seeing Northwood completely back out, despite their front line being up and available.
For right now, this is going to be this test and a half. Eyes are starting to shift. I talked about some of the warning and some of the value. There's a reason why this is there. Yo, Jinko solo the Annika. Let's go. He tried it earlier. Now it's EV coming in. As Cozy is caught out. Where did that come from? Maybe they got baited by the Annika.
Jinko on the flank.
Nightstar yet again gifted another kill. TB to the bot side. Quick get face sealed as GVU pop up underneath this tower. They gather a little bit more. He lives thanks to the life steal, and GVU are opening up pick after pick after pick.
I'm so stunned that Jinko actually sold the Octagon. He didn't. He tried to do it the first time, and I doubted him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. You just needed more time, buddy. And he actually got it. And the fight on the other side as well that came through from GVU. Because Jinko wasn't there, that was effectively a 4v5 fight. But they won it anyways. Oh, bro, have we hit the critical mark? 30 minutes. Has the skill come online? Is there still chances for Northwood?
I'm really scared to say yes and no and everything to those questions, right? Nightstar has been fed the last 2 kills by the team, whether they knew it or not. This catch by Jinko was solid. You still live, by the way, so there's not a single scrap of money that was handed back. Will try to come in, but was a little bit late, and that's your tank factor. But for the side of Northwood, you still do not give up hope. The gold is almost dead even. We are seeing such a piece of that, of everyone grabbing for that steering wheel, trying to grab that pie, trying to grab that victory at the end of the J. GVU from winner side bracket say, yo, we cannot allow the Cinderella story to complete. I feel it's going to come down to one single team fight, one singular moment where everything breaks and all hell breaks loose.
That's how I know you were casting 2 years ago, because that's what happened to Jinx every single game. It gets to the point where Jinx wins fight, game ends. Jinx loses fight, game ends. For Northwood though, I'm looking at the map and they really, besides the early pressure gone the top lane, they've not been able to get too many turrets. So even if they win a fight, I don't know if they can end.
I didn't even expect them to go ahead and push gank this one, and it's a turnaround Night Star, and that just might be the answer. The Jinx is online, quick snipe on 2. It's not with Bloodbath, but with a one-sided slaughter. GVU are starting to take more. 1 kill at 1 point, now bring it 2, now bring it 3, now bring it 4. GVU Vikings take, and take some more, as that is 4 dead in their faces, as this already feels like GVU. They stop the reverse sweep, or they take the reverse sweep here. They stop the lower bracket run. Grandview University Vikings in what feels like a tension-riddled matchup will take the ace and take the victory here in the NECC D1 Nationals Grand Finals. They are your champions here today.
Was it Pirates or Vikings that said, take everything, give nothing back? And the Vikings here absolutely crush it. They dominate. Glory for Valhalla, a wonderful finish. And such a classical finish from them as well. The way Nightstar was stepping up, that is classic Nightstar, right? We talk about Kog'Maw, Juggermaw. He pulled off the Jugger Jinx. Exact same setup. Lulu gives him the speed boost, gives him the shield, and he just runs right in.
Yep.
You get Jinko with the unit. We talked about him getting creative. He got really creative to the end there. Literally from top side TP, bot side, find flank that angle, go to the other side, come back around again. Just everywhere. And Castle, he showed us so many different game styles, right? Yep. In game 2, he was the carry. He was the Kindred. He was the true AD carry of that game. And in game 3, his Sejuani. We said Sejuani goes in. She's the first one and last one out. And when I say last one out, I mean he's the last one standing. And he had showed zero hesitation. Time and time again, forcing those fights. They didn't even have that big a lead. It was a 300 gold lead, and he starts going in. And from there, it grows and grows and grows. So, GVU, what an iconic, it feels like, win coming through from them here in the NECC Nationals.
I mean, and also getting revenge for the fall, but also showing that, hey, Northwood, we will take you down. We heard what you said 2 days ago. We knew exactly what we were expecting to come into this matchup. And I had to recant one of my statements. You know, we talked about the fact that it felt tension-ridden. I swear I look back, GVU, that was not tension-riddled. They were not worried. That was measured, step by step by step. Every single, only an inch, good. Yep. Now we take a foot, even better. Now we sprint to the finish line. Amazing job overall, but no sweat to Northwood as they ran so hard through this bracket alone. They put on a show for us over this weekend.
Yeah, and frankly, feels like they should have taken it or roll, but GVU, they're kings for a reason. They stepped at the top. And I got to feel for Reppy because I felt like he delivered on his promise, right? He said they would beat them all, and he did beat GVU. Just for game 1 and not for the series.
There's those moments, and honestly, I wonder what the extra moment of the match would be to me, because I'm sitting there, there's so many fantastic moments overall, but I do believe we're also going to get the Wenzel's player of the, we are, I believe, going to go ahead and get the extra moment of the match in this grand finals, or is that, am I mishearing, because there's so much going on in my head right now.
Yeah, right.
There we go, there we go. Let's see what it is.
Not just of the match, but of the championship. The championship moment itself, and it is that last fight where you get to see the Jugger Jinx start to roll through, and the fact that Nightstar's the one leading the charge to me.
Oh, so good.
That's just typical, and then Jinko starts to pop off as well. Man has no fear, he's just going in.
At the end of the day, the Extron Championship moment here in San Antonio, Texas goes the way of GVU Vikings. It might have looked one-sided, but the build-up was amazing. Beautiful job by them. And honestly, I cannot wait to gift the trophy, to hand the trophy here, presented by Asus, over to the GVU squad. So let's go ahead, get the winners up here for a little bit of an interview, find out who we think also is the Wenzel's player of this series, as well as maybe the championship later on, because I can only imagine the discussions back there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, all league fans around here watching the NECC D1 Nationals, we have concluded. GVU are your champions, and with me now is the Wenzel's Player of the Game. I'm going to be presenting this championship trophy presented by Asus, of course, over to Castle, our MVP. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that matchup? I mean, it was a time and a half.
Feeling pretty good. It was fun playing against.
Come on in, guys. Come on in. The rest of the squad as well.
Fun playing against the Northwood guys.
All right. Right before we go further, can you bend down half a beat, please? I love you. You want to sit? You want to sit? All right, we're doing this. We're doing this. I got to bring a chair all the way across, though. This is welcome to the most awkward interview that you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, careful the wire.
Yeah, I know. This is the other side of the deal. Hey, how do you guys like the back of my head? Does it look good? I think it looks great. All right, look at this. Castle, rest of the squad here entirely, even the coaching staff off on the side, I believe. We'll get them in here in a little bit. Castle, how does it feel to be crowned the NECC T1 Nationals champions here on in the venue as well here in San Antonio?
Feels good. The venue's really nice. Both days have been, honestly, it's been run pretty smooth, except for like one small issue. But playing against the Northwood guys was fun. Good friends with Reppy. Last series was a really good series, so good feeling overall.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, you guys met up with them back in the winners semifinal side. So when you saw them making their run through the lower bracket, what were you kind of thinking? Was the rest of the team a little bit worried? Were you worried, or were you just like, hey, it's another day in the office?
We definitely expected to be playing them again. Like, we don't think the tactics are bad or anything, but that Northwood roster is it's filled with good players in every role. So we definitely expected to be seeing them when they got back to grand finals.
Of course, and taking a look at this series itself, there was some back and forth here and there, and for you guys, game number 1 looked a little bit harsh. Going into game number 2, what were the thoughts and comms like? Were you sitting there a little bit demoralized, or are you saying, hey, we're playing right into our field of strength?
We were definitely happy that the champions they played were off the table, like the Pantheon Slee and stuff. Like, I think it's honestly a lot easier to come from the loser side, because we're going to come in kind of with the prep we used to beat them, and they're going to come in with more prep to beat that. So it definitely feels easier being like the underdogs, I guess, from their point of view. So once we got those champions out of the way and we're in like fresh drafts, we felt a lot happier.
Yeah, I like how you say underdogs, and we literally just watch you guys only say on the winner side of the bracket. So I like that. I like that you're staying humble and modest in there. Now that you got ahead and won, I mean, 0 to 10, was it expected? Are you elated? What are you thinking here? Are you hoping for another one later on down the road? What's up?
Not like a 10. We definitely were confident coming in, but
yes.
Not just like, oh yeah, it's going to be easy games, 6 easy wins. And
I love that. Sorry, I looked over and just realized, listen, the minions are pretty cool. Keep going.
And yeah, well, it wasn't like 100% expectation, but we were definitely confident coming into the series.
You guys gave us such a treat, and I want to say once again, congratulations to GVU. You guys put on a smashing show for us the entire time. Uh-oh. Oh, yes, and we are going to be going ahead and taking a look. Also, I just want to go ahead and get the rest of the staff in if we can. I want to show everyone off here. Scoot around this side, I'm sorry. This is an amazing squad, an amazing group here. Congratulations once again. We're going to go ahead and get a little bit of a word from everyone as well that you see in the back. Castle, if you can go ahead and pass around the headset. I want to get thoughts from everyone here, maybe starting with the coaches as well. And we'll see. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then I want to go down the line for everyone that went ahead and showed their stuff. We're going to give everyone their minute of fame here. All right, so right over here, who are you? And kind of tell us a little bit.
Yeah, I'm Nathan Ragsdale. I'm the director of
Hold
the
on, a little
esports. I'm Nathan Ragsdale,
Yeah.
director of the esports program at GV, and kind of the fill-in coach. Currently undefeated record in League of Legends coaching, so that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm extremely proud of how we came out this all weekend, honestly. We had a really rough finish for CeeLo and for Nace, so we, kind of had the salty run back.
Salty run back is always the best way to put it. And I mean, I'm guessing you were very, very proud of everyone going in. Were you getting hype in the background as well, or?
Mostly stressed.
Was it because of them? All these guys look like all smiles. They're chill. They're not worried.
Not when they're in game, man.
All right, let's go ahead and pass it down here real quick. Who is this? Introduce yourself for those.
My name is Michael Ginkle. I play.
And how'd you feel after taking that victory? What do you think of all this and getting the trophy with the rest of your squad?
I mean, it's fun. I'm kind of disappointed in our CLO run, and that's been affecting a lot of stuff. But I think everyone played really well today. So that was really great.
All right, awesome. And go ahead and pass it down the line a little bit more. We're going to go ahead and try and get more voices on here. Welcome here to the stage, and welcome and congratulations on the victory. Who are you? And give us a little bit.
ADC, Night Star.
Hey, welcome. Poor Vigar. But again, going into this matchup for you specifically, it was interesting to watch. Late game, you know, the misfortune and all. What were the thoughts as you watch yourself kind of become this monster of the battlefield, especially with the Jinx later as well?
Mostly to try to not let the game stall at all, and then to try to be a voice for my teammates, because a lot of the time I'm not a voice, so I thought I should push for a win. It's my last series of the year, so I should try my best.
Hey, I mean, it resulted in a victory overall. Let's go ahead and pass it down one more time. I know the mic's getting a little bit tangled. Hello, welcome to the desk here.
Hello, I'm top laner, and I went demon mode game 1. I died like 30 times probably, if not more. But you know, after yesterday's series, I'm like, damn, they can't really play the game, and like, you know, we can too. And then, like after first game, I'm like, it's not good. He's good, you know, he can play the game. And we had to lock in, and we won, so
hey,
kinda cool.
There you go, you're a champion. Would you like to hop on mic as well, or are you just hanging out? Yeah, let's go. Welcome.
Inflame here, the squad player. Pretty happy how we played the game and then just win the whole series.
Hey, there you go. Overall, were you expecting to come into this and take it in 3, or were you expecting a little bit easier with maybe like a 2-0?
I would say 2-1 is pretty humble answer.
Oh, okay,
like,
okay.
We don't have really like good prep into the series because of us. They gonna have like, I don't know, upper hand, I would say, because they have better prep because they know why they lose and stuff, but we don't. So.
All right, that's very, very fair. Again, though, congratulations on your victory, everyone. Congratulations, you are now the champions here, NECC T1. I'll go ahead and kind of hang on to that as I believe we have a couple replays, but again, you guys, congratulations on that one, and hopefully we get to see even more in the future from every single one of you. I hope to see you guys continue to play for a very, very long time. As we go ahead and take a look, GVU once again have completed their run here at the D1 Nationals here at the Boeing Center at Tech 4 in San Antonio, Texas. And I couldn't be happier. I mean, I was a little bit jittery with all of this and, you know, kind of watching this action throw down. And honestly, it was a massive treat, personally. We have watched a lot of these teams from start to finish through the NECC and across multiple different leagues. And for me personally, you know, I got to cast alongside my good man, RMC. What'd you think, man?
I was just so happy watching them up here, man, after their win. Great guys, and you know, commiserations to Northwood as well. They're a really, really strong team. I mean, the fact they made top 8 in CLO, a really, really strong deep run as well. Props to them. But on this day, GVU wins, and they get bragging rights for the rest of the year.
Yeah, they really, really do, and I hope to see even more. Like I said, I told them on here, and it's always good to see more League of Legends players and fans, and you know, those hoping to compete at the highest level continue on through. With that being said, though, we are done with the League of Legends side of things. My name is Ordo, with me as an RMC. There's going to be more action, though, I do believe, so please stay tuned to the rest of this NECC stream as we are going to continue to bring all the high-octane action. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
someday for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's probably worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. Put it. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. This is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You got to give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. Put it. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him. Hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach.
Just
Grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick.
This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's probably worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick.
This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, it's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Stay, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
Welcome here, everyone. Welcome over to some College Apex Legends Grand Finals. My name is Orbital. With me is Zephyr. There might be a height discrepancy.
It's a crazy thing to discover at LAN, but it is
I know.
arguably usually the first thing people pick up about me. I'm a solid 6'17".
All right, look, we're getting into the mix. Zephyr, we are extremely happy to have you here, and I know personally, it's been a couple of years since you and I have worked together, but you have been in the Apex scene for so long, and I know there are some people in the audience that obviously know you. Come on. If you don't know Zephyr, you don't know Apex, but for those maybe tuning in from the NECC side of things,
Sure.
you know, some of the news, please go ahead and tell us a little about yourself.
My name is Zephyr. I've been a Apex Legends caster now for officially 4 years. I cast the official ALGS Pro League as well as their World Championships, and I'm also a college student. I am a college student at Texas A&M and the coach of Texas A&M with no bias whatsoever. But as you can tell, I'm steeped with love for the collegiate Apex scene.
Specifically one team in
No,
particular.
I love them all so deeply. You have no idea.
I'm ready to see how much love is going to be put into every single call that we have here today. But honestly, your history and resume here brings me to be very excited for today. We have 20 amazing squads, 20 amazing schools showing up to play in this grand finals, which is going to be a championship point, correct? We are looking
Right.
at gathering those points. And for those that, again, tuning in, maybe a little bit newer to this, go ahead and explain how this format works, because obviously we've been told and we know this can run for a very long time or it can end at the snap.
Right. So basically, the way match point works is that you, as a player, will accumulate points both based on your placement and your kills. Those will combine to form out a total after each game. Once you hit 60 points total, your team becomes eligible to actually win. That means going into the next game, you have to win a match to finalize the tournament. What that does mean, though, is that offers every other roster the opportunity to catch back up, find themselves in a place of match point eligibility, and potentially walk away with a win themselves. It can extend quite a long time if you're not used to it. And in this particular tournament, we are amping it up. Usually it is a 50-point match point tournament. This is a 60-point. The teams decided they wanted to play a little bit here. They're celebrating the fact that they actually get to be at LAN.
Dude, I would too. I'm not going to lie. Listen, if I can milk my LAN experience, I would do so as well. That's why I'm also here on Apex. I mean, listen, I'm
there you
going to
go.
have some time. At the same time, though, there is another rule that was actually shifted in. If you are familiar with Apex Legends, we have put possibly another rule into place regarding a lot of the legends. A lot of love for a lot of legends out there, but when we get to Battle Royale, there's always that fluctuation, that opportunity to see the same three tend to come out in a more meta fashion. Right. With this in mind, we have been informed that there is a possibility of a new rule, maybe implemented a little bit in the latter aspects, that will shake this up quite heavily.
Right, we literally decided to kind of shake this up alongside the change to match point, which just took place yesterday.
Yep.
ALGS currently is running at a format where after each game, the most picked legend is banned going into further series. There are some complications regarding to how that works out if we start to see too many bans, but we'll get to that later down the road if we even reach there. All you need to know is that this is something that shakes up what we tend to see regarding all of these players, the compositions that they like to play, the type of legends that they tend to work with. A lot of those kind of one-trick ponies are those players that have a lot of consistency and one-trick mind. It's not something that is always going to be as consistent here now today. And this is not something anyone who has played for the NECC Apex Collegiate has done yet.
Yeah.
This would be the very first tournament, if they do not participate in anything else, that they would be working with legend bans.
And it's such a scary tone as well, because when we look at a championship, you want yourself firing on all cylinders. The fact that you could be down a whole third, nay, maybe even 70 to 80, depending on how compositionally important this one legend can be, it's terrifying to think that your hopes riding, you better be flexible at the end of the day. But that is yet to be seen. We've also seen teams at LAN very specifically be able to challenge those moments to say, hey, you bring this rule, I will step higher. LAN does something to everyone that just either makes them play up to peak performance and sometimes step above that peak.
I was about to say, there's a lot of teams here who probably are a little bit more familiar with this kind of versatility that's necessary. Some of these rosters have now been around the Apex collegiate scene for well over 2 years. So, well, yes, there are some new faces that we will discuss as time goes on. There are definitely those who have been in those high-pressure situations where they have to search for their win. Some of these rosters are coming here today with some big wins on their belt in former collegiate competitions.
That's, to me, terrifying because, of course, for me, this will be a very fresh experience. And overall, I'm excited to see who throws down the best and who also hits that high kill threat, because we've mentioned before, and again, we expanded upon the longer range. We've seen some of these matches quite literally only go like 4 games. We see 3 wash through, 60, bang, game first, and you're like, all right, we're out of here, I guess. So it's just a wild twist. The fact that we have so many squads possibly coming in with such spacious pedigrees in there with regards to their accolades and a lot of their history makes me believe that's not going to happen. This is going to run at least a fair distance.
This is a tough question. It really is, because ultimately sometimes that skill discrepancy is a lot larger than we even give credit towards. A good example recently was some Octane finals here. They ended up in a situation where that's some of the best teams you have in Apex Collegiate, but ultimately they still saw their end in roughly about 4 games due to the excellent performance of USM, who we do have here today. Albeit today, they are going to be working with Mank instead of Vizay. That is someone that they typically run alongside. Vizay is a player that comes from Pro League back in about 2-3 years ago, and we could just say he's a very tenured, highly competitive player. He will not be joining them, but the rest of that roster between Thalas and Theozen is just as good. They have a little bit of pro experience there behind Thalas as well. Theozen's a massive competitor. If there's anyone who might potentially deliver on that high-speed 4-game, it is a minimum of 5. We have set up a minimum of 5. We are protecting it a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe potentially a high-speed 5-game series. That might be the roster to do it.
Listen, I'm looking out for USM. I'm looking out also for maybe a couple other squads out there, maybe one that you have a little bit more eggs in the basket for, but it's agreed. We do have to sit here and leverage out. This is the grand finals, and there's a reason why these squads are here
right
at the end of the day. And you mentioned something that I love to talk about. The fact that some of these teams are meeting here, some of them have more experience playing against each other than others. Whenever it comes to actually floating in some of these teams, with how the brackets work out, at least in some of the tournaments I've done, they don't always meet up. There's a certain number that tend to move up from each matchup, if I'm not mistaken, and then you filter in and you're like, oh, now I'm playing against this squad. Now I'm actually realizing that, hey, there might be 2 different power levels, 2 different high dogs in there, and all of a sudden they meet, and it's like, nope, one's bigger.
What's so incredible about this series and how it has been made up is the fact that we actually did have 2 original splits to this season, right, that started in this early spring / fall. We took our top 10 teams out of Split 1, sent them here to this LAN, took the top 8 teams out of Split 2, sent them to LAN, and then we had a last chance qualifier where we had a final remaining to wrap out our top 20. So it is kind of similar to what you're saying.
Yeah.
As these teams have figured things out, they've started to meet each other here and there. Now they are all together, same place, same time. Arguably, yes, the best top 20 that has come through the Apex Collegiate Series after what has been a grueling, I truly mean this, a grueling 6 to 7 months of hard work for some of these rosters, some of them their very first time.
And with that very first time brings a wealth of different experience. You talk about Split 1 to Split 2 to Last Chance. There have been a lot of fundamental changes to the game itself.
Oh
some
my gosh,
adjustments throughout that makes it also more exciting. I mean, any type of esport out there, you always talk about those in-game changes that come through. Hey, gun changes, the meta shifts from what you want. Even some of the legends that come through, massive shifts, especially at end of year. Listen, the game doesn't care if you're in the middle of a season. They will drop some changes on you, and you'll go, okay, I got to deal with this now. Great, I can't play my legend. Or some other teams rise up. That's where we see those shifts in progress. If a squad from Split 1 comes in, I'm always interested to see if they've adapted to the formulas that have been laid out now at the end of the overall season.
Yeah, we just saw the major patch come through here just this last week going into Season 25. So that is definitely the kind of mindset that a lot of players are on right now. It's not a deep change. A lot of what still exists within the meta when we talk about the Ashes, the Altars, things like Bangalore switches over to Wraith during bans, right? I mean, I could probably lay out some compositions later on, but the truth is the Legend meta still remains in a very solid place. The addition of Sparrow is still something even I myself have not gotten to see in a competitive setting yet. This would be the very first time because we just had the patch change this last Tuesday.
Yeah.
So Kamal here. That is, once again, another player of ISU down. That is now 2 out of the 3 eliminated off that push from Purdue Black. We'll have to see if they're able to put themselves together. KSU, this is a terrifying roster. Misplays a tenured history as an IGL. Very, very good. Has won major figures across the board when we talk about at least match point in particular. One of the few guys I know who's been able to win 2 match point series in a season here, alongside players like Aegis and Rect Emporium.
Right now, we're watching them go ahead and bunker down in their own. They're kind of here on the island, wondering exactly where they're going to go. We swap over to UH White, standing up on their own, of course.
Yeah, 1 knockdown here already off of the push in Cenote. Looking to see if they can quickly follow this one up. I believe, yeah, Tempest was dropped about 20 seconds ago, so they still have that one available with the portal through with the phase breach here.
Ooh.
It's, I will say, a little bit delayed. It's likely that they do see a full reset on the opposite side. Yeah.
And I mean, they're just watching. We did go ahead and see SVC Gold, I saw in that kill feed, going ahead and being eliminated there at, I believe, 19th. Unfortunate placement there, but at the same time, there's plenty more games we've played. No real deal. You go ahead and get that warm-up under your belt, if we so say. UH White's still kind of wondering, though, bunkering down, as we talked about. A little bit of goo, saying hello. And for the law, you are the law, as electricity sparks on through. Maybe not as easy as it would seem.
Yeah, you've got to be really respectful here. I know they're playing around this catalyst to lay stake and claim to this building, but it is not something that will come with an ease of defense. A lot of teams are going to be trying to play in. For Southern Miss, though, this is our aggro squad. This is our absolute monsters. They've already dropped down. They're going to make it easy for 2. Taking a return knock. They are still at a numbers advantage, 2v1.
See, they kind of cleaned it up. A little bit of a crawl in, and I'm wondering...
On your feet, kids young. We've got work to do. Never mind. Forget I said that.
Let's check out that way.
Got one of them. Far.
Let's check out that way. Moving that direction. It can tell us the future. Portable enemy clatter. Far. Targeting that enemy sounds from that direction. Enemy far. Moving here. Follow me. Detecting near me. Possible targets. Let's regroup here. Moving that way. them here. Contact.
Hooligans
Target here. Target here. Eliminate the enemy. Going there. Eliminate the enemy.
I'm at max level. Time to bring the herd. Upgrade secured. Let's go that way.
Blue bins have
Head over there.
max level. Don't start here.
Hemlock here.
Loot bin
Over here. 빨리 가자. Shotgun point here. Not alone. There are a lot of squads around us. Located a survey beacon over there. Shield battery here.
Let's reposition there. Should head this way. Go here. Sniper ammo here. The enemy is moving. Go here.
Move it over here. Spotted an enemy there. Move there. Wait, target there.
that direction.
Enemy out there.
Check that fool out.
Currently populated quite a bit. And taking a look as we get into another match, USM fighting back to back to back, it feels right now. Devotion, of course, lit up and ready to go. But there's KSU, Flurry of Death once again, and KSU Apex losing their lives, eliminated. USM, though, how many more can they find? Chase on the lower ground. And along this kind of nice little scenery, littered with blood, ISU Farmers will be eliminated as well.
Yeah. Group T, just as that rat, unable to survive for a moment longer. I was wondering if they were going to pick this one up, and they're able to do so. Now, USM, the only team sitting on the outside there. We talk about who's still alive. University of Houston White on the interior of this building here. A little bit of a shared scenario. You do see the remnants of Minnesota playing the lot ground. Perhaps they can survive. Meanwhile, for USM, it just doesn't stop. I feel like it's deja vu every single time I see this roster play. There goes UCF Knights. They're pushing what could be arguably a 30-point start.
Don't say that, because now I'm expecting it. We just mentioned that this is going to take a while, but honestly, you are correct. We have to look at reality and say that this is a very true statement. Now, will it continue is my question as we see another rip-off. That's going to be Ruski going ahead and finding a few of their own. Jay-Z saying hello, and USM now in a bit of pinch of their own. Are you going to be able to get the revive off, though, as Marks is wondering? But you are alleviated. The firefight slows down, get the revive, you get one back.
Yeah, that height is so important to USM. It's the reason why they took it as early as they did in Cenote Cave. It is very hard to hold out, at least particularly early. When we talk about the buildings that exist, they're a little bit more safe. They are protected from cover, but they don't particularly, we'll say, exist into these later circles. It's this raw height that can be super good. But I'll tell you what, with Alter and both Sparrow kind of existing in the meta right now, the height is a little bit easier to take over.
High ground wins all day, but right now it's gun to gun and barrel to barrel, and that is MSU to say, yo, you don't want to tango with us. That's one at least, but truthfully, does some more. That's going to be Schmalz, though, falling a little bit closer as MSU might have gone a little bit too far, but CSU DH Cardinal, they say goodbye for the time being. Eliminations coming in fast and furious. Minnesota State lose yet another, down but not out. There goes the second, as that will be the unfortunate end. Ottawa Garnet lose their lives, dropped down by USM, as now they're fighting on the low ground. Minnesota State, as we said, eliminated, but we are watching this pace out. So it looks like there's only about 6 squads left. Davenport eliminated as well.
USM as a duo are in the worst position here. They don't quite have the Ocean. A lot of these other teams still stuck as full 3, but are going to be forced to move out of these buildings. Do they have an advantage without that pressure on board? Notably, even UH White, they don't even have purple armor yet. They have been unable to sustain enough damage here over the long term. KSU, though, they've been here before. They are Kingdom Come, wrecked Emporium already with a return knock of the Kraber. USM unable to get that reset, not just quite yet. Couple of shots from the 30-30, and R2RD's got to respect Crimson Monkey, pushing from the low ground.
That low ground is terrifying to see. Another firefight on these walls, on these stairs, as the law lays down the law, though. UH White, unfortunately, fall at the end. And they will be eliminated here at 6. And you mentioned those shieldings. Unfortunate blues.
Yeah.
You get run up on. It's the de facto moment and that deciding factor on why they fall.
Right. We talk about just even that 75 health left down there, on top of the fact that they did get caught out. Meanwhile, KSU on the exterior here, playing this fence line really respectfully. Most of these teams don't have a problem now. They don't actually have to fear moving outside of this. Notably, it will be USM that finds the first 2 of those knocks. The rest of it will be sealed there by CSUF. Queensgale, we don't talk about them enough. They make it to every end game. Not a lot of KP, but they somehow are always here.
And to me, that's more consistent factors. That's more consistent points at the end of the day. So take it for what you will. Whatever strategy gets you to the grand finals, do that on repeat. Holding it down here, we're down to the last 4 and taking a look at CSUF Blue and such. But we want the action. We want to see this go down as USM yet again lose another member.
Ooh.
In comes a call down, and this could be the deciding. We go ahead and take a look. Are we going to get that piece before the collapse comes in?
Queen's Gale forced to drop the dome out early. Oklahoma on their return will put another wall out there. CFCU at least cut off in part may make this fight winnable for USM, but if CFCU finish this off successfully and as quickly as they can, they should be able to take the outside. Oklahoma, of course, moves Southern Miss down here. It is a numbers advantage for CSUF.
And honestly, just with Queen's Gale's wondering, it is GG. Game 1 goes CSUF Blues way. Beautiful job.
Yeah, fantastic there. We talk about them getting really, really aggressive, especially as where we saw against UH White. We talk about making the transition out of buildings. That is something that can be very, very hard in Cenote Cave. Usually it's the team that wins the exterior, like USM, who are able to take advantage of those slow rotates like you saw out from Oklahoma, where albeit they make it to the end game, the minute they're forced to move out of the building, you get into a scenario where there's not a lot of playable space and you're forced to fight no matter what. They clear out a building for themselves, make sure that they are the only team coming out of it, drop the cat wall early, split the zone away from themselves just in the nick of time to make sure that the fights that do occur happen on the outside. Once Oklahoma comes out, drops their own catalyst wall, then they've got a secluded 2v3 against USM. Take the easy wipe, a full 3-man setup, more than happy to clean up.
And that's the piece of the final piece of the puzzle, in my opinion. Again, we mentioned it before, just before talking about, hey, how do you like to play the game? How do you as a squad wish to approach the game? And yes, you can go dive heavy, fight heavy, USM, fight everything. On the other side, take a step back, wait, try and get placement points instead. The best we've seen are combinations of both, utilizing both factors, get the kills if you wish, but calculate it at the end of the day. Looking forward to the next. Of course, we're going back to World's Edge, and I'm curious, are we going to see the same song and dance?
The thing I'm most curious about before we get to the scoreboard a little bit later on is USM were aggressive.
Yes.
And albeit they did lose the Ozen a little bit early on in that game, they are in a scenario where them being that aggressive is potentially more points than what we saw out of CSUF Blue. 12 points versus, say, what was third, which is 7 points. That's a 5 KP difference. That is something that is able to be made up. And for a lot of these teams who are playing directly out of Cenote Cave, they're not really getting aggressive until that final moment. We know CSUF did take at least the one initial fight, then into USM, into Queen's Gale. That is a chunk of KP, but is it enough to beat USM's early KP during their rotates and their aggression?
That's the fun factor about it once again. So taking a look, we will get those points totaled as soon as possible. I do want to talk about some of the other teams falling out a little bit earlier. There were some moments where we watched the likes of, I believe it was SCS Gold and Maryville. A lot of teams coming in here. We want to give praise to all the teams that have made it here to the final stage. But I'm always curious. I love to watch some of the teams that fall so early, see how well they can kick back up. I know we have amazing pedigree, but I want to see if we can see the likes of Maryville maybe make a push for the top. Same with SF. At the end of the day. I can talk. Don't worry.
No, don't worry. There's a lot of letters, a lot of consonants. You got to put them together. The acronyms coming through. Yeah. Don't worry. I still get them wrong. CSUF Blue. Gosh, CSULDH sometimes is here, and that absolutely blows my mind. The Cardinals. I bet I even got it wrong. I bet it right there alone I got it wrong. So you're not left alone.
Of course, we may get it wrong. I know they do not when they're in game. One of the things that I will also watch for is you mentioned the fact that for the side of CSUF, I'm sure they're also watching that kill feed. Hey, who is going to be taken down? They can recognize, maybe we got to focus fire on, USM, take them out early. There are some of these mind games that are played, and that's what I'm curious about. The fact that they were cleanly able to pop on, as you called, sectioning off, zoning away. I have a feeling they also targeted, on the backside, hey, we want this squad specifically. We want to find this target pick. That's the one that we're hoping to find. So we got to see some of these matchups.
Well, right there on the board, this is something that still keeps it competitive CSUF Blue were aggressive. They did put up a wealth of KP that is going to represent them, at least for now, above Southern Miss. That is the danger to watch out for. A huge congratulations, though, alongside that to Queensgale and KSU Black. Of course, they themselves making it into that very, very late game, picking up the KP that they did. It puts them at least just behind that. The one I do want you to take note of, though, is UCF Knights. Look at where they find the most of their kills, or their points.
Very, very nice, and exactly like you said, when you get aggressive, when you get those wins, 8 out of 9, comfortable spot there. We go ahead to the lower side of the bracket, as we mentioned. This is going to be Texas A&M getting 2, total of 3, and this is where a lot of those balances can kind of shake out here. So we'll be curious to see exactly how far they're going to push a little bit later on in this entire in the entire series.
Yeah, I look at Texas A&M, ISU Farmers here, they themselves, and UTD, my apologies. All three of these squads known for a little bit more, we'll say, pedigree when we talk about the collegiate Apex scene. So being already down at the very bottom, it's not the end of the world.
No.
I mean, Texas A&M started with 0 points in one of their LAN wins here just a month ago. So yeah, it's match point breeds the opportunity for a comeback, but you don't want to be in that situation. The minute you're pressured to put up a huge chunk of points alongside all these other teams, suddenly you get a little bit more risk-laden. You're no longer making the smart decision. You're just trying to search for that next fight, which can sometimes come back to bite you here. So I hope, at least for any one of these rosters, they're able to put it together at least the next game or so, because USM, they seem like they only need 1 or 2 before they're on match point.
If they continue to put up the kills that they did, plus high placement, because we know CSUF willing to chase just 2 behind, by the way, 13.
Really good.
And still doing 25 with the placement. So yeah, a lot of these top plays, like you called, for Queen's Gales just as well. I think they made it by with a scrap, but the fact that they're still there, about 10 points behind, again, context in there, please, for the top 3. But for Queen's Gales, they're also saying, hey, if we place high once again and we find more picks, if we find more kills, that can be a deciding factor as well. At the end of the day, though, I'm not going to be sweating anything until I see that game 3. Once that game 3 rolls around and I'm seeing all those points set up, then I'm like, because...
Hey, it might potentially be the end of game 2 here.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Okay, explain to me how this would work. What are we looking at to get to a game 2 match point scenario?
Okay, so if we're at 25 points right now, that means someone needs to
Watch
hit
this
35.
math, by the way. Watch this
35.
math go down.
Okay, so 35 minus 12 comes out to 23. That means you need 23 kills alongside the win here to push into that next match point if you are, say, USM. Everyone else has to get even more KP. This is theoretical. This is very unlikely. Have USM put 20-plus kills in NECC Collegiate before? Yes, they have. Are they going to do it at LAN against some of the best teams that we have here? It's a toss-up. They are kind of insane.
The fact you did not say highly improbable worries me to no end, Zephyr. This is why Apex Legends is so good.
I'm telling you right now, if the Ozen doesn't go down there on that transition, USM walk out of this game a minimum of 30 points. And that is terrifying because that's one game halfway to match point. Had they not lost the Ozen there, they at least make it. Just making it one placement further puts them that much closer, especially alongside the KP they would have gained, right? So ultimately, if they come into the driver's seat, if they avoid some of the perils of, say, UCF, who they were facing some difficulties against early on, if they put themselves in maybe a more aggressive tendency around some of those lower skill level teams, we could potentially see them rack up a ton of KP. Not to mention, they are smart enough to know that they can let a team revive and pick up extra KP off of their revive. They're not stupid. They're not going to go for a full wipe if they know they can milk it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we saw a lot of these teams, I feel, drop a little bit later as well when you take a look at some of these matchups. And, hey, they came in waves almost as we saw the Rats slowly get choked out. And all of a sudden, hey, we got to finish these off if we want to create space. One of the things is you don't want to milk it too much, put yourself in an awkward position. You're like, maybe we should have positioned a bit better. Maybe we should have been focused a little bit on the macro. But at the end of the day, 100% correct. And that is to me, a very scary factor. Once again, as we mentioned, we are going to World's Edge one more time. This is how it breaks out, I believe. And then we go to Storm Point for a third. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be the balance here for the coming maps.
I don't. This is something I will have to look for confirmation of. Sometimes it is a 1-1-1-1-1 where we do make the switch. Sometimes we do drop it 2-2-2-2. So
okay.
I'm more used to, at least in my case, going towards Storm Point and then Storm Point again, and then going to a switch. So this is something that we are going to have to wait and see. And I would love to be able to confirm this for everyone at home, but that is not something I'm privy to. If I'm going to make an assumption, I do think it's Storm Point. The thing I'm more curious about, though, that we both don't know, that we're about to find out very shortly, is do we have bans in play? This is something that was discussed last night at the stroke of midnight, and I don't see a reason to change it. It adds so much versatility to the game that I expect to see it going to this next match.
Honestly, if we're talking about that, I think I think one that I saw personally was, of course, brain is off right now because I am just lost in the sauce, but it was Alter. That's the one that I was constantly seeing. Again, teleportation and repositioning is always a big factor. I think we saw it before. It used to be vertical relocation, but now it's ground cover relocation. You see a lot of the movements around the map trying to get from cover to cover, and Alter is pinnacle of that factor. If that is banned out, that would be, again, like you called, compositional changes at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think for her right now, she excels in this reset potential, right? You put out the pylon, you get yourself set up where, oh no, we took a bad fight. You literally teleport back away, get a soft reset, play with the skirmisher perk, get all your health back as a result. It's something that allows for a lot of safety along teams who are getting aggressive a little bit early and know they can make that mistake. Something like Alter being removed, though, isn't going to be that much of a problem for a lot of these rosters. They still have a wealth of compositions to play around, mostly based around that ballistic Ash sort of get aggro, in your face, etc. Someone like ISU, they love to run things like Mirage. That's the same reset potential, albeit not quite on an Alter.
It's one of those differences. At the same time, if we were to look more at a DPS heavy composition, well, I can't even talk about that because we're right back in.
All right, go.
No. I tried it before. I'll go for the other side. Maryville, UT, Dallas, Purdue, Black, UCF Academy, KSU, Apex, ISU, Farmers, CSU, DH, Cardinal, Texas A&M, Minnesota State, Davenport, U Ottawa, Garnet, UHY, Oklahoma, UCF, Nice, KSU, Black, Queens, Gales, Southern Miss, and CSUF. I think I missed.
No, you did it! CSUF blue!
All right, I'm done. See you guys later. I'm good.
You missed the blue just a little bit, but you know what? I'm not going to fret over the color. You did get the college name, and I think that is arguably the most important part here. So, the teams that we do have here, and as we did get to see, that was going to be a Storm Point.
Yes.
So we are going to be reintroducing, I believe, that exact same map back in play here. So teams that were getting maybe a little bit more aggressed early on, we talk about that early competition over towards Lightning Rod, where we saw the push on to ISU from Purdue Black. That's something that they're likely going to be respecting a lot more. UCF getting a little bit in the mix over towards Pylon with USM. I guarantee you USM are not going to be jumped like that again. Talk about UTD, Ottawa, TAMU, the rift that caused the end of all three of these teams. Mills is going to be respected.
Once more, and of course with the zone potential shifting, there's always another energy factor in it. So very excited to see what gets thrown down. Eyes out though. Where are we looking specifically for the biggest brunt? Because you're talking about the lower teams right now. I don't want to say lower teams. That sounds bad. But those that are hunting for points, right?
Sure.
Are we hunting directly in time? Are we still peeling off, trying to find our own loot and then gather in? Or are we challenging pretty early on?
And, it ultimately comes down to what your team likes to play and how you like to play. We got to see that with Queen's Gale, right? They're a team that understands that they may not be the best fighting squad, but they excel at calling zone. They know their macro really, really well. There's been so many times that I'm super surprised by the quality of this team getting to an end zone, placing top 3, and you walk away with, yes, a confident 7 minimum points into a higher KP standard as well. They're not a squad I ever expect to go for a deep loot on edge, fight your way in, try to step up to the caliber of ISU or KSU, right?
You say that, but you also talked about desperation, so I mean...
They're not desperate. Look at them. They're number 3 right now, 13 points. They got at least a chunk of KP to go alongside what wasn't their win, but at least their second place performance there. This is going to be something that gives them confidence to keep playing their style. And I think that's the most important part of match point, even when you hit match point. Some teams like to try to shift things up. The truth is, everyone identifies with a certain chunk of play, whether that's edge, whether that's zone, getting super aggressive, getting super defensive, playing a certain legend or composition, albeit with fans that gets a little bit difficult. Either way, the more that they respect this, the more likely they're going to be in a position where they will walk away from a game winning it within their style. And that is the best way to play match point. You shouldn't change it up the minute you hit 50 or 60.
At the same time, I'm sitting there like, I've seen teams shift at 60. We've seen teams super aggro now hunting for those hiding spots, but at the same time, compositionally, I don't think it's going to shift. CSUF Blue, though, on the western coast, saying hello. Let's go ahead, loot up, enjoy our time here at Storm Point, and not be worried at all. Decent, not bad, of course. They're just getting healthy and making sure they're ready for the battles ahead.
Well, that's going to give them some time to get looted up. It is an early kind of rotate here. Getting that trident for themselves, though, is going to allow them to make for deeper moves. The nice thing is they are positioned out towards the western side of Storm Point, so unlikely to see them be making that much of a move. ISU, though, we talk about this engage against Purdue Black. Purdue Black are more than happy to get early aggressive. Something I do want to point out is that ISU have prioritized getting the early Evo, sustain the blue armor. It's just a little bit of an extra safety. Now that they know that, Purdue's going to pull back, maybe loot for a little bit longer, make sure that they're on equal footing.
I mean, you always enjoy a good Zeus station play whenever you're just wanting to slow things down, make sure that you're in a comfortable spot, but you know, loot up enough. I believe zone is pulling to the southwest once again, or at least close to center, and I'm curious to see how far they're going to run, or I might be crazy. And so, you know, I was crazy once, you know, at the end of the day. Looking forward, though, everyone meeting up. You can see Group T enjoying their walkout, getting shot at here coming in from Dragon.
This is a terrifying thing. ISU have, before we saw the aggression from Purdue straight to Lightning Rod. If ISU are sending you right off of the initial drop, they're upset. They are upset after the result of this last game, and they are more than happy to get involved. That's already your eliminated. Kamal's somewhere. Make it two. Blink and you'll miss it. They won't last a second longer. Yeah, see, there you go. They're mad.
Yes, they are. And the best part, you said it, it happened like magic. There was not a moment to lose. Not a single moment. Zephyr, the magician, the psychic. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, though, first...
I'll just tell you right now, I know Group T, that is a man that is not... he will not bury the hatchet. He is upset. He says, I can't believe we let them get away with that last game. He's more than happy to at least ego challenge a team like Purdue Black, who, albeit, yes, is definitely one of those teams that has a long way to go when we talk about the skill sets ahead.
I like saying that, but at the same time, it also makes me imagine, because I always, whenever I see these players, and we talk about the in-game, sure, but there are also moments we have to also talk about the fact they're all in a LAN center together, basically. They are literally across from each other.
They are, both of these teams.
Yeah.
Oh, so, no. I was just saying,
stop.
ISU is not here.
Yeah.
They're, to folks at home who do not know, because Apex is such a large game and it is hard to get all the players out here, we have permitted some players to be able to play from home.
It would be 60 total with the full squads, and so 100% agree.
Yeah, so we actually have at least half of the squads here today, which in my personal opinion is very, very impressive, especially for one of the first LANs in collegiate Apex history. Anyways...
Watching ISU farmers, though, they're trying to farm away some extra kills, and they're not finding it. Instead, they're farming up a little bit of Doom there. Or getting farmed themselves. Maybe they're being taught how to be farmers at the end of the day. That's me. Right now, taking a look. It is Group T, though. At the same time, as we mentioned, hoping to get a little revenge, and maybe it overticked a bit. Not going to be able to save Otter, as Otter will, unfortunately, bleed out.
We'll see what they're able to do here as this carries on. Otter not quite eliminated yet, but the lack of access to the weapon early there is going to come back to bite ISU. A big early death by Group T. And now they will be able to find an escape. UCF Knights are going to play into this one to at least continue the aggression necessary to stop the push from Ottawa there. Faustus Festus is out of this one. Notably, the height up above is something they do have to worry about. You can potentially see Bruskai and squad get involved here if you're not careful.
Was Lune actively chasing a rip away, I think?
I believe so, yeah.
That was actually really funny to see. I saw that go down and just like, listen, risk it for the biscuit at the end of the day. Just try and grab that one away for yourselves.
Like I said, the height there is the thing you had to worry about, and for at least this roster, they weren't quite respecting it. For U Ottawa, they come in, like I said, to clean this one up. At least they get out to command center. This is going to be something that they are able to find a little bit of a reset off of, now knowing that the northeastern side of that map, ISU, isn't particularly there. No lightning rod rotation means coming out of Stormcatcher, or at least down towards these zip lines, maybe something Ottawa Garnet can put themselves into. But hey, I'll tell you what, this isn't a lesson that they've learned from, right? We talk about them getting involved over towards Mills last game, very, very early on against UTD and TAMU, and it cost them their lives. This time they take their time over towards the wall, and they're already potentially on their way out.
And we got to go ahead and see a lineup now as we go to the glorious Western Coast. Seeing a little bit of open field as Maryville, for their own, doing well, staying alive. Last time they were out at, I believe, 18th or 19th, and that always hurts a little bit, so making sure that they're alive. But we talked about high ground. There's only so much high ground in open field play, so you got to bat up, keep your toes down, as Toticlin Toady, by the way, great name in there.
Yes, Toticlin Toady! Oh my gosh. Sometimes I forget he exists on Maryville.
Okay, that's just mean. That's just mean to say.
Well, no, they're a new roster. They just joined Apex this semester.
Yeah, but how can you forget a name like that?
Well, that's the thing. It hits me like a sledgehammer every single time. Toticlin Toady, he's out there. He's lurking below.
Why does that sound like something out of Borderlands? Just Toticlin
I like that. Yeah. He's got that like the adjective noun sort of like classifier. Either way. Maryville, they've got themselves set up here in terms of zone. Another team that's looking particularly good. We look towards UTD, of course TAMU over towards the middle, but I love this position from them. If this is a deeper pull towards the western side, which I don't know if it will be just yet, it is going to be something that sets them up, at least for the long term. I like seeing this team get a little bit more aggressive, knowing that they actually have a really strong wealth when we talk about their aggressive nature. It's something that's improved a lot this semester. Sadly, this is not a type of zone that will permit them to do so.
Of course, we are taking a look. Good fluctuation. Everyone pretty much leaning in to that western edge. You can go ahead and see, I believe it's Camel and Squad, though. Going to be chasing some of those that are leaning a little bit further back. Shots ringing out, though, as Fiddle drops one. Maybe not the finish, but Law. We mentioned for UH White, one of the struggles that they had earlier on. Great positioning. They were able to get into most of the zones, but they need to start racking up some of that damage. You were talking about, I think, R2, RO, struggling a bit in there. So now we can see a little bit more extra fighting, maybe trying to bulk up those shields.
Yeah, this is something that's hard for any team that's playing macro and zone, right? Especially if you are a far distance away. We do have a beautiful weapon supply, both the G7 Scout, the 30-30, it's pretty much just about anything when we talk about long distance ARs like Nemesises, etc. They're all available. Problem is, you can't be dropping just one shot when you go for a spray like that. Right? This is something you need to competitively stack up, especially with Evo numbers ranging above 1,400 as a whole, especially when you're going for blue-purple here.
Yep.
Once they're forced to rotate, they're going to be at a disadvantage.
That's where we want to see those changes. We talked about the fact that we want to see changes in a lot of these teams, but you can't wait till that third and fourth. And I want to go back to what you were talking there, because when we talk about changes with squads, there are opportunities, as we do see a little bit of a phase through repositioning a bit more, and hoping to get a little bit mixed up. Let's take a look at the Eastern Quadrant now.
Yeah, this is really scary here. EMP out in play. There's a Crypto on the board. Believe that potentially from the UCF Academy team. I did miss the original UCF roster. Sloth is separated here. That is actually scarier than I would like to admit. If you don't understand he's there, you can potentially take advantage of. UCF Academy, no. Not running the Crypto. I believe that then does, yes, have to be on UCF.
Of course, at the same time, a lot of repositioning aspects. But UCF Academy, I believe they were taken out about 7th or 8th, if I remember correctly. And just watching them on this high ground saying, I want to hunt for a lot of these kills. I love it. But this is a little bit of a roundabout way. We can see Otto and the rest of the squad saying, I hear shots. Oklahoma going ahead and getting eliminated there. But I always love this call out. We saw so many third parties last time as well, watching the slow creep in. What can we find? What can we eat away?
This is really scary. ISU not a team to slow down at any point here. Already on the height there. No, not quite yet. Surprisingly, really good defense from UCF Academy. Croissant, though, not respecting the height being taken away, forced to drop very last minute here, able to find their way into the inside just for now, but now you've lost out on your big advantage, and ISU, they know they've caught you with your pants down. Slowly now picking this apart piece by piece, a knuckle cluster around the back. Sloshy does walk through this one to chase Otter down.
I mean, that's a run and gun as UCF Academy eliminated. You were just talking about them, and now it is actually going to be Group T having some value, but of course our ISU Farmers are still looking for a little bit more. A little bit of a knock and
Really
get
good,
their buddy
really
up
good.
now as Otter is happy. We swap over to USM, who are in a little bit of a firefight here on the Southern Quadrant here at Days Crossing and saying hello. And maybe they get a little bit more, a couple nades going out.
Trying to make this upper climb can be so difficult against a team like KSU, but they are split. Misplays, if caught out, would be the perfect timing. Watch Rect Emporium and Aegis, though. They could pinch this out. Unable to find the damage necessary. They've given themselves away, and now USM are definitely going to turn and take the advantage on this.
Chase a little bit further as well. Shots ring out, misplays, wondering exactly what's going to go
Wow.
down here. Law, though, great
Oh,
snipe on Aegis.
That's from UH!
Really, really nice. USM now going to the high ground and wondering, hey, we hear more shots. What are we going to be working with? Low ground battle ringing out here. Aegis gone down once again.
Jeez, more than happy to supply the nades from above. Have to respect from behind. UH also taking quite a bit of pot shots, getting shot on both legs here. Southern Miss have lost all their health. The Ozen, we saw him go down before. We don't need to see it again. Oh. Elixir's already down with one for the full reset. KSU, at least taking advantage of another. It is going to be the retake of the height. I believe they lose out on one in the meanwhile here. No one quite safe just yet. Big rotations down from below. Southern Miss now.
Yeah.
Can they get the reset?
There's some danger. Davenport, though, in the most danger as they are eliminated here. 5th squad to fall. Wondering what more as Sleep King gets slept on. Allo gonna go ahead and take one for their own. CSUDH Cardinal now gone in their own as the kill leader swaps yet again. This is gonna be Allo saying, yeah, ISU Farmers eliminated on the back. And as Brewski says, thank you very much.
Everyone just absolutely getting clatted on as this zone is starting to close in. CSU at blue, our winners for last time, forced to make their way up the hill here, but will absolutely be punished. A fantastic coverage from KSU. Crimson Monkey going to be dropping the wall on the other side to at least play this one just a little bit longer as they take upwards of height, though. They're putting themselves in pure vicinity. At least gets the knock on Void before eliminated. Can they continue to extend here? Sliding down out into the open. You're risking it for the biscuit.
The thing is, I believe most of those members
rotated
out, but now you get the collapse in. That is USM gone. That is CSUF Blue gone as well. Brusky says, yo, I found some freebies. Some of our top placements down at about 10th and 9th, leaving you Ottawa Garnet saying, time for a little bit of revenge. Quick firefight just outside of the ring, but Brusky going to full elimination on the back. You Ottawa Garnet not enjoying that one.
And everyone from KSU is still alive, even though they were so aggressive on the edge there. They turned their tail directly to the height here outside of Mills, and they're more than happy to start putting damage back. Wrecked finally finds the knock on the Law outside of UH White. We'll see if they keep this one up. Instead, it's Maryville! Toe Ticklin' Toady. He's always out there chomping at the bit. Very nice cleanup on the other side there.
And I mentioned just in the standpoint fashion, rough game one for Maryville to come back now.
Yes.
In the top portions. So happy for them. Very, very excited. This makes me very excited because we also seen the top, two of the top 4 competitors dropping a little bit earlier. We are now hopefully going to see a little shift in those moments. Mostly so I can see a game 4, 5, and 6. That's going to be Queen's Gales following suit now, as I'm pretty sure we have a new top leaderboard. Maybe not full top leaderboard. We're seeing some shifts here.
Yeah, we'll see that there. Maryville, of course, KSU, TAMU, I believe UCF Knights there, Minnesota State, and UTD, your last 6 teams still in play there on the map. Minnesota and UTD currently holding position in the middle of zone in both of those buildings there. They have the spot we talked about early on. Didn't get to check in with Minnesota. Glad to see them there as well. They've had some real struggles this semester figuring out their identity as a team, whether to be super aggressive around Schmalz or to play a really strict macro game. Sadly, we do see the remnants of Two Strokes, their original IGL, no longer on that roster. He has graduated. Congratulations to him, though. I mean,
Always.
We love to see it.
That's what Collegiate's all about, also giving opportunity in the Scholastic fields and hopefully
Yeah.
have some fun as we see a little bit of a high-flying action, if you will. Maryville, the squad that has so far been able to third-party a little bit, get some more.
Really
now
great.
Jumping in on the top of this building, they're going to go ahead and fly their way and hopefully catching a few more in. So we look at KSU Black, another squad that we are hoping to reach that upper echelon to start getting some more points in their bank as well, as they're on their low ground, starting to clear out a lot of these buildings, starting to see teams tango, as now it is your squad, Texas A&M, willing to set the pace.
This is really tough there. They're sharing height above with KSU. If they move out a little too early here, they will be shot out. Throwing the nades out ahead. They know they've got to play for space. Making the cross to the rocks behind. They might have an LOS advantage here with the slight hillside giving them coverage. KSU find themselves a similar situation out towards the southern side of the mills.
But this crossfire, 2 out, 1 center. Speed Demon's like, bruh, we can do this. We know we can, but that snap, UT Dallas saying, hello, I see you through the windows. This is another snapshot for UT Dallas, as I believe they are also hunting a couple kills in. So far, it's just a little quiet piece here. Everyone trying to get repositional aspect. Shots ringing out.
Whoa.
TMUR meeting up with KSU. That's a fight I was not expecting right in front of my eyes.
Yeah, they know they want to be the only team playing from the exterior here, but it is so hard to push into this with how defensive KSU Black is. Biddle, though, looking for the edge of the wall. This is about as aggressive as it gets there. Rectaporium already brought down. R99 finds Fiddle Dude early, but it's a double knock from Pear and Swifty. It'll be all said and done with a quick revive from Pear already coming through 15 seconds before zone closes. Meanwhile, UCF getting involved. That's a at least Volty knock on Schmalz. Could be from afar, could be right up close. I don't see any more KPs, so it's likely a distance attack.
I mean, this is insane, the drop down tier, but again, going back.
Oh, he's back up, he's back up.
Okay, he's good, he's good. But for UCF Knights, their academy squad fell. They're like, yo, we can't let another one fall just yet. 5 squads remaining. Minnesota doing the same. They were originally getting cross-eyed, and now they realize that an opportunity might be coming to pass. Maybe trying to shift out if they wish, try and get a reposition aspect. But last time they peeked their heads out, I believe they were contacted by 2. Now they're going to be doing the contact of their own. Swifty and squad roaming to the far end. Line of sight is open. They're sprinting their butts all the way to the outside building, and Bowser is ready to meet them. This is a dangerous aspect, as you can go ahead and see Minnesota State. Hello to overhead views.
Playing the early game with that crypto drone. It'll be a big play into this next, as there is going to be the double knock from UTD onto Tamu. They don't have a position in zone. It is just Fatal Dude left alive. You can see them maybe trying to extend towards the outside to see if they can finish up the KP. Have to be respectful, though. Minnesota State always extending a little bit of coverage. Fiddle Dude does get the reset on the Swifty, but with Jaquavius making his way outside, Fiddle Dude has to play around that knockdown shield to keep this one going. I can't believe he still isn't dead.
They've been at this for at least 30 seconds. FaZe, what an SC shot. Rumble watching and saying, great, that's one. Can you do it again if possible? East side, rounding the corner, UCF Knights playing low ground. And they're just biding their time. Another drone locked out here, not giving information over. Very appropriate slot, though, for UCF Knights, saying, yo, we want more on the board.
It looks like the likes of UCF Knights keeping both these teams alive, but finally it is the moments of Texas A&M's demise. 5th place finishes. UCF Knights make for the cross. They know they've got health advantage, but it's not enough for an initial knock here. Sloth pulling back through the portal. Not quite a steal. Now Maryville from above. Try to see if they can elicit just a few extra shots. Remember, this building likely out first compared to the one that we currently see UCF Knights in Minnesota holding.
And the fact that they're willing to kind of be at a truthful truth for at least a few more moments, giving cover to each. They don't want to reposition and allow themselves to get shot. You can see the deep spread here, as actually it's population on both 2 and 2 sides. And we're hoping to see a little bit more as out come a little bit of those missiles rounding out an open field. I am a little bit worried, but Bowser says, nah, I'm going to pickle pickles easily in this UT Dallas. Firing on some shots. Maryville is gone. That's wipe number 1. Looking for a second as we swap over to UCF Knights. Knights wondering exactly who is challenging them. Round to the outside. They do not control the building anymore. They fall down to the floor, having to help out on the back end. Down goes Rumble, the phase. UCF Knights saying, oh no, oh no, oh dear, oh no. MSU coming in for the sprint as Minnesota wants to get in on the action. But unfortunately, the action has led to a lot of death and glory. Bowser with a quick nade goes ahead and picks up some more damage as that is elimination. Minnesota out at 3rd.
UTD here coming through with the quick cleanup. It's just Sloth left alive, able to find the battery for now. But I'll tell you what, the Wolves are down below, and they are more than excited for the feast ahead here. Shot from behind. UTD, to no surprise, take the dub here in Game 2.
Comfortable work for them.
Very good.
Comfortable work.
Very good.
And I also want to give a big congratulations. I listen, I know I'm a little bit lazy, but I have to give credit to everyone that showed up here in the lower half. We talked about Minnesota. We talked about a lot of these squads that were roaming on the lower ground. Everyone basically pumping up, and now we do have a very competitive, so far, 2 games.
Yeah, you saw the early elimination of CSUF there. Even USM, even though they were aggressive, faced difficulties making the transition towards that mill area and don't get to survive. Even KSU, who were phenomenal in that last game, still making it to top 6 this time around, don't quite get to play the final macro of that game. Instead, we see, yes, a resurgence here, and yes, thankfully, no match point coming out of Game 2. The math did not quite work out here, but it just goes to show how variability can impact each and every one of these games. We never even got to talk about it, but the fact that Ash got eliminated there as the ban going into that game, that changed everything immediately.
And now that's kind of the fun. To dive a little bit deeper again, every most played legend is what we're looking at here, and so it's going to be a second one joining in very shortly, and all of a sudden, maybe we see another twist. Yet again, watching a lot of these shakeups, I know CSUF Blue are going to be hunting like, yo, we have 25. What are we waiting for? Let's go ahead and break into the top spot. Granted, again, these pulls with some of the macro wandering in, and CSUF, I think, also just maybe matching up with a few awkward positions. We saw some of those crossfire angles, and it was just, it's difficult. At the end of the day, it is difficult depending on other teams also routing in for those 3rd, 4th, 5th parties.
Yeah, it becomes very, very hard here if you are a team that is outside of the zone and you don't have that kind of fighting capability, or you're just not set up in that right position. Because at the end of the day, you're eliminated. A lot of these teams are more than capable to take these fights when they have even just the minor bits of advantage. We saw that with KSU. Would I inherently put them on the same skill level in terms of a direct 3v3 against some of all, or at least many of these teams? No. But if that team is coming at you from the interior of zone and you are able to take free shots, yes, KSU will absolutely gut you like a fish, right? And the same can be said for so many of these other teams. So it makes that much more of an important impression when we talk about good decision making, taking a lot of these early fights. One I want to highlight in particular is that end game setup from UTD. They know in their situation, they're sharing a building with Maryville. On the other side of the equation, we have both UCF and, my apologies, Minnesota sharing a building, right? UTD understand that if they take that fight any slower or any worse, they end up in that kind of hodgepodge that we actually saw on the other side. So before that zone even closes, they take care of business. They help eliminate Tamu from the outside. They get rid of Maryville. And once it's just them coming from that building, all they have to do is let the nature of the zone push both Minnesota and UCF into this poor position where they're forced to fight, right? But it's the conscious decision making well before we get into that action where they say, hey, we have to do this. It's risky because if they go a little too low, you saw that. Sloth was more than willing to make the cross with the Wraith to try to pour it in, see if they can get a quick knock after that fight. No. UTD take that fight so clean and so efficiently that they are guaranteed to deliver a blow on the win there. So once again, a congratulations for UCF because at that point, all you can do is play for second.
Yeah, but let's talk about who got second. Is Sloth in this position?
Yes, it is.
Sloth was, this is the other side of the coin that we talk about, and we're talking about very conscious consistency in terms of what decision are we making. And remember, when we're talking about this, it's almost 30 seconds out, 30 seconds early is what we're looking at, you know, that setup, that prep of, hey, we want to run this excess point of we want to filter in, we want to know everyone. There's another style, which is, I don't want to say rat, but the instincts to
Sure.
be able to play well, to understand where your opportunities are, to stay
Survivability.
alive. Yes, it's such a skill set that I, as a rat, I don't play well, but I stay alive. I do very, very well in that aspect. To be able to rat in situations like this, to know not to take shots, to not worry. Come on, listen, give me credit, man. I'm having some fun
No,
here
no,
with it.
you're
But
good. You're
listen,
good. You're good.
rat
You're
is
good.
my position, okay?
I'm just thinking of everyone listening, going, "Man, the rat position, the absolute, the highest skill ceiling of collegiate Apex."
Listen, if
being
it
able to
gets you
survive-
second, come on. If it gets you second, I can barely reach seventh. The man got to second in there.
I'll say this: what's really impressive about Sloth there isn't just the survivability; it's the fact that he has the capacity to drive success in these individual 1v1 moments that do kind of collapse out of chaotic situations like Minnesota v UCF. Even though that roster ultimately gets decimated in the crossfire, Sloth is always able to take his one. Right? And if you're always able to take your one in Apex Legends, even in a moment like that where you are the last person remaining, you are going to be able to dissect that Minnesota fight alongside UTD, who is coming in. And that is an invaluable skill set. There's not a lot of players who I can confidently say go into an entire roster and will always come out on top. Sloth is one of those players. He's one of the very few players in this lobby who I will confidently say who can do that.
Yeah, it's just a turn, and also getting some of those early kills way early on in game one as well. We saw his name crop up, just saying like, yeah, if there's anyone that's
Right.
going to disrupt, that's Sloth. And now showing 2 games where you're an exceptional talent, being able to step into that mix, and still had obviously that history behind. Now you're
Right.
just showing it on the main stage, which is very exciting. I believe we're just about to get a lot of those updated scores. Hopefully we get them out for you, and I'm very curious to see exactly where they stand as a. It'll be interesting. CSUF again gathering plenty more points. I'm sure we saw
Sure.
them falter around the 5th or 6th mark. So I'm
Still
assuming
decent.
holding the top side, but again, it's a lot closer than probably they'd like.
Yeah, and the big one I'm curious about is going to be Southern Miss.
Mhm.
Albeit they are not a team that extends very far into that last game, we can't count out their aggression.
Nope.
They're always a team where if you blink, you'll miss them picking up a couple of extra KP, right? And the same can be said for so many rosters out there, like ISU. We got to check out them extremely early on in this game against their revenge arc against Purdue Black. Are they a team that continues to accumulate here, get that extra KP as they make their way through the remnants of that match? It's something that only the scoreboard can tell us, especially as, well, when we're watching, 57 KP can go like a blink of an eye.
Oh, easily. I mean, we're talking about also the factor that even if you place high, it's still the factor that you have to have a good mix. Because
Yes.
you watch a team that runs the lobby 25, and it's like, where did this aggressiveness come from? Hey, they're kind of mad. I didn't tell you, but they didn't like where they placed last time. They're going to run the lobby, and all of a sudden, now we're matched at like 55 each. There's a lot of different situations that can occur. We are still waiting for point update, so I'm very, very excited to see exactly who is where and what we're looking at in game number 3. Because even if we're not at that breakpoint, even if we're not at 60, this is actually where, if I'm at the bottom of the standings, I'm actually getting really worried. The catch-up rate that you have to run now is going to lead to desperate acts that even the teams themselves, I feel like, know are not good decisions. But in the cusp of it, you're starting to realize these are the only decisions I can make if I want to improve and maybe catch up at the end of the day. Risky as is, it might not be the best turn, but
I think every single team is always going to see maybe one really explosive, fantastic game for themselves where they walk away with at least 20 plus points. I think that's important because if you base the rest of your games off of some level of consistency where you walk away with 10 repetitively there, you now know that you've got like this kind of 4-game window where you are going to supply success. If you're below that window, yes, you start to feel the pressure that you're breaking on. On the other end of the spectrum, there's a lot of teams like CSUF Blue who are in more control than most here. Currently 34 points total. They are in a dominant lead, only now 26 points away from our match point.
yeah, I mean, this is getting very, very fun overall. Again, to keep in mind, UT Dallas going ahead and collecting that first place. Really, really comfortable, shooting up to the top. But as we said, CSUF Blue still holding on at the top. And then Southern Miss, very happy about the current momentum still. If it falters again, though, you're matched by UCF Knights, now matched perfectly at 27. A few more notables. Queensgale falling down to about 6. Minnesota State rising very quickly, but still only within that 15, 16 to 11
Sure.
range. These are all they can very quickly change. One of the big statuses that we want to call, unless you are neck and neck with the top place, it's going to be a little bit difficult to catch that 30, 40 point person at the top.
Yeah, we're getting to the point here where I don't think we'll be seeing match point after this next game.
No.
Just because the point total, you would have to be an absolute monster here. So that means you're guaranteed, hopefully, one game to balance it out. For teams at the bottom here like UH White, ISU Farmers, who albeit are aggressive in getting KP, you still have a long, long way to go if you want to set yourself up for success here. And that means trying to approach this next game walking away with at least 8 to 12 in terms of your point standing. That's the truth. You need to be hitting that number. If you're not hitting that number, I apologize, you're slowly going to be falling away.
Yep.
And that is something that intrinsically will happen in match point.
Yes.
And the worst part is you don't want to be that team who goes, okay, we died in this game. Is USM going to win it? And then you're counting down the final moments of the game, hoping that they're not winning that match, and you get one last lifesaver to slowly crawl your way there.
You never want your whole game plan to revolve on someone else's win or loss. It is such a rough feeling. It transcends all esports, by the way. Your win condition should never be, hey, am I going to be able to get a chance to fight, or are they completely locked out? You want it in your own hands. So I will talk about that all day long. What we are learning, though, as we are getting ready for our third game, again, we didn't get to talk about it too much from game one. I want to talk a little bit more. We've learned what their next legend ban is, and now that's 2 total at the end of the day.
There you go. We had Ash in game one. Now we're on to Ballistic here. This is something that has been a highlight of the meta, especially coming into this particular patch where he's able to take advantage of weaponry like the Devotion, which gets the extra ampage if you throw it in the sling there, and the infinite ammo, which makes it a monster. As well as pretty
infinite
much
ammo in any shooter feels like it's pretty much overkill.
Infinite Kraber, infinite PK. These are things that get a little bit nutty when we talk about Ballistic. So many teams love to play around the go button. That is his ultimate Tempest, which activates this feature. Of course, that is now no longer available. So, to no surprise,
we're done with that 30-second side.
We are done. But what that means, though, is there's so many teams that have been taking advantage of early aggression. Right? There are squads that have been getting in the face of others, and sometimes the linchpin that deviates them between other squads is if they have that Tempest available and they're playing around it, right? Trust me, it can make a world of difference. And now that it is no longer available, we're likely going to see the pace of these fights slow down just a little bit here. Don't get me wrong, you still have a lot of wonderful entry and access, but you are going to see teams start to kind of shake up the meta here, maybe fall into an individualized type of playstyle. You saw KSU. They were more than happy to work with things like the Newcastle, like the Catalyst. That's not aggressive, right? They know they can play for zone, they can play for macro. That is something that other teams are likely going to fall into as well, as other squads maybe keep up their tempo, right? We know ISU, the Fuse, the Bangalore, right? Mirage is still in their arsenal for later. There's no way they're going to be setting up explicitly for zone unless they fought their way into it here. But that's why these bans are so important.
Yes.
Right? Because now we're taking away the flavor of the month. We've gotten rid of Ash, absolutely broken for a while. Ballistic has been an incredible 3-piece, and now you're unable to play around it.
I'm excited. We go ahead and see what other compositions come out. With 2 loss, I'm always also curious, how far do you want to go with the experimentation? There are some moments where you say, okay, well, 2 is enough to lock out most top tier metas. And granted, 2, if you're running both the same, then all of a sudden that's 2 out of 3. Again, semantics, basics, all that stuff. The eyes turn because I always am an experimenter at heart. It's the idea of how hard do we hit this trigger of we need to rush in as we head into game number 3, and we're diving right on in once again.
I'll tell you what, best foot forward. That is my advice to any team out here. Never save what you're looking to use later, right? Because at the end of the day, especially when those bans do begin to really hit here as we get towards the later part of that match point finals, you're not able to work with a lot of flexibility in terms of compositions that you have played. Instead, it's things that you just simply have to work with because you have no other choice here. So we're going to jump on over, of course, to Lightning Rod. It is a fairly early setup. I will say ISU, we saw them get really, really aggressive last time around. I believe, yes, still on Storm Point here. I wonder if there might be issues with World's Edge, we could be seeing a reset. Let me see.
Well, for right now, we'll play it as is because I am very curious exactly how this is going to pan out. We are kind of watching this pan once again to the northeastern quadrant, but Admiral once again showing up here as Group T, sending some welcomes to the match. ISU Farmers rounding out in a little bit lower position, need to gain some points, and as such, willing to take this early fight. Group T went down, but got some extra damage, so ISU Farmers stepping back, hiding out. In comes a heavy artillery as Otter bunkered down with 2 shields. A little bit of need to flush you out of that corner pocket. And you're running back to the rest of the team. Unfortunately, Group T saying, guys, I need a little bit of help if can. And that's going to be a chance. Now we move over to the southern quadrant. Take a look at Durango and saying hello to that bridge side. And that is a mow down. Otter, though, can only mow so much. ISU out at the start.
And the boys are happy.
Yeah.
I feel like it is a toxic circle here, a cycle where, well, you know, oh my gosh!
Oh, Purdue Black? Really?
Did they all just... That's something we might have to take a look at after the series. I don't think that was a... Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Listen.
That's something we'll leave up to the admins as a whole here. Either way, it is an elimination for now. Both of these rosters, ISU extremely early on. Purdue, we'll see if that was an accident or not. Davenport, of course, they are setting themselves up for a happy home here out here towards the southern side of Barometer. Not quite in the position to capitalize from the longest of distances here. I don't think they're going to close the gap. They don't have a lot of access to do so, and especially playing around that catalyst, that leads me to believe that they are going to be setting up to lay stake and claim for this building for, well, the long run.
Long run we go. Davenport saying, hello, it's a long run to try and get a little bit of victory for themselves. At the same time, we do want to see some of these squads. I believe Davenport is sitting down at 14th right now, sitting with a unfortunate only about 5. So they're able to get good placement. We can see a little bit more. This is a little bit better chance around as SVC Gold yet again eliminated. As that was actually handed over to MSU, a squad that we saw rise up in game number 2. So that's going to be the difference yet again. And it's a little bit scary point as Storm Point, of course, brings us a lot of value. Pings out by Davenport, though. They are hunkered down, and we mentioned this before. Watching squads in the early stages, are they going to take fights? Are they willing to kind of bulk up or try and go for those kills? Davenport is one that maybe they're leaning more into the, we should probably start getting aggressive in there.
Yeah, there's a certain point when we talk about match point format where playing for zone can get you to that threshold. Granted, though, because we have such a large threshold at this LAN in particular, you're only going to be able to play the macro game so much. There is a consequence of not being able to get aggressive in this meta here.
Yep. I mean, what's the count if we were actually to count it out? It's if you were to only place first and 0 kills, it would take 5 games straight. If you're looking at it, right, 60 points there. That's tough. You cannot just bank on placements, and that is obviously highly unlikely. So I love the fact that, again, we talk about this. It's just when do you want to flip that switch? Is it game 3? Is it game 4? Is it game 5? Is it game 6? Is it when you see another team constantly in the face? As we see a little bit of battle along the jungle territory as Rumbles enjoying themselves, but Sloth rounding the corner yet again, showing off their aim and a half. Great knock, number 1.
Ottawa already down to 2 here. Brusky trying to make their way away. Thankfully, the empowered zipline is going to grant some benefit. Tries to sit here now with the Sentinel. Can he defend against them all? And R99 is going to make it hard, but he does find at least the initial knockdown. Sloth has to get this full thirst for the reset. Instead, unable to do so. As good as that was, Ottawa unable to sustain there. The zipline risk from UCF Knights pays off. They garner themselves an extra 3 KP. And when we talk about the overall standings, now they're past 30 points.
Yes.
This is a team that has breached the halfway point when we talk about that 60-point game.
You know what? I love the fight. No worries. I saw Tosa Quinn Tony unfortunately fall, and I was like, nah. The name stuck with me. This is the bad part. Now that I've talked about it a little bit too much, I'm like, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for the name, man.
I mean, it's not a bad team to look for currently in the top 10 and performing that last game. We'll see what they can do as this one goes on. But as we take a look at this zone, a lot of teams.
Just a pull and a half, by the way.
They're really prioritizing this, by the way. I mean, this is there's a lot of space to play when we talk about Barometer, but I'm so surprised to see teams making the mass exodus of round 1, not interested in any kind of edge play, right? There is a level of aggression that I said would get minimized with the Ballistic and Ash no longer being available. At this point, I think every team understands that the strength of the meta now exists within this kind of macro setup, Catalyst, Newcastle.
And the fact of the matter, that was 14 out of 15 squads, I believe. Sloth and Friends was on the top side. That's the one that we're watching, and this means it's shell out and frag out. KSU Apex sitting on the lower grounds, trying to bunker in. Door is gone. So you try and set yourselves in a more comfortable position. Door shut once again as KSU Apex, wondering exactly where they're going to lead into. Who is fragging them out? Where are they going to be being brought to Rune? Massive fires all around as you wall up one side. Very nice by Blue Sky saying, okay, as we said, macro, bunker, hold out here. And then we look towards a later stage of the game.
Yeah, this is really hard for KSU Apex because ultimately trying to hold this building for a long time is one of the most biggest, or we'll say the biggest transition point coming out of the north. So something that can be taken advantage of. Meanwhile, for Maryville, USM have smelled the duo. They have found them out, and we finally breached the top 15 here. It is a double wipe now for Southern Miss, and albeit they were eliminated early last time around, I don't know how early they'll be going out here. Albeit, an Eastern transition out of this nut building can be difficult if the team on height has got shots for days.
And not just that, USM, remember we talked about that center stage battlefield that saw, what, 10 to 11 different squads? If USM want to collect more kills and basically bunker buster their way through to an even further upper echelon, maybe reaching into that 50-point threshold in total, this would be a way to do so. You can pick up some of the stragglers, those maybe rotating in as well, and all of a sudden, things get wildly out of proportion. All of a sudden, the points that we saw UCF gather, that we saw the likes of UT Dallas be able to recover, are gone. Still, CSUF as well as USM both rule at the top currently, and they just need a few points between the two of them to really shake things out. We take a look at KSU Black, though, saying, hello, we're still here. I know our other squad in there is a question mark, but we rule the top side of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, damage will be, you can already see there, Rect Emporium sitting at 169 to the purple. They're going to be able to elicit a huge chunk. I don't think they'll be seeing a lot of KP. It will depend on where the zone ends up pulling out here towards the end, sometimes especially towards the south where it does get particularly open. You can get some nice thirst. We saw this early on against what was SJSU of the Llewellyn Collegiate Clash, and that's something that did come back to bite them explicitly. So, ultimately comes down to the poll. We'll have to check in with them later. Minnesota State, this is the team that resides above Yes, I believe it was the KSU Apex roster. Yeah, they're sitting just below them here, and they're forced to play within this building alone. Remember, again, Catalyst, they've got themselves some protection. Time to boot.
Taking a look here, once again, functionality, northern quadrant gone. Everyone else center to south. As you said, Barometer really holding steady as we go a little bit to that beach side. You take a look at Sloth and the rest of the squad. We mentioned Sloth consistently playing at this kind of top echelon. Now kind of bunkered down in this entry. Looks to be a little bit rough. Spread out high ground 1, 2 around rocks. And it's UT Dallas willing to kind of hold them down here as well. Eyeing out some of these moments. And there's a little bit of a trace and a half. Good snapshot. No real damage come through though. So UT Dallas at least making it a little bit difficult to chase into that alcove, to try and chase into that tons.
Yeah, they've got time.
Of course.
I think this is a team that can actually take it toe to toe. Like I said, they've shown a lot of really good improvement this semester, getting aggressive. Bowser has been the keystone for this roster since his exodus from Pro League and has led them to some really high heights. We actually have Oisicle, who is here today, albeit not with the roster. He used to play alongside them, and I mean, I can only say really nice things about the quality. Meanwhile, for USM, deep on the exterior, have to be careful. I don't know if they'll be able to successfully get this send onto Quinn's Gale anytime soon, especially with the height from Barometer still in play here. It makes this cross way too hard, and that's why you see them take advantage of the Alter Ultimate there. They're already back, straight through the portal, and albeit that will delay them for the time being, it does give them the chance to extend a little bit further, make the return, and maybe not play as risky.
The thing is I'm searching. If I'm Queen Scales and I see USM and maybe they get into an awkward spot, I'm like, bro, can we take them? Maybe we can try.
It's
Drop
true.
it down a little bit lower. There's so many thoughts, and it goes back to how conscious are you of this situation. Taking a look here, zoning in yet again. Westside currently, Jexel and Bowser in a firefight, maybe pinched by 2. We go into KSU Black though, and this place stuck inside this box here, southeast. Question marks abound though, as KSU are just like, yo, we're gonna bunker down. Mock that door. On the flip though, we're seeing multiple drops. Blue Sky and the rest. Gravity losing there, so a firefight breaking out here as that's MSU lost.
KSU were holding that for super early, notably KSU Apex down on the low ground, that building out towards that northern side. That that finally comes through here, and albeit they are successful in getting these wipes, Blue Sky is officially knocked here. Texas A&M, I believe, getting involved, hearing some of that Kaipi and that fighting taking place. The same can be said for UCF Academy. I don't think anybody's going to be able to take complete advantage of this. This is terrifying, though. UCF Academy still on white armor. That is insane.
This goes down to that moment of, you know, you do what you can at the end of the day. And I get it.
Yeah.
As we said, there's a lot of great talent and a lot of great teams out here. But that's what shows, is if you're on whites right now, you're in trouble and you're about to meet that trouble in your face. And you know for a fact they're sitting there saying, we know, we did what we could though, and we're trying, Zephyr. We hear you on, no, I don't know. But at the same time, it is understandable. UCF Academy at this point, I think it's understood, they are playing for placement. That is their one hope to get a majority share of their points.
Meanwhile, for the likes of UTD here, we finally get to see them come through the tunnel and actually play for this building on the exterior. They already dropped in one knock. Bowser taking a half health will force out the bats for now. They are able to successfully get that reset as they're going to go for the full wipe. Meanwhile, for UCF Academy, we talked about it. Unable to pay the dividends here on that white armor. Will be almost completely wiped out there. I believe one does make for a bit of an escape. A little bit easier than I thought. UTD through the interior, slowly pushing in there. Really like the play off the knockdown, getting rid of the white knockdown. P2020 is from the opposite side. Jaquavius pushing through the upper height here. Gonna get that full thirst off. This is huge. Now they are an advantage 2-1. Jexel down. An EMP from the outside though. Could there be a third party?
Just 1.5, possibly a little bit more, and now we round a little bit of the corner. UT Dallas, though, trying to keep themselves a little bit healthy. Gather what you can. Jexel, go ahead and happily get back in. UCF happy about their momentum piece, and for UCF Knights, yeah, they're clamoring. They're saying, hello, who else is here? And on this Western Project, with the zone now closing on the western side as well. This will be that test. In they go. Who do they find? A couple bodies extra.
UTD here, able to get some soft resets off on the height there. That Newcastle absolutely crucial to playing this one out. Meanwhile, there is a revive taking place on the exterior of this one here. Truly back into the action as a Graver sends Crimson Monkey down from the exterior. UT Dallas, though, doing a great job to at least punish the trying rotation up towards height here. I can't tell you more than this, though. A lot of these teams going to face some difficulties if they don't finish this fight now.
This is that moment that I was talking about, I think. This is that moment of like, well, maybe they weren't trying to milk it. This is more like, I have to let the rat get away. There may be a cat or dog biting at me right now. This is that moment that we had talked about. And now we look at KSU on the other side going, guys, I got all the cats and dogs. Like, I'm chilling. I'm sitting on a beach somewhere. I'm ready to go for the fight whenever. But they are now pushing their way in. We talked about some of these momentum shifts, some of these macro style levels, and now watching this bridge play, KSU actively hoping for a 5-right on top, maybe third party there.
KSU Apex making their way out of the north here, going to be hit, at least an EMP, catching Fiddle Dude out for a moment. He drops to the low ground. Zwifting pair on the opposite southern side. A Barometer might be able to slow them up, but neither of these two squads have a place within zone yet. Still competing for their drop down here. Elixir's looking, doesn't quite find the break. Instead, it's going to be his teammate that gets the knockdown, sticking out with a battery. Now the zone, forcing them to bridge the gap on the interior from above. Void taken low. Zip up.
Oh my gosh.
Meanwhile, USM here as well as Queen's Gale. A little bit of OU on the outside towards the south. Davenport down below. You've got an absolute stack here. Outside the hot dog, trying to look for the kidnap. Unable to find it. Finally, Tamu on the outside from their height. KSU's Blue Sky with the Devo. He'll make short work of one, but they at least get the reset nonetheless. Playing behind just about nothing. Pair is down. There is no wall. A little bit of smoke. Is that enough to give them the cover they need? Can they play around this?
They're going to try and make it happen. Good, a little knock right there. And now you go back for that revive. Really well done. As we said, Fiddle Dude. And you're out in the open. If you get all three, if you get everyone back up, you're good. Davenport eliminated on the spot, though. Rough time as Dallas. Thank you very much. Bowser with a good nade. Truthfully is down. Goose going to do the exact same. While Aloe is still outside like, yo, what's up? What's going on, guys?
Soft reset on the teleportation there will give them the chance maybe to go for a full reset. UTD slowly cleaning things up piece by piece on the interior. CSUF Blue, though, picking themselves piece by piece as UCF Knights, after all of this excursion, are finally eliminated. Hearing the damage has been done. The first knock is found. A Devo resets. Crimson Monkeys traded 2 for 2 here, playing around the knockdown shields. They don't even know. Jexel is 1. Jexel has no health. He's almost done. A full battery sent behind the mobile shield, and Truly still finds it nonetheless, but is quickly taken in return. A 1v1 situation. Aloe versus Truly. A Devo from behind. UTD against it all. Can't quite reset. CSUF Blue, they get the cleanup, albeit it is in the face of a closing zone and a UH White moving in to make their impact, and an OU on the outside.
Does not matter to me, though. CSUF Blue gathering so many kills there. This is easily going to punch them up. Right now, watching Texan M, though, closing in and gets goes on. As you said, we're seeing Gar sit on the outside, but the CSUDH Cardinal and CSU Black getting eliminated. UH White have had that position. Now they walk their way in. Questions abound, though, as they're down to 4. Box
so
only.
Good.
Box only.
This is
Let's
so
see
good.
who comes out. High ground, double box. Down they jump. They're trying for a pincer maneuver. Are they going to find it? Gunshot's not working, though, at CSU Blue. Oh, God. UH White with a nasty win, but now they're out in the open.
Out in the open there, OU on the exterior, more than happy to pop the shots from afar. How is the law not completely knocked here? You got to attribute it to whatever kind of smoke or defense we can't quite observe. Oklahoma, they're paying their respects. Meanwhile, USM on the outside. Oh, Vize is here. Vize is here. I did not expect that today. That is an absolute monster. That is a man who can shred.
The pain that comes through. Southern Miss still alive and well. Down goes Party's thirsted as well. And the hunt for the final members. The hunt for the final stragglers. Southern Miss will run the no. Oklahoma is gone. Even though Vize is getting shredded, I know they got what it takes. USM. 1 or 2 more members and they'll be happy. Garson going, bro, please let me live for a little bit longer. I'd like to see this final close, but they're hiding out and around, and that is it. USM take game 3.
I had no idea Viz had stepped in. That is a terrifying thing. I thought today we were just going to get the Ozen, Mank, and Thalis. I had no idea Viz was going to play. That is
a treat at the end for you, baby.
Yeah, that is a treat. That is the linchpin, the absolute chaos, the reckoner of USM stepping in that final map. You saw it. He 2v1 there a second ago. He made short work of what was OU. That is a terrifying thing to behold for so many of these rosters, especially given the fact that when we talk about looking back at that game, they were playing out of that major building south side of Barometer, eliminated Queens Gale, eliminated Davenport, eliminated Texas A&M, right? Any other KP they were able to pick up on these further rotations out of their initial zone, they are this close to now hitting 60.
It's, again, terrifying thought process. And for CSUF specifically, I think that is almost a heartbreaker moment because they battled so well in the interior. We watched them basically flush. I think it was 2 squads. They were in a great firefight. And we sat there going, man, they got out amazingly well. And then we watched a crossover and you're like, well, okay, thanks, guys. We worked so hard. They still got points. Do not get me wrong. CSUF, I'm sure, are going to be standing at the top, either first or second. But it hurts seeing your chance at slipping into first or second. They can get first all day long, but to get closer, get more points, it hurts to see that walk away from them.
Yeah, it's so crazy too because for a soft moment there, they had the chance to reset, especially against UTD. They have to take that fight no matter what, or else it is completely over for them. It just doesn't end up super clean. And so as a result, that reset into the UH fight, they don't really get to put themselves back together, and then it is in the face of elimination. And now, as we've discussed, this is likely going to be the series that they start to fall behind.
Yep, and all of a sudden those changes and mindset shifts will be coming about, as will possibly the map change as well. We are going to go to a very short break. When we come back, more collegiate Apex Legends action here with the grand finals, 20 teams all vying for the crown. We'll be right back in just a few.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Stay, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. This is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. Put it, I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No, come on, just reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah, there's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just... What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful!
Oh God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh!
what do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Has a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah, there's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it.
Careful.
Oh God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
Welcome back, everyone. We may or may not have enjoyed our break a little bit too much, and now we are extremely excited. I can't go higher, Zephyr. I hope you know that. That's why. Okay, listen. Now that we're the same height, we get to have a level-headed conversation, and now we get to talk about this game number 4, where we're going to World's Edge a little bit different in terms of pacing of play, as well as the fact that we have not one, maybe about 2 or 3 teams that are now in position to reach that championship game.
Yeah, let's take a look at those standings here. Notably, Southern Miss. This is going to be the catalyst, right? Ha. Notably, they aren't the team, though, to take it yet here. At 56 points, they are still 4 points away. And for folks that are still confused about the match point format here, they are 4 points away from hitting our modified 60-point match point. What that means is, after they hit 60, if they win a game, we're on our way to the final moments of this series. Problem is, they still need 4 points. And that means for every other team in this lobby, there's a bit of a sigh of relief because they actually understand that they have time to spare, right? They understand that this game alone, because there's no way USM don't put up 4 points in this game. They will absolutely put up 4 points in this game. This game alone is going to be the protection that these teams need to put up the most amount of points they can before they actually have to start worrying about the position of USM, what they're playing, and if or not they may be that team. Because remember, with legend bans, you no longer can memorize a team's composition or favorite legends. They're always constantly changing here, and that makes it extremely hard to lock down a squad during match point.
Yes, and here's the deal. I also want to point out, great on the teams for being so agreeable to this factor as well. The fact that we talked about all the changes pretty much last minute. I am enjoying this immensely because we have gotten our 3rd legend currently banned, which is Ash. Ash was a huge priority, I believe, in that matchup. So we'll go ahead and now I got to double check. Now it's calling me out. Thanks a lot. I'm a little bit slow in the brain here. Look. I'm going to take myself out of here, and I will, have a little bit of fun.
The 3rd ban
there
is
we
Catalyst.
Go. Yeah. Listen,
Ash game 1.
The joke was in my face, and I still got pied, so it was not a good time for me.
Anyways, this is a legend that we got to see a lot of teams, notably what was KSU, Apex, Minnesota, Davenport. Just about everyone was trying to play around, playing for a building in that last barometer zone, and building around the passive of this Catalyst play to give themselves late game stability. Blocking out a door, blocking out a window, getting into a situation where you were completely safe here. Looks like, though, we're not going to jump into game just yet. A little bit of tech difficulty there as those players will get themselves reoriented. Maybe a couple crashes. Either way, should be pretty quick. But like I said, you're no longer being able to play super defensively. You do still have a lot of options available when we talk about things. I would say you can play around the Watson. You can play around the Newcastle. You can play maybe some of the other control-based legends. We do start to see Rampart flex a little bit when we talk about the Open or the championships that we have seen in the ALGS. These are still defensive options that are on the table that teams you will see begin to play them. We actually got a little bit of a taste of the Rampart pick, which was the ISU versus Purdue Black composition in that game 3. That's something that will continue to evolve over time.
It will never, ever stop, I think is the best way to put it. As we go through the rest of these matches, it will continue to ramp up in how explosive it is. And you know what? Listen, I'm glad I'm not the only one having some technical issues with my brain and, more because we are waiting inside here. So I'm glad. I am really glad. But I do want to take a look. You were talking about the Newcastle and such. Sparrow has still been sat at a pretty comfortable level. And I love the fact that you pointed out, I think it was game 3, where we saw a little bit more uptick in collection there. So the fact that we are getting a little bit mixed, we got Sparrow, Crypto, Wraith, and yes, I am looking at these stats because now I want to get it right. Now you may be completely jittery about what I say.
No, we look at stats on Pro League too.
Yeah,
we do the same thing.
But as we said, these new compositions coming in here will be a very interesting testament to who is ready to step up to this next match.
Yeah, I think especially with the things like that, Bangalore, the Fuse, the Wraith, a lot of really comfortable and sustained picks that allow for safety and playable space and zoning. Combine that with a stable pick like a Rampart, a Watson, potentially, yes, the Newcastle, which we still see
Like you
teams
said.
taking advantage of. It's crazy that it's still in the game.
Yep.
You're going to be able to elicit some level of support that goes beyond, yes, we ban out the strongest. Now Catalyst is gone. That doesn't mean you can't play zone. Macro is still very much available for those teams that like to get there early and like to sustain for a long period of time here. So other than that, we do see the tail end of teams starting to breach into some loose picks, like I said, the Rampart, the Mirage, notably the Pathfinder. This is a legend that just saw its buff coming off of this Season 25 patch, and albeit we haven't seen it quite yet, especially if we start to see picks like the Wraith go away, if it gets banned out going into some of these later games, I fully expect to see the Pathfinder take its place as that kind of rotational mobility. Having the double zip factor now compared to just one before this patch is something that does make the difference when we talk about rotation.
It's already actually started. I wanna point that out. We had one Pathfinder in game 2 that came out, and we're already seeing the step up. I believe three teams actually ran it in that game number 3 as well. So as you already said, it's happening even faster than
Right.
maybe we were expecting, which makes us again very very excited for this next matchup. Now, specifically though on World's Edge, the question is, do the compositions change at all? Specifically, like, are we going to see that drastically because of map change as well?
No, I don't particularly think, especially given the fact that Storm Point and World's Edge, Storm Point is the one that kind of dictates a lot more of the map legend composition because it is fairly open and you need to elicit just a little bit more safety, even if it does have some sustainable cover, right? World's Edge, way easier to play through. You've got the buildings, you have the sustainable cover, you have a chunk of change available when it comes to making transition from point A to point Z. Right? As a result, the legend composition becomes more a flavor of how are you going to play through a 3v3 rather than how am I going to play to World's Edge.
I think that's a very fair assessment, and understandably the right assessment, as hopefully the teams do as well, because as we mentioned, rounding it all the way back to the beginning, there are going to be 3 teams hunting for their championship point. If you are not comfortable in the understanding of how you want to play, we are on this map 3 games. You have to understand that if you are a good squad, if you're a team chasing, this is your home for 3. The scary factor is if we're talking about comfort, it has to be the top. Southern Miss, CSU F Blue, UCF Knights. If they're running comfort, you have to know, if you're one of the lower squads, that the comfort will get you killed. If you're not comfortable as well, you cannot challenge in dynamics. You cannot challenge in the surprise factor.
Yeah, I really want to talk about CSUF Blue here because they're currently at 42 points.
Doable 18.
Points.
Doable
Yes,
18.
a very doable 18. We've seen teams pick up a really nice, and even this last game outside of Barometer there, they were so close to being in a position to elicit that many points had they survived that fight a little bit earlier. This could be very rare, but it could be a situation where we do see CSUF Blue walk away with a wonderful game, and then Southern Miss with just the minor 4 points they need, and we send 2 teams to match point eligibility rather than just 1.
You know the funny thing? I said that before about another tournament, and I've actually, watched you gotta see us when we're actually, getting into an intense game. I've actively watched a team at 57 once, or 47, I think. They fought so hard, they got 2 kills, got eliminated because they greeted for the 3, and then they immediately just, they didn't earn 1 for another 2. I've never seen a harder crash out. They were able to come back and be able to get to that point, but it was by far the funniest aspect because we were watching the chat, and it's just like, all right, listen, can't let that happen.
Well, we're in a situation with CSU Blue where they are going to be sustaining out of Epicenter here, and albeit not the strongest POI to set up with, it does look like that they might be a little bit split. Yeah, I was about to say, they might be split back there with half of this roster playing in Epicenter, the other half on the exterior. You do have to be a little bit respectful. USM, like we chatted about, always happy to get super aggressive. And, well, you know what? Knock on wood.
Well, what I also just saw, not so much knock on wood, but a hard read, is that Pathfinder. Now seeing it on both CSUF Blue as well as Southern Miss. Both of them running that extra angle as we just see a quick snap. Big pick up and finish on Crimson Monkey. Big pick up as well for Southern Miss. That's 1.
Yeah, you got to respect the split. I mean, you can't be setting your team up cross map especially when you're this close to USM, it's going to be a situation that stunts you in your growth and in your chase to match point. When you're that close, you might as well start for the 3v3 and just accept the fact that you have a weaker POI. And if you're going to be looking for loot, rotate towards it together. Because then now you elicit a situation where Southern Miss, they're going to search for the one-off player and take advantage of this entire section.
White, though. Another squad that we've seen has some highs and lows depending in the middle ground. I believe mid-game is where we see them really excel. And, I mean, even in that game number 3, we saw them really spice things up. Towards the late, they were the ones that ran in, actually cut off, I believe it was CSUDH's chance at, or CSU, brain is lost. CSU at blue, that was who I was looking at.
Yep.
So, White maybe looking at a comfortable space up as they are currently in 6th.
Now, ISU here looking for the push. This is a team that's more than happy to get involved. Already taking an early scan there on Otter, utilizing that one with the crypto. This is something that I don't see them completely in access of just yet. That evac, though, you never want to take an evac. Not this close. Not this close. Already with one knockdown on R2RO. This is something that they're happy to pick up some free KP there. And they will also 100% now follow through with the at least full send. OU and UCF Academy here. Got to be super respectful. OU on the exterior, not going to be caught out. A really nice portal from Interceder there. Keeps themselves very, very safe. As meanwhile, CSUF Blue got the reset off, got the full wipe, and with allow, sends Southern Miss home in 17th. Orbital. This is the first time I have ever seen this in my entire Apex career. Over 500 plus games, I have never seen a team this dominant fail to get 4 points before match point. Do you realize now, this game and the next game of World's Edge are both safe games for teams to put up points on the board here? That is insane.
You say that. There is still a chance for CSU.
You are right. You are right.
To be the one.
You are right.
But it is true. We literally just talked about USM losing it out like that is a heartbreaker, and we see teams falter very heavily in those aspects. You can't allow it to get to you though. That's one you ran into that another top dog. Taking a look here, Davenport wondering exactly where they're going to go as you take a look, and this is Bullet trying to get revived here, which is good. Jay-Z Striker saying, let's go ahead, get everyone back in the mix, but you're in a little bit of crossfight. Snapping over to Group T as well as Kemmel, you are saying, okay, with the Pathfinders, we're starting to find a lot more ropes as well.
On the low ground here, got to be a little bit respectful, especially when we talk about, well, maybe an evac will make the difference. Already utilizing the shadows there on. Look for the Revenant, unable to see them quite yet. Ooh, the Stormwing dropping off a height here. You have to be way more careful than that. Oh. Meanwhile, a Sky Nade from Kamal will send Orkiel down for now. Yeah, man, Stormwing, I mean, you're just not in a position to cover here. Point blank range on a P2020. I mean, Group T is more than happy to feast and fry you if you do not respect the coverage there. I mean, ISU Farmers could not have made that look easier.
And again, it feels like there is a little bit of desperation when we're starting to see a lot of these top teams. Maybe you see USM fall in the kill feed and you say, hey, it's our chance to step up. But this aggression is starting to get a lot of teams caught. We're watching KSU Black, though. A squad that has risen in prominence, starting to find their own loot, as that is going to be the Cardinals eliminated in tow. KSU Black starting to sack their decks in turn, as we still go ahead and take a look at them also looting up, as a Wrecked Emporium, unfortunately, down and out, needs to go ahead and get a beacon revive.
Set up with the Sheila here. This will make for a little bit of a difficult cross. Tamu not going to have as much confidence. I don't even know if they understand that they have a huge numbers advantage there. Instead, getting themselves set up potentially for loot is something that I can see them. Soft rotates behind could be something that they will have to worry about later on here, but at least for now, most teams going to be slowing the pace of things down. This is a very quick lobby compared to what we have seen previously, especially since teams understand they have to catch up, right? We're already down to 14 squads and potentially even less with ISU finding the last remaining member of White.
I mean, it goes back to what I said. These squads that are actively in, I want to say, the single-digit rankings, you know, 1st through 9th, feel like they're getting over-aggressive almost, and it's this leap and bounds that's almost a snowball effect. You see USM fighting out with CSU F Blue. Hey, down goes USM. All of a sudden, top spot might open up. We can get a lot more kills. Hey, let's get aggressive. Oh no, we ran into these other squads. All of them just domino effect all the way down. And I'm a little bit worried. This now, well, maybe not worried, maybe very happy for those at the bottom, such as Purdue Black, such as Davenport, such as ISU Farmers, like we saw earlier.
Right.
You now not only get a chance to catch up, but catch up big.
Yes.
It's not just 10. You're looking at maybe 15. Possibly, if you have a really good game, 20.
Yeah, I mean, the clear assumption here is that these teams are able to walk away with at least a 20-point-plus game, especially given the chance that is, I mean, one of a lifetime here. A big shout out to ISU. I know you make a small mention of them there. Didn't really get to have a really strong start, especially due to their positioning next to Purdue Black. They're now in a situation where this is much more reliable, and we get to really see them flourish in terms of picking up KP and getting aggressive here.
We also mentioned this flexibility, this comfortability with a lot of the legends. As we mentioned, we see even more Pathfinder. At this point, it's Pathfinder pretty much 9 times out of 10, which is appropriate, which I love the fact that you called it out. It's sprung up as that premier, versatile, dynamic movement around here. It's also the OG, I feel like, in movement in a lot of cases. Taking a look here, though, you Ottawa Garnet, wandering on the northeastern side, pinging out one, trying to suggest and help out each other, but inside of this middle, massive firefight, pair in a corner, and Camo, who we saw earlier, snap up some with Group T in a little bit of firefight as Texas A&M saying hello. We gotta prove that Zephyr is the one to coach us to victory as they're hiding out in the corner here.
Hey, there's not a lot of coaching going on right now. I am completely separate from this roster. All I can do is hope and pray. Breaking the shield down there on the Revenant. They'll take them slightly flesh, but the overpeak on the door will be the bane of their existence. Absolutely pinched from both sides. And now ISU doesn't get much better. UCF from behind. Sloth, I mean, he doesn't have to do much damage to send Group D home. Down below. No, should be good there. USF, they will be continuing to full send this, and spelling that out. ISU and Tamu, I mean, the bane of each other's existences there. UCF, the bearer of the success. They have both KP found, both Tamu and ISU respectively. That is absolutely monumental for a team that, once again, albeit not quite on the cusp in that second place, they are third. Right? A massive game for them, knowing that they have 2 now to cut that gap. They should be in a position.
The crazy thing is, you know, in the realm of possibilities, maybe not the most probable, UCF can also, Knights can also use this as a springboard. And at 28 game, considering the value that we've seen, I don't want to say value drop, but the opportunities now abound in this. There's always opportunity. So I'm excited. Right now, taking a look, though, over on Crimson Monkey, who we saw fall earlier a few times, facing off against Lune, another squad that we've seen. So you Ottawa Garnet stepping in and saying, maybe now we get a chance. They're middle of the pack. They're just trying to break in to that top 8, to that top 10, and sitting on the high ground here, waiting for a movement across the bridge side. I'm kind of wondering if it is going to be enough. Eyes out 130 though on that counter, and you can see inside as well, just kind of bunkering down, making sure that you get enough, and in goes a little bit of that portal as Lune wondering exactly where to find that marker, maybe find that space for themselves.
Trying to close the distance slowly, piece by piece. Meanwhile, for Maryville, like you said, caught out by UCF Academy. At Streets,
a third party.
Asterix caught out there, and like, OU potentially able to come through and cross from behind. I might be a little bit worried there.
Yep, runaway. Slashy's like, okay, maybe we don't want to force this too much as in comes parties, and that's the comfort spot to be in. Oklahoma, another squad that we've seen rally up to the higher echelons at points whenever they want to try and get for placement. They're not exactly the most down and dirty squad to try and rep it out as much as possible, but we have seen them place, I believe, a little bit higher sometimes in that 7th or 8th position, but you need to push a little bit further. UCF Knights, though, for their own, go ahead and find another elimination as Maryville as well drops in 11th position.
This is terrifying because what was supposed to be a third-party assault here from the other side from OU is now something that UCF Knights can probably turn around very safely and take. The FaZe going to look out here and try to see if they can spell out access. I'm worried about this lava siphon angle. You can hear the triple take, or my apologies. You can hear the 30-30 from afar and the shots from above. It's Aegis, KSU. They're partially involved. They're not quite there. I like this retreat, though, from Rumbles. Sloth will follow suit likely fairly shortly. Probably sticking a heel first. There you go.
Sloth is sloth at the end of the day. No,
Okay.
no. I can't say that about the guy that I've literally watched just go chaotically well in some of those high points. You mentioned the 1v2. You mentioned this mechanical playstyle that brings about the unending amazing moments. Now here in Lava Siphon, you go ahead and try and tick in to extra. You're pretty much geared up, and that's why I'm kind of watching to see what they catch. Right now, outside on the northeastern corner, 3 squads running in. Crimson as well as Lune chasing. Actually, it's just 2. I apologize. Looking at JZ, though, JZ went down on a far side, so Sloth, as we keep eyes, gaining more points, and that is what we're watching. But these 2 squads right now, chasing between the 2. UCF Knights, yeah, we go ahead. Take a look at what they're doing. Snapshot 1, snapshot 2. FaZe even gets in on the mix. KSU Black is out.
So aggressive. I feel like just a second ago we were watching them try to escape from the Embers down below, and then now they just, teleport, send it onto the team. The 2 teams you were watching, though, just above there, this is so critical. This is CSUF Blue against the likes of Lune and crew from Ottawa. Caught now, stuck on the back wall there. They can play around the Q from Lune, but you don't want to exit this. I mean, you're going to get absolutely blistered. That's a white knockdown shield. Just peek for half a second, and you will get shot out there. Not even a single member from CSUF Blue goes down here. It's a very, very clean fight at that. And now they get to play from the north side completely alone. Hey, Orbital, we're getting to the point where your prediction, it could come true here. CSUF Blue, if they continue to slowly pick apart these squads, piece by piece by piece, they could be presenting themselves on match point after this game.
Here's the deal, though. I cast a curse earlier, and USM lost out on like 4 points. I don't want you to cast a curse to the other side. What we are seeing is a true reality of UT Dallas rounding their way in. Bowser, as you mentioned, this player that has elevated the play style of the squad, hoping to do even more so as they chase down Goku. Goku now lost in the sauce, but at least not down and out. UT Dallas, though, hiding out on the western corner. This next zone will be pivotal as they're inside already, but who else are they going to find in that mix? Questionable moments as everyone else is taking shots. But for UT Dallas, a little time to breathe, a little time to reorganize here.
Try to see, center position from UCF Knights, of course, there on the other side. UC Academy on the western edge as well. Both UCF teams not in zone. And, of course, CSUF Blue on the exterior. They're going to see if they can try to play for height here. This is a really nice setup, but you have to respect so many teams can't have angles on you. But, man, oh, man. That Devo continues to show why it is a shredder right now.
Sloth limping away like nobody's been. Just like, bro, that shield. Help, guys. JZ, of course, trying to bat up, but now we're going to slide in. This is FaZe going ahead, taking a little bit of lurk and taking a look at what's inside. What can we make a mix? We saw about 3 squads, high, low, middle, as Sloth rounds one on Selenica, and that's going to be the start signal. UCF Knights saying, okay, let's round out yet another. Let's get these points. UT Dallas outside in. What can we find? Sloth, though, saying, you're not going to find anything. I'm going to take it all for myself. Down goes Crimson, though, as KSU yet again find more, but Sloth continues to dominate that kill feed. UCF Knights yet again showing their strength, showing their prowess through this continued battle and onslaught. Even through some of those portals, though, it's a whole idea. Free fire, CSUF Blue, try to jump, do not find it.
This is likely not going to be enough points for them to find match point here. And for UCF Knights, now we start to count down their distance because it is large. They still need to, I believe, put up, 16 KP total? That is still a monumental amount, and, well, that will be one that is at least picked apart by UTD Dallas. Exterior of the building here have slowly made their way in. Going to have to make the cross towards the southern side of zone. Still fairly open. Oh, my apologies. That was UCF Academy. We missed out on that one, but maybe we shouldn't have spoken a little too early here. Going to be pulling back. Do they have the portal available? Where is the point of recovery? Teleporting to it. Is anyone here on the other side looking to capitalize? I believe they cannot get these revives off. One dock down onto Elixir. Needs to portal out here. At least try to find some recovery onto a shield bat.
Oh, it looks like the eyes might be drawn a little bit differently as well, as now we shift over to OU as well as MSU as they're in a little bit battle for their own. KSU, though, clipping into the side, finding Rumble, and KSU saying, let's do even more. FaZe down as well. These are eliminations that they're very happy about. Ring of Fire around that middle as KSU Apex stepping into their own turn. Through that northeastern quadrant, going through a little bit of that container. And they're looking for more great snapshots. Elixirs goes ahead and sends out a little bit of a volley, landing some decent damage there. As Minnesota is completely flanked out, MSU is gone. And now comes
Here
that third
comes
party that we
KSU.
mentioned. KSU saying hello around the outside. OU might get a third party in their own. And lo and behold, the damage is abound. Jexel can't do anything. Trades abound as UT Dallas fight for their lives. Sloth, though, getting into the mix. And it is a Hail Mary between 4. 5 though currently alive as we're down to a minute left before we see some real spice kick off. Oklahoma wondering for their own low HP, blue shields only though, which is still insane. KSU Apex out.
Sloth, by the way, making for a revenge statement here. Now in a 1v3 scenario, I have to remind you of the squads that are still alive. Two of them are just single individuals. Make it all 3. Oklahoma is the only 3-man roster completely alive. And, I mean, if they do not win this, it is like night and day here. Already losing out on Partisi. Can they make through the turn? That's the full... No!
Ooh.
Right through the portal. Jaquavius is going to get sent here. Jay-Z Striker trying to snipe from afar. Interceder just needs to get one shield swap off the revive. But at this point, I think the deal is done here. Davenport, as good as you've played, you've made it as far as second. Oh, you have a full 3-piece available and are likely going to be your winners of Game 4.
Very comfortable job from Oklahoma. Very nice job, especially starting out in about that 9th position.
Yeah.
Moving into this game. And we mentioned before, that blistering action that we saw earlier. A lot of members falling very early on, specifically USM. Maybe causing a bit of chaos in everyone's minds. Let's hunt for the kills. But a lot of that middle of the pack starting to shift out. Really well done to Oklahoma.
Yeah, Oklahoma here coming through in the end, delivering where it counts most, the win. Yep. Right? You cannot sustain any more placement points there, and at least getting the KP that they saw in their final moments against teams like UCF Knights, of course, the remnants of Davenport. I do worry a little bit because it's not a ton of KP. Most of those teams were down to just 1 or 2 members. End of the day, though, 15 or 16 to 17 points, that's still a wealth here for this roster that now we know going into this next safe game. I'm making an assumption. I think it's safe. Should be safe. This next safe game, they put themselves in a position where they don't have as much stress on the line to hit match point compared to other teams who are on the bottom end of the bracket.
Yes, 100%. And when we talk about it, I do want to dive in a little bit further because we talk about safe games, we talk about those moments. It's only safe for the bottom few. The reason I say that is you're taking a look at the top. Southern Miss still sitting at 56, looking at CSU at blue as well as UCF Knights. All these teams are actively at the top of the bracket. For them, they're not worried about safe games. What they're saying is, we want to reach that break point, and we want to force everyone else. For them, they're not even worried about if Davenport wins a game or 2, if Oklahoma is able to step into a game. So when we talk about this, it's all about framing at the end of the day. At the same time, though, if you let it slack a little bit too much, and all of a sudden Davenport somehow miraculously runs those 4 first places in a row, or second place is even better, or whatever, things go spicy. So keep that measured level. But for Southern Miss and all, they're chilling. As we take a look at the points, decent shakeup, still top 3, still the same.
Yeah, Oklahoma here very clearly not quite picking up as many points as I thought. They're only walking away with 14 after that game. You'll notice it's their KP.
Yep.
They are at a single-digit 4 KP in 5th place right now. They've got a ways to go here. Still, it is nice. You only need to work with 32 points compared to the rest of these rosters. You have some time. But your time is limited. Southern Miss, I mean, we said this last time, but it has to come true here. Southern Miss, 3 points.
I thought they were at least going to get 2. They got 1, man. They were sitting at 56.
I know.
You told me you never. I saw it.
I've never seen
Why
that.
did you do
Never.
this to me?
What
is this?
I've cursed them, and I'll tell you what, they've got some time to spare. The rest of these teams, though, this is the squads I worry for. Right? Especially those at the very bottom with just single-digit point scores. You're at the point where you need to start having some explosive games here. Because like I said, a 20-point game for Minnesota, walking out of a win, 8 KP plus a dub, that puts them at 36 points.
Yep.
That is something that they then can move on and obtain maybe potentially another big win. But the problem is we can't keep having these conversations. Hey, man, another big win. Hey, man, try to put up another big win. At a certain point here, you don't have an extension, right? And when you start to fall behind that far, something we haven't even brought up is the fact that we're not just awarding the first place team here at this LAN. There's going to be a wealth of squads walking away with a prize pool down and below first, second, third, fourth, fifth, respectively.
Yes.
Right? So even if you're just competing for general points placement, one win is nice, but we can't keep having this conversation.
No, we can't, because we have another conversation that I made sure to double, triple, and quadruple check. I am reading off of this screen here. I am making sure that no one can comment on this. I'm going to read it's no, it's Alter. It's Alter. We're good. We're good. Alter game for most picked legend means that they are out and they join the set roster of the other three.
All right, so this is when things start getting crazy. We have now gotten rid of every major meta pick in terms of the standard three-piece scenario. This is what we typically see casually run. There's still a lot of really good recovery picks that are still available. You have your flexes like Mirage that sometimes appear on teams like ISU. Newcastle is huge. Newcastle is still very much a big part of this game and is likely something that will continue to present here. But with Alter now out of the pack, teams don't have that variable safety. Take UCF Knights, for example. Sloth and them get into a bad engagement out of Lava Siphon in the final moments of the game. What do? They portal out using the Alter ultimate. In this scenario now, they aren't going to be able to do that. Instead, they get full thirsted. Your ability to risk it for the biscuit and take aggressive fights is slowly going down over time. There is still a lot of some support-based flexibility. You can see teams rock up with a lifeline, can fight their way through with a conduit. You have that in your proxy if you're a team who understands you might fall at some point. But the overall massive aggressive wide LAN coverage, big teleport back, teams understand now that you only really get one chance into these fights here.
Yep, and that is going to be scary for squads that, again, are using those resets to almost get out of dodge or be able to kind of bring themselves back to safety. So I love that factor. Of course, on the same value, we're looking at, I believe, Bangalore. Brain is lost. Wraith, though, is one.
Yeah.
I believe Fuse is still kicking as well. Newcastle rising in priority as we take a look down the list. But the main one, obviously, was Pathfinder. Pathfinder's still now going to be that premier, I think, challenging for variety of movements across the entirety as we continue along World's Edge. But Sparrow finding a lot more play this time as well. So a little bit of movement tech, a little bit of verticality in there as well.
Yeah, it's going to probably be a Wraith ban coming off the game here, because once you get rid of Ashe and then you start picking away some of these highlight utility picks, everyone gets a little bit more variable on what they want to play. Wraith is still very great movement in terms of either making for an escape or even sometimes getting aggressive when we talk about the portal kidnap play or trying to play for better positioning here. Once that's gone, we'll probably see even slightly a higher priority towards the Pathfinder there, but we're really starting to cook away or at least get rid of some of that mobility.
And honestly, once you cut off mobility, everything kind of falls apart as well. So taking a look exactly where we want to run and hopefully get some extra, a lot of those points as well. We've seen a fluctuation, I think, towards center, towards southwest for World's Edge. And again, Epicenter is always fun, but there's only so many spots you can drop down into. And so that's actually what we saw, I think, this previous game. A lot of the Northeastern, I think, Climatizer actually held one team. It was a decently spread. But Epicenter is just, that was the one that I think we saw drop two around. I'm interested to see where else we're going to find.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is Epicenter in our selection, not a pickup. It was CSUF Blue deciding to extend the one away from Survey Camp, which is a very common strategy. The problem is you're next to Southern Miss. Not the strategy. Now, the crazy thing is, off of their reset, they were able to successfully defend themselves and get the full wipe against USM, which is respectful. But it goes to show, hey, maybe just take a straight 3v3 and don't leave us clutching our pearls.
Yep. I mean, listen, if it happens once, I understand at this point. I've never seen it happen twice in a row.
Okay. we are cooking up all kinds of potential prophecies here.
My cooking would be in a list of like top 10 places to avoid. I'm pretty sure with how I'm talking here.
Chat, he's burning it.
Yes. Well, you know, burning, cooking, whatever. That I should probably air out the room a little bit more than that, or else I'm getting the fire department called on me. There's identification across multiple though, because we saw Davenport once again step up, and we're still seeing a lot of these squads. And I know we gave them their due rewards, but I am very worried for the fact that we are going to see even messier and messier play now throughout a lot of these squads. And I'm
Sure.
not saying it's bad. Don't get me wrong.
No, it
Especially
happens.
with the Legends. But I do want to ensure that we keep seeing those teams actively chasing. You talked about conscious play, 30 seconds out, 45. If it gets
Right.
messy, sure. But I really do hope to see that clean execution from a lot of them.
Yeah, it's going to ultimately come down to how flexible your team plays in terms of a general composition.
Yeah.
We've now seen the meta. This is when we start to get into off meta,
Yep.
right? And for a lot of these squads,
Welcome to solo queue. Welcome.
well, I mean, there's still a lot of really strong picks that you can make a three-piece composition work. I mean, there's arguably less meta, but like, oh
The
my
faltering
gosh,
for 10 seconds did not help, but you know.
if I see a bang Newcastle Wraith, am I going to cry? No, it still has great mobility,
Yep.
deep macro safety, and cross potential when we talk about the bang being both aggressive and defensive, right? These are things you will see teams begin to evolve with. The more unique thing is the fact that every team's going to have a different answer for this problem, which is the difference maker. It's something that we, even on the pro level, are still getting used to. We only implemented bans this year. This split, we've only seen maybe 4 or 5 or 6 competitions.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious that, looking at that, do you like it or do you dislike it? Because, I mean,
It's the best thing ever.
Okay, good. I was about to say, I love variability. I love that so much. As we go ahead and take a look at Southern Miss, who is chilling out on that side, saying, hey, let's go ahead and get things under control. Looking at this northern quadrant, once again, as you talked about, I believe Climatizer and the like is enjoying themselves, at least in the Loot Fest.
Yeah, this is something that we still have to respect regarding that kind of, we'll say, epicenter rotation here sometime soon. It does look like they are going for that slight split there, but at least for now, I would expect the remnants of CSUF to be more respectful, right? I don't think they're going to get caught with... Please, we cannot... You know, sometimes we have to give them, you know, credit where it's due. They adapt, they improve Orbital.
But do they overcome?
Well, you know what? We'll let the game speak for them.
Moving into a little bit of high ground here, Maryville joining themselves as it looks like they are cooking here on the little bit of top side. Sectioning out. Run them down, great pickup number 1, snap 2, 3. That's a nice one, Selenica. Wondering what just happened.
All right, now we're looking for the next readout. Tactical on board here is going to spell out your next victim. Astrix already sending this one down, likely to finish the job. I love this from the Sparrow. We're starting to see the Sparrow pickups, that Tactical able to get the long range scan. Allows the full send here. ISU gets spotted out early. It's so good, but it doesn't ultimately stop this exchange here. Already down one member from the likes of Queen's Gale, even though they don't have any armor to boot. ISU don't care. Even if they get scanned, even if they are a team that is identified, they continue to run this down.
And I'd like to point out ISU, even though they're in the lower 8 at the current moment, they have the highest number of kill points in the lower 8. They currently sit at about 12 there. They are, even though they don't place high, they are one of our more aggressive teams here in the lobby, which is why we get to see them consistently in the battle. Unfortunately for Davenport, you're just running silliness. That was a, if I go down, you go down with me moment, and I'm pretty sure only they fell.
It was also a deja vu moment. That is Jay-Z once again against OU in the, not final moments of the game, but the very beginning of the game. Yeah. Either way, KSU Apex here, now looking for some at least final hits. A portal away from OU will set them up. Meanwhile, big landings from behind means that they're likely going to have to slow their roll here, given the fact that the zone is going to be pulling towards that thermal station area. I do want to make it clear, though, that Queen's Gale was finished off. In the end, they were ran down, and that will be their final moments as we start to breach the top 16.
And at such a quick pace, again, we talked about the fact that for multiple of these matches, we've seen an increase in pacing and an increase of more, I want to say short-range tempo. And I'm just, I'm very interested to see if it is going to continue at that rate, because it's so that at this point, we're going to get only 5 squads by round 2. And I'm not sure if I'm going to enjoy that as much.
Orbital, if we have 5 squads by round 2, I'm retiring.
Listen, I've already broken one of those moments for you. What was it? Over like 5,000 hours, man. Like I already got you once there, so.
Yeah, this is I pray for no team out here that we get into a situation when there's 5 squads round 2. But you know what? You've proven me wrong so much today. We'll have to wait and see. UCF Academy, they've gotten themselves a heavy hand here. Meanwhile, for Minnesota, really good at playing for these central positions, getting into zone. I love the houses towards the north of the thermal station. Can be so good in terms of playing for that late game, especially if that zone caters back towards the choke side. You're one of the few teams that get yourself a healthy chunk of cover that everyone has to play into, and you get great angles to snipe out other teams.
Well, for Minnesota, it is trying to look for a little bit of that testing ground, of that sniping value, looking left, right, and center, making sure to keep thermal in their eyes, and making sure to get his speed, as unfortunately gold will fall once again, but looking forward to Southern Miss joining in the fray from center.
Yeah, just the single member of Killinut. That is just a single man on a duty, on a mission today. Well, USM, that puts them 1 more point up, and with that elimination, that is another additional point, given the fact that they are in the top 15.
Yep.
If they breach top 10, or if they get 1 more KP, they are our first team on match point.
What does it speak to you that we're looking at USM and just say, 1 more point, 1 more point? Well, I'm like, this is a chant I don't want to speak to them, but
they will get
they will absolutely. What we want to see is if UCF Knights are also going to gather that 1 more, or about 10 more points is what we're looking at. So I'm excited to see them continue on their movements as they are in the northwestern quadrant, all 3 set to go. For Sloth, though, for their comfortability, we are seeing them run into quite possibly an interesting hurdle. Multiple members there around Thermal yet again, about 4 squads that are running with about 5 or 6 on their way in.
CSUF Blue here impacting what is right in front of Texas A&M. Have to be a little bit careful from above a low. Almost taken down there onto the inside of this building. It's going to be forced the recovery almost this whole squad here. Meanwhile, for ISU, it just doesn't stop coming. UH White getting sent from the inside. They don't have any health to survive. Get shot down. All right, well, that's 2 there.
Jeez. Camel setting it up. UH White.
Oh!
Yet another. Bring it on home, Camel. You are swinging for the fences and hitting a couple home runs. On the far side, we see what's taken, wandering outside inside of a box, just going, hello, guys. I am here. I am ready. But good to see the rest of the squad chilling like villains.
Jaquavius going to get that full reset there. And for UTD, what could have been a nice send off of that is something that I like to exasperate on a point of ISU are clean. Anyone else on a knock during that fight or getting picked apart by U of H would be in a situation where UTD send that. Why wouldn't they? They have the numbers advantage. Instead, they not only get to get a response out on top of them, when UTD goes for the full send, they actually lose the damage exchange, which is insane. It just goes to show how good ISU can be at sometimes. It's so sad they are in that kind of bottom 8 that you were talking about, because they usually are such a team that can lead with their aggression in the limelight here.
I think that also speaks to the rest of the lobby. We talked about the pedigree. Anytime you enter into the grand finals, it does show that there are so many strong teams, but also there are others that are willing to step up to that plate. Maybe that aggression overstepping a bit, but as you said, IC Farmers may be adjusting now as they are finding some of their points, but now having to take a step back. Shields out, getting batted down, and now they have to back away from this southern quadrant. They're going ahead and moving their way. Otter skipping up to the rest. Still a little bit weak. Only needs 121. Not bad, but you're going to scout out in front, try and help out for Group G to find a safe place for you to recover while you get back into the
Yeah.
Ooh, UCF Knights. Hello. Welcome to the firefight. As that is the quickest snap of viewpoints, blinding lights and everything of the sort. But Tickling Tony. Let's see what you got. Not much. Maryville is out.
Hey, a response is a response there. Either way, as a duo, they put up the good fight and bring Sloth down. Had there been a third party orbital, that would have potentially been UCF Knights end there, and it's not completely said and done. U Ottawa on the exterior of staging could always play second fiddle here. Only problem is we do talk about the shield disparity and the fact that they don't hold height. Any kind of aggression that they would push would immediately be spotted out, and as you can tell, I mean, you force Faustus immediately stick for the Phoenix kit from above.
pain. As again, UT Dallas looking on the hunt on the outer, working their way interior, but saying hello, alligators. If UT Dallas can find a little bit more of a pinch as, again, this roundabout, this almost carousel-like revolving door of action brings everyone to just kind of, okay, we're chasing out and let's go ahead and loot up a couple more boxes. We're looking at about 13 squads now. As we said, nowhere near that 5 and 2. That's a little bit of an outlier. But we are closing in. We saw quickly a lot of them were in position to sit close. As we go ahead and head on up to the bigger portions, it's Aloe and truthfully a duo that we've seen walk around here, now getting psyched up but trying to run for cover.
CSUF Blue, it's not a spot I love, but it is playable here. The only problem is as that height begins to exchange, you get into a position where teams are going to try to drop down or take advantage of you. One big thing to note is they do control the center of Thermal Station there, so it's not completely just underneath the zipline buildings. They can pull back, at least across if they need to. For Tamu, for CSUF, for the likes of the UCF Knights here. Ottawa now in a position where they're going to be trying to defend. Big damage down, sends Rumble Balls away. It looks like Garnet are in the lead here, making for good detection. Meanwhile, massive EMPs from behind is going to force them all potentially to stick for the health. Looking at that one, Lune almost brought down Tamu, trying to get involved. Fostis, Festus, and crew, everyone sitting on almost white health. Brewski forced to drop down as well here.
Good rush by Tamu, making sure that they get a little bit of front, but now they're caught in a little difficult position of their own. Massive shell out as they tuck themselves into a corner and now going to try and back away to safety on this northern side. Good ping to send out saying, hello, we control this top portion, but we need safe passage across. Looking on the other, Camel now looking for a rift across. We talked about making leaps and bounds and making positional proactive moves. IC Farmers for their own also doing the exact same. Wandering in, Purple Shields more than happy. And now we get to see this shakeout with 13. Move in and slight movement. Snipe 1, snipe 2. Otter also doing very well with a couple of those shields. And Santa got some breaks if we can. KSU Black for their own, taking a quick moment as they're rolling around this rock. Where else are they going to motion forward? Quick bat up as they're playing on the lower ground. Shells to be found. Aegis as well. Big name in front. And I'm wondering for the squad, what happens here? KSU going, oh boy. Let's go ahead and get the fight with the third party as Camel goes down.
Otter. Yeah, Kamal here in a situation where, well, you can't quite survive the full send on all angles. USM, I want to point out, were knocked by a Kraber just a moment ago and get the full reset there. That's a long shot snipe from afar. Curious to see if they go for the full send anytime soon here. They are going to be one of the few squads controlling this exterior, and yeah, maybe a couple Sky Knights can do the job for you. I was going to say, maybe you don't need to dip it in that too far there.
Ooh.
KSU now getting full sent on by the likes of Tamu, flying in fairly early. They're going to have to play the exterior here. Remember, a Watson on the inside makes this very, very difficult to get involved in. Finally, USM, we have been waiting for this. ISU, KSU, none of them in full force. USM are more than happy to pick these rosters apart, but a Sheila Wall! You run straight into the empowered cover. Now you're shot from behind. Soft resets ahead. They might lose out on Thales.
They are. Down they go, and USM now left with 2, and they're the ones, remember, that we are saying, you got to hunt for 3 this game. You have to hunt for 3. If you do not have it, you are in trouble. Sprays out. Mank, trying to keep yourself up. We want to see that action. We want to see that glory coming in here. And they're fighting for their absolute life. Taking a look at the rest. A little bit of a hunt to the northern side of that piece. And right now, Schmal's also going, hey, guys, I'm in a little bit of trouble. We take a look at Tamu once again. And Fiddledude and the rest of the squad chilling inside this corner in a house. But a little bit worried about what's to come here.
Try to see where they can play this one out. The donut building, not something that you get to work with for a long period of time, especially with the zone closing in 29 seconds. I want to highlight both Minnesota and CSUF Blue. They are both in phenomenal positions. We'll have to see Tamu trying to see if they can work their way in. Meanwhile, USM, UTD, OU so far away from zone here. They have to make a marathon of an exchange to get inside here.
And the problem is that Marathon takes a straight and open line of fire. Remember, not a lot of those teleportations. We talked about the bans. This is the difference.
There's UTD.
UTD falling down, but OU picking some up, and now they have to swing. KSU right behind. This is a chase to try and get into the mix with the low HP bars. Makes this spicy. KSU Black looting along the way, saying, hey, maybe I found something. I grabbed a backpack. Let's go ahead and all butt all the way out. But across the center field, along this western side, it is a battle of two with two on defense. Take a look at that. Houses populated epicenter.
Oh
now a little out of the way.
gosh.
This is a disaster or blessing depending on the way that you look at it. KSU looking for some more croissants, brings out Mengsa, and more to follow as TAMU fully healthy, fully ready for the battle ahead. Oklahoma lost to the sauce. Pear rocks it in. Blue Sky going. I don't like this guy here. All I see is that ground. Doorway yet again. Spray them down. Knock down one. Beautiful job as the pylons are broken. Yet again. Around the corner they go. Can they clean this up? They knock down Elixirs. And there it is. KSU Apex taken out.
Here's the problem, though. They are low. They've got just a bare amount of health to play around, and while KSU Apex are officially eliminated, it ain't clean. Meanwhile, for KSU Black, this is the team to watch out for here. Already getting rid of Durango. Now looking at the interior, there is a Newcastle wall inside, and there is a lot of Watson fences. But walls be damned. Oh, mobile shield! A mobile shield saves the day.
Southern Miss falling at ninth, man. What's going on? You're killing. I think they got the kill count, but right now, this bloodbath Sloth. When you talked about Sloth in game freaking 1, man. How are you going to round this now? He's tracking the rest
Look
of
at
the
this.
teams
Look at this.
UCF Knights chasing around that wall.
Look at the nades.
Sloth with the nades, knocking down
That's
shield.
one.
It's enough. That's almost 2. I think Croissant finding 1 block of their own. FaZe going, come on guys, we gotta round this out. CSU and Blue are gone. Eliminations out as the bleed is good. Lune though still alive as another fight breaks out.
Oh my
on
gosh.
the southwestern corner. That's Aegis to round out Sleep, and that's Gravity to rock out with
It's
a shell.
still going
Interior
on.
battling their way out. UCF Knights going, where's the party guys? CSUDH Cardinal gone.
Everybody now fighting for their life, but drop from above and a triple take in hand makes Sloth a man of misery here. Big shots out ahead, 60 damage down. They are continuing to pressure again and again. It is sadly UCF Academy. It is their sister school here. KSU Black finally taken out in full force by the likes of TAMU as Ottawa pinned away as well. We've got UCF, UCF Academy, Minnesota up above, and Texas A&M, your last 4 squads remaining.
And there's only so much that they can do, but Sloshy sitting out sloshing in the center of Thermal and saying, hello, please, let's play. But for UCF Knights, once again, we talk about when full squads come into play, there's always a bounty to be had. You know that you're a full squad. You know that you're trying to round out. But HP bars are not working. On the other side of Texas A&M, slaughtered where they stand. I'm so sorry, Zephyr, but more games to be played. It's 3 squads remaining. UCF Knights finding an opportunity. There's a chance to place.
Here they come.
First.
Here they come.
Chase on Chase. Down goes one. Eat that croissant up. It's a great healthy breakfast. Let's look for another. 2 remaining. Sniped out Sloth going, yo, let's rush. In they push, rounding the corner.
Good nades from above.
And they're wandering a little bit more.
Watch for Minnesota here. If any poor fight is taken, Minnesota get to drop from above and set up for this fight. I love Schmalz. I believe he's trying to set up for a TP for later. This would be huge. Minnesota in the driver's seat from above. They give themselves that TP. They're going to come down right now. This is such a good transition.
Line in. Line out needs to be made, though. They punch in a little bit closer. As you called, major bricks being set up. The walls are good. Gravity looking to line up, forcing a little bit more cover action. And you see this low ground movement. Sloth hiding out, saying, hey, I see them. But on the far right side, you see
they're getting focused.
Wondering. And this is the problem. Remember, whenever it comes to Crossfire, you don't like being that party. That is Crossfire by 2. It is a dangerous spot to be in. Taking a look, minute 40 though, before things really get dicey, or actually only about a minute or so, as already that zone is closing in. As you said, Minnesota State willing. They're saying, who do we find first? Who do we want to knock down and slot? Taking that chance, going ahead, getting a little TT, saying, hey, I know where they are.
Playing for
Are they
second.
gonna run?
Playing
Rush
for second.
in, down you go. Medusa not sloshing it out, sloshes up the action. Then Soth goes down. There's the elimination. It was a gamble and a half, but you missed. UCF Knights dropping like flies, and they are gone here at third. With that being said, Minnesota saying now
2v2.
we can push.
2v2. Gravity's down early.
Oh, question
Shield
marks.
swap.
Oh, rushing out, and there they go. Meeting of the minds, 1v2. Now around the corner they go yet again. Little bit of a spark. Speed Demon, this is your chance. Are you going to rush? Great shield break. Now you swap out. Now you push it. Now you get 1-for-1. Who gets the final? It's Minnesota! Minnesota, go ahead and rock out him first.
I am so happy for Minnesota. This is a team who has had just a rocky path this semester. They highlight a growing roster, a changing mentality of how they play competitive Apex. They take themselves from the open, lowest levels of collegiate Apex to the premier heights, and now today, this has got to feel good. They finally drop a win. A huge shout out to Speed Demon there. Remember, he is that third member. He's played the majority of NECC for this semester, filling in for Two Strokes. And you know what? That practice has paid off.
Cleanly. I gotta say, that last fight in a 2v2 situation, I do believe it was actually Minnesota that were a little bit on the weaker edge as well. We saw some of those HP bars, a little bit of the mix in the shielding. I was very curious in watching the trade-off factor. Once you saw that shield break, immediate swap back in, high communication then. We talked about conscious decision making as well. Understanding that you always have to be thinking about that next move. Well deserved all the way through, and now we get to look at the standings. Give me Minnesota.
Woo!
Well deserved, bumping their way up from 12th to 6th. A rise of 6 placements.
Okay, but this is the bigger story here. We officially have our first 2 match point eligible teams, Southern Miss and the UCF Knights here. 63 points respectively. Orbital, going into this 6th match, if either of these 2 teams win, it's it. It's done. It's over.
And you want to know the spicy take as well. CSUF Blue, they won map 1. They were the ones with 25 points. They have only earned 27 across the last 4 games. Not to say it's not good or bad, it's just it's rough to see. Looking at the rest now, we see KSU, Apex, ISU, Farmers, once again rounding out with some pretty good kills, 17 total. But we can't dwell on that. We gotta dwell on our final, well, almost final round, we assume, coming in here saying, hey, you get a 3rd chance on World's Edge before we go possibly do a twist. I wonder if it all ends here.
This is crazy. This is the highlight of match point format, always rearing its head here. And you know what? I could have told you, USM, CSUF Blue showing up on the day of, and UCF Knights, them as well representing. It's been a while since I've gotten to chat about Sloth. Now everyone this close.
Yes.
This close away. Not to mention so many of the teams who aren't quite on match point yet. Yes, they're still hunting, but at the same point, we're at the point where things could end going into this next game.
Yes.
So you need to constantly be on top of your points, because one bad game could be the difference between you finishing 2nd after a wonderful day and 5th after one bad game. Seriously.
It's one of the roughest feelings, and I know you told me, I think during break, one of the funniest things I've ever heard, or one of the statements about getting first multiple times that you have to tell your team, you know, hey, we like first sometimes, right? What was it you were saying?
We like first sometimes? What?
No, never mind. I lost it. Listen, we've been so tired. But the fact is, agreed. You get first place in the opening matches, you better save some first places for the championship point. Listen,
yes,
I talk
understand.
weird. You have me in a...
You're good. Yes, I tend to tell Texas A&M.
How am I a caster?
I say to them, I say to them, those wins, you better be saving them for the moment that counts, because this right here is where it all comes together. UCF Knights, they've been aggressive all day long. Can they pull this one off and deliver a dub? Southern Miss, the same can be said here.
Looking
of
out.
Course.
Ooh. I like this. A little bit of a PvE action. A little bit of PvE, enjoying themselves here. We don't get to see this. We don't get to see this as often. But UCF Knights going, look, I'm tired of facing off against real people. Let's go ahead and get us a little bit of action in there, you know.
Yeah, the funniest thing is they've been doing this the whole time.
I know they have. I know they have.
Right under your nose.
I know. Listen, I can only smell so far.
They're Prowler Hunters. They start the game as Prowler Hunters. Anyways, big ban going into this game. Do want to highlight it. It is Bangalore. This is something that usually exudes a lot of safety. You get some soft resets off. We talk about maybe not direct as much as say something like that altar, but that smoke coming down can be your transition. It can be your revive. It can be your next rotation. I mean, it is literally a wild toolbox that is now no longer available to so many of these teams. Still, a lot of fantastic picks here for so many rosters looking to get involved. ISU, they never slow down. Straight onto UH already right off the bat. We saw this one last time.
Willing to try and fight, even if they're a little bit behind. Blast through the door. Kamal saying hello. And that is going to be the good fight.
Yeah, already down to 2 here. Looks like Sir Garrison has made their way out. No clue where they've gone, but I'll tell you what, when Otter's on that crypto, it's not quite the legend pick you want to see. That's something there that's going to get that scan, and a little bit further down by Mini Dome. I don't know if they're going to go for the full chase here.
Yeah, you take a little bit of time. You say hello, and we got to see, again, this spread decently. As we talked about, the epicenter rotation has been this staple, and I know you were talking about, playing that PvE a little bit Predator start, but it is nice to see, again, that whenever it comes down to landing points and drop points, it's always interesting to see how often it is kind of understood. I don't want to say pre-selected understood. It's not like the teams obviously discuss it beforehand, but it is nice to see that, again, consistency factor. No one really stepping in and out. For MSU, though, another squad that we just watched launch themselves forward. We want to see even more as they're currently fighting a little bit around this space and saying, hey, maybe we don't have the gear just yet to spice it up. Eyes out, though, an identification of a few members in this mix, specifically trying to keep themselves in a little bit more comfortable spot before they get into the heat of the moment. Eyes out, though, as a Speed Demon and the rest of the squad also bounce as Bowser is hiding out on this southern quadrant.
Well, we'll see what they can do here to get themselves set up. UTD, albeit they've been a real dominating factor of controlling a lot of these end games, haven't yet themselves delivered on another win here. Of course, Jaquavius, I should really shut up about some of these teams being like, man, they got to perform, because every single time they're always like, guess what? I'm incredible. Jaquavius already down with a knock on Group D there. Otter and Kamal a bit separate and across. Have to be really careful. Bowser is sneaking up from behind here, and albeit Jaquavius does make some good damage through, you do have Jexel right behind this looking to finish the job. I do respect Kamal, though, running really far away here, already looking for a soft reset. This is very, very smart.
And looking, that's Jexel going ahead, saying, nah, you don't get to do my teammate like that. Good run up, and Jexel helping out with the rest of the squad. Comfortable finish there. And now you round the corner a little bit more. UT Dallas for their own, still chasing a little bit of a higher placement. I believe they're doing okay for themselves, as you talked about, making sure to round into those upper 10s. But Jaquavius saying hello, and hopefully was taking leads to was more kills. Giving themselves a very nice pacing of their own as we take a look at CSUF Blue. One of the squads that is premier here, probably going to be playing a little bit more carefully before they really space out into, I want to say, pure chaos in action. They really want to make sure they get that top placement.
This is always the scariest part, when you have teams that are super, super late. You're not, CSUF are in a position where they have the realm to get to that match point fairly comfortably compared to a lot of these other rosters. It's okay for them to be, we'll say, slow this game. They don't have to get super aggressive. It only sucks because, well, you never want to see USM or UCF Knights walking away with it right now. Meanwhile, for Texas A&M, chasing down OU, they need KP. They had a good game last time, arguably their best game of the series thus far, but we've yet to really see the team that has delivered a dub in Split 2 during match point, as well as a win at the Alienware Collegiate Cup here recently this semester.
Huge accolades behind Oklahoma as well. Another team that we saw earlier on in this championship champ points moment. They've also had some very fun moments of their own, being able to step up and rise to the occasion in some of those late game battles, and hopefully we get to see a little bit more there. Right now, they are chasing out Newcastle in hand, as well as a bit extra piece. They go high, a little bit of extraction, and up on the top and tumble. Go ahead, head out to the Rocky Outcrop Eagles or Ravens and such. Sleep King, though, saying hello. Nice tag on the Toe Tickle and Toady. And unfortunately, that's also the elimination behind. Now we get to those apartments and high rises, and things are going to get much more complicated.
Yeah, Skyhook, always a place of safety. You have a lot of buildings, like you said, to work with, and it's something to give yourself a soft reset. Meanwhile, Texas A&M, early knocks on R2-RO. See if they go for full squad wipes here. They really need to accelerate. Remember, it's funny. We talk about 32 points. No, you're not a casual 18 away like a usual match point. You're 28 away, which is absurd.
We say that with all the love in our heart, and we've seen teams actively chase like 22, 25.
Hey, they wanted this, though.
Okay.
The teams themselves actively came to us and said, can we play more games? Which I think that's really cool.
Yeah. I mean, they love playing. Now, the question is how high would you have allowed them to go is the question.
Oh. No. 60 is already pushing it there. We'll see. I don't know. I think I've tested 60 a few times. We'll see if they can continue to maybe adapt to high-level match point.
Yep.
Either way,
Ooh,
Southern
okay.
Miss, I like their spot. This is a climatizer poll, so the game is giving them their best zone, right? If there was ever a moment that we would see a dub, this is it right here.
For USM, considering there were some shaky moments there in the middle of these last few games, you're happy about that draw. Now, what the rest of the team identified as well, UCF Knights chasing in, using Sauce to get a little bit closer in, and now they're going to swing right on in for a snap on the shield number 1. Do you chase a little bit further? Yes, you do. Round the corner, up the stairs. Who do you find? Number 1, another shield pop, and that's the closer. Down goes 1, but it's a mix of 1 and 1. Sauce getting beat a little bit. Who else is going to help out, though? You're looking at Rumble. You're looking at FaZe, but no elimination out. Chase in as down goes Amengsta yet again. And this is UCF Knights coming out on top a little bit in these battles. Is this going to be that break point that we saw?
There is going to be a third party no matter what here. End of the day, we've got USM out of the fray. Can UCF Knights also escape here? There's lots of time to pull yourself together, but there's Dallas down below. Rumble balls as well. They're giving themselves away. They're giving themselves away. Dallas is out the back.
Southern Miss.
Does anyone smell this?
You can bat up at least. You got that for yourself. And it looks like Crimson as well as Rumbles have actively engaged in a little bit of battle there. So escape as escape can be. But you hear the shots. You say, oh boy, this is not good. Kicking up a little bit.
The FaZe.
A little bit of a kit. And truthfully, just chilling out on the far side.
So now, both of our match point teams down to one person remaining.
I got an enemy right here.
The FaZe here for UCF Knights, and of course, Dallas on the other side for USM. Dallas still has yet to find a place of safety here. The bridge offers a lot of sustainable spots, but my issue is, end of the day, if you're unable to go find yourself a replicator and get your full team back in the lobby, that's it. Either that or if you're recovering the banners. We'll have to wait and see. Minnesota, though, they're going to control the pace here for now. I love the way they play their macro, and after that game that we just saw them win, they definitely got it set up for their success.
And for MSU, it's now collectively moving in Nemesis. 88 saying hello for their own. For ISU, we go right back to a squad that, as we said, has been comfortable in taking the fights and now picking up a few extra.
He
Looking
just
at 3.
revived. He just revived.
Pain. But again, as I said, I do enjoy watching ISU farmers continue to battle their way forward, even against a pretty large face of adversity every which way they move. We're still looking at this ground floor level as MSU has actively pincered someone in. Swifty on the other end has found a snapshot, so we're seeing kills actually break out here. No true eliminations, though, and that's the mix-up. MSU really trying to keep eyes as in comes that ring. They're trying to bottleneck this squad on the edge, but they have to keep eyes on their back just as well.
Yeah, Super respectful there. We got to see a little bit of the aggression from UTD just a second ago. Jexel and crew, yes, Queen's Gale, they've been known to run the Gibraltar, and it gives them a bit of safety, but the truth is that bubble makes you a target, especially with the down. Yeeman running for the hills with the Sparrows. We'll be saying goodbye to Davenport and SVC Gold once again. Now, ISU Tamu here. Swifty just barely spying them out before appearing. Shot out, and Kamal taken low here. No answer for either squad. Otter is very far away.
And right now, that's a hard chase. What a swing by, and that's a cover by Swifty. Swifty, as Swifty does, a swing onto one more, and that's Texas A&M rounding out the show. They need just one more to get the 3 and make sure that's a squad down yet again.
Like I said, Otter is far and away. Meanwhile, let's check in with CSUF Blue. They don't need a ton, but they just need a couple of points here. And with KS Apex getting absolutely blistered here, they push them that much closer to a match point eligibility going into this next game here. It's likely they'll hit it, especially exuding so much good control here. Meanwhile, I hear a revive. I hear a revive. Is that USM? Is that UCF Knights? Who got the revive off?
I was about to say, if we're looking at that squad, if we're looking, that's the secondary objective. You clean them out. First, it's trying to shut down USM and the like. And you, Ottawa Garnet, doing the exact same. Little bit of chase forward. Oklahoma, all with purple. As Minnesota State are eliminated. Oklahoma sending them, piercing, interceder, intercepting that mark. UH White falling as well. We dropped 2 in the span of about 30 seconds, which is clean work. In goes the zone yet again, drawing to the northeast of Epi, and for Thalas, it looks like you're just running Totical and Toady, though. Unfortunate current position.
The same can be said for the remnants of Maryville. Astrix likely to burn out to zone. Dallas playing this so quiet. Once again, like we've said, still looking to craft this banner. Has yet to find a place to do so. Remember, it's real simple. Just needs to get that banners off. There it is. UCF Knights. They did get the full revive. They are back in the game, and they're playing out of the north, but I'll tell you what, it didn't pull Climatizer.
Nope.
We're going back across the hill. You've got to make your way as far as possible to try and win this one.
Of course, with the shots ringing out, KSU Black still sending their regards. ISU Farmers falling here as we do look at a little bit of cover. Brewski and Foss going ahead, getting in the middle, but there's a firefight to our northeast right now. 3 squads, I believe, converging third party, but 2 in the middle mix. ASU Black going, where's the party, guys? We hear you, but we don't truly see you. Snipe shot, number 1, number 2, breaking a lot of shields, and down goes Oklahoma, but that's a different side. KSU still going. Our back is a little bit exposed. Nice pylons, though, to cover any run-up.
Yeah. Tamu with an excellent push there. Like you said, KSU, great coverage from afar. We'll have to question how they make for transition deep here because no one quite has an answer yet. This is the big rotate I'm worried about. UCF Knights, they are on match point, and they have one of the furthest distances to cross out in the face of everyone here in Climatizer.
Yes.
I do want to also point out that we likely saw a recovery of the banners from Dallas, and yes, man, we're good. Already getting USM back into the fray. Both of our match point teams, they get reduced down to 1, and now we're back in full force. Only problem, Southern Miss, not a lot of loot, not a lot of setup. We are working with the bare minimum, the chips that be. Oh, there's Tamu there. Not a lot of space to play.
Honestly, though, as Southern Miss are able to pull this back, it just shows how dominant they can be. Snipe shots, broken shield there, and they go ahead and eat up some extra. Are they going to find more, though? They made a little pathway, they made the teleport, and that's a shot out on the other side, so we're seeing some eliminations here. CSUDH Cardinals lose this round. Switching on top, though, saying, hey, I found one of those marks that we need to keep track of. As you mentioned, low equipment for the side of USM means that this is danger, but huge opportunity on the other end.
Yeah, big knocks down there. I don't think Texas A&M get the full thirst, though, but for Epicenter, it is a tough rotate. The UCF Knights do make their way outside. Ooh. They're playing from the road ground. CSUF trying to make their exterior as from distance afar. Jaquavius with a knock on to Rumble Balls. They're going to continue to send this one out as UCF Academy here. Oh, Pieces on pieces. Vize's looking low. Fiddle Dude peeking over the other edge. A 1v1 scenario. Vize peeking.
Oh.
Southern Miss eliminated. And we're down to our top 5 UCF Knights. The only other team match win eligible.
Oh,
They've already
man.
knocked 2.
And here's the question. How much more are you going to UCF Knights, as we talked about, were able to revive, but they had a little bit better loot. The question is now, you're still down to 1 Sloth. Yet again, that marquee player. We talk about it all the time, and now they have the chance to pull it off. The chance to give UCF a victory in the championship.
Meanwhile, I do want to point out, everyone else in this lobby, almost a full squad there. You can see the likes of
I believe.
Ottawa, Texas A&M, UTD. And Texas A&M and UTD are no slouches to success here. Remember, 12 seconds to go. That zone's going to move. Sloth's got the tactical available. Can he rat this out? Can he survive for the final fight? Because he's got to get there. He won't get a recovery. Banners are available.
Bowser.
Oh, UTD might send U of Ottawa.
Well, yeah, they're going ahead and pitching. You can see this big Mark Sloth has so far to run, but you're an outlier. There's already a crossfire set up.
Banner's coming.
Yep, Bowser, though, looking on the end.
Oh,
Sloth, are you gonna find it? No, you're spotted. And now they might pitch. UCF Knights are gone. Another chance, though. Another safety option. We run it one more time. UCF, though, watching from the sidelines, is now the last 3 punch in. Ottawa Garnet loses lines as Bowser sets up another play that you mentioned to watch for the entire time. Texas A&M with 2 alive, though 3 I lied because Fiddle Dude is just walking that tight wire.
Bowser with the Kraber! Bowser with the Kraber! He makes for a heady. He brings Bear down, and UTD keep knocking him around. UT Dallas, a phenomenal and clean closeout to this game here. An insane. You got to give credit where it's due. Bowser, back in the day, was the sniper menace, known for his sentinel play, and of course, by proxy, the Kraber. No surprise for a man like him. Congratulations to UTD, but like you said, one more game.
Zephyr, you came into this. I remember this clearly. For those that don't know, Zephyr, as we talked about, pulling for TMU, came in, given their precious time to hop on the mic, and we love it so much. There's so much to go. You're wanting like 8 or 9 rounds, aren't you?
I've seen 13 before, buddy.
Don't you dare.
I've seen 13.
Don't you dare.
I've seen 13.
So here's the scary point, though. As we mentioned, there is a massive shift here. Southern Miss, yes, still in that prime position. This is where it gets messy. CSUF Blue, we checked, we know. They've already breached up into that top echelon. They only needed 7 placement plus the kills around the men. Not just that, but UT Dallas has sprinted to the very top in point score. Does that matter? Not so much, unfortunately. They're sitting at 74, makes them eligible for victory.
We'll have to wait and see here, because ultimately, at the end of the day, in match point format, you still need to deliver on the win. Of course, I'm Zephyr. This is Orbital. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll reintroduce Storm Point, and we'll be potentially sending one of these teams home with the championship victory.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Stay, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
I'll follow what's up.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him. Hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you get the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, no, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, Do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah. There's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Stay. Do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You got to give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just
Welcome back, everyone. My legs are about to give out, but Zephyr's hyped to go, so we're here for another. We are looking at game number 7. We went from 0 to 2 to 4 teams now. With a chance at championship points, we are set. And my God, UT Dallas rocketing into 74. UCF Knights, Southern Miss, and CSUF Blue all still in it.
Yeah, this is the big one here. UCF Knights and Southern Miss. They were previously UTD with their win, of course, surpassed the CSUF Blue. Like we said, just barely sneak in. Texas A&M, even though they don't breach the win, second place is enough to push them towards 50. They are only 10 points away. The rest of these squads, they gotta fight. We never
Dude,
know.
ISU are trying, man. ISU are trying their hearts out.
Hey, we never know how long a match point series is going to go. We always go, oh, there's 4 teams out of 18 or 19.
Yep.
No big deal. The time is now. And then it doesn't happen. And then we go, oh, there's 6 teams. And then it doesn't happen. And then there's 10 teams. And you would be shocked. It doesn't happen.
All right.
Every single game is an opportunity for your team to close that gap and put yourself in a position there. Remember, even if you're not going to be walking away with the dub today, getting into the top 5 means prizing. There is a massive prize pool on the line here for every one of these teams.
Yes.
And remember, the win just gets you first place. We still have to decide who falls below that.
And honestly, it's also for all the players that even made it here. We talk like the bottom of the standings don't, whatever. They made it here to the grand finals. They fought just like everyone else. They are now up against the best of the best. And they deserve to be here in San Antonio at the Boeing Center at Techport, fighting alongside some of the greats out here across Valorant, across League of Legends, across Overwatch, across Rocket League, throughout collegiate as well as high school, even a little bit of the extra. I know we had open play with SSBU even down here. By the way,
Hey, look
if you
at us
can't see
behind us.
please go ahead and take a look. This auditorium was filled across day 1 and day 2 here as well. So again, congratulations to all the teams. But again, when it comes down to it, we are set with our top set of players, all the fun. And we're headed back once again to Storm Point.
That's
I promise
right.
that is actually the map that we're going to. All right. So, yeah.
It is also likely going to be the map that we finish on.
Yes.
Right? I know there's not a lot of time for these teams, and especially with 3 maps ahead here and the dicey amount that are on match point, if we are going to finish on a map, it is Storm Point here.
Yes.
So, with that being said, we also have our future ban. We are going to be working with the Wraith. We talked about it a little bit before getting into this game. It is going to be, now, the least amount of coverage and safety for your mobility whatsoever here. Pathfinder is still a very, very good option, and I would not be surprised to see teams really start to lay into it, given that there isn't going to be much of a cross-distance coverage available for any other squad.
Yeah, this is just that space and a half. I love watching actually Pathfinder. So one of the things that I like is watching Pathfinder specifically just like chase as far and everyone just rounding it out. As we mentioned, it is going to be there. I believe we are looking at possibly Sparrow Newcastle as well as I believe Watson joining the ranks a little bit further. You mentioned this before, and we actually watched TMU not really have a struggle, but fight very hard to break through in the building on the interior. So the fact that we might see even more of the Watson will be very entertaining.
Yeah, I think the big one for these next few games is going to be the Pathfinder, the Fuse. Of course, everyone's going to be laying into the Sparrow. There's a lot that you can gain there in terms of information, the speed that goes alongside it, and the playmaking ability, especially if you're able to work around that ultimate. These are all going to be big compositions. And then, yeah, Newcastle safety, Watson safety, soft reset potential on things like the Mirage and the Lifeline are still very much available here. So, we're not at the point where the compositions are absolutely breaking down. The craziest thing, Orbital, is this is the first time I've seen a match point banned format go this far.
Really?
Because we just had the ALGS Open this last weekend, and it only went 6 games. The fact that we're at 7 is the first time we're actually going to start to see these compositions potentially decompose and break down. If we go one more game after this, it starts getting chaotic.
It really does, but at the same time, you're looking at that point of reset value. I don't think we talked about it. If we go long enough as well, there's a potential for a reset on the banned legend. How
Yep.
does that work specifically?
So, if we go through a class of legends, specifically take controllers, right? You've got your Caustics, right? Your Watsons, your Catalysts. If we ban out every single controller-based legend, we go back to the original very first banned controller legend, which would be Catalyst, and that is now eligible for play. This is extremely unlikely to happen. This ban and this rule is put in place just in case we do breach that. Granted, I don't think there is a single class that we are currently destroying or mutilating to the point that we will see this rule come into play. It would have to push as far as literally 10 or 11 or 12 games to potentially get into that situation.
Well, right now, listen, even the party behind us is like, let's go the distance. Let's go ahead, see that reset. We are enjoying ourselves here as much as possible, though, but I love the fact that you pointed that. Again, it's so unlikely. There are so many things that are unlikely and yet very possible at the same time with a lot of these matches. That's what makes this so good. Once again, we mentioned 4 currently in the top, but the next one, the 5th on the list that is currently sitting at 50 points is TAMU. And we're seeing this rise in a little bit more, but as we mentioned, it's a hard fight to the top. Now we're going to most likely watch all 4 of the top 4, sit there and go, okay, stop messing around. Maybe don't take some of these
early,
crazy.
I
didn't want to say it. But it's more.
That's okay.
Late.
We say it. Yeah. You may not cast Apex often, but your common sense is rock solid.
I appreciate that compliment. It's a compliment, right?
It is.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Listen, all I got is common sense up here. There's not much else, so rolling around.
I agree. CSF Knights. UCF Knights, apologies. UCF Knights here in a situation where they're too aggro early against UCSM. It's hilarious that they run into each other. That's like the craziest scenario possible of all the teams that are in the lobby. But the truth is both of them opting to take that aggro fight. Yeah, it showcases that UCF Knights aren't afraid to get aggro and play to their style. Problem is, when you're searching for that win, it is important that you you gotta have that hunger, just a little bit of that precipice of anticipation, because if you don't, you end up in a weak fight. You're knocked down one, a third party comes through, and suddenly, even if you do get the resets like both of these rosters were able to do, you're not in a good position. We saw both of them get to make full recoveries, but neither could efficiently play out of the spots that they ended up in. Imagine if they had successfully walked out of Climatizer. We're talking about a completely different story.
Yes, and that story will also resound in the fact that even if we want to play this out, you have to look at the bigger picture as well. You have to realize you are on championship point. Keep that in the back of your mind, and that will help solidify all right, let's not take this fight. Let's look at it a little bit different. At the same time, though, map change means maybe different POIs to actively be chased across the board. But needless to say, UT Dallas, we talk so much about UCF Knights and USM. UT Dallas willing to scrap to the absolute bitter end. 74 points, 40 kills, I believe 3rd highest in the current series.
Yeah, this is a crazy result from them after that last game. A total of 28 points. I believe that is the highest that we saw all series long.
Nope, 1.
Southern Miss. They technically beat them at 29 coming out of game 3. But I cannot begin to express that it is still an absurd stat line, and it's the reason why we go from, oh, these guys aren't on match point to, oh my gosh, they absolutely dwarfed it.
I just want to point out, it makes it even more heartbreaking that in Game 3, Southern Miss had a score of 29 with 17 kills. UT Dallas in Game 6, shy 1 kill, they had 16. If we saw a break of 2, that would have put UT Dallas at the top of both.
I was going to say, it makes sense. If we're 1 point off,
It does, but that is
it would be crazier if they were getting 2nd place with these score lines. That would mean they were getting a heck of a lot more KP, which, hey, it does happen. But in this scenario, I guess not. Either way, the likes for UTD are very, very strong, especially coming out of the Down Beast. This is a team that exudes a lot of really strong pressure on the Storm Point map, and at least for myself, I can see them having a very, very good Storm point.
I think we all could as well. As we go ahead and head on in. Squads are rolling out and hopefully giving us a taste of what's to come. Eyes out, though, as we watch UT Dallas, the newly, I guess, crowned first place at the moment, but it doesn't matter because there are 4 vying for first place. Oh, Bowser.
Hey,
Bowser.
the great thing though is at least UTD, if they don't find a win, saying this game or the next, they can walk out of it with such a high point score that they know they're at least going to finish within that top 3, which is not anything to slouch out. That is still a lion's share of the prize pool.
100%, and I think that's what they're running with. By the way, this entire squad, I just realized, has been so aggro across the entirety. Recognizing that, again, in that previous game, that's why they reached up to 16. Taking a look, though, USM now on the southeast side of things, saying, okay, maybe we take things a little bit slower, but they're already into a firefight of their own. Little picks, little nibbles at the HB bars, just saying, what can we find? We don't want to step too far, but we at least want to step forward into the mix. Oh, Speed Demon. MSU, another squad that we watch in Game 5, get chucked in there. Maybe not truly, but Kamal stepping up yet again. We talked about ISU's aggression. They're still at it.
Yeah, this is the terrifying thing. This is a team that is nowhere close to match point and genuinely has a very, very clear chance to always present themselves on it. And the crazy thing is I could say that for KSU Black as well. Technically, I believe those roster names are swapped, but either way, KSU, a fantastic roster that can always walk away with a dub, and neither have yet to really do so, which is crazy, because we're now 7 games in, and we're potentially looking at the end of our series, but I can hear the one more game. I can hear it silently, just barely breaching the embers of my brain.
It's itching an itch that is much needed to be itched. UCF Academy, though, saying, hey, we saw the good, we saw the bad, and we're gonna get the ugly. Sloshy getting mixed up here and saying, please, just let me grab this kill. They go ahead and grab one for themselves.
Please, don't eliminate me. It's up to Gravity. It's a heavy situation for him. Likely to make a recovery. It's super early in the game, and there's a lot of space to play around here. Granted, we talk about these end game positionings. If Queen's Gale is there, yes. If USM are there, that's terrifying. Already knocking down Stormwing from afar. Big cracks a distant away. Viz is going to likely have to finish this one up. Dallas unable to really get the full knock drop. Send off of his tactical.
I love the point out. I'm pretty sure he missed the line twice. He was aiming for that and couldn't swing in.
So. It happens. It happens to me. It happens to you. It happens to all of us. All right.
It doesn't happen to me. I don't play Pathfinder. Come on, man. Like I'm fine. I'm clear.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. Queen's Kills as well as UCF Academy both eliminated in stylish fashion as USM comfortable yet again.
Yeah. ISU, no surprise there. They come down from that command center area. We just saw them chasing out Minnesota State. They already enacted vengeance just so quickly there. So. 15 squads remaining. We're almost to the point where a third of our teams are in match point format. That is a terrifying scenario.
Of course, looking a little forward, we go ahead and take a look at positions around, deeply spread out here as zone is centered on center, which is a whole different story of its own. We are going to see a pace up play straight up out of OGBRs, and that means that parties in Squad OU want a little bit more action, a little bit of help being called in here. But Oklahoma say, you're not going to get up that. We want to make sure that we are in position. They set up a little bit of wall, swing out to the right side. They're ready to chance a swing, but don't want to get too close. The truck is not your friend, by the way. OU say, bro, walk the walk. Stay out and fight. Reload action on point as Interceder intercedes and Davenport is down.
Davenport eliminated. Remind you, Gravity, just a single rat in Kamal. Is a sneaky, sniffing boy. Rips out the shield, and Minnesota State now forced to watch the rest of this game play out. That's always the worst feeling, too. You work so hard and set yourself up for potential failure. Now USM up against maybe one of the only few rosters that can take it toe-to-toe. A crypto crack from afar. Vize shooting, and Kamal A big drop out above, though. Thalas from behind is at least going to get a return knock here. Mangsta caught out, takes it down to just one remaining member. Shot in the distance, and it's an Otter v Thalas. Snipes out and away, cracks ahead. Shield bat sustained here. He pulls for the revive. This is smart. He's got the time to do so. Is Thalas going to cross the distance and look to do the same? Oh, this is good. Double revives. Kamal will be set up. He can go for a peek here.
And Kamal was sniping so hard earlier as
Yeah.
well. That's why we were down in this situation. So Thalas going to try and look for that explosive end, but I think you hear and see a lot of those users coming in. I don't know if you're going to enjoy this one. Sprint back out to the far end. Still trying to check with the Pathfinder, of course. You have great mobility. Now we swing over to Bowser and Squad, this other team that is kind of sitting on the outside. Rounding got a chance at sneaking an attack on TAMU, depending on how this kind of range of movement takes them.
Yeah, really taking their time. This is a team
Sure,
that
yeah.
understands how to set themselves up in the zone very, very well. And they also understand with 13 squads remaining, given how quickly this lobby is moving, they've got the time to spare in terms of when you get to that zone, you're likely going to be able to find yourself a happy house.
And that happy house is hopefully a happy solo house. We do not want any other families moving in just yet. That is a very dangerous prospect. But at the end of the day, sometimes that's all there is.
Oh
Thalas, though,
my gosh,
locking
Killer
into
Nut.
SCC. Of all teams, SCC, the squad that has yet to really get any points on the board, has a chance to do the funniest thing ever. Quiet calls. Oh my gosh.
I don't even think Thalas goes that way. Instead, he's
Oh,
going to turn
dang it.
tail, make his way back towards the launch pad, and play for the actual banner recovery. Remember, we are working with a Pathfinder. There's not a lot of legends that come in this quick. Taking a look at our map, there is a crafter available towards Cascade Falls and Studio Station, but making that kind of exchange that quickly is unlikely to happen. So probably banner recovery and then soft reset out towards the east.
Right now, chasing half. Houses are available, but a little bit open corridor between the two. So CSUF Blue saying, okay, we see where you're out and allow, as well as Crimson saying, we don't like this. They got the new castle. If they need to bunker down, they can, but at the current moment, they don't want to. Repositioning a little bit, sprinting and using that Pathfinder line to get out safely. A very nice decision to go ahead and reposition for a better actuation, a better activation of their composition.
Meanwhile, for the UCF Knights here, set up on the exterior of Stormcatcher, this is a terrifying thing they've just scanned, because it has just notified them of a single little rat. We don't even know if Thalas saw this one out here, so for the UCF Knights, they might be finishing off one portion of their competition well before they even get involved.
Remember, that's 25%, or you are 25%. You're looking for another great snap. TAMU, though, remembering that they only need 10 points to reach that threshold as well. If they can maintain status, they are able to go ahead and reach that echelon as well. At the current moment, though, pinch back, pinch in the forward as a little bit of a collapse, but you just don't want to be followed up on a little bit too closely.
Yeah, really taking their time here. Thalas absolutely launching himself away. I can only assume that is due to being shot out there. You see a little bit of damage there on the shielding. It was a minor chase from the UCF Knights. Gonna get this craft off. Both banners now from Menk and Vize in play. Does he sustain them here by the waterfall? I think so.
I think they're able to. No one really else.
Is
in the
anyone
vicinity.
nearby?
I think I saw earlier. It's very open. Remember, we talked
It
about
should
the
be,
positioning.
yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those more open territories. If you push further to the south, obviously that would have been a little bit of a disaster, but you're good. Go ahead, get that rebound
All right.
going, and USM right back in the mix. Also critically, maybe not in the worst junction, a little bit easier time to prep, maybe gather up resources and equipment as you wish.
Yeah, all right, so making their way in here. Meanwhile, it does look like we've got a bit of an exchange. UTD trying to fight their way on the inside of Jurassic Park here. RW double breaks down. A little bit of a shield swap helping as ISU, remember, being shot from the other side. Swifty, a 30-30, peels this team piece by piece. It's just left up to Kamal to survive and likely find his exit all the way towards the north. This is going to guarantee UTD make their way into zone now.
And a comfortable position as well. As you said, put yourself in good position. Make your way through. Now you almost get that chance to body block any extra doorways. Snap shots As Jexel is just like, hello, I see you guys, let me get some more damage, and I mean, you don't really need it, but you're at that spot to go. We take a look at, once again, as Aloe was the one getting shot out, but OU pinching them inside of this hut, inside of this little expedition displays. CSUF Blue, though, bunkering the best that they can. Down comes that wall, the new castle holding it steady for a bit, plus an extra on the flank. They go ahead and back up, get those meds going, and they are now going to be in that right spot to fight if they wish.
Yeah, this is really worrisome, though. Without that wall in play, they need to make sure they have some kind of exit plan here, because that is the only chunk of safety they have available ahead of Texas A&M just towards their north. OU can push at any time here and make this a real pressure situation. Meanwhile, let's tune in with the actual zone. Pylons and the UCF Knights, we saw them on a minor little bit of a chase against USM earlier on. They let go of that one and find themselves out towards the eastern side. Should be able to find themselves an interior here. There's a lot of playable space inside the pylon.
Space soon to be very populated as well. USM, I love this. We go ahead and see the full squad roaming. They haven't had that full squad for a while. Now they're excited. They're like, hey, we got friends. We're good. Now we got to go find some others to beat up, I guess. UCF Knights fight on the inside, though, as we mentioned, inside the pylon. It's dirty, it sometimes gets messy, and you got to cover that ground floor on your own. FaZe took a little bit of a snap to the body, said, okay, I don't want to deal with that one. Let's go ahead and throw it out, figure out exactly where the opponent is, see some eyes out, but what is exactly who is going to be filtering into that interior. UT Dallas for their own, punching out to the northwest, entering in, as you mentioned, from that Jurassic Edge, and trying to figure out exactly how they're going to make their way further in past.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough spot for UTD. They have to make their way across the pylon, but also deal with Tamu here. Tamu not in this building, going to give this one up to UTD. Remember, they have a setup more directly in front of the gate here. Still, they're super split. OU deciding to send it around the other side of the bend. Ottawa nowhere close to run. Instead, we do get a couple of beams back, but with just about every single member sitting flesh here, Interceder faces difficulties. It is up to Party to get the job done. A quick Newcastle reset will continue to keep Okla on the fritz here. Walk this one forward, pull this one back up, keep this one resetting as the zone continues to assist.
The zone playing third party, I don't think I've ever seen that in a while. Well, actually, I see it quite often. What we're watching on the back end, though, is the reset. USM on the flip side saying, okay, guys, I heard action. Let's get back into the mix. And remember their goal, not to get more kills. They can if they wish, but what you need is that finish, that first place. That's what they want to gather. You Ottawa Garden, though, finally finished.
That was insane.
After that long engage. And a possible follow-up as Kamal is going, bro, really? Please not me. Please not me. Otter slowly walking, and it feels like this is doomed. ISU Farmers lost in the zone.
Now Southern Miss and UTD, I believe, sharing the same side of zone there on the western side. Just below them, the likes of CSUF Blue. The only team on the east side of pylon there is UCF Knights. Something I do want to point out is all these high ground positionings from the west are going to play into a really nice transition. Whoever wins the height will likely win the game, especially given the caliber of the teams we have up there. Whoever wins coming out of those gates should be able to transition.
Make sure to remember that word, should, being the really big punch in there. UCF Knights, though, wanting to turn that should to will here in a few moments, fighting it out against KSU. UCF Knights, when you're a Knight, you take one step forward and keep punching your ticket in. We'll see if they can do it here. KSU Apex, though, for their own, trying to round out a couple kills, and they also want their first place standing. They want to take it away and force us to a game number 8 if they can, but locked outside doors outside here in Pylon. How are they actually going to break in? There's so much coming about.
What's extremely crazy about this case, you losing out on that ultimate or down to just literally single-handed cover, and the Watson walls at hand to keep themselves alive here against what could be UCF's aggression. I like this from CSUF. Over the side, USM likely to do the same. Everyone wants to play this tree line. I told you how good it is, but they don't want to fight for it. They want to play it with safety. CSUF actually find themselves at home here, even against the result of this push.
Well, with that being said, now you can go bunker down. We talked about this transition from maybe the flashier rotations to now bunker down and hold. Newcastle next on the chopping block with that Pathfinder. Texas A&M do almost the exact same. Hunker down, find your space, get ready for the upcoming onslaught. In come a couple feathers, though, as in the high ground, UT Dallas doing the same, but Bowser's getting cooked on the back end, which is Garson playing disadvantage. Down goes another, and it's only Jacavius. This Pathfinder alone, worried about the rest of the team. They went for that gamble. They're going to get the revive, but man, that was not good.
They should be able to get a full reset here, especially with the rest of that zone closing off this sight line, but it does not answer how difficult it is for them to make an exit. But look at this tree line. There has never been more of a perfect moment for USM to potentially walk away with a dub this game here. A lot more of those buildings are in play than I would like to see, especially given how this zone tends to pull out here. But for the likes of USM, it could be as good as you would like for a potential dub. Meanwhile, for UTD, their landing out towards the east has come back to bite them almost non-stop.
For Elixirs, you're just picking off those others around the side. Pylons being utilized to kind of get in between. UH White, Garson down. Needs a little bit of help, but I don't think you're going to find the time. The Law and R2RO, these two have had options. We've seen UH White play fantastic moments throughout the entirety of the 6 before. And this time around, we're getting this pinch. Take a look once again. Outer ring closing in. Pair, Fiddle Dude, and the rest converged in on misplays. Running the box, and then Crimson Monkey, this one solo and a flip as well.
Zipline going to be utilized here to cross the distance. Fiddle Dude more than happy to step up and put some damage down. It's not quite exactly what they need, but remember, 10 KP is more than you think when we talk about getting a successful wipe here. Over on the edge, another quick tactical knuckle cluster comes through before the pylon goes down. Another major knock from above from Swifty, and they are picking up KP after KP.
Huge plays, of course, but we're down to the 8, and this is the question. Little pop-off on the backside.
UTD still alive.
They are, and now they're going to hold on, and they beat out KSU Apex. That's what you want. Now you try and chase in, but Crimson was ready. Lockdown was taken, and all of a sudden this danger. We talked about entries are always so difficult. I wonder if they're going to get it. Bowser fighting for all they are worth, keeping their team in the light. Jexel doing the same, but Jexel goes down. UT Dallas, they're seeing their hope slip away, but Crimson saying, nah, you cannot join us here. We want our chance at victory just as well, and Texas A&M are the ones that fall the wayside to USM.
There is only Oklahoma and KSU left in this lobby to keep this going here. Notably, I believe it is only KSU as a full 3-piece. Everyone else left standing here is someone who can potentially walk away with the win. Remember what I said about this position. It will be lost early, but I guarantee you there's a plan ahead here for the likes of USM here.
That spread is also wild just to look at. Dallas on the back end, literally the clutch for the team. Oklahoma, though, eliminated on the back end. Great cleanup by the side of Crimson Monk. And for USM, that's another elimination. You're ready. You're challenging. You got 5. Positioning is crucial. Will you find the victory? Bowser doing their best rat impression, though. Staying safe, but you got a lot of players aiming. There's a line, and now you're being forced from your corner. Double line, though, and you have found the sneakiest of tunnels to try and stay alive. You're barely going to survive, but you hear the gunshots up above. KSU battling it out. Rumble chasing in as well, and this mix of battles, Bowser's going to try and take advantage. A little bit of Ricochet, UCF Knights, though. Rumble the last one, like he called. Another regular to try and piece, but USM now making their march in. That sound, UCF Knights, they are gone. They're eliminated. USM sprinting. They want blood of the water. Down goes UT Dallas. We're down to 3 alive. This could be GG. UCM in the center right now. Wrecked Emporium, though, saying we still want to play spoiler. Truthfully on the edge. This is that moment. KSU still on the high ground. You talked about it yet again. Over
down.
and over, and Southern Miss. They're pinched. They are gone. One left alive, and they're out. That cannot be
KSU
done.
sending it.
KSU rushes in as hard as they can. They want this victory, and it looks like they get the eliminations. KSU Black force us to one more game.
With literally every single team on match point alive except for KSU Black. KSU Black pull it off in a last-ditch effort. That's Apex. That's match point.
What did you drag me into, Zephyr?
Misplays is, by the way, can I remind you that this is the man who has won 2 major tournaments, Kennesaw.
Oh.
I told you before getting in this, I said, you've still got Iowa, you've still got Kennesaw, you still got Minnesota.
Yep.
Tamu has shown prowess as well. These are teams that can come through and drop a dub if you're not careful. We saw that final zone. USM had a fantastic position, but like I said, I was worried about that pole more backwards towards those buildings. They lose out on cover early. When they go to play the fence line, they are unsuccessful on really clearing out any real squad there. Taken out by CSUF from the back. KSU above. CSUF are way too dangerously low on their next cross, and we go one more game.
The one more game leads me to say, with absolute certainty, that was cinema. At the end of the day, we are pushed yet further, and my eyes are drawn now because we had 4 at the beginning of that match.
Yeah.
4 that could get championship point, and my eyes, as we wish to get updated, I believe they are now 6. Let's take a look because my eyes do not deceive
No!
me. We have locked
No more!
4.
No more! Both KSU Black on their win and Texas A&M, who were only 10 points away, neither are able to jump onto the match point train. Both of them are 1 point away. We still only have 4 teams on match point, the same exact 4 teams. That means if we see the KSU win, if we see the Texas A&M win, if we see Oklahoma or Minnesota State show up again, if we see any of these other rosters deliver a critical blow going into Game 8, we will go one more game.
I would like to point out as well, shout out to SVC Gold, made it up to 10th, earned a point. That's not the surprising factor. I'm scared because we are heading to yet another. The fact that SVC are able to do it one more time, like we've been saying the entire way, they can get very frustrating. If they play spoiler to anyone trying to rat and get back with the 4 teams that we saw before, it is going to be hilarious. I will play the clown music behind.
Yeah. All right, I'll tell you what. We are now looking at our legend bans. This one was going to hit us at some point here. Pathfinder is officially eliminated, and everyone got to see how much utility those zip lines were providing across the board, not just in this last game, but in almost every match that we've seen. There is no more mobility available.
Nope.
We're talking about Valkyrie as a potential ultimate reset. Man, I really gotta like scratch my brain here to try and figure out who else.
Well, the thing is, you mentioned even in other tournaments, when we look across the scene for Apex Legends, we have never been in a situation like this where we've had a lockdown of 7, where the squads are actively digging deep into their bag of tricks and being like, we need to pull out a victory.
Right.
Like, that is insane to think about. My eyes are now being drafted to, we're going back to old school stick and fight. If 2 teams meet, you're done.
You're either fighting or not. I mean, your only mobility options are for wide scale macro rotations. You have Valkyrie, you're not getting that off micro. Everyone will shoot you down instantly. And then Mad Maggie?
No, don't you? No.
Well, which we have seen show up a few times here. It's not a bad pick, especially given the fact that it is supported by the assault buffs from this last year. It's just not, it's not super meta. We're at this point of the day.
It's not
Things
super...
are starting to like all over themselves. This is amazing. I've never seen match point go on with the bans here.
Has stayed the same. You know what has stayed relevant the entire time? We went three, now we're back to another 3. Middle of the pack, Storm Point, map 8. 4 teams ready to grab that championship. Every single one attempted it in that last round, and yet we are still here for one more game. Let's go ahead and dive on in. This is going to be a treat for the eyes. If you are tuning in, you are witnessing some history being made here.
Yeah, I mean, for one of the first collegiate lands that have ever taken place here, I could not imagine a bitter or a better finish. Something to note, not bitter.
I was about to
far
say,
from bitter.
well,
Far
no,
from
to
bitter.
be fair, someone's gonna be bitter at the end of this.
Yeah,
sure.
there's after playing this long, we definitely get into that discussion.
Yeah,
but
where are we at right now? Are we at like we are at the 4-hour mark, right?
We are getting pretty deep here, and you know what? All I will say is it has been confirmed here that if we do go to a extreme or deep extent of matches, there is a secondary date to finish them. Because you know what? LAN is beautiful, and I'm so glad the teams have all gotten the opportunity to play this one out. But there is only so much time we have available here.
No. What are you talking about? We're gonna stay here till like 12 a.m. They'll let us stay here, right?
I believe it was a 6-hour block.
6 hours from much earlier, though. Let's be honest here. That was a different block there. But I have to agree, and that might be the term. But honestly, I don't think any team wants to come back. It has been so tense. The storylines themselves, right over and over, everyone outselling the other. I don't think anyone would like to go home saying we had to play another day. As much as that would be hilarious, awesome, beautiful to watch, we want to see the champion here, right now, in front. USM, one of 4 squads that is actively chasing that glory.
Well, for most of these teams, it's still early. You're getting yourself set up for the early loot and boot. There's not a lot to say in terms of how these teams are going to play this one out. It is barely starting to look like we're making our way upwards towards that kind of northern wall sort of period here. And there sadly isn't a lot to discuss in terms of who has great positioning. Most of the teams that are on match point aren't quite there yet, and like we'll have some time. I'm mostly curious just to see how these compositions work out as we jump from roster to roster here. No surprise from ISU. They don't slow down. They're still chasing the dub.
Which is appropriate.
Which by the way, ISU has won a it's been about a year plus. ISU have won a match point series before. Collegiate-wise.
That's awesome to hear. And again, this is we have to give credit. When we talk about a lot of these teams, I mentioned it before, and I will say it every single time I see them, ISU have been the most fighty, like, bottom half of the bracket, which now I think they shifted up a little bit higher into that 9th, 10th position. But they have been so fighting and so willing to scrap that we see that actual resilience in winning a lot of those inside of those match points. And so, to my eyes, if there's a storyline to write, I want to see ISU climb it all the way up into that upper echelon. But for right now, again, positioning down beast is where we're seeing a little bit of movement here. Pull for the first zone. I'll be interested to see how far they go. But UT Dallas is getting rounding the corner, and I think it is going to be extremely quiet. I hate saying that, but there is a point where, again, the teams really buckle down, and it's only going to get thinner and thinner now that we've had 2 games where a couple teams haven't been at that point. They have to be getting frustrated.
Yeah, the quieter it gets, though, the easier it becomes for teams to understand who's still alive, and that's kind of terrifying because if you're, say, someone who's trying to ride into victory like UCF Knights are right now, you want to have chaos play to your advantage. Last game, yes, we had almost just about every single match point team eliminated on the lickety-split of KSU, which they can do that again. The only problem is, a lot of these teams don't want to fight for that. They want to sneak into it sometimes.
It's such a it's a chess match with about 20 teams is what you're looking at points. Everyone has a piece of that puzzle, and they each have a piece of the board you are piecing together which ones are available as we swap over, and that's a great little lockdown. ISU Farmers yet again rounding the corner, taking some of these fights, and for them, they are chasing for that. Gloria's Davenport yet again eliminated. They have fought very well, but being one of the first teams eliminated, you know, ISU are going to claim those points.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy to continue to rack up as much as they can right now while they are still chasing for victory. Remember, if, say, a team like Minnesota or TAMU or KSU don't have a great game, a fantastic potentially usurpation from ISU is always in the field. And I really respect that. They never really slow down. They're a team that understands that they really net the majority of their KP, or at least their points from KP. And so, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
To be fair, we were talking about that lean of needing those KP, so the fact that they have that down is very nice. It's that one step further of, let's get the positioning now. A lot of the time, we need to get that positioning, and we need to get that third and fourth that we've been chasing all day long. For USM, though, we look back at them. They're decently spread out, going ahead and making their way forward and gathering up what they can. A couple shots ringing out, though, as Thalas for USM has been having a little bit of fun. Same with Kamal finding Sleep King, who definitely not sleeping overall, but this is taking its toll, and we do have to talk about a little bit of an endurance race at the end of the day. There are some players that are probably feeling a little bit rushed or a little bit of that way, as CSU DH Cardinals losing their lives over to Kamal in the squad.
Yeah, not ISU. ISU are just getting started, apparently. Happy to play into the aggression. Again, this is their second roster. They have wiped out now at the start of this game. It always scares me because they always start out this way. They always lead.
They have.
They always lead with such a heavy hand, and then we never really get to see them transfer this to the dub at the end here, which is terrifying because I'll say that, and then, you know.
How many times have we cast a curse any of these moments so far?
I know.
This is why we love being on the desk for some of the moments here. And
fun fact, in Apex Legends, you typically trade out every 2 or 3 games with another caster pairing because
no.
This
What are you talking about?
is what occurs.
You're with me of all people. We don't do this. We rock till
No,
the show stops. And
I'm
that's
just
how
saying.
it
I'm just saying. You know, if anyone has any complaints, you know, that's just Apex, baby.
It is, and I'm loving it because, again, I get to treat casting with someone that has been in the scene for so long, and we get to see that elevated play. I feel like they heard you were going to be here, and it's like, okay, we got to go. We got to put the work in,
This has definitely been, this has been the best collegiate series of the semester. I'm not kidding you. It is, especially compared to a couple of the other ones we had earlier. Even what was our Split 2 finals for Collegiate Apex here on NECC, that ended in 4 games.
Yeah.
You know, USM and TAMU were
We doubled that, by the way.
Woo! We have doubled that. We have made it up twice. You know, the teams pushed for 60, and you know what? A little bit of that exhaustion starts to creep in, and you know, people never really begin to talk about Apex as a marathon game because they never see match point frequently. It's usually just 6 games in a series, and they go, "Oh, that's fair." The reality is, when you get to match point, I've seen teams stay up till 2 or 3 a.m.
Yes.
13 or 14 games. Yeah. 14 is the longest I've ever seen. 13 is the longest I've ever casted.
Which the thing is, I prefer that. I'm not gonna lie, I prefer that over like a 6 game or anything. You
right.
want that.
A lot of people do. A lot of people do.
You want that definitive ending because listen, if I go out and I lost by 1 point because some other team decided to drop to them, nah, bro, I'm not ending like that. I want I got first. You can't say anything. And I think that's what everyone is hunting for right now. UCF Knights, another squad that is rolling in, as we mentioned, watching a couple of these pieces fall into place. FaZe has been awesome rocking it out here, and we can see this mix. A little bit of a flush of Sloshy and friends for UCF are actually running their way through Stormcatcher. They're going to be a little bit further off, making their way through the southeast quadrant. For Southern Mist, though, they themselves are going to be pinched by, I think, 2 other squads here in the northeast as round 2 is closing.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Especially, I mean, we talk a little bit about, like, the pinches from that last game coming out of Jurassic. 3 major heavy hitters. TAMU, UTD, as well as CSUF. None of them actually took a fight against one another. They all just decided in that last split moment to go for the evacs that would present them the best possible playable spot. So, in fairness, while there is still a lot to work with here in the wall, which is likely where we will see this zone finish, I want to highlight who has taken position. UCF, that is a big one. UCF Knights, of course, KSU Black, and I believe KSU as well, Gold. both rosters right there on the cusp of those houses. That's terrifying. Both of those teams are eligible to win and send us to one more game. Even KSU Black, who just dropped a dub, weren't quite enough.
No. And it comes down to the fact that, again, it feels so bad. We talked about one more game all the time. Aloe now needs one more life if they can. CSUF Blue using that Crimson, using Truthfully to go ahead and get a little bit in. Really nice pickup. In comfortable spot as well. No one else taking extra damage to pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, that is the explicit consequence of, knocking against a Newcastle, right? You have no choice here. You have to play into quick resets, or else if you don't get those full thirsts, Newcastle's there. Which, by the way, I do want to highlight this. Typically, in pro level, and especially a lot of the major lobbies right now, Newcastle ends up getting banned out a lot earlier. So it goes to show the difference in terms of quality. Even the meta at collegiate versus the meta at the high level. Newcastle has been allowed to survive for such a long time. And I think it comes back to teams just not really liking the inactive nature of his play. And even, yes, some of the changes we've seen with this recent meta shift.
In terms of tactical, though, which is what the overall is there, it's so good.
Oh,
you can turn any unfortunate positioning into tactical advantage. That's a nice little snipe out. Sloth, again, a player that we have actively talked about the entire time for UCF Knights. One of the pillars why they're here being talked about as a contender for that first place that they captured. That is great. Sloth has been at the front runner. At CSUF Blue, little bit out wondering, and they sprint across open side. Thankfully, no one else taking shots for the moment.
Remember, they do have the option to fly over the chaos itself if they want to use something like that Valkyrie at some point. Not something I would recommend, especially as we get deeper into these games.
Sloshy, enjoying themselves as well. But again, the repositioning tactic, as you mentioned, though, closing in on this ring 100% on wall. And, I mean, this is going to be that test. We talked about the positioning factor really coming into play. We see the Valkyries a little bit more, but the fact is, where they end up on the edge of this ring, I think, will determine a lot of where those firefights are going to angle. This is going to be a calculation of maybe minutes out.
CSUF here turning around, already looking at ISU. This can be a little bit scary. This is not a team you want to accidentally take a crack against. They're more than happy to cross the distance and send it on you here. So for CSUF Blue, poking the bear, always potentially dangerous. Well, we'll see here. Still, I'm on the board. Minnesota watching it here. Out from a distance. Not much to say in terms of big damage found there. Remember, this is, when we talk about wall as a whole, a fairly safe POI for the end games. You're able to really contest a lot of space, but not make a ton of moves here. UCF Academy will be eliminated, finally taking us down to our top 12. That means officially 66% of the teams left in the lobby. Now even just a little bit less with Yutogata. I will say, set up here for potential success. Meanwhile, ISU, they make the cross. They try to play for recovery here. Sadly, Kamal, as low as you can be, able to stick out the full white flesh. Swifty looking from above. It's big damage, but a knockdown shield will make that difficult to go for full thirst there.
That's the guy. This is the moment Texas A&M is saying, please bring that fire. What a snipe. Skeet shooting on lock. ISU Farmers are eliminated. Texas A&M, though, going ahead and hunkering down inside of this building on the on the southeastern side. A little bit of a drone action as Southern Miss wondering, hey, where's this action going? We need to get back. Pick up of the Kraber, though, saying, hey, if someone's going to be lost, it's lost in sauce. KSU Apex getting eliminated now, and things are getting spicy. We got 9 squads left for a chance at the championship. OU in a mix as well. UT Dallas, though, keeping their hopes alive as well. As
they're very low.
Wondering, and yeah, this low time.
They're very low.
They're getting knocked once more around the corner. Can they hold out?
UCF Knights, Sloth trying to extend some damage back here and can potentially smell out that this is one of his match point competitors. Remember, all 4 still left alive. Wrecked Emporium from a distance, knocking Bowser down. Now Sloth getting involved. A big peek over on the side. Jexel keeping the dream piece by piece together. P2020s Remember, there's no large recovery here. Sloth would literally have to walk this all the way out. OU, stuck in a poor position previously, makes for a wild jump here. I believe UTD might be able to get a reset. OU getting full sent on.
And they don't like this at all. They are bunkered down right now. You can see the spearhead around. This is a massive exterior fight for interior access. And it's off the west quadrant. This is a 3-squad layering it, truthfully, as a 4th on the side.
Tambo
and that
on
winner
top.
is going to come out. Yep, this is going to be high ground, mid ground, low ground. UT Dallas, you mentioned before, trying to fight their way in. They're going to slow things down a little bit for themselves. Eyes out as we round the corner. This is USM, though, saying we want to clear it out. They go ahead and find a mark on Orelli. And they go down as well. Stormwing trying to step up to the challenge, but not really finding the mark. So Stormwing goes down to USM secure their position.
Yeah, Queen's Gale there, maybe not in the best decision making, getting shot out. USM are on the exterior here of all this action. This is, once again, a really phenomenal spot for them to make their impact, win this game. And yes, end our matches here today here. But remember, they're also the focal point of so many other rosters, especially given the fact that we are getting to that halfway point, and with no match point team eliminated, squads are eventually going to figure out that it is you.
That's the mark. We talked about it. This idea, this understanding. Who are you against? Are you watching that kill feed? Are you understanding the position? Pair rounds out on Bowser. There down goes Fiddledude, and that is a mix of death. A lot of marks coming out here because this now means there is a possibility of 2 rocking it out in the 9 squads left. We go ahead and take a look at Queen's Gales. I mentioned 2. There's 1 left for Yeeman. Questions abound, though. Can you find that right position? Eyes out still as Queen's Gales is eliminated. Great shot by Reich, but that kicks off the rest of the battle. High ground as the rooftop becomes a battlefield. Rumble with a snipe shot. Slot does the same. Down goes Baron Slipsy. Rumble continues the action, but the third party rocks in. Crimson saying, guys, you don't want to do this. I will rock you all day, every day. Texas A&M living on a hope and a prayer.
Fiddledude set down to just 1. Swifty as well, forced to drop the bombardment there. Oklahoma eliminated. Remember, we are now down to officially just 3 teams that could stop this out. Texas A&M, I believe the last remaining of Queen's Gale, and the last remaining members of KSU, though. My apologies, KSU are within this lobby. My apologies. I have not seen them. Sloth down. UTD not looking good. These are your big names here.
Dangers abound as well as in comes that ring. Damage abound as well. CSUF Blue. They don't like where they're at. UCF Knights are out. That's elimination number 1. Texas A&M are gone. That's not exactly one of the challenges, but they're close enough. CSUF Blue trying their best to stay alive. They can pick up. They will be so happy. All 3 are back. Can they heal up in time? They've been given a moment to breathe. On the far end, KSU wandering around saying, hey, USM, where the heck are you? UT Dallas is out. All of a sudden, Southern Miss saying, it's possible. It's doable. What will happen?
2 for 2 here. You've got Minnesota and KSU who are eligible to keep this going. CSUF Blue and USM that can finish it right now. It is a 50-50 chance.
I don't like that coin toss. I really don't like that coin toss.
And I hate to say this, the team with the best position is Minnesota, and they are eligible to take it to another game.
And the deal about that, we've seen them make magic happen before. They are doing it yet again outside here, truthfully. Saying hello, shot ring out. Aegis, what a snipe. This is what we talked about, the idea of if you make a mistake, if you have to reposition, things are dire. CSUF Blue, once again though, recover, pick them back up. But it shows that desperation, the idea that they are not in a good spot. They need to get out.
This is really tough for them. And remember, I mean, every team is thanking their soul that Newcastle has survived over 8 matches here. Because if it was not eligible for pickup, no one is getting these resets off.
CSU Blue. I'm going to butcher that name more times than they can count because if you get a win on the board, we are going to be so proud. At the same time, in comes the Watson. Look at that layering of pylons.
They don't have a lot of space.
No, they do not. In the middle, misplays. Fires off a little bit of launch. USM off the side. MSU in the corner, though, saying, guys, come to me. I want this victory. I want to push us to 1 more. At the same time, it might not be given. KSU rocking their way in. Another pylon set down. Rings, fire, electricity, all the elements coming together this
nade.
Warriors game.
Big nades on USM.
USM holding out on the low ground, shreds their HP. The shields might be enough. Fire for the Blood Gods as they hunker down, keeping the shields batted up. No one falling yet in the 4.
Big nades coming out for this guy, an EMP out of nowhere. I can only assume it's Minnesota, but it does not come through here. Everyone is about to start to stack. Meanwhile, Gravity has ripped out the Sheila. An evac coming from USM, and they have to respect the play here.
Oh, the bomb.
Crawling around the other side,
Oh.
Vizay crunching KSU from a side. Damage above, damage above.
USM, they say, no, you will not deny us this victory. We will fight tooth, nail, bite through everything that we need. They're 3 strong. They chase in elimination number 1. They drop a squad. There's 4 still alive, but there's only 1 up. USM trying to clean house as well as KSU Black is out. They are out. We're down to 3. USM saying, please. Southern Miss is gone, but GG to Minnesota State as we go. 1 more game.
What did I say? What did I say? The best position in zone here. Minnesota drop a dub and send us to game 9.
We are going to go to a very quick break. When we come back, I don't know. We will see you in just a bit.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, nope, get after it, and that's your treat. Stay, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you covered. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach, hug him up.
He's breathing.
On the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it.
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
Oh man, this is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh God! No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. I can't hold it. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is. Oh.
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days ago.
Dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to us. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah, there's something in there.
Want one?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Hey, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your, get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work them. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. He's dead. He ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh, crap. Just reach in. You gotta pull it. Just grab it. Just take it out of his hand. You just can't. What do you mean you can't?
He won't let go.
What do you mean he won't let go? He's dead.
Help me. Get in there.
Now just hold on.
Make him let go of it. No, I got you. Just go in for a hug. Go and get on in there. It's a bad loss. Yeah, hug him up. Just reach. Hug him up.
He's breathing.
It's on the other side.
Go.
I can't.
Just-
I can't do it. Help!
Help me, Lord. Help me get over this loss.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm so upset. I can't breathe. Stop. You knock on wood so they go to heaven. It's like a lucky. Hey, get the stick.
Yeah.
Hey, do you the meat stick?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, just hold tight for a second. They're moving the casket. Just hold tight.
Yeah, that's no worries. I got it.
man. This is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Hey, man, grab me a meat stick. I think I can reach it if I just a little more. Just let me go a little. I can't. Just a little more. I almost got it. Careful! Oh, God. No. Come on, just reach. Reach. Just grab my hand. Grab my hand.
Give me the meat stick. This other hand's closer. The one with the stick is... Oh!
What do you make of this up here? Just showed up in the yard a couple days
Is a
ago.
dog been digging in there?
I don't think so, dude. That goes way down in there. Seriously, did you just lose your meat stick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's something in there, dude. Just leave it.
Are you kidding me?
We'll just head to the house. Just leave it.
The hell with that.
Oh, yeah, there's something in there. Ah!
Want one?
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. It was worth it.
Oh, what an awesome day for a pump, dude.
Yeah, I gotta take it easy. Doc says if I exert myself, I will die.
You overexert yourself, you will die.
I'll tell you what, you finish the workout, all these could be yours. That looks good. A little bit of honey ham for the ham. Get after it, and that's your get after it, and that's your treat. Hey, do the exercise, do the work, then you get the reward. That's how this works, man. You gotta give it max effort, maximum effort. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big hams. Make it work, those hams. Work 'em. Putting in the work. Yeah, baby. Yes. Dude, this is a spicy workout. Gotta make it worth it. Building the beef and bringing home the bacon, baby. I'm loving it. Teriyaki is just about within your reach. Come on, get you some. Come on. Ooh, ooh. Maximum effort. Maximum effort. You're there. You're almost there.
That's so worth it.
What am I supposed to say?
It doesn't matter. His daddy ain't listening to you anyway.
I'm hungry.
No. Put it away. I can't watch it. Oh.
New stage, same us. Teams are ready to roll because we are headed to a Game 9. Zephyr, did you expect this to happen?
Yes.
Yes!
I was about to say, the minute we said we were
Yes!
going to go to 60 points overall as a total was something that I completely expected us to see. Remember, the statistical average for a 50-point match point series is 7 games. We're not that far above it.
We really aren't, but our mentals might be. I heard that down here as we have moved, we have the players right behind us that they are getting hyped and ready to go. Let's take a look at the things as we now have 6 teams that are actively chasing for that victory. Minnesota State, the team that is quite literally locked 2 games away from other teams,
dubs.
are not in contention themselves.
That's right. We only add KSU Black and Texas A&M to that top 6 going into what could very well be our final game here.
I like to point out Southern Miss are so tired of this. They're about to round 100 points. They're about to round
That's
100
insane.
points.
It's
It's 60. That is a wild number at the bottom even. We got double digits across, except for Purdue Black and SSC Gold. All of these squads are battling. And you, Ottawa Garnet, by the way, 31. We are looking at so much fire, so much passion for the game, and they are here at this LAN, at this space to say, we want to fight for the best.
What's crazy is now we're at the point where, I mean, the bands have gotten absolutely loopy. All right, no pun intended to Minnesota.
I got them all. I forgot most of them, so it's like
all you need to know is that we now see a Fuse band come into the mix here, and that pretty much means in terms of what rosters have eligible play, we talk about things like the Valkyrie.
You do realize my brain also short
Yeah, I was gonna
circuited.
say,
Bring it out for me.
Let's see, we got the Valkyrie, Sparrow, Crypto, Rampart. I mean, we are picking at threads here. Newcastle. Oh my gosh.
4 you aced the test that I was giving you.
Valkyrie and Newcastle are definitely going to be the big combo pairing for a lot of these teams. You will see them start to flex things like the Rampart and Crypto in it, but expect crazy stuff. Mirage is coming out for ISU. They're going to be dropping things like the Revenant here. Conduit, potentially. A big pickup for teams that want to play around that safety here. Let's just jump in, though. There's only one way to really figure everything out here. The last and final match of the Collegiate Apex Legends Championship.
At this point, it's the Collegiate One More Game Apex Legends Championship. That's what we're looking at.
The One More Game Championship. You are right.
We are diving on in as one of our 6 contenders for the crown, Southern Miss lead. As you called out, that Valkyrie as well as the Newcastle running shop and hopefully having a chance. As we mentioned though, very quiet in the early game status, teams looking to rack up, be able to stand steady, and we are very excited for, of course, hoping for a moment. Again, whenever it starts out slow, we talked about this back in game number 8, I believe. They were very comfortable.
Way back.
Yeah. But taking it slower. We've seen this almost de-escalation of early game action between them.
Yeah, this is going to be something fairly interesting for a lot of these teams now to set themselves up. The terrifying thing is KSU, who has dropped a dub earlier today, now eligible for success themselves, could reenact what might be their third. Yeah, that's true. But that could be their third win of the semester, right? Tamu also looking for the three-peat, the Grand Slam here, now also available. Pair shot out fairly deep and early here. This could be an implication of UTD. They do start out here towards the west when we talk about Down Beast.
And of course, it's a little bit of a punch and play. Tamu saying, hey, maybe we also need to play this little comfortable game. We go ahead and make sure we got everything in the bank. I don't think they heard too much, maybe around them as much as they would have wished, but eyes out. Around the side though, we saw a deep smattering once again. No one really hot dropping together, but at the same time, that's the mix-up. You know, everyone really staying away, trying to make sure that they get looted up to give themselves the highest possible chance. I want to see exactly where the first contact actively goes for and who's actually taking that chase.
KSU Black is definitely the team here that has shown the greatest amount of improvement and absolute chutzpah over the course of this tournament, from delivering game-breaking, game-saving wins here. If there's a team... And Minnesota, albeit... Man, if Minnesota come out with a dub, we're going home.
Yeah,
literally, we're going home.
Not by, well, also by our own volition, but man, the players deserve every single moment that we have seen. As right now, UCF Knights are chasing in low ground, but high is where they find one. Mad Maggie tagged out. That will be Faustus falling very quickly. UCF Knights going ahead and pick up that elimination, but it's only an elimination, not a full squad wipe.
Sit out from the other side here. A bit of a mixed bag in terms of access. You got a little bit of U of H here up above. Selenica dropped out as well. No one's quite going to be taking to it just yet here. Everyone really starting to split the difference in terms of spacing as we talk about a little bit of a barometer centralized zone here, especially catering hard out there towards that south, can sometimes leave the implication that, yes, this is where we're going. Big shout outs to OU getting on the height here. Always one of the best places you can play from and transition out of when we talk about making your way. And I mean, everybody, KSU, I mean, Tamu's here early. This is, everyone is making for a quick claim, and it's to no surprise.
And the thing is, we talked about that early setup has been the name of the game as we go ahead and
Whoa.
see Aloe finding some snaps. The Valkyrie rising high, saying, okay, we need reposition. Pinch out, eyes out as well. Looking to dive bomb in. Where did they decide to go? Here in Barometer going to a little bit of Southern
Okay.
Pings out almost 6 people, wondering exactly who is going to be in their way. Lune, of course, taking a couple snapshots. FaZe and Rumble wondering exactly. They go ahead and mix a little piece up and wonder and hope for a chance at a piece for themselves. Lune in the squad getting a chance to find some shots.
Yeah. This is a situation now when we talk about for many of these teams, yeah, I mean, you've got yourself set up, but with Allow potentially down there, this is something that they have to play for. Well, they can't get reset. That's it. All said and done there. Now Texas A&M have to respect the height difference and evac across the other side there. Shield in the hands of Fiddle Dude might represent, barely crawls back in on the internal of the wall. A quick wall put up in return there makes for short work of the Sleep King. Couple of damage in return and a soft reset for Fiddle Dude means they're able to make this climb and exchange. They're on the roof. I don't think they're going to be pushing much more than this.
Well, no, now they're playing a little bit more careful. Remember, as we said, they're now in that spot. They cannot afford to be punched out so early, so they need to play confident, but also collected. Make sure you account for everything. They already got 1 elimination, I believe, so you go ahead and comfortably look for a few more. Eyes out around the side. That was Goose and Durango chase out. You talked about Sleep King. All 3 able to make it to safety out and about, but UCF Academy losing their lives. It looks like Aegis was having fun.
Yeah, KSU Black there. Deep takes away with the Hemlock. Love that reset on the other side from Durango and crew. They're going to set themselves up in the hot dog. Davenport, we will say goodbye to from CSUF. Now, if you're wondering why we're being just a little bit timid in our calls right now, I do want to make it clear that we are sharing a similar room with the rest of the players here, which means we do have to be a little bit more sneaky in some of our calls. Because I'll tell you what, I actually ran into a LAN where this was an issue, and they did listen. So, you know. Every player's a competitor. If there's an advantage, they're always willing to take it. I understand that.
Listen, whether it's by own accord or anything else.
Yeah, maybe we're just too loud.
Maybe.
There you go.
I mean, to be fair, they did move us away. I think they told us we were too loud on the upper stage. So, you know, it's just like, dang, all right, listen, I got to tone it down. That's fine.
That's fair.
UT Dallas, though, looking to get a little mark of their own. And we're seeing, again, those reposition factors are down to about 15 squads. And with a mark of 3 or about 4 lost in the opening stages, UT Dallas are now saying, okay, we're going to chase out, move to the eastern quadrant. And that's going to be large open flatland, a little bit more open space with the crossings.
A lot of these teams haven't really made their impacts towards another one yet. UTD and CSUF Blue starting to get into a little bit of an excursion here out towards the southern side. Granted, remember, it's distance. No one is quite in the position where they're forced to make these deep rotates. I do worry a little bit for UCF Knights being so far and away out towards the edge of the zone. That's always something that you have to be so careful about in terms of how you impact your next rotation, because when you start getting that far away from zone, it's not a guarantee that you get to walk in a barometer, especially when teams are getting more competitive in there, trying to stay alive for a longer period of time.
I mean, that gets difficult when you're maybe sitting across directly from your opponent as well, hearing them chatter, and you want to get into the mix, you have to play collected. A little bit of chase in as Lune is getting chased by Sloth and Co. We know exactly what UCF Knights want to do. Look at this chase, walk in, sees the doors, sees the pylons, doesn't want to take that chance. But the chase is so good. Yet again, UCF Knights willing and hungry for any type of fight.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you just got to respect the zone pull. You're 1 minute 20 seconds all the way out from a barometer, and while yes, I do give a lot of credence and love to the zone, especially given its positioning, a lot of the fantastic spots that teams love to take advantage of are no longer available or within the reach. So something for them to consider. Time will move on here.
And nice little snaps as well. Again, Texas A&M I don't think have actually moved from this location for a bit. They've actually bunkered down very well because, again,